Someone got here first. Which bastard moved so fast? The itinerant cultivators cursed under their breath as they left. Some refused to give up and continued rummaging through the ruins, searching for any fish that had slipped through the net. Someone actually managed to find a few broken jade slips and several low-grade spiritual herbs that had been trampled. They were not worth much, but at least the trip had not been completely in vain. Several golden core cultivators of Liang sect were among the crowd. They had originally come to investigate the cause of Han Feng's death, tracking along the stretch of sea where he was last seen, and happened to arrive just as the ruins restrictions collapsed. The leading latest-stage golden core cultivator was called Zhao Lai, head of the law enforcement hall of Liang sect, a cautious man with a meticulous mind. He halted at the entrance to the ruins, crouched down, and pinched a bit of soil between his fingers. Within the soil was an extremely fine golden powder that reflected a faint light under the sun. Zhao Lai's pupils constricted slightly. Devouring gold insects. There had also been traces of devouring gold insects at the scene of Han Feng's death. The gnawed corpses and the seawater samples shattered by spiritual fluctuations had all tested positive for the distinctive spiritual residue of devouring gold insects. It is the same person. Zhao Lai rose to his feet, his expression dark. The one who killed Elder Han came here. He took out a transmission jade talisman and imprinted the message into it. The jade talisman turned into a streak of light and shot away in the direction of Liang sect. Keep a close watch on this place, Zhao Lai instructed the junior brother beside him. Anyone who comes out of the ruins, you must record their appearance and aura. Especially anyone carrying spirit insects. Yes, the people of Wanjin sect arrived second. Xuanjizi, bringing Guhong along, had taken only half a day to rush from the inland to the open sea. The latest-stage nascent soul cultivator's escape speed was astonishing. Wrapped in his spiritual power, Guhong was left dizzy along the way, nearly vomiting. Is this the place? Suspended above the sea surface, Xuanjizi extended his divine sense downward. Deep on the seabed, a fissure was clearly visible. Around the fissure were obvious remnants of restrictive formations, of no low grade. Yet most of them had already been destroyed. Seawater poured through the fissure, forming a vast underwater space within. It should be here, Guhong said uncertainly. Xuanjizi ignored him. His figure flickered and he directly shifted into the ruins. His divine sense swept across every inch of space, overlooking not a single corner. Collapsed buildings, shattered statues, pits where spiritual herbs had been dug out, severed fire veins. Everything proclaimed that this place had already been looted, and it had been stripped very clean. Xuanjizi's gaze fell upon the depths of the palace. There lay a large patch of blood, blue in color and already dried. Within the blood remained a powerful trace of draconic might. It was the blood of a fourth-rank ice jiao. The ice jiao had been gravely wounded, but its corpse was nowhere to be seen. Xuanjizi turned to look at another spot. There lay another pool of blood, human this time, with a spiritual fluctuation that felt very unfamiliar. Around the blood were copious traces of devouring gold insects, as well as lingering frost left behind by ice-attribute divine abilities. An ice-attribute beast devouring gold insects, and a fire-attribute cultivation art. Xuanjizi muttered to himself, piecing the clues together. The one who killed my disciple commands an ice-attribute beast and a large swarm of devouring gold insects and cultivates a fire-attribute art himself. He turned to look at Guhong. Is there any sect nearby that fits these traits? Guhong thought for a moment, then shook his head. A fourth-rank ice-attribute beast is extremely rare. In the entire Lioli Sea region, I have never heard of anyone owning one. Devouring gold insects are common enough, but few can raise them to the third rank or above. As for fire-attribute arts, they are everywhere and anyone can learn them. Nonsense. Xuanjizi snorted coldly. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly lifted his head and looked toward the entrance of the ruins. 3 streaks of escape light descended from the sky, landing above the fissure. From above came surging spiritual power, one of them particularly terrifying, a mid-stage nascent soul. The people of Lili sect had arrived. Xuanjizi's expression remained unchanged as his figure flickered and appeared on the sea surface, facing off against True Lord Tianxian. Fellow Taoist Tianxuan, it has been a while. Xuanjizi. True Lord Tianxian raised an eyebrow slightly. You certainly arrived quickly. My disciple died here. I have no choice but to come. Xuanjizi's voice was very calm, but the chill in his eyes was obvious to all. True Lord Tianxian cast a glance into the ruins below and already understood the situation in his heart. The restrictions had collapsed, the treasures looted, the ice jiao slain, even the fire vein dug out. These ruins had been swept so thoroughly that not even a mouthful of soup remained. Your disciple's doing? True Lord Tianxian asked. No. Xuanjizi shook his head. My disciple died here as well. The two men exchanged a look, seeing the same realization in each other's eyes. There was a third party involved in this place. Interesting. The corner of True Lord Tianxuan's lips curved slightly. To empty this place before the two of us arrived and even kill a first-stage nascent soul, this person has some skill. Not just one person. Xuanjizi corrected him. There is a 4th-rank ice attribute beast, a large swarm of devouring gold insects, and a golden core cultivator. The ice attribute beast leads the assault, the devouring gold insects wear the enemy down, and the cultivator finishes the kill. Their coordination is very smooth. True Lord Tianxian fell into thought. Since when has there been such a figure in the Lioli Sea region? I do not know. Xuanjizi paused. But I will find out. He turned and left, and Guhong hurried to follow. True Lord Tianxian watched his departing back, and instructed the elder behind him, investigate which golden core cultivators have visited this sea region in the past 6 months. Especially those who brought along spirit beasts and spirit insects. Do not overlook a single one. Yes, the nascent soul cultivators of Liang sect arrived last. It was not that they were slow to act, but that their strength was lacking. Liang sect was only a second-rate power in the Lioli Sea region, with just one early-stage nascent soul ancestor, known as True Lord Liang, sitting in town. The moment he received Zhao Lai's transmission, he had set out at once, but his escape speed could not compare with Xuanjizi and True Lord Tianxian. By the time he arrived, the ruins were already empty and desolate. We are late. True Lord Liang stood at the edge of the fissure, his expression gloomy. Zhao Lai stepped forward to report. True Lord, this disciple discovered traces of devouring gold insects at the entrance to the ruins. They are identical to the residue at Elder Han's death site. The one who killed Elder Han is the same person who looted the ruins. Are you certain? 90% sure. True Lord Liang fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. That person commands devouring gold insects, possesses a 4th-rank ice attribute beast, and still managed to slip away. Such a person is not someone we can afford to provoke. Zhao Lai was unwilling. But Elder Han. Han Feng's death has been noted by me. True Lord Liang interrupted him. But now is not the time. We will make plans after we have discovered that person's identity and background. For now, return and continue monitoring Lioli Immortal City and the auction house. Having obtained so many resources, he will have to make a move sooner or later. Yes. True Lord Liang cast one last look at the ruins, then turned and departed. He had not flown far when he met an incoming streak of escape light heathen. Within the light was a middle-aged man with latest-stage golden core cultivation, dressed in a moon-white robe, his bearing scholarly and gentle. True Lord Liang. The middle-aged man stopped his escape light and cupped his hands in greeting. This humble one is Long Yu of Bibo Pavilion. I have met True Lord. Liang Xinjuan sized him up with a glance. Bibo Pavilion? From the Jutian Lan Yu sect. Indeed. Long Yu's smile was gentle. I heard that a ruin has emerged in this place, so I have come specifically to take a look. I wonder if Xinjuan has entered to take a look. I arrived late. Someone had already emptied it. Liang Xinjuan clearly did not wish to talk more. He cupped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Long Yue watched his departing back, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. He flew to the edge of the rift and extended his divine sense into the ruin. Sure enough, it was utterly empty. Within the ruins, not a single intact brick or stone could be found, let alone any treasures. How strange, Long Yue murmured to himself. That brat Fang Ze has also been absent from the Immortal City these past few days, and a ruin in the Outer Sea happens to appear at this exact time. A coincidence. He shook his head, pressing this thought down. How could Fang Ze, merely an outer sect elder at the mid-golden core stage, possibly have the ability to seize all the treasures right under the noses of so many powers? Long Yue circled the ruin, once found nothing at all, and left in frustrated disappointment. In Lioli Immortal City, in the rear courtyard of Bibo Pavilion, Fang Ze pushed open the courtyard gate. Lin Weiner was in the yard cultivating. Her cultivation had improved significantly compared to a month ago. Master! Seeing Fang Ze, Lin Weiner hurriedly ceased her technique and bowed in salute. You have returned. Fang Ze nodded and swept a glance around the courtyard. Where is Li Qingshan? Senior brother Li has returned to Bibo Island, Lin Weiner replied. He has gone into seclusion to assault the Golden Core realm. He said he could not calm his mind in the Immortal City and would feel more at ease back at the sect. Elder Taiyuan agreed to look after him, so there should be no problem. Fang Ze gave a soft acknowledgement. Li Qingshan had not been with him for long, but he did things reliably and was loyal by nature. If he could successfully form his core this time, Fang Ze could entrust him with far more important tasks. He was just about to enter the house when footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. Long Yue pushed the door open and stepped in, his trademark gentle smile on his face. Junior brother Fang, you have finally returned. You have been nowhere to be seen these past few days. As your senior, I was almost worried something had happened to you. I went out for a walk to observe the situation in the sea region. Fang Ze replied without a change in expression. Senior brother Long Yue, is there something you require? Nothing of great importance. Longyue took a jade box from his storage pouch and handed it to Fang Ze. These are the alchemy materials for next month. 30 sets of second-grade pill materials, 5 sets for third-grade pills. Junior brother Fang, I must trouble you. Fang Ze accepted the jade box and swept it with his divine sense. The quantities were correct. Junior brother Fang. Longyue suddenly spoke again, his tone casual. I heard a ruin appeared out in the outer sea and was completely emptied. Have you been there? A flicker stirred in Fang Ze's heart, but his face remained impassive. A ruin? I have heard nothing of it. These past days I have only wandered near the immortal city at most 10,000 li away. Where is this ruin you speak of, senior brother? Longyue stared into his eyes for 2 breaths, then smiled. To the southeast, about 500,000 li from here. I also only heard about it. By the time I rushed over there was nothing left. A pity. Truly a pity, Fang Ze echoed. After a few more pleasantries, Longyue turned and left. The moment he stepped out of the courtyard gate, his smile faded a little and a glint of suspicion flashed through his eyes. Fang Ze's aura is much stronger than before. Longyue muttered to himself. How did his cultivation rise so quickly in just 1 month? He shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. His figure transformed into a streak of escape light flying toward the outer sea. Although he had heard that the ruin had already been emptied, he would not be reconciled without seeing it with his own eyes. Fang Ze stood in the courtyard, watching Longyue's escape light vanish at the edge of the sky. Old fox. He uttered softly, then turned and walked into the secluded cultivation room. Closing the stone door and activating the formation, Fang Ze stepped into the space. Inside the pocket world was a scene of busy activity. Ice Girl was squatting by the volcanic crater, staring blankly at the stalks of golden cinder bamboo. Her cultivation had completely stabilized. The spiritual power of a 4th-rank early-stage being was now dense and restrained, no longer spilling out as it had right after her breakthrough. From time to time, a wisp of cold air seeped from her body, condensing into ice crystals in midair. Jin Tong was crouched by the spiritual fields, counting spirit stones one by one and lining them up in perfect rows. Ever since Ice Girl had broken through to the 4th rank, he rarely bickered with her anymore. It was not that he did not want to, but that he did not dare. 4th rank versus 3rd rank. The gap was simply too great. If he could not win, then he simply could not win. Though Jin Tong was proud and Sundra, he was not foolish. The 2 Jinhai apes lay sprawled atop a massive boulder, dozing, low rumbles occasionally sounding from their throats. Their injuries had fully healed, and there were faint signs of an impending breakthrough in their cultivation. The Mo Jiao was isolated in a corner of the space. Fang Ze had used formations to encircle a patch of ground specifically to house it. The Mo Jiao coiled into a ball, black scales gleaming with a cold luster under the spiritual radiance. Its cultivation was at the late 3rd rank. Its body was several sizes smaller than that of the Ice Jiao, yet its draconic might was already not inferior. The Mo Jiao's eyes remained fixed on the corpse of the Ice Jiao in the distance. Its Tao companion. Fang Ze stood before the Ice Jiao's corpse in silence for a while. The corpse of the Ice Jiao was perfectly preserved within the space. The mid-4th rank pressure had yet to completely dissipate. Its blue scales shimmered with an icy light under the spiritual glow. Each one was the size of a bowl and incomparably hard. The dragon blood had already solidified, but preserved within ice, it still emanated a dense spiritual power. Fang Ze raised his head to look at the pearl hanging in the sky of the space. It was the bloodline pearl that had formed when the pendant had automatically suppressed the 5th-rank toad back then, and it had remained suspended at the top of the space ever since. Within the pearl was the phantom image of a toad. That was the origin of Jin Tong and Ice Girl's bloodline. Yet after the Ice Jiao's death, the space had shown no response at all. There had been no suppression, no devouring, no formation of a new pearl. Frowning, Fang Ze stared at the pearl for a long time. Is this Jiaolong's realm insufficient? Or is its bloodline not pure enough? He murmured, unable to make sense of it. At some unknown point, Jin Tong had padded over. He tilted his head back to look at the pearl, his small face filled with longing. Master, there is something good inside that pearl. I can feel that if I eat it, I will be able to break through to the 4th rank. Not yet. Fang Ze shook his head. When the time comes that you can eat it, I will naturally give it to you. Jin Tong pouted but did not dare to make a fuss. He turned his head to look at the Ice Jiao's corpse, his eyes lighting up. Master, can we eat this big snake? It is a Jiao, not a snake, Fang Ze corrected. You can eat it, but do not be hasty. He took out several magical blades and began to process the Ice Jiao's corpse. The chill emanating from Ice Girl had frozen the corpse to just the right degree, preserving the freshness of the flesh without making it so hard that it could not be cut. Fang Ze started with the scales, prying them off one by one. A Jiaolong scales were top-grade materials for artifact refinement. Scales from a mid-4th rank Jiao could be used to forge high-grade magic treasures, and might even serve as auxiliary materials for spirit treasures. Fang Ze counted. There were more than 3,000 intact scales and several hundred damaged ones. Jin Tong crouched to the side, helping out his small hands, hugging a scale larger than his head, as he huffed and puffed, stuffing it into a storage pouch. Master, this scale is so heavy. Nonsense. It is the scale of a 4th-rank Jiaolong. How could it not be heavy? Unconvinced, Jin Tong gritted his teeth and shoved in a few more, his little face flushing bright red. The Ice Maiden approached, casting a glance at the golden boy's embarrassment, and gently blew a breath. A wave of cold air enveloped the scales, forming a thin layer of ice on their surface, significantly reducing their weight. The golden boy was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the Ice Maiden. She turned expressionlessly, continuing to stare blankly at the golden bamboo. The golden boy opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately only huffed and went back to work. Fang Ze observed the interaction between the two little ones, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although the Ice Maiden loved to show off, she still cared for her younger brother, the golden boy. The golden boy, though tough on the outside, acknowledged this sister in his heart. He continued to handle the corpses. The dragon tendons were pulled out from the spine, glistening in icy blue, possessing remarkable resilience. These dragon tendons were over a dozen zhang long, capable of being refined into several binding spirit ropes, or used as supplementary materials for magical artifacts. The dragon bones were the hardest part, even sturdier than the scales. Fang Ze exerted great effort to disassemble the skeleton, carefully stacking the bones one by one. The largest rib bones could be used to forge sword embryos for flying swords, or as foundational materials for formations. The dragon blood filled a total of 10 large jars. The blood of a 4th-tier dragon contained rich spiritual power, making it a top-tier material for alchemy and body refining. Fang Ze had seen several recipes requiring dragon blood in the inheritance of the Dan Ding true person, which would be useful in the future. The demon beast meat was cut into large pieces and categorized properly. The meat of the dragon contained a large amount of spiritual energy, which could rapidly enhance the cultivation of demon beasts that consumed it. Fang Ze set aside a portion for the Ice Maiden and the golden boy, while feeding the remainder entirely to the gold-eating worms. The worms, catching the scent of dragon meat, erupted into a frenzy. 30,000 worms swarmed up, encircling the dragon meat and devouring it madly. Even the 2nd-tier gold-eating worms didn't have the luxury of fear, rushing forward to snatch the food. Fang Ze noticed that several 3rd-tier gold-eating worms showed a significant increase in their internal spiritual power after consuming the dragon meat. The dragon's might contained within the meat had a special stimulating effect on insect-type demon beasts, accelerating their advancement. It seems I should feed them more high-tier demon beast meat in the future, Fang Ze thought to himself. The last to process was the demon core. The ice dragon's demon core was the size of a fist, entirely icy blue. The demon core contained the essence of the ice dragon's lifelong cultivation, exuding an overwhelming spiritual power that was shocking. Holding it in his hand, Fang Ze could feel a bone-chilling force surging from the core. A mid-4th-tier demon core, Fang Ze examined closely. If given to the Ice Maiden, it could help her break through to mid-4th tier. If given to the Golden Boy, it would increase his chances of advancing to 4th tier. However, the Golden Boy is of the Gold attribute. Consuming an Ice attribute demon core would be less effective. He pondered for a moment, storing the demon core away for now without making a decision. The Ice Maiden leaned closer, gazing longingly at the demon core, yet she didn't ask for it. She understood that her master had his own plans. Fang Ze patted her head, saying, "Don't worry, after the Golden Boy breaks through to 4th tier, this demon core might just be yours." The Ice Maiden nodded, a flicker of joy flashing in her eyes. The Golden Boy, hearing this from afar, felt a warmth in his heart, yet retorted, "Who says she has to wait? I can break through myself." The Ice Maiden shot him a glance and blew another breath. A wave of cold air erupted at the Golden Boy's feet, forming a beautiful ice flower. The Golden Boy jumped up. "Stinky Ice Maiden, you're at it again." The Ice Maiden's lips curled slightly as she turned and walked away. A day later, as the dragon egg was about to hatch, Fang Ze was watering the embryonic fruit trees in the spiritual field. A crisp cracking sound came from a corner. Fang Ze set down the watering can and hurried over. The dragon egg lay in a soft nest of spiritual grass, with a fine crack appearing on the shell. The crack grew larger, accompanied by a faint tapping sound from within the egg. Crack, crack. The eggshell finally broke open, revealing a damp little head poking out from inside. The little dragon was entirely icy blue, with soft scales that clung wetly to its body. Its eyes were large, with deep blue pupils that seemed to sparkle like stars. Atop its head were two tiny bulges, indicating the impending growth of dragon horns. The little dragon glanced around, spotting Fang Ze, and let out a tiny call. "Ing!" Fang Ze was momentarily stunned. This sound was completely different from its parents'. The ice dragon's roar could shatter rocks, yet this little creature's cry was akin to that of a kitten. The little dragon struggled to crawl out of the eggshell, stumbling as it made its way toward Fang Ze. Its limbs were still soft, tripping over itself every few steps, yet it persisted in getting back up and continuing. Fang Ze squatted down, extending his hand. The little dragon rubbed its damp head against his finger, letting out another ing. Initial second tier. Fang Ze examined the little dragon's cultivation with some surprise. Born at the second tier, no wonder it's the offspring of a fourth tier dragon. He took out a second tier spirit fruit and offered it to the little dragon. The little dragon sniffed and swallowed it in one bite, then looked up at him, mouth wide open, clearly wanting more. Fang Ze fed it several more, and only then did the little dragon yawn in contentment and curl up asleep in his palm. Ice Maiden, Fang Ze called out. The Ice Maiden floated over from a distance, looking down at the little dragon in Fang Ze's palm. In the future, it will be your responsibility. Fang Ze handed the little dragon to the Ice Maiden. It's of the ice, a tribute matching your own. Teach it to cultivate and don't let it be bullied by other demon beasts. The Ice Maiden carefully accepted the little dragon, cradling it in her hands. The little dragon slept soundly, completely unaware that it had changed guardians. The Ice Maiden gazed at it, her third eye blinking, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. She gently blew a breath, enveloping the little dragon in a soft, cold air to ensure it slept even more soundly. The golden boy leaned over, curiously observing the little dragon. So small, so ugly. The Ice Maiden shot him a glare. The golden boy shrank his neck and mumbled, "I'm just speaking the truth." The young snow charm fox was also entrusted to the Ice Maiden's care. The two little foxes were slightly larger than the little dragon, their fluffy white bodies curled up together, sleeping soundly. One of them, smaller in stature, had a tuft of silvery white fur on its forehead, faintly glowing under the spiritual light. The Ice Maiden placed the little dragon and the snow charm fox together, using her cold energy to build them a small nest. The little dragon felt the warmth and nuzzled closer to the little fox, continuing to sleep. The Ice Maiden crouched by the nest, watching the three little ones, a rare softness showing in her eyes. The golden boy stood at a distance watching this scene, feeling a bit sour inside. Previously, the Ice Maiden only played with him, and now, with the little dragon and the little fox around, she likely wouldn't have time for him. He huffed and turned to count spirit stones. After Fang Ze finished all his tasks, he sat cross-legged by the spiritual field, beginning to plan his upcoming cultivation. The embryonic fruit trees would mature in a year, yielding 6 fruits. The Qiyang grass and Yuan Ling flowers would also require some time to mature. The golden boy needed 4th-tier gold attribute resources. The town sea ape needed time to break through. The Mo Jiao needed to be tamed. There were many matters at hand, but there was no need to rush. Fang Ze took a deep breath and planted another batch of freshly grown Qiyang grass seeds in the spiritual field. Then he began to cultivate diligently in the spatial realm. The flow of time within the space is 100 times faster than that of the outside world. Fang Ze sat cross-legged in the closed-door room, while a year passed outside. A century had already elapsed within the space. During this century, he hardly left the space. All his time was devoted to cultivation. The fruit trees in the spiritual field grew increasingly lush. The trunks are of purple gold, the leaves are emerald green, and 6 fruit, the size of fists, hang from the branches. The fragrance of the fruit is so rich that it fills the entire space. The golden boy squatted under the tree, staring up at the fruits, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. The ice girl stood at a distance, her third eye slightly blinking, observing the golden boy's greedy expression, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Don't look, they aren't ripe yet." Fang Ze walked over and patted the golden boy's head. The golden boy wiped his mouth and asked, "Master, how long will it take?" "Today." Fang Ze squatted down to check the ripeness of the fruit. The skin changed from golden to amber, the surface's patterns completely unfolded, and the fragrance condensed, no longer wafting out. "This is the sign of ripeness." He reached out and picked the first chi baby fruit. The fruit felt warm to the touch, with a thin layer of oil on its surface, smooth and slippery. Fang Ze leaned closer to smell it. The fragrance had already subdued, and only by bringing it to his nose could he catch a hint of sweetness. After picking all 6 fruits, Fang Ze placed them into a jade box and sealed it with a spiritual talisman. The chi baby fruit is a 4th-grade spiritual fruit with extremely high requirements for preservation conditions. Ordinary storage bags cannot preserve it, or it must be kept in a specially made jade box, or else its medicinal properties will quickly dissipate. The golden boy gazed longingly at the jade box, hesitating to speak. Fang Ze saw through his thoughts and asked, "Want to eat?" The golden boy nodded. "This is a 4th-grade spiritual fruit. If you eat it, you can break through to the 4th level. However, the best way to use the chi baby fruit is to refine it into a chi baby pill. Taking it alone will diminish its effects. The chi baby pill requires the chi baby fruit, along with a primary ingredient, the jade spirit ginseng." Jade spirit ginseng. The golden boy tilted his head. A 4th-grade low-tier spiritual herb, used mainly for concocting healing pills, Fang Ze explained. During the process of forming the nascent soul, there will be a tribulation. After transcending the tribulation, one might suffer severe injuries, and the jade spirit ginseng can facilitate quick recovery. Taking the chi baby fruit alone, the probability of breaking through to the nascent soul is only 20%. Refining it into a chi baby pill can increase that probability to 40%. The golden boy nodded, appearing to understand. Fang Ze looked at him and smiled. But you are already at the peak of the 3rd level, very close to the 4th level. For you, the chi baby fruit is just a large influx of spiritual energy, and you don't need the jade spirit ginseng. If you want to eat it, go ahead. The golden boy's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Fang Ze opened the jade box and handed a chi baby fruit to the golden boy. The golden boy carefully held the fruit in both hands and took a cautious bite. The fruit flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm force surging into his body. His eyes widened instantly and his little face flushed red. So powerful spiritual energy. The golden boy did not hesitate, swallowing the entire fruit in a few bites, sitting cross-legged on the ground, beginning to circulate his energy. The ice girl walked over and stood beside Fang Ze, looking down at the golden boy. Her third eye blinked slightly with blue light flowing in her vertical pupil, carefully observing the changes within the golden boy. Master, his spiritual energy is surging. The ice girl's voice carried a hint of worry. The bottleneck from the 3rd to the 4th level is quite rigid. Relying solely on a surge of spiritual energy may not be enough to break through. So we still need to prepare for the tribulation. Fang Ze turned and walked towards the edge of the spiritual field. The open area had already been set up with a tribulation gathering array. Over 2 million spirit stones were buried underground in specific positions, interconnected with spiritual threads, forming a massive formation. Once activated, the spiritual energy within 100 miles would converge here. These spirit stones were left over from the ice girl's previous tribulation, combined with those scavenged from the storage bag of Xuanxia, totaling 230,000. Fang Ze checked the formation once more, confirming there were no issues before returning to the golden boy. The golden boy's aura had already risen to the peak of the 3rd level with spiritual energy surging violently through his meridians. His body trembled slightly. The bottleneck appeared. The golden boy gritted his teeth, guiding all the spiritual energy to strike at the bottleneck. Once, twice, 3 times. Each strike made his body tremble violently, but the bottleneck remained unmoved. Golden boy, eat another one. Fang Ze took out the 2nd chi baby fruit. The golden boy received the fruit and swallowed it in 2 bites. The new spiritual energy surged into his body like a flood rushing into a river, painfully stretching his meridians. He endured the excruciating pain, guiding this new power to strike at the bottleneck once more. Crack! A crack appeared on the bottleneck. The golden boy felt a surge of joy in his heart and urged his spiritual energy even more fervently. The crack grew larger and deeper, finally shattering completely on his 9th strike. The bottleneck at the peak of the 3rd level was broken. The golden boy's aura began to surge. 3rd level half-step into the 4th level, 4th level. The sky suddenly darkened. Fang Ze looked up. A large expanse of dark clouds appeared out of nowhere in the void above the space, with lightning snakes swirling within and purple arcs darting through the clouds. The scale of the tribulation was slightly smaller than that of the ice girl, but it was still terrifying. The golden boy stood up, emitting a faint golden light all over his body. His body began to undergo changes. He grew taller, transforming from a 4 or 5-year-old child into a 12 or 13-year-old youth. His features became more defined, with a touch of heroism in his brows and eyes. A head of golden hair shone brilliantly under the reflection of the lightning. The first bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. The heavenly lightning struck the golden shield, erupting with a piercing roar. The shield trembled violently but firmly blocked the blow. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th bolts. The golden boy's defense was straightforward, lacking the flashy techniques of the ice girl. He simply took the hits. Golden shields, golden light barriers, golden armor spells of various defensive spells were cast in succession. His golden elemental spiritual energy excelled in defense. Though the heavenly lightning was fierce, it could not break through his defenses for a while. By the time the 7th bolt of heavenly lightning struck, the golden boy's spiritual energy was already more than half depleted. The golden shield developed cracks, and a bolt of lightning struck through the cracks onto his shoulder, exploding into charred black. The golden boy let out a muffled grunt, gritting his teeth, and continued to channel his spiritual energy. The 8th bolt of heavenly lightning brewed within the clouds, illuminating the entire space, as bright as day. The golden boy took a deep breath, forming seals with his hands. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly, condensing into a ball of golden light in his palms. At that moment, the 9th and 8th bolts of heavenly lightning struck simultaneously, and the golden boy pushed out the golden light in his palm. The golden light collided with the heavenly lightning, creating a thunderous explosion. The heavenly lightning was dispersed by the golden light, transforming into countless tiny arcs that dissipated. The golden boy was also propelled back by the rebound force, landing several yards away with a trickle of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. The dark clouds dispersed and the tribulation ended. The golden boy lay on the ground, gasping heavily. His robe was tattered from the lightning tribulation, with numerous burns across his body, yet the light in his eyes shone brighter than ever. The 4th level he has broken through. The ice girl walked over looking down at him. A hint of relief flashed in her third eye, but her words were unyielding. What do you look like lying on the ground? Get up. The golden boy grunted, struggling to rise and brushing off the dust from his body. He had grown into a youthful figure taller than the ice girl by half a head, yet instinctively shrank his neck in front of her. Master, I have made a breakthrough. The golden boy approached Fang Ze, his voice tinged with excitement. Fang Ze nodded and handed him a healing pill, saying, first stabilize your cultivation. What divine abilities have you comprehended? The golden boy took the pill, swallowed it, and closed his eyes for a moment. Upon opening them, his gaze was filled with joy. The art of turning stone into gold. The art of turning stone into gold. Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. The golden boy nodded, picking up an ordinary stone from the ground and channeling his divine ability. Golden light surged from his palm, enveloping the stone. Moments later, the golden light faded, revealing the stone transformed into an iron ore. From a mundane stone to a first-tier ore. I can convert resources from one tier lower to one tier higher, but it must be ore. The golden boy explained. For instance, a first-tier ore can be converted into a second-tier, and a second-tier can be converted into a third-tier. Currently, I can convert fourth-tier resources to fifth-tier at most, but I can only do it once every 100 years. 100 years. Fang Ze frowned. In terms of space, 100 years. The golden boy hurriedly added, converted to outside time, it means once a year. Converting a third tier to a fourth tier can be done once every 6 months in the outside world. Fang Ze's eyes lit up. Once every 6 months in the outside world for a third tier to a fourth tier, and once a year for a fourth tier to a fifth tier. This meant he could obtain a fourth tier or every 6 months and a fifth tier or every year. A fifth tier or materials for refining celestial treasures. It was unlikely to find even a few in the entire Liuli region. What a divine ability. Fang Ze sincerely praised. The ice girl listening nearby blinked her third eye slightly. Her lips moved, ultimately only uttering 2 words, greedy. The golden boy shot her a glare. You're the greedy one. Your whole family is greedy. My family includes you. The ice girl said expressionlessly. The golden boy was momentarily speechless. Fang Ze ignored the banter between the 2 little ones and took a piece of ore from his storage bag. The ore was the size of a fist, entirely crimson. A third-tier top-grade fire attribute, or known as the red flamestone, which he had found in the lair of a flood dragon. Let's try this. Fang Ze handed the red flame stone to the golden boy, saying, third-tier top-grade, convert it to a fourth tier. The golden boy took the red flame stone, took a deep breath, and activated the art of turning stone into gold. Golden light surged from his palm, enveloping the ore. The ore gradually changed in the golden light. The flame patterns on its surface became more intricate, and its color shifted from crimson to deep red. This process lasted for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. When the golden light dissipated, the red flamestone had transformed into another type of ore. It was dark red all over with fine golden patterns on the surface, and holding it in hand one could feel a more intense fire spiritual power. A fourth-tier low-grade flame heart stone. Fang Ze recognized this type of ore. The flame heart stone is one of the main materials for refining fire attribute spiritual treasures worth a fortune. A fist-sized flame heart stone could fetch at least several 100,000 spirit stones at an auction in Liuli Immortal City. The golden boy's face turned pale. The art of turning stone into gold consumed immense energy, and he had nearly depleted half of his spiritual power. Not bad. Fang Ze patted his shoulder, saying, rest well. From now on, every 6 months in the outside world, I will give you a third tier or to convert. The golden boy's eyes brightened. That's doable. But master, can I keep this or? Of course. Fang Ze handed the flame heart stone to him. The golden boy cradled the flame heart stone in his hands, unable to part with it, his small face brimming with a satisfied smile. The ice girl watched his expression and shook her head, greedy. This time the golden boy did not retort, instead hugging the flame heart stone as he walked aside, finding a clean stone to sit on and turning the ore over and over. The golden boy spent half a month stabilizing his cultivation. During this time, Fang Ze did not idle either. He took stock of the resources in the space and planned his upcoming cultivation schedule. The number of gold-eating worms had recovered to 28,000. Over 10,000 had perished in the last battle, but they had bred another batch in the last 6 months, still short of the peak number of 30,000. The number of third-tier gold-eating worms had increased to 180, with over 10 already reaching the pinnacle of third tier. They can undergo the fourth-tier tribulation. Fang Ze looked at those perfectly evolved third-tier gold-eating worms and calculated in his heart, but undergoing tribulation consumes too much. Each gold-eating worm requires at least several 100,000 spirit stones for the spirit-gathering formation to undergo the fourth-tier tribulation. 180 means tens of millions of spirit stones. How could I have that many? He shook his head, temporarily suppressing this thought. The potential of gold-eating worms is limited. Ordinary gold-eating worms can only reach the third tier at best. However, they can enhance their potential by devouring the flesh and blood of demon beasts. After the ice flood dragon's corpse was consumed by them, many gold-eating worms had their potential enhanced. Let's hold off for now and wait until there are more spirit stones. Fang Ze also checked the red sungrass and the yuan spirit flower. Both types of spiritual herbs were growing well in the space. The red sungrass had reached 500 years of medicinal age, just 3 years away from its 800-year maturation period in the outside world. The yuan spirit flower was the same. No rush. Fang Ze watered the spiritual herbs and turned to check the fruit-bearing tree. 6 fruits had been harvested, leaving 4 still hanging on the branches. Fang Ze did not plan to harvest any more, allowing them to continue growing on the tree. The fruit retains its potency for a longer time when kept on the tree. In the days that followed, Fang Ze began a long period of closed-door cultivation. The flow of time in the space was 100 times faster than in the outside world. 1 year outside equated to 100 years within. His daily life was quite simple: cultivating, refining pills, checking spiritual herbs, and guiding the Golden Boy and Ice Girl. Cultivation was his main focus. With his 5-element waste spiritual root, his aptitude was evident, and without pills to assist, his cultivation speed was astonishingly slow. The amount of spiritual energy Fang Ze absorbed each day was less than half that of an ordinary 3 spiritual roots cultivator. He could only rely on time. Others cultivated for a year, he cultivated for 100. Fortunately, the space granted him this capital. In the first 100 years, Fang Ze's cultivation steadily progressed from the late golden core stage, drawing ever closer to the golden core perfection. In the second 100 years, he made his first attempt to break through the golden core perfection bottleneck. The spiritual power circulated within him for 9 cycles, gathering into a torrent that crashed against the bottleneck. The bottleneck remained unmoved, and he was instead jolted back, blood and chi surging. Not enough. The spiritual power isn't pure enough. Fang Ze did not force it, stopping to refine his spiritual power. He gradually expelled the pill poison from his body, using his spiritual power to repeatedly wash his meridians until the spiritual power was as pure as mountain spring water. In the third 100 years, he made his second attempt at the bottleneck. This time was slightly better than the first. A fine crack appeared on the bottleneck, but he had still not broken through. Fang Ze did not lose heart, continuing to refine his spiritual power, while also starting to refine the red sun pill and yuan spirit pill. The red sungrass and yuan spirit flower had matured over these 300 years. Fang Ze refined the red sungrass into red sun pills, a third-tier top-grade pill that had remarkable effects for late golden core cultivators. He refined the yuan spirit flower into yuan spirit pills, a third-tier premium pill that assisted golden core perfection cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks. Together, he refined a dozen batches of pills with a stable success rate of about 10 to 20%. Fang Ze swallowed a nascent soul pill and launched his third attempt to break through the bottleneck. Its medicinal energy transformed into a clear, gentle current flowing along his meridians into his dantian. This energy did not assault the bottleneck with brute force. Instead, it acted like a lubricant, loosening its rigidity. Seizing the moment, Fang Ze guided all his spiritual energy toward the barrier. Crack! A resonant shatter echoed within his body as his aura surged upward. Golden core latestage. Golden core perfection. He had succeeded. Fang Ze opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. His golden core had grown visibly larger, its surface now radiating a deeper, more restrained luster. His spiritual energy's density had at least doubled, and his divine sense had expanded considerably, approaching the threshold of a nascent soul cultivator. For centuries of arduous cultivation, and even with the aid of a nascent soul pill, I barely pierced golden core perfection. Fang Ze smiled wryly. This 5-element wasted spirit root truly is a curse. He rose and stretched his limbs. For centuries of seclusion had stiffened his body, and his spiritual energy flowed with faint hesitation. He would need time to acclimate to his new realm. Rushing would only invite instability. Meanwhile, Jintong had not been idle over those 4 centuries. Every 6 months he had refined a grade 3 or into a grade 4 specimen. Over 3 years, he had performed this refinement 6 times. 6 grade 4 ores. The first was Flameheart Stone, a grade 4 lower rank fire attribute mineral, already entrusted to Jintong for safekeeping. The second and third were also for attribute Earth Firestone grade 4 middle rank, and Sunflame Jade grade 4 upper rank. Fang Ze carefully stored both, intending to use them later in forging his soulbound artifact. The fourth and fifth ores possessed spatial attributes Voidstone grade 4 lower rank, and Rift Crystal grade 4 middle rank. Though Fang Ze knew little of spatial cultivation, an instinct whispered that these 2 ores would prove invaluable in the future. The sixth ore was Earth attribute, grade 4 upper rank thick Earth Essence Gold. As Fang Ze held the thick Earth Essence Gold, a sudden thought stirred within him. His pendant space ascension. When the space evolved from rank 1 to rank 2, it required a rank 2 Earth attribute mineral. From rank 2 to rank 3, a rank 3 Earth attribute mineral had been needed. Now his pendant space stood at rank 3 peak. Its next ascension to rank 4 would logically demand a rank 4 Earth attribute mineral. Until now he had never found such a mineral, so the ascension remained stalled. But now, with Jin Tong's transmutation art yielding thick earth essence gold, the path forward had finally opened. Fang Ze placed the thick earth essence gold beside the pendant, and extended his spiritual energy into it. The pendant trembled faintly, then emitted a subtle suction that enveloped the ore. Gradually the pendant absorbed the ore's spiritual energy, while the mineral itself shrank steadily. Within moments the thick earth essence gold had diminished by a full circumference, and the pendant's trembling ceased. Fang Ze probed the space with his divine sense. Its area remained unchanged, and its spiritual energy density showed no increase. Yet the pendant's silent feedback was unmistakable. It demanded more. One piece is insufficient. Fang Ze murmured to himself. At least 5, or perhaps even more. He felt no disappointment. Only quiet exhilaration. At least the direction was confirmed. Now came the work of accumulation. Jin Tong could transmute 1 grade 3 ore every 6 months. His task was simply to gather enough grade 3 earth attribute ores, 5 thick earth essence gold specimens, or equivalently refined grade 4 earth attribute minerals. Fang Ze calculated inwardly. Jin Tong requires half a year per transmutation. 5 pieces will take 2.5 years. In 2.5 years, the space would ascend to rank 4. A rank 4 space would host spirit energy dense enough to nurture grade 4 spirit herbs, shelter grade 4 demonic beasts during tribulation transcendence, and even allow him to cultivate safely after forming his nascent soul. Neither the gold-devouring insects nor Fang Ze himself would need to spend millions of spirit stones erecting arrays to survive tribulations. It was worth the wait. He secured the thick earth essence gold and turned his attention to Jin Tong's condition. Jin Tong's cultivation had fully stabilized at early stage rank 4. His form had matured into that of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Golden hair, golden eyes, and striking features. His golden transmutation ability had grown increasingly refined, transmuting a single grade 3 ore now took only the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Bing Nu retained her youthful appearance, her early stage rank 4 cultivation now perfected. Only one step remained before reaching middle stage rank 4. Fang Ze planned to grant her the Ice Serpent's demonic core to facilitate her breakthrough. Mo Jiao remained confined to a remote corner of the space. Over 4 centuries its cultivation had risen from latest stage rank 3 to peak rank 3. Fang Ze had fed it numerous spirit fruits and elixirs, but its loyalty remained incomplete. Occasionally Mo Jiao's gaze drifted toward the spot where the Ice Serpent's corpse lay, its eyes flickering with sorrow. Fang Ze understood its thoughts, a slain consort, imprisonment in chains. No sentient beast would accept such fate without resentment. Yet he had no intention of releasing it, or slaying it. A peak rank 3 Mo serpent properly cultivated would become a formidable rank 4 combat asset. He could not bring himself to destroy it. We shall wait a little longer, Fang Ze mused silently. He stepped out of his seclusion chamber and into the courtyard. Lin Weiner was practicing cultivation there. Her cultivation had reached the apex of foundation establishment early stage. Only one final step separated her from middle stage. Master! Lin Weiner immediately halted her practice and bowed respectfully upon seeing Fang Ze. Well done. You've progressed swiftly, Fang Ze nodded. Any word from Li Qingshan? Lin Weiner shook her head. Senior brother Li returned to Bai Bo Island and has since fallen silent. Elder Tai Yuan says his seclusion proceeds smoothly. He should break through soon. Fang Ze acknowledged with a low hum. Li Qingshan's golden core formation hung in the balance. Success or failure would be decided within the next month or 2. Just as he turned to re-enter his chamber, footsteps approached the courtyard gate. Long Yu pushed open the door, her signature gentle smile gracing her lips. 3 years had passed, and yet this manager of Bai Bo Pavilion remained unchanged. Latest golden core cultivation, scholarly grace and serene composure. No trace of alteration. Brother Fang, 3 years of seclusion. Your gains are substantial indeed. Long Yu's gaze swept over Fang Ze, and a flicker of genuine surprise lit her eyes. Golden core perfection. Fang Ze concealed nothing. His golden core perfection, aura shimmered faintly, palpable yet unobtrusive. At this level, hiding one's strength served no purpose. Long Yue, a latest-stage golden core cultivator, could not fathom his depth, but she sensed he had grown vastly stronger than 3 years prior. A fortunate breakthrough, he replied calmly. Brother Fang's talent is extraordinary. I stand in. Long Yu said, her smile unwavering. Here are your alchemical commissions for the past 3 years, 36 batches in total. All materials are present. Please inspect them. She withdrew a jade box from her storage pouch and handed it to Fang Ze. He accepted it and swept his divine sense across its contents. 36 sets of ingredients neatly arranged. Mostly grade 2 pills with a significant number of grade 3 formulas. No issue. Long Yu exchanged a few pleasantries on trivial matters, then departed. As she crossed the courtyard threshold, her smile softened. Just slightly. Golden core perfection. In just 5 years. From midstage golden core. Long Yu murmured under her breath. Even with pill assistance, this is astonishingly fast. What secret does this young man conceal? She shook her head, suppressed the thought, and quickened her pace away. Fang Ze stood in the courtyard, watching the silhouette of the waning moon disappear. Old Fox still testing the waters, he murmured before turning to enter the closed-door meditation chamber. Closing the door, he entered the space. For years is neither long nor short. 3 years ago, Lin Weiner acquired 7 seedlings of the jade essence mushroom, which although not mature are immensely valuable. Fang Ze planted them knowing they would take another 7 years to mature. At this moment he sat cross-legged in the space with 4 jade slips laid out before him. The jade slips recorded the inheritances of 4 arts related to alchemy, artifact refining, formations, and talismans ranging from 1st to 3rd rank with detailed content sufficient for him to master the golden core stage. The inheritances of talismans and formations were purchased from several shops in Liuli Immortal City, costing over 100,000 spirit stones. 2nd rank inheritances are readily available, but 3rd rank inheritances require some connections which he currently lacks. I've already reached the pinnacle of 3rd rank in alchemy, Fang Ze remarked, picking up the alchemy jade slip and probing with his divine sense for a quick glance. He had refined quite a few 3rd rank pinnacle elixirs, with the Yuanling pill being one of them. The elixir output rate stabilized at 60% with high-grade elixirs appearing occasionally. This level is considered top-notch in Liuli Immortal City, but he knew it wasn't enough. The Jebbing pill is a 4th rank elixir. There exists a vast chasm between 4th and 3rd ranks. The success rate for 3rd rank pinnacle alchemists in producing 4th rank elixirs is less than 10%. He must advance further in alchemy at least to the low-grade 4th rank to have a chance at refining the Jebbing pill. No need to rush. Fang Ze set the alchemy slip down and picked up the artifact refining jade slip. He had the greatest talent in artifact refining. The space contained a large quantity of golden thunder bamboo and golden ash bamboo, ensuring a plentiful supply of spiritual bamboo materials. However, purely using spiritual bamboo to refine magical artifacts lacked sharpness and required the addition of ores. The golden boy's ability to turn stone into gold greatly assisted him in this regard. 2nd rank ores could be transformed into 3rd rank without any waiting time. The golden boy could do this effortlessly. Whatever attribute of or Fang Ze needed, the golden boy could transmute it. The supply of 3rd rank ores was continuous, leading to rapid advancements in his artifact refining skills. In 30 years within the space, Fang Ze rose from a low-grade 3rd rank artifact refiner to a pinnacle 3rd rank. At the low-grade 3rd rank, his success rate in producing low-grade magical artifacts was less than 50%. At the mid-grade 3rd rank, the success rate for mid-grade magical artifacts rose to 60%. At the high-grade 3rd rank, the success rate for high-grade magical artifacts reached 70%. Now at the pinnacle 3rd rank, even the success rate for pinnacle magical artifacts could stabilize above 70%. He had re-refined the Golden Thunder Sword. 3 flying swords were upgraded from low-grade magical artifacts to high-grade with the lightning patterns on the blades, becoming denser, increasing their power several-fold. The golden ash bamboo remained unused for now. Fang Ze planned to wait until his artifact refining skills broke through to the 4th rank before using the 1,000-year golden ash bamboo to refine his natal magical artifact. 4th rank spiritual bamboo paired with a 4th rank artifact refiner would unleash maximum power. Regarding formations and talismans, Fang Ze had only learned the pinnacle of the 2nd rank. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but rather time was insufficient. Alchemy and artifact refining consumed most of his energy, leaving formations and talismans to take a back seat. Only a year has passed in the outside world. Fang Ze calculated the time, realizing the jade essence mushroom needed another 7 years to mature. There are still 6 years. I cannot waste them. He stood up and exited the closed-door chamber. Lin Weiner was practicing in the courtyard. Her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, showing considerable progress. Master Lin Weiner completed her practice and bowed. Has there been any news from the shop recently? Fang Ze asked. Lin Weiner thought for a moment. Elder Taiyuan sent a message saying that senior brother Li has successfully formed his golden core. He is currently consolidating his cultivation at Baibo Island and will return after some time. Fang Ze nodded. With Li Qingshan's successful golden core formation, he gained another helper. Fang Ze inquired about some matters regarding the shops, and after confirming there were no issues, he left Baibo Pavilion, changed into a gray robe, donned a conical hat, and activated his disguise technique. The disguise technique was a spell he mastered in his early years, and now he had practiced it to perfection. His spiritual power flowed through the facial muscles, slightly shifting the bones, transforming his features entirely. With the breath-concealing technique suppressing his cultivation to the early stage of golden core, even acquaintances would fail to recognize him. He stepped into the main street of Liuli Immortal City seeking a larger medicinal shop. What can I help you with, sir? A shop assistant approached with a beaming smile. Fang Ze took out 20 jade vials from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. 2nd rank elixirs, 100 vials, each of Mu Xan Dan Tian Yun Dan and Qing Yuan Dan. All premium quality and the prices are reasonable. The assistant opened one jade vial, poured out a Mu Xian Dan, and examined it carefully. The elixir was smooth and shiny with a faint luster, and a rich fragrance indicating high quality. The assistant's eyes lit up and he hurried to the back to consult the manager. The manager was a middle-aged man with full foundation establishment cultivation. After inspecting the elixirs, he quoted a price. The market price for the second-rank high-grade Mu Xian Dan is 800 spirit stones each. He offered 750. The market price for mid-grade Tian Yun Dan is 500. He offered 450. The market price for low-grade Qing Yuan Dan is 200. He offered 180. Fang Ze didn't bargain. This price is fair for wholesale. A total of over 600,000 spirit stones was made from the 20 vials of elixirs. After leaving the shop, he turned down 2 streets, changed his outfit, and entered another artifact shop. This time he was selling second-rank spirit artifacts. 50 pieces of second-rank spirit artifacts including flying swords, armor, and shields of various types, all refined by him in the space. With above-average quality and reasonable prices. After the shopkeeper inspected the goods, he quoted 300,000 spirit stones. Fang Ze nodded in agreement. For the next half-day, he changed his identity 7 or 8 times, visiting various shops in Liuli Immortals. Elixirs, artifacts, spirit beast materials, spirit herbs, and various resources were sold in batches, each batch small enough not to attract the attention of any single shop. But the total quantity was quite impressive. Occasionally he also sold a few low-grade magical artifacts and third-rank elixirs. By evening Fang Ze returned to the rear courtyard of Baibo Pavilion to tally his spirit stones. 23 million. This was his accumulated wealth. Of course this is only a small part. He had yet to sell all his third-rank resources. Elixirs, artifacts, spirit beast materials, treasures from secret realms combined with the inheritance of the formation master added up to this figure. That's enough. Fang Ze stored the spirit stones in the space, burying them in the spiritual field. 23 million spirit stones are sufficient for the space to operate for 50 years. Just as he was about to enter the closed-door chamber, his brow suddenly furrowed. Someone was tracking him. Fang Ze's divine sense had grown considerably over the past 4 years. Although he had not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage, he was already close to the early nascent soul level. He sensed a faint divine sense locking onto him, following him from the north of the city all the way to Baibo Pavilion. The stalker was very careful, their divine sense intermittent, fearful of being discovered. However, in Fang Ze's perception, these tricks were utterly ineffective. Full golden core. Fang Ze judged in his heart, it's not Rongyu. The aura is off. He did not look back, pushed the door, entered the courtyard, and closed the door. Outside the courtyard, a gray-clad cultivator stood at the street corner, staring at the sign of Baibo Pavilion for a moment before turning and leaving. The gray-clad cultivator entered a shop in the north of the city and went up to the 2nd floor. Master, that person has entered Baibo Pavilion. The gray-clad cultivator bowed respectfully. On a chair on the 2nd floor sat an elderly man with white hair at the early stage of nascent soul, with a stern appearance, dressed in a brocade robe. This person was an elder of the Tianhua sect and nascent soul power in the Liuli Immortal City, known by the title of True Monarch Qian. Baibo Pavilion, that small sect. True Monarch Qian frowned slightly. Yes, the disciple has tracked that person for a day. He sold pills and magical tools in 7 to 8 shops in the city, accumulating at least over 1 million spirit stones. A glint of greed flashed in the gray-clad cultivator's eyes. A scattered cultivator at the early stage of golden core, with so many resources on him, must have great opportunities. True Monarch Qian fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Although Baibo Pavilion is a small sect, it has the backing of the Juqianlanyue sect and an early-stage nascent soul True Monarch Guyu stationed there. However, that old fellow Guyu is on Baibo Island 300,000 miles away, and cannot interfere with matters in the Immortal City. What does Master mean? Keep an eye on him. True Monarch Qian stood up. Wait until that person leaves the Immortal City before taking action. A golden core at the early stage cannot stir up any waves. Understood. The gray-clad cultivator left to carry out the order. True Monarch Qian walked to the window, watching the flow of people in the street with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. What he did not know was that in the backyard of Baibo Pavilion, Fang Ze was using the probing of the golden devouring insect to learn about the stalking cultivator. It should be True Monarch Qian of the Tianhua sect. Fang Ze murmured to himself, daring to covet me with the strength of someone just entering nascent soul. He shook his head, marking this matter in his heart. Now was not the time to act. The other party had a nascent soul cultivator. Although he was not afraid, there was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. He would have plenty of time to deal with these people after breaking through to nascent soul. Fang Ze entered the space and sat cross-legged. For the next few hundred years, he set 3 goals for himself. First, the ice girl would break through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Second, to cultivate the body refinement technique Jiao Gu Lian Shinju, to lay the foundation for breaking through to nascent soul. third to sharpen his spirit energy and essence in preparation for breaking through to nascent soul. The Ice Girl's breakthrough came the fastest. She had been stuck at the early stage of the 4th rank for a long time. She had consumed a considerable number of blue frost fruits, and refined more than half of the Ice Jiao's demon core, and the spiritual power within her body had long since reached a bottleneck. When Fang Ze handed the Ice Jiao demon core to her, the Ice Girl's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Master." The Ice Girl took the demon core, cradling it in her hands. She walked to the edge of the volcano and sat cross-legged. The Ice Jiao demon core slowly spun in her palms, and cold air surged from the demon core, resonating with the spiritual power within the Ice Girl. Jin Tong squatted at a distance watching the Ice Girl, holding the demon core, a glint of envy flashing in his eyes. He said nothing, merely silently taking out the flame heart stone from his storage bag and rubbing it back and forth. Fang Ze noticed Jin Tong's small actions and smiled. "Don't worry, once I find suitable resources for the metal attribute, I'll give you some too." Jin Tong snorted, "I'm not in a hurry. Let her break through first. Anyway, I'll surpass her sooner or later." The Ice Girl closed her eyes for 30 years. Finally, she broke through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Her spiritual power density increased more than twice. Jin Tong stood at a distance looking at the figure of the Ice Girl, his mouth opening slightly, ultimately only uttering 2 words: impressive. The Ice Girl turned her head and glanced at him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Jin Tong averted his face and continued rubbing his flame heart stone. After the Ice Girl's breakthrough, Fang Ze began to cultivate the body refinement technique. Jiao Gu Lian Shenju is the body refinement chapter of the foundational technique of the Jiutian Lanue sect, which the sect leader had given him in exchange for the first 4 levels. This technique cultivates the bones, etching dragon patterns on the surface of the bones through the washing of spiritual power. The first level involves etching the first dragon pattern on the surface of the bones. Once the pattern is etched, the density and resilience of the bones increase significantly, so that ordinary swords and blades leave no mark when struck. In the second level, the patterns increase from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 8. When the second level reaches perfection, faint dragon scale patterns will appear on the surface of the bones, making the physical body strength comparable to peak 2nd rank demon beasts. In the third level, the patterns cover the entire bone, penetrating into the marrow. Fang Ze had previously cultivated for a period but only reached the initial stage of the first level. It was not due to his laziness, but rather that cultivating this technique was too painful. Washing the bones with spiritual power was like someone using a hammer to smash the bones, then using spiritual power to piece the fragments back together. Every time he cultivated, he would sweat profusely, gritting his teeth. Now, with the Ice Jiao's essence blood, the situation was different. The essence blood of the dragon contained immense vitality and dragon power, significantly accelerating the strengthening of the bones. Fang Ze extracted more than a dozen bottles of essence blood from the Ice Jiao's corpse, each bottle exuding a rich dragon might. He poured 1 bottle of essence blood into the bath, adding warm water, and sat cross-legged in it. The power within the essence blood seeped into his body through his pores, drilling into his bones. Fang Ze operated Jiao Gu Lian Shenju, guiding this force to wash his bones. Pain surged like a tide. Fang Ze gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The dragon power in the essence blood was far more ferocious than spiritual power. As it washed the bones, it felt like being scraped with a knife, every inch of his bones groaning. Jin Tong squatted at a distance watching Fang Ze's twisted expression and shrinking his neck. "Master seems to be in a lot of pain." The Ice Girl stood at the edge of the volcano, her third eye blinking slightly. "Is there any cultivation that doesn't hurt? You didn't feel this much pain during your tribulation." "Tribulation hurts for a moment. Master hurts for a lifetime." The Ice Girl's voice was very calm. "Otherwise, do you think how the physical body at the 4th rank is achieved?" Jin Tong fell silent. Fang Ze sat in the bath for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, he opened his eyes and let out a breath. A dragon pattern had appeared on the surface of his bones, fine as a hair, shimmering with a faint blue light. The first level was complete. He stood up and moved his muscles and bones. There was a cracking sound from his bones, each one seeming to be reborn. He picked up a 2nd-rank spiritual weapon and lightly grazed it against his arm. The spiritual weapon left only a white mark on his skin, without even breaking the skin. "Not bad." Fang Ze nodded in satisfaction. Next was the 2nd level. The cultivation of the 2nd level was 10 times more painful than the first level. The washing of spiritual power was no longer a simple strike, but required etching more branches on the existing patterns. The patterns increased from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 8, becoming denser and deeper. Fang Ze used bottle after bottle of dragon essence blood. Each cultivation was a torment. Jin Tong and the Ice Girl watched from afar, not daring to approach. The fluctuations of spiritual power emitted while Fang Ze was cultivating were too strong. Demon beasts below the 3rd rank simply could not withstand it. 100 years have passed. Fang Ze's bones were covered with intricate patterns resembling that of a dragon, densely packed. His physical strength now rivaled that of a third-tier demon beast, and ordinary spiritual weapons felt like mere tickles against his body. The third layer. The cultivation of the third layer involves infusing the patterns from the surface into the bone marrow. This step is far more challenging than the previous two layers, requiring precision control rather than brute force. Fang Ze poured the last vial of dragon blood into the bathing tub and sat cross-legged. The power within the blood seeped into his bones, drilling deep into the marrow along the patterns. His consciousness began to blur amidst the agony, yet the flow of spiritual power did not cease. The technique of the dragon bone refining method had already been etched into his consciousness began to blur amidst the agony, yet the flow of spiritual power did not cease. The technique of the dragon bone refining method had already been etched into his instincts. Even with a foggy mind, his body continued to operate according to its prescribed path. The golden boy squatted at a distance, worry etched on his small face. Is the master going to be all right? The ice girl remained silent, her third eye fixed intently on Fang Ze, blue light swirling within her vertical pupil. 150 years have passed. A faint pattern of dragon scales emerged on the surface of Fang Ze's bones, marking the completion of the third layer. His physical strength now rivaled that of a peak third-tier demon beast, and even ordinary magical treasures left only shallow wounds on his body. He opened his eyes and stood up from the tub. The dragon blood in the tub had been completely consumed. Over a dozen vials of blood, combined with a large amount of second and third-tier spiritual herbs, had finally yielded the achievement of the third layer's completion. Fang Ze stretched his limbs, hearing a crisp sound from his bones. He clenched his fist and threw a punch, the force shattering a massive boulder 10 zhang away. Such powerful strength, Fang Ze muttered to himself. The dragon bone refining method has 4 layers. The first 3 layers are the foundation, while the 4th layer represents true metamorphosis. Cultivating to the 4th layer grants physical strength comparable to a 4th-tier demon beast able to withstand a full force strike from a nascent soul cultivator. However, training at the 4th layer requires 4th-tier dragon blood, and not just any 4th tier but the peak of the 4th tier or even 5th tier. The ice dragon blood he had on hand was exhausted, making a breakthrough impossible in the short term. That's enough. Fang Ze retracted his fist. The completion of the 3rd layer is sufficient to handle battles in the early stages of the nascent soul. He calculated the time, and nearly 300 years had passed in the space, while only 3 years had elapsed in the outside world. The jade marrow grass still needed 3 years to mature. The birth of the fetus will occur in 3 years. During this time, the golden boy has refined 6 pieces of 4th-tier earth attribute ore. Each piece of thick earth essence gold is the size of a fist. The ore felt heavy in his hand, resonating with the rich spiritual energy contained within. Fang Ze buried the 6 pieces of thick earth essence gold in the center of the spiritual field, and tossed 3 more into the lake. The remaining 3 pieces were buried near the volcano's crater, where the roots of the golden bamboo needed nourishment from earth attribute spiritual energy. The space began to change. The earth shook and the spiritual field expanded in all directions. 40 mu transformed into 80 mu, the new spiritual soil, soft and fertile, emitting a faint spiritual glow. The lake also doubled in size, its surface calm as a mirror with spiritual energy, condensing into mist that gently floated above the water. The concentration of spiritual energy in the sky surged. 3rd tier premium, 4th tier, low-grade 4th tier, mid-grade 4th tier, high-grade 4th tier premium. Fang Ze took a deep breath. The spiritual energy surged into his body, flowing through his meridians, each pore rejoicing. The concentration of 4th tier premium spiritual energy is dozens of times stronger than that of the outside world. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to a month outside. Just as I suspected. Fang Ze murmured to himself, this space doesn't necessarily require me to increase my cultivation level for it to upgrade. Finding materials will suffice. He tried burying spirit stones in the spiritual field. With 400,000 spirit stones buried, the spiritual field remained still. 1 million and the spiritual field emitted a faint glow. 2 million and the spiritual light intensified somewhat. 3 million and the spiritual light stabilized. It wasn't until nearly 520 million spirit stones were buried that the spiritual field finally stopped absorbing. Fang Ze frowned. Upgrading the space was a good thing, but the maintenance cost had also increased several times. Previously, 40,000 spirit stones sufficed each year. Now it required 520,000. He had over 20 million spirit stones on hand, which seemed like a lot, but it was only enough for the space to operate for 4 years. Just as I suspected. Fang Ze calculated in his heart, although the space upgrade is a significant advantage, if my ability to earn spirit stones doesn't keep up, it will be in vain. Upgrading to a 4th tier space in the early stages of the golden core would be fatal. Now that I have reached the peak of the golden core, my ability to earn spirit stones has greatly increased, barely allowing me to sustain it. He buried all the remaining spirit stones in the spiritual field, a total of 18 million spirit stones, enough for the space to operate for 3.5 years. 3.5 years is sufficient. The concentration of spiritual energy in the space reached the level of 4th tier premium, with the greatest benefit being the ability to transcend tribulation without needing spirit stones. The spiritual energy required for the fourth-tier tribulation could be provided by the space itself. The golden devouring insect can accelerate the ascent to fourth tier, and the golden boy and ice girl do not need fourth-tier resources. They can continue to break through by absorbing spiritual power. Meanwhile, in the Lioli Immortal City, a gray-clad cultivator stood in a tea house opposite the Bai Bo Pavilion holding a teacup while his gaze remained fixated on the entrance of the pavilion. His name was Zhao Hua, the grand disciple of the Red Flame True Monarch from the Tianhua sect with the cultivation of a complete golden core. 3 years ago he had followed Fang Ze to the Bai Bo Pavilion and had been keeping watch nearby ever since. 3 years had passed and that gray-robed loose cultivator had not appeared again. Zhao Hua had considered entering the Bai Bo Pavilion to inquire, but he did not dare. Although the Bai Bo Pavilion was a small shop, it was backed by a nascent soul cultivator, and he being a complete golden core lacked the courage to cause trouble inside. Could that person have left the immortal city? Zhao Hua wondered. Impossible, I've been watching day and night and I haven't seen him come out. He set down his teacup, exited the tea house, and stepped once more into the Bai Bo Pavilion. Lin Weiner was organizing pills behind the counter. 3 years had passed and her cultivation had reached the peak of mid-foundation establishment, her movements exuding a newfound steadiness. What does the honored guest need? Lin Weiner glanced at Zhao Hua, cursing inwardly. This person had come dozens of times in the past 3 years, always looking around, clearly not here to make a purchase. Zhao Hua casually pointed to a few bottles of pills paid with spirit stones, and cast a glance toward the rear courtyard of the shop. The back door was tightly closed, revealing nothing. Where's the shopkeeper? Zhao Hua casually asked. The shopkeeper is in seclusion. Lin Weiner responded flatly, if the honored guest has any matters you can speak with me. Nothing, just asking, Zhao Hua said as he collected the pills and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Bai Bo Pavilion, he took a deep breath and retrieved a communication jade talisman from his storage bag. Master, that person is still in the back courtyard of the Bai Bo Pavilion, never having come out. Moments later, the voice of the Red Flame True Monarch came from the jade talisman. Continue to keep watch. 3 years have passed, so I don't mind waiting a few more years. Understood. Zhao Hua put away the jade talisman, returning to the tea house to continue watching the entrance of the Bai Bo Pavilion. What he did not know was that in the underground seclusion chamber of the Bai Bo Pavilion's back courtyard, Fang Ze was observing his every move through the perception of the golden devouring insect. Still watching, Fang Ze shook his head. When I emerge from seclusion, you'll be the first to deal with. In the space, Fang Ze began a new round of seclusion. This time his goal was to break through to the 4th stage of physical cultivation. With the 3rd layer of the Jiaogu Lian Shenju perfected, his physical strength was already comparable to that of a peak 3rd stage demon beast. Above that is the 4th layer, the transformation into a flood dragon. The key to the 4th layer is the transformation of bone patterns from quantitative change to qualitative change. The patterns are no longer merely etched on the surface of the bones. They must integrate with the bone marrow to form true flood dragon bones. At this stage of cultivation, the physical strength is comparable to that of a 4th stage demon beast, able to withstand a full force attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, the practitioner can briefly transform into a flood dragon utilizing its physical form in battle. Fang Ze sat cross-legged by the volcano's mouth, consuming dragon scale fruits, while guiding spiritual energy to wash over his bones. The concentration of top-tier 4th stage spiritual energy accelerated his cultivation speed several times. Spiritual energy surged from all directions, seeping into the bones and drilling deep into the marrow along the patterns. The pain remained excruciating, but Fang Ze had already grown accustomed to it. 100 years passed. The flood dragon scale patterns on the surface of the bones became denser, transforming from faint shadows into solid lines. Fang Ze clenched his fists and a dragon's roar echoed from within his bones. 200 years passed. The patterns penetrated the marrow and the bones changed from white to a pale blue. Fine scale patterns emerged on Fang Ze's skin, resembling the nascent form of flood dragon scales. 300 years passed. Crack! A sound of fracturing echoed from within the bones. It was not the bones breaking, but the shackles of the old bones shattering. The new bones were reborn upon the foundation of the old, denser, harder, and stronger. Fang Ze opened his eyes, a glimmer of blue light flashing within. He stood up and stretched his limbs. The sound of crackling echoed from his bones, each bone containing explosive power. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. The punch transformed into a blue flood dragon shadow, roaring forth and crashing into the rock wall 100 feet away. The rock wall exploded, creating a deep hole several feet wide with debris flying. 4th stage. Fang Ze murmured. The body has broken through before the cultivation level did. He tried to operate his technique and the spiritual energy within resonated with his bones. The flood dragon patterns glowed with blue light and his body began to change. Blue scales emerged on his skin, his fingers transformed into sharp claws, and a thick tail sprouted from behind. Semi-dragon transformation. This is the divine ability of the fourth layer of the Jiao Gu Lian Shinju. The practitioner can briefly transform into a flood dragon using its physical form in battle. Although it cannot compare to a true flood dragon, both defense and strength far exceed that of a human form. Fang Ze maintained the semi-dragon form for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, consuming more than half of his spiritual energy. He dissipated the divine ability and returned to human form. With this, transcending the nascent soul thunder tribulation should be much easier. At this moment, the Yu Sui Ji finally matured. Fang Ze was currently watering the Jing Ying fruit tree in the spirit field. That small white mushroom had grown into a spirit herb a foot tall with 7 golden patterns on its cap. With 1,000 years of medicinal age, it was a low-grade 4th stage. Fang Ze carefully dug out the Yu Sui Ji and packed it in a jade box. He approached the Jing Ying fruit tree and plucked 4 fruits. Fang Ze took out 1 Jing Ying fruit, 1 Yu Sui Ji, and several other auxiliary spiritual herbs, beginning the alchemical process. The difficulty of refining 4th stage pills far exceeds that of the 3rd stage. Just preheating the alchemy furnace took 3 days. The control over the herb's heat needed to be precise to the tiniest detail, as any carelessness could lead to an explosion. The first furnace exploded. The herbs turned to ashes in the furnace, causing Fang Ze to wince in pain. 1 Jinging fruit, 1 Yu Sui Ji, and hundreds of thousands of spirit stones just vanished like that. The second furnace exploded again. Fang Ze's face turned dark. He paused to carefully examine every step. The herb ratios were fine, the heat control was fine, and the furnace temperature was also fine. Where was the problem? He pondered for a day and night before finally realizing. His divine sense was insufficient. Refining 4th stage pills requires 4th stage divine sense. Although his divine sense was close to the initial stage of nascent soul, it ultimately fell short. That little bit of difference made all the difference. Fang Ze did not rush to refine the 3rd furnace, but first focused on honing his divine sense. He sat cross-legged, operating the Ling Yen Jin Jing technique, spreading his divine sense outward. Inch by inch, yard by yard, the range covered by his divine sense slowly expanded. 10 years passed in the space. Fang Ze's divine sense finally broke through that invisible threshold, reaching the initial stage of nascent soul. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in his gaze. The 3rd furnace. The alchemy furnace was preheated, the herbs were added, the heat was controlled, and the divine sense monitored. Each step was now several times more precise than the previous 2 attempts. The herbs fused, refined, and took shape in the furnace. 3 days later, a light sound echoed from the furnace. Fang Ze opened the furnace, and a smooth, round pill lay at the bottom. Jinging Dan. Next, he refined another furnace, successfully producing 3 pills this time. Out of 4 furnaces, 2 succeeded, yielding a total of 4 pills. Fang Ze stored the pills in a jade vial and sighed, truly difficult to refine. He checked the communication jade slip at the entrance of the cave, finding no new messages. The alchemical tasks at the shop had not increased, and Lin Weiner handled it well. I can enter seclusion to challenge the nascent soul now. Fang Ze sat cross-legged in the center of the spirit field, surrounded by 80 acres of spirit field and 80 acres of lake. The concentration of top-tier 4th stage spiritual energy filled the entire space with spiritual mist, and he could feel the spiritual energy circulating within him with every breath. He took out 2 Jing Dan and placed them before him. Crushing the pill to give birth is the first step from golden core to nascent soul. Fang Ze took a deep breath and swallowed 1 Jing Dan. As the pill entered his abdomen, its power dissolved, transforming into a warm current surging into his dantian. The warm current enveloped the golden core, slowly penetrating it. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden core, increasing in number and density. Crack! The golden core shattered and fragments floated within the dantian. Fang Ze guided the spiritual energy to envelop the shards, compressing and merging them bit by bit. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, the fragments gathered, forming a vague human outline. The outline became clearer with features, limbs, and torso. A miniature Fang Ze took shape within the dantian, the nascent form of the nascent soul. Just as Fang Ze was about to continue guiding the spiritual energy into the nascent soul, his vision suddenly darkened. The inner demon had arrived. He found himself standing in a desolate wasteland, surrounded by boundless darkness. From the darkness emerged a person identical to him, but with an aura of malevolence in his eyes. You are me? The inner demon spoke, its voice hoarse. Fang Ze remained silent. The inner demon laughed. You are me. Your greed, your ruthlessness, your schemes, they are all my nourishment. Do you think you can defeat me? Fang Ze still did not respond, merely gazing quietly at the inner demon. The inner demon's smile gradually froze. Why aren't you speaking? Because you are too weak. Fang Ze finally spoke, his voice calm. I have killed more people than you have ever seen. The paths I have walked are longer than you can imagine. What qualifications do you have to be my inner demon? The inner demon's expression changed. Fang Ze took a step forward. As he stepped forward, the wasteland beneath him began to collapse and the darkness started to recede. The inner demon's body melted in the light, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. You! The inner demon did not have time to utter the last words before it completely vanished. Fang Ze opened his eyes and the nascent soul in his dantian had already taken shape. The aura of initial stage nascent soul surged from within him, dispersing the spiritual mist in the spirit field, and causing waves to rise in the lake. The Ice Maiden and the Golden Boy ran from a distance, standing by the edge of the spirit field watching Fang Ze. Master has broken through! The Golden Boy exclaimed excitedly. The Ice Maiden said nothing, but a hint of joy flashed in her third eye. Fang Ze looked up at the sky. Dark clouds gathered above denser than when the Ice Maiden and the Golden Boy faced their tribulations. Lightning snakes surged within the clouds' violet arcs, weaving through the layers emanating an aura of destruction. The nascent soul tribulation 9 bolts of heavenly thunder. The first bolt struck down. Fang Ze did not use any magical artifacts or cast any spells. He stood his ground, allowing the heavenly thunder to strike him. The lightning exploded around him, blue scales emerging from beneath his skin, shielding him from the onslaught. As the heavenly thunder dissipated, Fang Ze remained unscathed. The second, third, fourth bolts. He endured them all with his physical body. The dragon bone within him grew more resilient under the refining of the lightning, the patterns on his scales becoming increasingly dense. With each bolt of thunder that struck, his body grew stronger. By the time the 7th bolt fell, Fang Ze's lips bled slightly. Though his body was strong, the power of the nascent soul tribulation was not to be trifled with. He wiped away the blood and continued to endure. The 8th bolt of heavenly thunder. Half his body was enveloped in lightning, several scales, shattered blood, seeping from the cracks. He gritted his teeth, refusing to take a step back. The 9th bolt of heavenly thunder brewed within the clouds. Its power was more terrifying than the combined force of the previous 8 bolts. Fang Ze took a deep breath and activated the dragon bone refining technique. His body began to change. Dense blue scales appeared on the surface of his skin. His fingers transformed into sharp claws, and a thick tail sprouted from behind. Half-dragon transformation. The 9th bolt of heavenly thunder struck. Fang Ze did not evade charging Hedon. His claws tore through the lightning and his tail scattered the arcs. The thunder exploded upon him, most of his scales, shattered, blood gushing from his wounds. Yet he held firm. The dark clouds dissipated and sunlight poured down. Fang Ze stood at the center of the spiritual field, covered in wounds, yet the light in his eyes shone brighter than ever. The nascent soul had formed. The little figure in his dantian sat cross-legged, features, clear limbs intact, identical to him. Spiritual power circulated around the nascent soul, its richness surpassing that of a golden core by more than 10-fold. The Ice Maiden and the Golden Boy rushed over, supporting Fang Ze from either side. Master, are you all right? The Golden Boy's voice trembled with emotion. I want die. Fang Ze smiled slightly, taking out a jade spirit mushroom and swallowing it. He sat cross-legged, beginning to stabilize his early nascent soul cultivation. The Ice Maiden and the Golden Boy stood vigil by his side, never leaving. After stabilizing his cultivation, Fang Ze refined 2 spiritual treasures obtained from the Shen Formation's master. Changing into a simple blue robe, he suppressed his cultivation to the late golden core stage, concealing all traces of his nascent soul aura. The spiritual eye technique operated slightly within his sea of consciousness. He did not release his divine sense to probe, but merely scanned the sides of the street with peripheral vision. Outside the Bai Bo Pavilion in the Lioli Immortal City, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators whispered among themselves at a tea stall, one of whom had a Tianhua sect insignia hanging from his waist. They appeared to be chatting casually, yet their gazes occasionally drifted towards the entrance of the Bai Bo Pavilion. Fang Ze's lips twitched slightly. He had already stayed inside the pavilion for 7 days, and during these days Lin Weiner would report the outside situation to him daily. The inquiries from the Tianhua sect about Elder Fang had increased in frequency, from asking every few days initially to now coming 3 times a day to linger outside the Bai Bo Pavilion. In the back courtyard of the shop, Lin Weiner entered holding a pot of spiritual tea. She wore a moon-white long dress, her cultivation firmly established at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and there was an added sense of competence in her demeanor. Master, 2 more groups of people came to inquire about you today. Lin Weiner placed the teacup in front of Fang Ze, her voice lowered. One group is disciples of the Tianhua sect, and the other is unfamiliar faces. Li Qingshan checked and found they are local loose cultivators in Lioli Immortal City, hired by someone. Fang Ze picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was Qingling tea, sold by the shop, light in flavor and thin in spiritual energy, yet he never complained. What did the Tianhua sect inquire about? They asked when Master would leave the Bai Bo Pavilion, and which path Master usually takes back to Bai Bo Island. Lin Weiner's fingers tightened slightly. I followed Master's instructions, and said I didn't know Elder's itinerary, suggesting that Elder might be in seclusion for alchemy. Well done. Fang Ze set down the teacup. You continue to stay at the Bai Bo Pavilion and conduct business as usual for Baozi Trading Company. If anyone inquires about my whereabouts, say that I took on a task for Bai Bo Island and have already returned. Lin Weiner raised her head, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Master, you are going alone. It's more convenient alone. Fang Ze stood up and took out a jade talisman from his storage ring, handing it to her. This talisman holds a divine sense imprint of mine. If you encounter a life-and-death crisis, crush it. Additionally, I left a frost mark from my 4th-tier beast outside the Bai Bo Pavilion. If you are in danger, she will sense it. Lin Weiner took the talisman with both hands and carefully placed it in her storage bag. She did not ask further, only whispering, Master, take care. Fang Ze patted her shoulder, saying nothing more. He turned and walked out of the back courtyard, passing through the main hall of the Bai Bo Pavilion. Hong Yu was sitting behind the counter fiddling with an abacus. Seeing Fang Ze come out, she stood up with a smile. Elder Fang, are you going out? Shopkeeper Hong Yu. Fang Ze nodded slightly, a courteous smile on his face. I have some matters to attend to on Bai Bo Island, so I won't disturb you. Hong Yu's gaze lingered on Fang Ze for a moment, her smile unchanged. Elder Fang, take care. The Bai Bo Pavilion will always welcome you. Fang Ze stepped out of the Bai Bo Pavilion, sunlight pouring onto the cobbled street. He did not look back, heading straight towards the southern gate of Lioli Immortal City. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, his demeanor calm, as if this were merely an ordinary outing. Behind him, the Foundation establishment loose cultivator with the Tianhua sect insignia stood up, taking out a communication talisman and whispering a few words. Fang Ze's divine sense captured all of this. He exited the southern gate of Lioli Immortal City, summoning a cloud of fire and soaring towards Bai Bo Island. The speed of the fire cloud was controlled at a normal level for a golden core cultivator, neither fast nor slow, perfectly matching the escape speed of an ordinary golden core practitioner. Bai Bo Island lay to the southeast of Lioli Immortal City, approximately 300,000 miles away. After flying 50,000 miles, Fang Ze's divine sense caught two auras at the edge of its range. One was 20 miles behind him at the perfect golden core stage, its escape speed slightly faster than his closing. The other was concealed further away, about 50 miles out at the initial nascent soul stage, its aura well concealed. If not for Fang Ze's divine sense being comparable to the mid-nascent soul stage, he might not have detected it. A faint smile appeared on Fang Ze's lips. Qi Yanjun Jun, the ancestor of the Tianhua sect, a practitioner at the initial nascent soul stage. The one following him at the perfect golden core stage should be Zhao Hua, that person who had been watching him outside the Bai Bo Pavilion for half a month. One was pursuing boldly while the other followed secretly. Fang Ze was all too familiar with this tactic. Letting the golden core disciple test the waters first while the nascent soul practitioner hides in the shadows to observe. If the opponent is weak, the disciple can handle it. If the opponent has hidden strength, the nascent soul practitioner can strike from the dark. This was the way of killing and treasure-seeking in the cultivation world, always the same. Fang Ze did not change his escape speed, continuing to fly forward. He was calculating the distance in his heart. He was already over 100,000 miles away from Lioli Immortal City, and still over 2 million miles from Bibo Island. This sea area was desolate and uninhabited, with not even a decent island in sight, making it an ideal place for killing and burying bones. He did not need to use his divine sense to scan his surroundings, only glancing at the surface of the sea. The azure waters sparkled under the sunlight, occasionally interrupted by a few first-tier seabirds, with even the demon beasts being scarce. In such a place, even battles between nascent soul cultivators would not attract any trouble. After flying for over 400,000 miles, the golden core perfect aura behind him suddenly accelerated. Fang Ze knew without looking back that Zhao Hua had caught up. A crimson escape light shot from behind, curving in an arc and blocking Fang Ze's path 100 zhang ahead. Zhao Hua appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in a crimson robe. He stood on a flaming flying sword, wielding a treasure in each hand. In his left hand was a crimson copper round shield, and in his right hand was a long spear engulfed in flames. Both were high-grade treasures. You must be Fang Ze. Zhao Hua's voice was sharp and grating, carrying an air of condescension. You've been in Lioli Immortal City for so long, I've waited for you, Zhao. Fang Ze halted his fire cloud, looking at him expressionlessly. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Tianhua sect Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua pointed his spear at Fang Ze, the flames at the tip flickering erratically. You sold a large number of pills and treasures in the Immortal City, making quite a fortune. If you hand over your storage ring, I can make it quick for you. Fang Ze did not respond, his gaze calm, as he looked at Zhao Hua as if he were simply staring at a corpse. Zhao Hua felt a chill from Fang Ze's gaze and snorted coldly. Pretending. A latest-stage golden core cultivator dares to act tough in front of me. He stopped wasting words and thrust his fiery spear forward. The flames on the spear surged, transforming into a 10-zhang-long fire python that lunged at Fang Ze with ferocity. Fang Ze raised his hand and patted his beast-controlling pouch. A purple light shot out from the pouch, expanding in the wind. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger spread its wings measuring over 10 zhang in width. Its central vertical eye suddenly opened wide, and a purple beam shot out colliding with the fire python. Boom! The flames and purple light intertwined, and exploded, creating a wave that pressed the sea surface below into a deep depression over 10 zhang. Water splashed everywhere, forming a mist. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger let out a roar, its sound wave rolling, causing the fiery sword under Zhao Hua's feet to tremble slightly. With a flap of its wings it lunged at Zhao Hua, its forepaws generating a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Zhao Hua's throat. Zhao Hua's expression changed slightly, and he raised the crimson copper shield in front of him. The tiger's claw struck the shield, producing a resounding clash, sending sparks flying. Zhao Hua was knocked backward over 10 zhang, his arm going numb. A third-tier perfect demon beast. Zhao Hua steadied himself, greed flashing in his eyes. What a fine beast! If I can subdue it, it would be a great asset. He stopped holding back, forming hand seals with both hands, and the flames around him surged. The flaming spear flew from his hand, splitting into 9 spear shadows in midair, each burning, with intense flames shooting towards the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger from 9 directions. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger folded its wings, its body enveloped in purple light, forming a protective shield around itself. The 9 spear shadows struck the shield, unleashing a barrage of explosive sounds. The shield trembled violently but did not shatter. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hua began chanting incantations, forming a mysterious seal with his hands. The flames around him began to condense and shrink, forming a phantom of a flaming phoenix above his head. The phoenix's wings spread wide, measuring over 20 zhang, exuding a pressure far surpassing the golden core perfect level. Divine power. Fang Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Hua's divine power was formidable, and had already touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm. If an ordinary latest-stage golden core cultivator faced him, they might not be his match. But Fang Ze had no intention of making a move. He patted his beast-controlling pouch once more. 5 silvery white lights flew out, landing on the ground, and transforming into 5 howling moon celestial wolves. They were slightly smaller than the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger, 3 being early-stage 3rd tier and 2 being mid-stage 3rd tier. These had all been cultivated over the years. The 5 howling moon celestial wolves howled to the sky, and the crescent moon marks on their foreheads lit up simultaneously. 5 beams of silvery white light shot from their forehead marks, weaving into a net of light in midair, descending towards Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua's expression changed drastically. He did not have time to finish his divine power. He forcibly urged the phoenix phantom above him to confront the net of light. The phoenix and the net collided, emitting a piercing screech. Flames and the power of moonlight eroded each other, with the net of light being burned through with large holes and the phoenix also being torn apart. Seizing the opportunity, the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger lunged forward, its central eye opening once again. This time the purple beam was more than twice as thick as before, carrying destructive power towards Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua gritted his teeth and activated the crimson copper shield to defend. The purple beam struck the shield, causing the spiritual light on its surface to flicker violently, emitting a resonating hum of bearing excessive load. The 5 howling moon celestial wolves launched their attacks from 5 directions simultaneously. Their claws were infused with the power of moonlight, leaving deep marks on the crimson copper shield with every strike. Zhao Hua was in a dire situation. 6 third-tier demon beasts. Zhao Hua gritted his teeth. How can a mere golden core cultivator control so many third-tier demon beasts simultaneously? Fang Ze did not respond. He stood with his hands behind his back atop the fire cloud, his expression calm, as if this battle had nothing to do with him. A sense of ominous foreboding surged within Zhao Hua. While fending off the demon beast's attacks, he glanced behind him. 50 miles away, a crimson escape light was rushing towards him. The true monarch of Crimson Flame could no longer hold back. Zhao Hua felt a sense of relief and then grinned maliciously. My master is coming, you're doomed. What are 6 third-tier demon beasts? In front of my master, they are nothing but clay dogs. Fang Ze remained silent. His divine sense had already locked onto the true monarch of Crimson Flame. This ancestor of the Tianhua sect wore a crimson gold robe with hair and beard tousled, surrounded by 2 spiritual treasures. One was a flying sword burning with golden flames, and the other was a crimson flag. Both were low-grade spiritual treasures with thick and tyrannical spiritual energy fluctuations. The true monarch of Crimson Flame moved swiftly, covering the 50-mile distance in mere breaths. He stopped 100 zhang away, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Hua, who was besieged by 6 demon beasts, then landing on Fang Ze. This is somewhat impressive. The voice of the true monarch of Crimson Flame was low and hoarse, carrying the unique pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. A golden core early-stage cultivator can command 6 third-tier demon beasts. No wonder you dared to flaunt your resources in Liuli Immortal City. However, this is where it ends. The true monarch of Crimson Flame raised his hand and pointed, causing the golden flame flying sword to hum and transform into a golden streak of light, slicing towards Fang Ze. Wherever the flying sword passed, the air was scorched, creating a vacuum channel, and the sea surface was split by the residual wave of sword energy, forming a crack several dozen zhang long. Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. The power of this sword was indeed much stronger than that of an average early-stage nascent soul. The cultivation method practiced by the true monarch of Crimson Flame was not of low rank, and with 2 spiritual treasures in hand, his combat strength had barely touched the threshold of mid-stage nascent soul. But it was only a touch. Fang Ze raised his hand and patted the beast's taming bag. A burst of golden light flew out from the bag and landed, transforming into a boy of about 15 or 16. The boy wore a golden brocade robe, his features handsome with a hint of arrogance between his brows. He glanced disdainfully at the golden flying sword rushing towards him and curled his lip. A mere low-grade spiritual treasure dares to show off in front of me. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide, and a dazzling golden light ignited in his palm. As the golden flame flying sword approached within 3 feet of his palm, it suddenly stopped. The sword body trembled violently, emitting a piercing hum. The golden flames on the sword body danced wildly, yet it could not advance even an inch. The true monarch of Crimson Flame's expression changed drastically. 4th stage. Mid-stage. Jin Tong clenched his fingers. The golden flying sword let out a mournful wail, and the flames on its body instantly extinguished. The entire flying sword was trapped in midair by an invisible force, unable to move. Jin Tong's divine ability, transforming stone into gold. This ability was not merely about turning stones into gold. At its core, it was an ultimate metal attribute power that could manipulate all metallic objects. Although the golden flying sword of the true monarch of Crimson Flame had been refined through countless processes before Jin Tong, it was merely a piece of metal that could be easily molded. The true monarch of Crimson Flame hurriedly formed a hand seal, trying to retract the flying sword. But no matter how he urged it, the sword remained completely still. Jin Tong tilted his head and looked at him. "Your broken sword isn't even worthy to be a snack for me." He flicked his fingers, and the golden flying sword flew back at a speed even faster than before. The true monarch of Crimson Flame hurriedly activated the Crimson Command Flag, setting up a flame barrier in front of him. The flying sword collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar, and flames scattered everywhere. The true monarch of Crimson Flame was knocked back several dozen zhang, his face alternating between green and white. A 4th stage bloodline's 4th stage monster. His voice grew heavy. "Who exactly are you?" Fang Ze did not respond. Jin Tong grinned and in a flash appeared before the true monarch of Crimson Flame. His fist, enveloped in rich golden light, struck towards the true monarch's face. The true monarch of Crimson Flame hurriedly activated the Crimson Command Flag, layers of flame barriers gathering in front of him. Jin Tong's fist struck the barrier, shattering 3 layers with one blow. Flame fragments scattered and splashed into the sea, creating a large mist of water. The true monarch of Crimson Flame staggered back repeatedly, his hands hurriedly forming seals. The Crimson Command Flag crackled, releasing dozens of fire serpents that coiled towards Jin Tong. Jin Tong did not dodge, his body glowed with golden light. The instant the fire serpents touched the golden light, they were dispersed, and not even the edges of his clothing were burned. The true monarch of Crimson Flame grew increasingly alarmed. His attacks were completely ineffective against Jin Tong, while each of Jin Tong's punches was heavy and forceful, causing his blood to surge. In just over a dozen exchanges, he was suppressed to the point of having no ability to retaliate. "Damn it!" The true monarch of Crimson Flame gritted his teeth, forming seals with both hands, and the flames around him surged violently. His figure twisted and deformed within the flames, transforming into a streak of crimson light shooting away into the distance. He intended to escape. Fang Ze's lips curled slightly. "Since you came, leave your life behind as a gift for my achievement of the nascent soul." His voice clearly reached the true monarch's ears. In the next moment, the aura around Fang Ze suddenly erupted. The cultivation of early-stage nascent soul was unleashed without reservation, bearing down like a mountain. The true monarch of Crimson Flame's figure froze, turning back to look at Fang Ze, his eyes filled with disbelief. You are a nascent soul cultivator." Fang Ze did not respond. He slapped his storage ring and a black insect bag flew into the air. The bag opened and a cloud of dark insects poured out. It was overwhelming. 28,000 gold-eating bugs flapped their wings, simultaneously producing a buzzing sound like thunder. The cloud of insects blotted out the sky, dyeing the surrounding area of several hundred zhang in dark golden color. The true monarch of Crimson Flame's face turned pale in an instant. He recognized the appearance of those insects. They were fist-sized beetles, entirely dark golden with mandibles gleaming coldly. 4 noticeably larger gold-eating bugs flew at the forefront, each radiating the aura of early 4th stage. These were the gold-eating bugs that had advanced to 4th stage during the tribulation over the years, but the success rate was too low, and out of more than 20, only 4 succeeded. Behind them were over 500 third-stage gold-eating bugs, and further back was a dense swarm of second-stage bugs. Gold-eating bugs. The true monarch of Crimson Flame's voice trembled. He finally understood what kind of person he had provoked. The death of Han Feng from the Sunfire sect and the disappearance of Jin Xuanzi from the 10,000 Array sect were both the work of the person before him. Fang Dao, friend, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The true monarch of Crimson Flame shouted as he frantically urged the escape light. I was blind and offended you, willing to compensate. Whatever you want, just say the word. However, his hand secretly crushed a jade talisman in his sleeve. Fang Ze's divine sense captured this action. The rescue jade talisman. After being crushed, the Sunfire sect would receive a signal knowing that the true monarch of Crimson Flame was in danger. Fang Ze did not stop him. He raised his hand and pointed. The cloud of insects poured down. The true monarch of Crimson Flame let out a loud roar, and the Crimson Command flag frantically waved, setting up dozens of flame barriers around him. The fourth-stage gold-eating bugs were the first to pounce, their mandibles biting at the flame barriers, producing creaking sounds. The flame barriers visibly thinned at a rapid pace, followed closely by the third-stage gold-eating bugs overlapping in layers. The true monarch of Crimson Flame desperately urged his spiritual power. The flame barriers continuously regenerated, but the speed of regeneration was far outpaced by the speed at which the gold-eating bugs devoured. Zhaohua, run! He roared, and the Crimson Command flag suddenly exploded, transforming into countless fragments of flames. The self-detonation of this low-grade spiritual treasure created a gap in the cloud of insects, and Zhaohua seized the opportunity to charge through the gap, fleeing frantically into the distance. Fang Ze glanced at him but did not pay him any mind. A white figure flew out from the beast taming bag, vanishing silently from the spot. Ice Maiden. After breaking through to 4th stage in the spatial realm, her cultivation had reached late 4th stage. This speed made chasing a perfected golden core cultivator merely a matter of blinking. The true monarch of Crimson Flame saw the direction in which the white figure disappeared, a flash of despair crossing his eyes. Fang Ze, if you dare to kill me, the Sunfire sect will not let you go. My senior brother is a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. His words came to an abrupt halt. The swarm of golden devouring insects completely tore apart his fiery barrier, engulfing his entire being. The true monarch of Scarlet Flames let out a piercing scream. His protective spiritual light quickly crumbled under the relentless gnawing of the insects, leaving his flesh riddled with wounds. He attempted to escape with his nascent soul, but as soon as it left his body, 4 4th-tier golden devouring insects surrounded it, trapping his nascent soul tightly. Meanwhile, Zhaohua flew less than 10 miles when he saw a figure standing ahead. A young woman in her 20s donned an ice blue gown, her features as cold as frost. There was a vertical mark at her brow emanating a faint blue light. Zhaohua halted his escape, trembling all over. He recognized this woman. Next to Fang Ze, the 4th-tier ice toad transformed. The Ice Maiden raised her right hand, her slender fingers lightly pointing. Absolute Zero. A beam of faint blue light shot from her fingertips, striking Zhaohua's body. His escape light instantly froze his entire form, maintaining the posture of fleeing, transforming into an ice sculpture. Not even his blood could coagulate, nor could his spiritual power circulate, and he had no time to react with consciousness. Everything froze in an instant. The Ice Maiden flicked her finger, shattering the ice sculpture into countless tiny crystals that fell softly into the sea. Zhaohua's storage ring was lifted by an invisible force and flew back into the Ice Maiden's hand. The Ice Maiden flicked her finger, shattering the ice sculpture into countless tiny crystals that fell softly into the sea. Zhaohua's storage ring was lifted by an invisible force and flew back into the true monarch of Scarlet Flame's flesh had been almost entirely devoured by the golden insects, leaving only a trembling nascent soul surrounded by 4 4th-tier golden devouring insects. The nascent soul was only the size of a fist, its features vaguely recognizable as those of the true monarch of Scarlet Flames. Fang, fellow Taoist, spare my life. The nascent soul emitted a weak voice. I am willing to offer my soul blood, acknowledging you as my master. I beg you to spare me. Fang Ze glanced at him. No need. He waved his hand, and the 4 4th-tier golden devouring insects pounced simultaneously, tearing the nascent soul into pieces. The true monarch of Scarlet Flames has fallen. Fang Ze retracted the swarm of insects and began to clean up the battlefield. The storage ring of the true monarch of Scarlet Flames was preserved by the golden insects, containing not just a large number of spirit stones and elixirs, but also several high-quality magical treasures and a batch of fire attribute spiritual materials. Zhaohua's storage ring also held a considerable amount of items, with over 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones alone. Jin Tong approached, his eyes fixated on the storage ring in Fang Ze's hand. Master, I've made a contribution. He placed his hands on his hips, slightly lifting his chin. That old man's flying sword was controlled by me. He had no chance to resist. What do you want? Fang Ze shot him a glance. Or, Jin Tong's eyes lit up. 4th tier or, preferably, of the metal attribute. Fang Ze pulled out a piece of crimson, or from the true monarch of Scarlet Flame storage ring. 4th tier fire attribute or Qi Yen crystal. Is this acceptable? Jin Tong took the Qi Yen crystal weighted in his hand and pouted. Fire attribute, it's passable. Better than nothing. He stored the Qi Yen crystal in his own pouch. That pouch was specially prepared for him by Fang Ze, filled with various ores and spirit stones. Jin Tong's obsession with these items could only be described as that of a miser. The Ice Maiden stood silently beside them. Her gaze fell upon the jade box in Fang Ze's other hand. Fang Ze opened the jade box, revealing an ice blue fruit inside. A 4th tier blue frost fruit, one of the second batch of fruits, produced by the blue frost fruit tree transplanted from the deep sea crack's secret realm. This is for you. Fang Ze handed the jade box to the Ice Maiden. She received it, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. She didn't say much, merely nodded slightly and stored the jade box carefully. Jin Tong shot her a sidelong glance. Master is biased. She gets the blue frost fruit and I only get a worthless piece of ore. The Ice Maiden shot him a bland look, a wisp of cold air emanating from her fingertip, precisely drilling into the back of Jin Tong's neck. Jin Tong jolted, jumping up. You again. The Ice Maiden expressionlessly withdrew her finger, the corners of her mouth curving into a slight arc. Fang Ze ignored their bickering. He took out another jade box from his storage ring and opened it. Inside was an elixir. Jiang Dan. The storage ring of the true monarch of Scarlet Flames contained many good items, but it lacked Jiang Dan. This Jiang Dan was concocted by Fang Ze himself. He had used one during his own breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, leaving him with 3 remaining. Fang Ze broke the Jiang Dan in half, handing one half to Jin Tong and the other half to the Ice Maiden. What is this? Jin Tong took the half Jiang Dan, momentarily stunned. Jiang Dan. Master, this is for people to consume, right? You have both transformed into forms and your physiques are similar to those of human cultivators. Fang Ze said, the medicinal effect of Jiang Dan is also effective for you. Although it is not as potent as elixir specifically for beasts, it can still enhance your cultivation. Jin Tong carefully stored the half Jiang Dan, unusually not speaking further. The Ice Maiden accepted the elixir, casting a deep glance at Fang Ze as she whispered, Thank you, Master. Fang Ze waved his hand, beginning to deal with the traces of battle. He completely erased the residual auras of the true monarch of Scarlet Flames, and Zhao Hu then instructed the Ice Maiden to unleash a frost across the sea area of several dozen miles, freezing and shattering any traces that could expose information. After completing all this, Fang Ze recalled all the magical beasts, leaving only the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger to carry him towards Baibo Island. He sat atop the tiger's back, closing his eyes in contemplation. The matter with the Tianhua sect was temporarily settled. Although the Jade Talisman for help that the true monarch of Scarlet Flame shattered would alarm the Tianhua sect, it would still take them time to investigate. Moreover, even if they found out without evidence, the Tianhua sect would not dare to act openly against the elders of the Baibo sect. Furthermore, the fall of an early-stage nascent soul ancestor would likely cause more internal upheaval within the Tianhua sect than their external pursuit. No sect would mobilize their entire force for a deceased nascent soul cultivator unless that cultivator possessed something irreplaceable. Fang Ze considered the contents of the true monarch of Scarlet Flame storage ring, noting that there was nothing particularly precious inside. There should not be too much trouble. After flying for 2 days, the outline of Baibo Island finally appeared on the horizon. Baibo Island was the headquarters of the Baibo sect, spanning over 300 miles with rich spiritual energy and a spiritual vein of 4th-tier quality. The Taoist temple of the ancient moon true monarch was located atop Baibo Peak in the center of the island. Fang Ze descended with his escape light outside the island and switched to a small boat, slowly making his way into Baibo Island's harbor. The harbor was guarded by disciples of the Baibo sect, who hurriedly saluted and let Fang Ze pass upon recognizing him. Fang Ze walked all the way to the foot of Baibo Peak, just about to pay respects to the ancient moon true monarch, when he saw Tai Yuan coming down the mountain path. Elder Fang. Tai Yuan quickly approached, a hint of worry on his face. It's good that you're back. Master Ancient Moon has been waiting for you. Waiting for me. Fang Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. What happened? Tai Yuan glanced around, lowering his voice. A major incident has occurred in the sect. The sect leader successfully refined the Jiang Dan but was ambushed by the Yuhua faction during the Tribulation Transcendence, injuring his foundation. Now within the sect, the members of the Yuhua faction are very arrogant and our Beastmaster faction is being heavily suppressed. Fang Ze furrowed his brow. It had only been a little over a decade since he left the Jotian Lanyu sect, yet the situation within the sect had deteriorated to this extent. Let's go meet Master Gu Yu first, Fang Ze said. The two ascended along the mountain path. Baibo Peak was not particularly high, but the spiritual energy was dense with second-tier spiritual trees, lining both sides of the path, their branches and leaves flourishing shading the sky. A few first-tier spirit monkeys frolicked among the treetops. Upon seeing people pass by, they showed no fear, merely gazing curiously. Master Gu Yu's Taoist temple was located in a cave halfway up by Bo Peak. In front of the cave was a spacious platform, at the center of which was a spirit-gathering array with spiritual energy swirling and condensing into a faint mist. Fang Ze stood outside the cave, just about to announce his presence, when the cave door opened on its own. Master Gu Yu's voice echoed from inside, "Come in." Fang Ze stepped into the cave. Master Gu Yu sat cross-legged on a mat, a pot of spirit tea placed before him. He wore a gray Taoist robe and his eyes shone with vitality. At the first glance of Fang Ze, Master Gu Yu's expression slightly tightened. He stared at Fang Ze for several breaths, his brow furrowing deeper. "Elder Fang." Master Gu Yu's voice carried a hint of confusion. "Your cultivation." Fang Ze's heart jolted. Master Gu Yu was a nascent soul cultivator not lacking in divine sense. Although Fang Ze had suppressed his cultivation to the late golden core stage using breath-concealing techniques, Master Gu Yu seemed to still sense something unusual. Fang Ze remained composed, slightly relaxing his control over the breath-concealing technique, adjusting his cultivation aura to the peak of golden core. Master Gu Yu sensed this aura, his earlier confusion dissipating and replaced by a hint of surprise. Peak golden core. He stood up and walked in front of Fang Ze, sizing him up from head to toe. "When you left by Bo Island over a decade ago, you were merely at the mid-golden core stage. How did you reach the peak so quickly?" Fang Ze slightly bowed. "I was fortunate to have some opportunities during my years abroad." Master Gu Yu fell silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Alas, he turned and walked back to his mat, motioning for Fang Ze to sit as well. "If it were in the past, your rapid advancement would have prompted the sect to do everything possible to secure you resources for foundation establishment. But now..." He picked up the teacup, drank it in one gulp, his tone filled with resignation. "The sect's internal strife has become too intense." Fang Ze sat across from Master Gu Yu, waiting for him to continue. Master Gu Yu set down the teacup and slowly said, "The sect leader successfully achieved foundation establishment 3 months ago. However, during his tribulation, the Yuehua faction intervened, causing the tribulation to intensify. Though the sect leader managed to endure, he suffered damage to his nascent soul foundation. Now he is in seclusion within the sect to recover, and the Beastmaster faction is having their affairs meddled with by the Yuehua faction. Does the Yuehua faction fear a split in the sect?" Fang Ze frowned. "A split?" Master Gu Yu chuckled bitterly. "They would be glad if our Beastmaster faction withdrew from the sect entirely. If that were to happen, that particular item would rightfully belong to them." Fang Ze's gaze flickered. "Senior, I have had a question." He pondered over his words. What exactly are the two factions fighting over? If it's for power with the sect leader's cultivation and prestige, he shouldn't be pushed to such an extent by the Yuehua faction. If it's for resources, although the Jotianlanyu sect is not a top-tier sect, it shouldn't be so impoverished as to lead to internal strife. Master Gu Yu fell silent. The cave fell quiet, only the faint humming of the spirit-gathering array could be heard. After a long while, Master Gu Yu finally spoke, his voice low. "This matter cannot be disclosed to you for the time being." Fang Ze's heart sank. Master Gu Yu did not deny his speculation, but instead stated that it could not be told for now. This implied that there was indeed something extraordinary within the sect, and the value of that item was enough to tear the two factions apart. What kind of item could make even nascent soul cultivators so reticent? A thought flashed through Fang Ze's mind. A chance at ascendance. Only something related to the ascendant realm could drive a group of nascent soul cultivators to such madness. He did not press further. Since Master Gu Yu mentioned that he couldn't disclose it for now, asking again would be breaking etiquette. Senior Fang Ze changed the subject. "I have actually completed my mission abroad over the past 3 years. I have returned this time to bid you farewell." "Farewell?" Master Gu Yu looked up. "Where are you going?" "I wish to travel for a while and seek opportunities for foundation establishment." Fang Ze said, "The current situation in the sect is complex, and my staying here would not be of much help. It is better to venture out. If I can successfully achieve foundation establishment, I can return and contribute to the Beastmaster faction." His words were sincere and his reasoning was sound. Master Gu Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. He stood up, walked to a corner of the cave, retrieved a jade slip from a stone box, and handed it to Fang Ze. "This is a treasure map I obtained years ago, marking the location of an ancient ruin. However, I cannot confirm the authenticity of this map. I have not had the opportunity to verify it all these years." Fang Ze took the jade slip, exploring it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a sea chart detailing the route from Bo Island heading north, crossing over vast seas, eventually reaching a place called the Broken Star Archipelago. At the deepest part of the archipelago there was a ruin marked as the Lihua. Fang Ze's heart skipped a beat. Lihua Palace? Wasn't this the same as the treasure map opportunity he obtained from the Sea Bandit? He maintained a composed demeanor, stowing the jade slip and bowing deeply. "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior." Master Gu Yu waved his hand, a hint of expectation in his gaze. "Go. I hope that when you return you have successfully achieved foundation establishment. Fang Ze straightened up looking at Master Gu Yu's lean face, feeling a surge of respect. This elder genuinely hoped that the Beast Master faction could produce another nascent soul cultivator. The map he gave Fang Ze, regardless of its authenticity, was a gesture of goodwill. In the world of cultivation few could reach this level of kindness. Fang Ze bowed once more, deeply respectful. Take care, senior. He turned and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave the sun was just right. Fang Ze stood halfway up by Bow Peak gazing at the distant sea. The azure waters met the horizon with a few seabirds circling in the sky emitting long calls. He took a deep breath. His nascent soul cultivation was now stable. The troubles with the Tianhua sect had been temporarily resolved. The map to Lihua Palace was also in hand. It was time to leave. The news of Master Qi Yan's demise reached the Tianhua sect on the 7th day. The Tianhua sect was situated in a volcanic region 300,000 miles northwest of the Lioli Immortal City. The mountain gate of the Tianhua sect was built on the largest of the volcanoes, utilizing formations to guide the earth fire's power, transforming the entire peak into... The mountain gate of the Tianhua sect was built on the largest of the volcanoes, utilizing formations to guide the earth fire's power, transforming the entire peak into a massive furnace. On this day, a streak of crimson gold light rushed in from the east, piercing through the thick smoke that enveloped the sky and directly fell into the volcanic crater of the central volcano. The master of the fire gate, known as the true lord of heavenly fire, was seated in meditation deep within the secret chamber at the mouth of the volcano. The true lord of heavenly fire was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a gaunt face, high cheekbones, and a pair of eyes that glowed with an eerie crimson hue. He was practicing a fire attribute divine ability, surrounded by 3 golden flames the size of fists. The streak of light landed outside the secret chamber, transforming into a sweating foundation establishment disciple. The disciple knelt on one knee, his voice trembling as it passed through the stone door. Master, the soul lamp of Uncle Qi has extinguished. Within the chamber, the magma surged violently, splashing up flames several zhang high. The true lord of heavenly fire opened his eyes, and the flames within his pupils flickered intensely. He slowly stood up, absorbing the golden flames surrounding him into his body. When did this happen? His voice was chillingly calm. 7 days ago. The disciple prostrated on the ground, not daring to look up, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the scorching rocks, making a hissing sound. According to the sect rules, I waited 7 days after the soul lamp extinguished to confirm there was no possibility of reignition before daring to report. 7 days. The true lord of heavenly fire fell silent for 3 breaths. His junior brother, the true lord of Qi Flame, had taken his disciple Zhao Hua to ambush a golden core cultivator near the Lioli Immortal City. He was aware of this matter and even tacitly approved it. A mere golden core cultivator with his junior brother's early nascent soul cultivation, and Zhao Hua, a perfected golden core disciple, should have been an easy target. The soul lamp has extinguished. What was the name of that golden core cultivator? The true lord of heavenly fire inquired. Reporting to the master, his name is Fang Ze, a pill refiner from the Bibo Pavilion. Fang Ze, the true lord of heavenly fire, etched this name into his heart. He did not ask further, transforming into a streak of crimson gold flame that shot up into the sky, piercing through the smoke at the volcanic mouth, disappearing into the southern horizon. He needed to see the place where his junior brother fell. A distance of 500,000 li, the true lord of heavenly fire reached his destination in just 1 day at full speed. The battle occurred over a desolate sea. The surface of the sea was calm, showing no trace of any conflict. 7 days of sea winds and currents were enough to erase everything. The true lord of heavenly fire hovered in midair, his crimson robe billowing in the sea breeze. He closed his eyes. His mid-nascent soul divine sense surged forth, covering a radius of 100 li over the sea. Below the sea surface, within the currents, the residual particles of spiritual power lingered in the air. Every subtle trace was laid bare to his divine sense. Such meticulous probing was incredibly taxing on the mind, but the true lord of heavenly fire did not mind. He caught a few traces of aura, the aura of demonic beasts. Not just one. It was highly probable that his junior brother was overwhelmed and killed by demonic beasts. The true lord of heavenly fire frowned. He continued to sense, delving deeper beneath the sea surface, searching for more subtle traces within the currents. Then he caught another trace of aura. It was a faint residue of spiritual power carrying a strange devour. The residual particles of spiritual power in the air had been gnawed at by something, leaving behind fine, almost insect-eaten marks. Such traces were so unique that anyone who had seen them once would never forget. Golden devouring worm. The true lord of heavenly fire's eyes snapped open, flames dancing fiercely within his pupils. He recognized this aura. And these peculiar worms that fed on spiritual power, once they formed a scale even a nascent soul cultivator would have. His junior brother, the true Lord of Chi Flame, was in the early nascent soul stage, and not weak, but if he encountered a swarm of golden devouring worms, it would indeed be a perilous situation. The true Lord of Heavenly Fire retracted his divine sense, his expression darkening. He pondered for a moment in place. Golden devouring worm. Pill refiner from Bibbo Pavilion. A golden core cultivator annihilating a nascent soul. The connection between these three made the true Lord of Heavenly Fire recall something. Or rather, he remembered a rumor that had been circulating for the past several years. The Liang sect was investigating a cultivator who controlled golden devouring worms. This matter was not a secret among several sects near Liuli Immortal City. An elder from the Liang sect had been devoured by golden devouring worms over a decade ago, and the sect had been secretly investigating the identity of the culprit. However, after more than a decade, there had been no results and gradually no one mentioned it anymore. But the true Lord of Heavenly Fire remembered. He did not return to the fire gate, but directly changed direction, flying towards the Liang sect. The mountain gate of the Liang sect was located to the southwest of Liuli Immortal City, about 200,000 li away. The sect was built on an oasis in a desert island, protected by a fourth-tier Liang burning heaven array. The true Lord of Heavenly Fire descended outside the mountain gate of the Liang sect, the crimson gold flames retracting into his body, revealing his gaunt figure. The guarding disciples, seeing a nascent soul cultivator arrive, did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly reported. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a white robe came out to greet him. The sect leader of the Liang sect, the true Lord of Liang. The two had a difference of one minor realm in cultivation. The master of the fire gate was mid-nascent soul, while the sect leader of the Liang sect was early nascent soul. Although both sects cultivated fire attribute techniques, they had kept to themselves over the years, having neither friendship nor enmity. Friend of Heavenly Fire. The true Lord of Liang slightly cupped his hands, a hint of confusion in his eyes. May I ask why you have come to visit? Friend of Liang. The true Lord of Heavenly Fire returned the gesture. Let's discuss this inside. There is a matter that you should find interesting. The true Lord of Liang's eyes flickered slightly as he stepped aside to lead the way. Please. The two entered the guest hall of the Liang sect and took their seats according to their statuses. After the maid served spiritual tea, she withdrew, leaving only the two nascent soul cultivators in the hall. The true Lord of Heavenly Fire did not exchange pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Friend of Liang, I have heard that your sect has been investigating a cultivator who controls golden devouring worms for many years. Is this true? The hand of the true Lord of Liang that was holding the tea paused slightly. He did not respond immediately, but slowly placed the tea cup down, his gaze becoming profound. The incident from over a decade ago was a disgrace for the Liang sect. An elder of the sect had been killed, and the identity of the murderer remained unknown, yielding no results after years of investigation. Indeed, this matter is true. The voice of the true Lord of Liang grew somber. More than a decade ago, our elder Han Feng was killed by someone. The bite marks left on the remains confirmed that it was undoubtedly the work of golden devouring worms. For the past several years, I have been tracking the whereabouts of the murderer. He raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at the true Lord of Heavenly Fire. Why did you suddenly inquire about this matter? The true Lord of Heavenly Fire's voice remained calm. Because my junior brother, the true Lord of Chi Flame, fell 7 days ago. I discovered traces of golden devouring worms in the sea where he fell. The true Lord of Liang leaned forward slightly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Are you implying that the murderer is the same person? The true Lord of Heavenly Fire stated decisively. A cultivator controlling golden devouring worms can kill early nascent soul cultivators. The person who killed Han Feng of your sect over a decade ago killed my junior brother 7 days ago. I have a lead on this person's identity. Who? A pill refiner from Bibbo Pavilion, Fang Ze. The eyes of the true Lord of Liang narrowed slightly. Fang Ze. This name was not unfamiliar to him. The Bibbo Pavilion is a moderately sized shop in the glazed Immortal City. Although the Bibbo sect behind it is merely a nascent force at the early nascent soul stage, the sect it is affiliated with, the Nine Heavens Moon Gathering sect, is a well-established mid-tier sect. As a pill refiner at the Bibbo Pavilion, Fang Ze held little renown in the glazed Immortal City. Yet, a golden core cultivator eliminating someone at the early nascent soul stage. Are you sure, Dao friend Tianhua? The voice of the true monarch Liang carried a hint of skepticism. As far as I know, Fang Ze's cultivation is merely at the golden core stage. How could a golden core cultivator kill someone at the nascent soul stage? That is also my question. Dao friend Tianhua lifted a teacup and took a sip. But Liang, Dao friend, perhaps you should consider this. Why has the culprit your sect has been pursuing for over a decade remained elusive? Because the other party is not revealing their true cultivation level. A golden core cultivator capable of killing a nascent soul cultivator only implies one thing. He set down the teacup. This person has concealed their true cultivation level, or is controlling a 4th-grade demon beast. True monarch Lai Yong fell silent. He had to admit that Dao Friend Tianhua's conjecture held some truth. In the cultivation world, while there are not many methods for concealing one's cultivation, they do exist. Some adept breath-holding techniques or certain special magical artifacts can prevent a cultivator's true level from being seen through. If Fang Ze is indeed a nascent soul cultivator hiding his level, then everything makes sense. Dao Friend Tianhua, are you seeking to ally with my Lai Yong sect? Indeed. True monarch Tianhua nodded. Both our sects share a blood feud with this Fang Ze. The elder of your sect was killed by him, and my junior brother also perished at his hands. This person must die. However, his ability to eliminate someone at the early nascent soul stage cannot be underestimated. If we act alone, there are risks involved. Joining forces would ensure success. True monarch Lai Yong pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. There had always been no conflict between the two sects, and an alliance would benefit both. Moreover, with the culprit who has been pursued for over a decade finally surfacing, true monarch Lai Yong could not afford to miss this opportunity. Very well. However, this person is currently in the glazed immortal city, and is associated with the Bai Bo Pavilion. If we strike against him in the glazed immortal city, the Liuli sect will not stand idly by. We both understand the rules within the city. Then we wait for him to leave the city. True monarch Tianhua also stood up. He cannot hide in the city forever. A cultivator will eventually seek opportunities outside. When that time comes, we will join forces to capture him. True monarch Lai Yong walked to the hall's entrance, his gaze deep. Dao Friend Tianhua, there is one thing I need to remind you of. He turned around. A decade ago, it was not only Han Feng from my Lai Yong sect who fell. In the secret realm, the array master of the Wanzhen sect also disappeared around that time. Dao Friend Tianhua raised an eyebrow. Are you implying Fang Ze has enemies beyond just our two sects? True monarch Lai Yang's lips curled into a faint cold smile. The senior master of the Wanzhen sect is a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator who has been investigating the whereabouts of the array master. If they were to learn that the culprit is Fang Ze, a glint of light flashed in Dao Friend Tianhua's eyes. Then let them find out. The two nascent soul cultivators exchanged knowing smiles. In the glazed immortal city at the Bai Bo Pavilion, Fang Ze returned to the city as dusk approached. The crimson evening glow spread across half the sky, painting the entire immortal city in a soft golden red hue. The spiritual lanterns lining the streets lit up one by one, casting orange light through the glass shades onto the stone pavement. Cultivators came and went, the sounds of selling and bargaining rising and falling. Fang Ze, wearing an ordinary gray robe, blended into the crowd as he walked through the city gate, attracting no one's attention. He first made a trip to the Bai Bo Pavilion. Long Yu was standing behind the counter fiddling with an abacus. Upon seeing Fang Ze enter, he looked up with a beaming smile and greeted, "Elder Fang has returned. Was everything smooth?" "Thanks to manager Long Yue, everything went well." Fang Ze nodded slightly, his face adorned with a standard polite smile. He said little else and walked directly through the main hall into the backyard. Long Yu's gaze lingered on his retreating figure for a moment before he returned to fiddling with the abacus. However, the rhythm of the beads was slightly slower than before. As Fang Ze entered the backyard, Li Qingshan and Lin Weiner were already waiting for him. Li Qingshan was dressed in deep blue attire, his cultivation firmly established at the early golden core stage, his aura much denser than 3 years prior, with a more capable demeanor in his eyes. Lin Weiner still wore that moon-white long dress, her youthful innocence fading, replaced by a calm grace. "Master!" Lin Weiner stood and bowed. "Master!" Li Qingshan cupped his fists in a bow. Fang Ze nodded, raised his hand to set a soundproof barrier. A soft golden light shield enveloped the entire room, isolating it from all external prying. Then he released his cultivation level. The pressure of the early nascent soul surged forth like a tidal wave within the room. Both Li Qingshan and Lin Weiner involuntarily took half a step back, grunting in surprise. Fang Ze immediately reined in most of his pressure, leaving only a trace of an elusive aura. "Master! You?" Lin Weiner widened her eyes. Li Qingshan's reaction was even more direct. He knelt on one knee, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. "Congratulations, Master, on achieving the nascent soul." Fang Ze raised his hand to signal the two to sit. He himself took a seat in a grand chair, picked up the spiritual tea that Lin Weiner had prepared in advance, and took a sip. "I have already achieved the nascent soul stage." He spoke calmly, yet both Lin Weiner and Li Qingshan understood the weight of those words. A nascent soul cultivator is considered a formidable power in the entire cultivation world. Countless golden core cultivators exhaust their lifespan at the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage without ever breaking through, while Fang Ze took merely over a decade to advance from the mid-golden core stage to the early nascent soul stage. "Weiner." Fang Ze set down the teacup and looked at Lin Weiner. "From now on, focus on seclusion and cultivation. Delegate the miscellaneous matters at the counter to Qingshan. Your cultivation is still too low." Being at the mid-foundation establishment stage in a place like the glazed immortal city means you have no means of self-protection. If you encounter trouble while I am away, you won't even be able to escape. Lin Weiner lowered her head, a hint of shame crossing her face as she bit her lip. Disciple understands. Qing Shan. Fang Ze turned to Li Qingshan. You are responsible for the daily operations of the shop. I will sell third-grade pills and magical artifacts in the shop, but the quantity will not be large. Remember, if someone inquires about third-grade resources, let them come directly to me. I will negotiate the price personally. Do not make decisions on your own, nor disclose the origins of these pills and artifacts. Yes, master, Li Qingshan replied. Fang Ze took out over a dozen jade bottles and 7 or 8 magical artifacts from his storage ring, laying them neatly on the table. The jade bottles contained third-grade pills such as Golden Origin Pill, Golden Glazed Pill, Red Sun Pill, and Yuan Spirit Pill, all refined in the spatial realm. The magical artifacts included some common flying swords and defensive artifacts, all ranked between low-grade and mid-grade third tier. These should be placed on the counter first. Fang Ze said we can put more first and second-tier resources, but the third-tier ones cannot exceed this number. His fingers lightly tapped the table twice, becoming serious. Remember, the strength we show externally is merely at the level of a golden core cultivator in alchemy and artifact forging. Taking out too many third-tier resources would invite unnecessary trouble. The Bibbo Pavilion is not a large store in the Lioli Immortal City. A golden core alchemist being able to steadily produce third-tier pills is already very noteworthy. Li Qingshan and Lin Weiner nodded simultaneously. Fang Ze leaned back in his chair. The annual consumption of 5,200,000 spirit stones weighed heavily on his mind. 80 acres of spiritual fields, plus 80 acres of water area, consume an astonishing number of spirit stones every day. The annual profit of this counter at Bibbo Pavilion is at most 400,000 to 500,000 spirit stones, which is barely enough to cover the space's expenses. He must find other channels to sell resources. Extermination, robbery, or... Fang Ze's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Long Yu's voice came from the hall, laced with a hint of deliberate elevation. The 2 seniors have graced us with their presence. The Bibbo Pavilion is truly honored. Please come in, I will prepare tea right away. Fang Ze frowned. His divine sense silently extended, sweeping through the hall. 2 cultivators stood in front of the counter. One wore a crimson gold robe, his face thin at the mid-nascent soul stage. The other wore a white robe adorned with blazing sun motifs, tall and sturdy at the early nascent soul stage. The master of the Tianhua sect. The master of the Liang sect. Fang Ze sneered inwardly. They arrived quite quickly. He stood up and exchanged a glance with Li Qingshan and Lin Weiner. You stay here, no matter what sound you hear, do not come. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked into the hall. Long Yue was diligently pouring tea for the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Upon seeing Fang Ze, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes, but his face was full of smiles. Elder Fang has arrived at the right time. These 2 seniors have some matters to ask you. I won't disturb you. After saying that, he stepped aside, clearly intending to watch the drama unfold. Fang Ze ignored him. He approached the 2 nascent soul cultivators, slightly bowed, and assumed a respectful posture. Junior Fang Ze, greetings to the 2 seniors. May I ask what the seniors would like to teach me? The true lord of Tianhu's gaze scrutinized Fang Ze. His divine sense swept over Fang Ze's entire body, without restraint, from top to bottom, inside and out, from meridians to dantian, as if he wanted to uncover every secret of Fang Ze. Fang Ze's expression remained unchanged, as he activated the breath-holding technique with full force, firmly suppressing his cultivation at the peak of golden core. Spiritual power at the nascent soul level flowed through his physical meridians, but under the concealment of the breath-holding technique, this power was compressed to the utmost, coalescing into a faint illusion of a golden core hovering at the location of his dantian. With his nascent soul-level divine sense activating the breath-holding technique, even a later-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it impossible to see through his true cultivation. The true lord of Tianhu's divine sense swept over Fang Ze 3 times, each time more detailed than the last. Finally, it stopped at the illusion of the golden core. A peak golden core. He retracted his divine sense, the wariness in his eyes dissipating, slightly replaced by a condescending scrutiny. You are Fang Ze. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying the unique pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. I ask you, where were you 7 days ago? Fang Ze pretended to struggle to recall, his brow furrowed slightly, his lips moving as if counting the days. After a moment, he replied, 7 days ago. I was on my way back from Bibbo Island to Lioli Immortal City. On the way, the true lord of Liang sneered, is there any witness? No. Fang Ze shook his head, speaking calmly, I am used to being alone, and have not traveled with anyone. The sea route from Bibbo Island to Lioli Immortal City is 300,000 miles long, desolate and uninhabited along the way. It would be impossible to find someone to accompany me. Alone. The voice of the true lord of Liang became even harsher. Then, do you recognize Han Feng from my Liang sect? Fang Ze's heart trembled slightly. Han Feng was indeed someone he had killed. In order to capture the Jinhai ape, he clashed with Han Feng, ultimately exterminating him with the gold-eating bug. That battle was handled cleanly. Han Feng's body had been devoured by the gold-eating bug, leaving only a few bones. The Liang sect could trace the traces of the gold-eating bug, indicating they had indeed put in some effort. He revealed a contemplative expression, his brow furrowing. After a moment, he shook his head. I have never heard of this person. The true lord of Liang's eyes suddenly became sharp. A wave of scorching divine sense pressure surged from him, pressing towards Fang Ze, as if it were a tangible force. A nascent soul's pressure. Fang Ze felt the air around him solidify. Although this pressure was far less than his true cultivation, he was currently playing the role of a peak golden core cultivator and had to respond accordingly. He activated the dragon body technique, allowing his physical strength to flow slowly through his meridians, resisting the encroachment of the pressure. At the same time, his complexion began to pale. It was not an act. Rather, he actively suppressed the flow of his blood, causing the blood in his face to slow. Sweat beads oozed from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. His body trembled slightly. Senior. Fang Ze's voice was strained. I truly do not recognize Han Feng. The true lord of Liang stared at him for several breaths, the pressure increasing instead of decreasing. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Fang Ze's mouth. This trickle of blood was intentionally forced out. He bit his tongue, letting blood flow from the corner of his mouth. It is normal for a golden core cultivator to be injured under nascent soul pressure. If there were no injuries at all, it would cause suspicion. Liang Dao friend. The true lord of Tianhua spoke, his tone neither hurried nor slow. It is not good to make a move in Liuli Immortal City. The true lord of Liang snorted coldly and withdrew his pressure. Fang Ze swayed, slightly steadying himself against the nearby counter. His hand pressed against the wooden edge of the counter. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, he gasped for breath, his face filled with the terror of having survived a calamity. Junior truly does not know what the senior is talking about. His voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with fear. I am just an alchemist, usually living in seclusion, never provoking trouble. An alchemist? The true lord of Tianhua's gaze fell on the jade bottles and magical artifacts on the counter. Are these things made by you? Yes. Yes. Fang Ze lowered his head. His posture humble. Junior is fortunate to have some talent in alchemy and artifact forging. The true lord of Tianhua picked up a jade bottle, uncorked it, and poured out a Jin Yuan Dan. He brought the pill close to his nose and sniffed it, then gently rotated it on his fingertips, observing the flow of the pill patterns. Superior quality. He said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Your alchemy level is quite good. There are no more than 10 people in Liuli Immortal City capable of refining Jin Yuan Dan of this quality. Senior overpraises me. Fang Ze still kept his head down, his tone respectful. Tianhua true lord stuffed the pill back into the jade vial and placed it upon the counter. He gazed deeply at Fang Ze, a faint enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Fang Ze, I remember you well. With that, he turned and strode toward the door. Liang true lord followed closely behind. At the threshold, he paused and cast one last glance back. Cold, piercing, unblinking. The meaning behind that glance was unmistakable. This was far from over. The silhouettes of the two nascent soul cultivators vanished down the street's distant end. Longyue emerged from behind the counter, her face adorned with a solicitous smile, but the gleam of smug delight in her eyes betrayed her true sentiment. His lips lifted ever so slightly, crinkling the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Senior Elder Fang, are you quite all right? He extended a hand as if to support him, exaggerated theatrical. Shall I summon a pill master for you? Wang Dan, master of Liuli Immortal City, is renowned for his medical artistry, and I happen to share a cordial rapport with him. Fang Ze waved his hand weakly. No need. Thank you, Madame Longyue. A brief rest will suffice. Leaning heavily against the wall, he shuffled step by step toward the rear courtyard. His gait unsteady, his frame slightly hunched, embodying the frailty of an injured golden core cultivator with flawless conviction. The moment the door clicked shut, all traces of weakness and dread evaporated from his face. Fang Ze raised a hand to wipe away the residual blood at the corner of his mouth and settled into the grand armchair. Li Qingshan and Lin Weiner watched him anxiously. Lin Weiner's eyes were already rimmed with red, her fingers tightly knotted around the hem of her skirt. Master! Fake! Fang Ze spoke calmly. The wound on his tongue had already sealed. I bit my own tongue to force the blood, to stage it for them. Lin Weiner froze, tears still glistening on her lashes. Fang Ze lifted the teacup and sipped slowly, deliberately. The tea had long gone cold, but he paid it no mind. Cold tea possessed its own quiet, austere flavor. Tianhua sect master Tianhua true lord. Nascent soul mid-stage. Liang sect master Liang true lord. Nascent soul early stage. He set the cup down. They suspect me of slaying Qiang true lord and Han Feng, but they hold no evidence, and dare not act openly within Liuli Immortal City. So they came to test me. Then what now? Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, the crease between his brows deepening into a stark vertical line. They'll wait until I leave the city. Fang Ze said, a chilling smirk flickering across his lips. They assume I cannot remain confined here forever. I will depart sooner or later. And when that moment comes, they will strike. He rose, walked to the window, and slid it open just a crack. Slanting rays of sunset pierced through the narrow gap, casting a golden stripe of light across his face. Alas, they've made one grave miscalculation. It is not I who hide from them. It is I who wait for the perfect moment to send them both into oblivion. The room's temperature seemed to dip several degrees. Lin Weiner and Li Qingshan exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they glimpsed a shared instinctive tremor. Not born of fear but of profound primal reverence. Not fear, but an innate visceral awe. Fang Ze turned his gaze, settling upon Li Qingshan. Qingshan. Yes, master. Go investigate. Uncover everything about Tianhua sect and Liang sect. Every detail without omission. How many nascent soul cultivators reside within each sect? Their cultivation levels. Battle prowess. The tier of their sect's defensive formation. Any allied factions. Leave nothing concealed. I demand a complete intelligence dossier within 3 days. Li Qingshan bowed low, fists clasped before his chest, voice resonant, and unwavering, yes, master. He turned and exited the chamber. Fang Ze withdrew his gaze and looked toward Lin Weiner. You too. Return to your cultivation. For now, entrust the affairs of Baibo Pavilion to Qingshan. Focus solely on breaking through to latest-stage foundation establishment. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Only cultivate. Lin Weiner bit her lower lip, hesitating, as if words burned upon her tongue. Then simply nodded, firm and resolute. Disciple understands. She stepped out and closed the door softly behind her. A quiet final click echoing in the stillness. Fang Ze sat alone in the grand armchair, eyes gently closed. His spiritual sense extended inward, slipping through the whale-shaped pendant at his chest and into the spatial realm. Inside, 80 mu of spirit fields flourished in lush abundance. Fourth-rank supreme spiritual energy coalesced into a faint shimmering mist. Jintong squatted beside the Jinjin bamboo, cradling a crimson-hued ore fragment. The very piece of Qiang crystal Fang Ze had given him. Muttering incantations beneath his breath, golden spiritual energy surged from his palms, enveloping the ore. Its surface shimmered and shifted ceaselessly, clearly undergoing a meticulous refining ritual. Bingnu stood beneath the Lanshuang fruit tree, gazing upward at the few unripe fruits dangling from its boughs. Sensing Fang Ze's spiritual presence, she turned, offering only a slight solemn nod in greeting. Fang Ze did not disturb them. His form materialized within the space, appearing quietly at one corner. There, a secluded zone had been carved apart, roughly 100 zhang in diameter. Dense arrays of suppression runes covered the ground, severing this domain entirely from the outer realm. At its center, 2 dragon serpents coiled, majestic, ancient, coiled in silent vigil. One shimmered with an ethereal glacial blue. Its body had grown markedly since 3 years past, now stretching 15 or 16 zhang in length. This was the ice serpent, the offspring of Mo serpent and the slain 4th-rank ice serpent. The other gleamed with profound, fathomless black, larger still than its counterpart, nearly 20 zhang long. This was Mo serpent, the late ice serpent's consort. Both exuded the formidable aura of 3rd-rank peak cultivation. Fang Ze alighted at the edge of the suppression array, hands clasped behind his back. The ice serpent sensed his arrival first, its massive head rising, ice-blue vertical pupils reflecting Fang Ze's image with crystalline clarity. It let out a low, resonant dragon's hum, warm, familiar, then began gliding forward, its colossal body flowing smoothly toward him. Mo serpent's reaction, however, was starkly different. Its coiled form tensed instantly, obsidian scales bristled faintly, and its vertical pupils contracted into razor-thin slits. An aura of glacial wariness radiated from its being, cold, sharp, unyielding. Fang Ze observed it impassively. 3 years ago, within the secret realm, he had led Bingnu Jintong and the swarm of metal-devouring insects in a brutal siege against the 4th-rank ice serpent. That battle had been savage beyond measure. Bingnu, having just transcended her tribulation, remained unstable in her new realm. Yet she bore the dying serpent's final desperate assault alone. In the end, the ice serpent fell beneath Fang Ze's blade. Mo serpent had witnessed it all, hidden helpless, watching its consort torn apart by encircling foes. Fang Ze had imprisoned it within this space, and for over a decade had never once sought its company. Not from indifference, but because the time had not yet come. To force submission upon a 3rd-rank peak serpent seething with resentment would only breed rebellion. Now, however, timing had ripened. Fang Ze raised a hand and swept it lightly through the air. The suppression array rippled its luminous patterns, parting to reveal a slender fissure. The ice serpent glided forth its immense body, leaving a shimmering trail of frost-blue luminescence across the ground. It lowered its great head before him, issuing a soft, submissive hum. "You have lingered at third-rank peak for far too long." Fang Ze murmured, his fingers brushing the icy scales upon its brow. "Today, I shall aid you in breaking through." A flash of joy lit the ice serpent's eyes, its hum deepening, growing tenderer still. Fang Ze retrieved a jade box from his storage ring and opened it. Lanchuang fruit, a fourth-rank ice element spirit fruit, exceptionally potent in aiding water or ice affinity spirit beasts, transcend their cultivation barriers. The ice serpent's eyes flared with sudden brilliant intensity. Fang Ze held the fruit before it. "Eat it. Then undergo your tribulation." Without hesitation, the ice serpent swallowed the fruit whole. Its sharp fangs pierced the rind, splintering icy blue nectar across its maw. At the instant the pulp touched its stomach, a torrential surge of ice elemental spiritual energy erupted within its core. The ice serpent's body began to tremble violently, a thin layer of frost flowers appearing on the surface of its ice-blue scales. It let out a dragon's roar, the sound reverberating through the air. Fang Ze waved his hand, sending it deep into the spatial region designated for tribulation. In the sky, dark clouds began to gather. The clouds churned and flashes of lightning flickered. The ink serpent coiled within the barrier, its vertical pupils fixed intensely on Fang Ze, filled with complex emotions, vigilance, resentment, and a hint of undeniable confusion. Fang Ze turned to face it. "I know what you're thinking." His voice was calm and unwavering. "You believe I killed your companion, so you hate me. I do not deny this hatred, nor do I argue against it." The ink serpent's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. "But you must also understand one thing." Fang Ze continued, that ice serpent was inherently hostile to the cultivators who entered the secret realm. It sought to kill for treasures, and people sought to kill it for self-preservation. It was either you or me. If it hadn't died, then it would have been me. I still have disciples behind me, those who follow me. I cannot die. Fang Ze said, "You have lived for so many years. You should understand the rules of the cultivation world. The killer is always hunted down. No one is innocent." The ink serpent fell silent. Its hatred did not dissipate, but a complex emotion began to emerge. Fang Ze did not say more. He turned his gaze towards the tribulation area, where the ice serpent's fourth-grade lightning tribulation had already begun. The first bolt of heavenly lightning struck. The ice-blue lightning column crashed into the ice serpent, engulfing it entirely. The lightning danced upon the scales, producing crackling sounds. The ice serpent let out a pained dragon's roar, its surrounding cold mist surging wildly to resist the lightning. Its scales developed fine cracks under the bombardment of the heavenly lightning, but they did not shatter. Ice-blue spiritual energy surged from the cracks, rapidly repairing the damage. The second and third bolts. The tribulation rained down one after another, growing increasingly powerful. The color of the lightning deepened from ice blue to a dark blue by the fifth bolt. The ice serpent struggled and rolled amidst the lightning, its wounds multiplying, scales shattering, flesh twisting. Yet its aura was also transforming at an astonishing speed. From third grade to fourth grade, it was not merely an enhancement of spiritual energy, but a leap in the level of life. When the seventh bolt of heavenly lightning fell, the cold mist around the ice serpent suddenly condensed into an ice-blue light column shooting upwards. The light column collided with the heavenly lightning, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The ice serpent extended its body within the light column, letting out an elongated dragon's roar. Its size grew from 15 or 16 feet to over 20 feet. New scales grew from the cracks of the old ones, becoming even more translucent. The ninth bolt of heavenly lightning fell. The ice serpent opened its massive mouth and unleashed an ice-blue dragon breath, colliding heat with the heavenly lightning. The dragon breath contained extreme icy power, momentarily freezing the heavenly lightning. The lightning solidified into tiny arcs within the ice layer before shattering with a thunderous crash. The tribulation passed. The dark clouds dispersed, and a stream of spiritual light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire ice serpent. Bathed in the spiritual light, the ice serpent's injuries healed at a visible rate, the shattered scales regrowing and the twisted flesh quickly mending. Its aura climbed steadily, ultimately stabilizing at the initial stage of fourth grade. After the spiritual light faded, the ice serpent's body began to change. Its dragon body slowly contracted, the scales receding, and its bones emitted crackling sounds. The ice-blue light enveloped it entirely. As the light flowed, a slender figure could be seen forming within the cocoon. Moments later, a crack appeared in the ice cocoon, and a delicate pale hand reached out from within, the fingers long, and the nails tinged with a faint ice-blue hue. A girl stepped out from the ice cocoon. She appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, slender in form, wearing a flowing ice-blue gown. Her long hair flowed down to her waist like strands of ice, the tips tinged with a light blue hue. Most striking was her forehead, from which a 2-inch-long ice-blue horn emerged crystal clear, with cold light swirling within. Her pupils were ice-blue with vertical slits. The girl looked down at her hands, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. She raised her right hand, gathering a ball of ice-blue cold air in her palm, within which faint snowflakes danced. I have transformed. She spoke uncertainly. Fang Ze nodded slightly. Transforming into a fourth-grade beast is common. Both the Golden Boy and Ice Girl transformed successfully at third grade. With the Ice Serpent's bloodline, transformation is naturally not a problem. The innate divine power you awakened is related to the horn on your forehead. It embodies an extreme icy power. From now on you shall be called Bing Li, Fang Ze stated. The girl Bing Li blinked, seemingly adjusting to her new name. Then she nodded vigorously, a small smile blossoming at the corners of her mouth, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Thank you for the name, master. Fang Ze pointed towards the ink serpent in the barrier. Go and see your mother. Bing Li turned and walked towards the barrier. She paused in front of the ink serpent, looking up at the black dragon. The ink serpent lowered its head, its vertical pupils reflecting the transformed image of Bing Li. The girl in the ice-blue gown bore a three-part resemblance to the image of its companion from memory. Bing Li reached out her small hand, gently touching the scales on the ink serpent's forehead. Her hand was tiny, resting upon the massive black scales, creating a stark contrast. Mother, she called softly. The ink serpent's body trembled slightly. That single word, mother, pierced through the layers of barriers it had built within its heart. In its vertical pupils, resentment and vigilance began to wane, slowly dissolving. It slowly lowered its head, the massive dragon head, gently nudging Bing Li's palm. Fang Ze stood outside the barrier, quietly observing this scene. After a long while, the ink serpent lifted its head, looking at Fang Ze. The resentment in its vertical pupils had dissipated by more than half, leaving only a final trace of struggle. Fang Ze retrieved a second jade box from his storage ring and opened it. Inside lay another blue frost fruit, its ice-blue light reflecting in the ink serpent's vertical pupils. This is for you, Fang Ze said calmly. If you are willing to submit, eat it and undergo tribulation to become a fourth-grade dragon. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. This blue frost fruit is still for you, just consider it repaying the life of your companion. He placed the jade box at the edge of the barrier and turned to leave the isolation area. A low dragon's roar resonated behind him, longer than any previous one. Fang Ze continued walking, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That ink serpent would make the right choice. He paused at the edge of the spirit field and turned to look towards the tribulation area. In the sky, dark clouds began to gather again. This time the clouds were thicker, presenting a bizarre dark green hue. The ink serpent's fourth-grade lightning tribulation had begun. Its tribulation was even more ferocious than Bing Li's. The color of the heavenly lightning exhibited an eerie dark green, carrying a corrosive power with poisonous attributes. The lightning struck the grass at the edge of the spirit field, causing the grass to wilt and turn black instantly. The ink-black Jiao dragon writhed and struggled amid the thunderbolts. Its obsidian scales shattered piece by piece under the celestial lightning, revealing glistening crimson flesh beneath. Yet it uttered not a single cry of agony, only endured in solemn silence. Its colossal serpentine body tensed within the blinding radiance, every sinew trembling with strain. Fang Ze stood at a distance, gaze calm and unwavering. Among all demonic beasts, the Jiao Dragon clan possessed unparalleled physical fortitude. Its success rate in surviving the fourth-tier heavenly tribulation far exceeded that of others. Mo Jiao's cultivation foundation had already been exceptionally profound, or imprisoned within the spatial realm for over a decade. It absorbed nothing but top-tier, fourth-tier spiritual energy, daily forging an unshakable base. Though fierce, this tribulation held no power to claim its life. True enough. When the ninth heavenly thunder descended, Mo Jiao reared its head and unleashed a deafening dragon roar that shook the heavens. From its entire body surged viridian poison mist, coalescing into a towering pillar that collided head-on with the descending lightning. The venom corroded the lightning incinerated the mist. For over 10 breaths they locked in furious stalemate, midair hissing like molten iron plunged into icy water, until both dissolved simultaneously into countless shimmering viridian motes. The tribulation had passed. Celestial light rained down, rapidly mending Mo Jiao's wounds. Fractured scales regrew and fresh obsidian armor swiftly covered its raw crimson flesh. Its form swelled within the luminous aura, from 20 zhang to nearly 30 zhang. Its draconic frame growing broader, its muscles thick and corded with primordial strength. A faint emerald luminescence rippled across its ink-black scales. A deadly innate ability awakened during the tribulation, its sovereign divine art. As the sacred light faded, Mo Jiao's body began to contract and transform. Viridian radiance enfolded it, coalescing into a vast luminous chrysalis. Moments later the chrysalis cracked open, and from the blinding glow emerged a woman. She appeared in her 30s, tall, statuesque, clad in flowing ink-black robes. Her skin bore a subtle amber hue. Long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, its tips shimmering with an eerie viridian sheen. Most arresting of all were her eyes. Her pupils glowed deep viridian. Standing at the heart of the tribulation zone, she gazed silently downward at her own hands, clenching and unclenching her fists as if learning anew the language of her transformed mortal vessel. Bingley darted forward, craning her neck upward, golden vertical pupils alight with pure joy. "Mother!" Mo Jiao looked upon the young girl before her. In Bingley's features lingered faint echoes of her father's countenance. Mo Jiao's throat moved subtly. Then with rough calloused hands she gently ruffled Bingley's hair. An awkward tender gesture. Then she strode purposefully toward Fang Ze. "Bestow upon me the name Mo Yuan." Their gazes met, no longer shadowed by resentment or wariness. Instead, a profound stillness filled her vertical pupils. She knelt on one knee, bowing her head low. Mo Yuan pays homage to master. Fang Ze regarded the woman kneeling before him and gave a slight nod. "Rise." Mo Yuan stood, stepping aside to stand shoulder to shoulder with Bingley. Mother and daughter, one robed in ink-black solemnity, the other draped in ice-blue serenity. One grounded in quiet strength, the other suffused with crystalline chill. Fang Ze turned toward the horizon. Jin Tong had somehow materialized nearby, arms crossed, appraising Mo Yuan, and Bingley with a low appreciative whistle. His gaze lingered briefly on Mo Yuan's imposing frame, then flickered down to his own slender adolescent physique. His lips curling faintly in wry distaste. "Two more free-loading mouths," he muttered acidly. "Master spirit stones will be devoured before. This realm costs 5,200,000 spirit stones per year. Between you two fourth-tier demonic beasts, a single day's spiritual absorption rivals the chi yield of dozens of third-tier spirit herbs cultivated in the spirit fields." Bing Nu appeared soundlessly behind him. A sliver of frost slipped with surgical precision down his nape, solidifying into a needle-thin icicle that pierced beneath his collar. Jin Tong jolted upright, clutching his neck as he leapt backward 3 paces. "Bing Nu, not again." Calmly Bing Nu withdrew her finger, her gaze softening, just for an instant. As it fell upon Bingley, that fleeting warmth vanished as swiftly as it appeared. But Fang Ze caught it. "Come here." She beckoned softly to Bingley, who obediently stepped forward. Bing Nu's fingers brushed gently over the horn upon Bing Li's brow. The horn flared in resonance, answering her touch with a pulse of shared affinity. "Frost dragon breath," Bing Nu murmured, withdrawing her hand. "A fine divine art. Train under me henceforth. Your mother mastered frost breath, but yours surpasses hers in potency." Bingley nodded vigorously, eyes brimming with reverence. Mo Yuan watched silently as her daughter was led away, her lips twitching faintly as though words rose unspoken to her tongue, yet she remained still, silent, rooted. Her large hands clenched, then slowly relaxed. Fang Ze placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder. 3 days later, Li Qingshan returned punctually to Bai Bo Pavilion. He carried 2 jade slips, detailed intelligence dossiers on 2 sects. Seated upon the grand armchair, Fang Ze extended his divine sense into the slips, reviewing each line with meticulous care. Lai Yang Sect. Sect Master Lai Yang Xinjuan. Nascent soul, early stage. Beyond him, 7 golden core cultivators, and over 100 foundation establishment disciples. Its sect formation, the Inferno Sun Array, ranked as a 4th-tier lower-grade formation powered by fire attribute spirit stones. Formidable yet insufficient to threaten cultivators above nascent soul midstage. Lai Yang Sect controlled a minor spirit stone mine yielding roughly 1 million spirit stones annually. Modest in quality yet reliably steady. Tianhua Sect. Sect Master Tianhua Xinjuan. Nascent soul midstage. His junior brother Qi Yan Xinjuan, nascent soul early stage, had already been slain by Fang Ze. The sect also harbored another nascent soul early stage elder Fire Crow Xinjuan who wandered perpetually beyond the sect's borders, his whereabouts unknown. 12 golden core cultivators, and nearly 200 foundation establishment disciples served under its banner. Its sect formation, the Heaven-Fire Demon Smiting Array, ranked as a 4th-tier mid-grade formation, notably superior in destructive force to Lai Yang Sect's array. Tianhua Sect commanded 3 active volcanoes, channeling subterranean fire energy through formation arrays to cultivate fire attribute spirit herbs. Its treasury overflowed with fire attribute spirit materials and spirit stones. Neither sect possesses a nascent soul latest-stage anchor. Fang Ze set the jade slips aside, fingertips tapping lightly upon the armrest. "No cause for concern." Li Qingshan stood nearby, hesitated, then spoke softly, "Master." Together the 2 sects field 3 nascent soul cultivators. Lai Yang Sect has 1, Tianhua Sect 2. Qi Yan Xinjuan is dead, leaving only Tianhua Xinjuan and Fire Crow Xinjuan. "You alone?" Fang Ze glanced at him. Li Qingshan snapped his mouth shut, throat bobbing once. "Since when did I say I would go alone?" Fang Ze remarked, voice cool and unruffled. He swept his hand across the tabletop, for streaks of spirit light flashed, and Jin Tong, Bing Nu, Bingley, and Mo Yuan materialized simultaneously within the chamber. Jin Tong retained his youthful form, Golden brocade robe's arms crossed, chin tilted upward with the haughty air of a prodigy who knew his worth. Bing Nu stood motionless in her ice-blue gown, face impassive, gaze distant and frigid. Bing Li lingered behind her, eyes wide with quiet curiosity, as she surveyed the chamber's elegant furnishings. Mo Yuan stood with hands clasped behind her back, viridian vertical pupils sweeping over Li Qingshan, sending a subtle instinctive pressure rippling down his spine. Li Qingshan took half a step back, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. For fourth-tier beings. Moreover, they had all transformed. Fang Ze patted the beast-controlling pouch again. A cloud of dark golden insects flew out, gathering into a mass in the room. For noticeably larger golden devouring insects flew at the forefront, each exuding the aura of early fourth tier. Behind them were over 500 third-tier golden devouring insects, densely packed, their buzzing sound suppressed to a low hum that sent chills down one's spine. Li Qingshan's back was already soaked, the deep blue outfit clinging to him and revealing distinct sweat stains. "Is that enough?" Fang Ze asked. "Enough. Enough." Li Qingshan swallowed hard. Fang Ze retracted the swarm of insects and the beast sitting back down in the armchair. Mo Yuan and Bing Li returned to the space. Before leaving, the Ice Maiden flicked a cold energy at the back of Jin Tong's neck, causing Jin Tong to curse as he followed her inside. As the spiritual light converged, only 3 people remained in the room. Fang Ze picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. The tea was freshly brewed by Lin Weiner at just the right temperature. "Liang sect Tianhua Gate." His voice was calm. "Since you want to kill me, then let your sect fill my shortage of spirit stones." The next day, when Fang Ze left Liuli Immortal City, the sky had not yet brightened. A hint of grayish-white appeared on the eastern horizon, and only a few early risers among the cultivators could be seen on the streets of Liuli Immortal City. The spiritual lamp had not yet extinguished, and the orange light spread in the morning mist, casting a hazy glow on the bluestone pavement. Fang Ze wore a plain dark gray robe, his face slightly altered using a disguise technique. His eyebrows were thickened a bit, his cheekbones raised slightly, and his skin had become waxy yellow, making him look like a middle-aged rogue cultivator in his 40s or 50s. He suppressed his cultivation to the early golden core stage and walked out of the southern gate with a calm demeanor. The guard at the city gate yawned, barely glancing at him. Hundreds of cultivators entered and exited Liuli Immortal City daily, and an early-stage golden core rogue cultivator wasn't worth much attention. Fang Ze left the city, summoning a blue escape light and flying southeast. After flying less than 3,000 miles, the edge of his divine sense caught a faint trace of presence. Someone was tracking him. Fang Ze did not turn back, maintaining his speed. His divine sense quietly extended, sketching a vague silhouette 20 miles behind him. A figure in a scarlet gold robe, a thin frame, and mid-nascent soul cultivation. Tianhua Xinjuan. He was alone. A smile flickered at the corner of Fang Ze's mouth. Indeed, Tianhua Xinjuan was waiting for him in Liuli Immortal City. With his junior brother Qian Xinjuan having died mysteriously, the master of Tianhua Gate dared not approach too closely, maintaining a distance of 20 miles. This distance allowed the mid-nascent soul cultivator to keep track of his target while providing ample reaction time. Quite cautious indeed. Fang Ze continued to fly forward. He deliberately deviated from the regular route, heading toward a more desolate sea area. Tianhua Xinjuan steadily followed behind, keeping the distance at about 20 miles, neither more nor less. Fang Ze could feel that burning divine sense occasionally sweeping over him, each time retracting quickly, afraid of startling the snake by striking the grass. After flying roughly 100,000 miles, there was no sign of any islands on the sea surface. The azure sea sparkled under the sunlight, stretching endlessly. A few low-tier seabirds circled in the air, immediately avoiding the area upon sensing the presence of cultivators. Fang Ze halted his escape light. He turned in midair, facing the direction of Tianhua Xinjuan. 20 miles away, Tianhua Zhenjin's escape light also came to a stop. The two faced each other across the 20-mile expanse of sea. Fang Ze stopped pretending. His cultivation aura surged upward. Early golden core, mid-golden core, late golden core, and then suddenly breaking through that boundary on the basis of being completely at golden core. The pressure of early nascent soul erupted like a tide, causing the sea below to sink into a bowl-shaped depression several dozen zhang wide. At the same time, he raised his hand and patted the beast-controlling pouch at his waist. A dark golden insect cloud poured out. It was overwhelming. Over 20,000 golden devouring insects simultaneously flapped their wings, their buzzing sound reverberating like distant thunder. The insect cloud congealed into a dark golden mass in the air, blotting out the sky and dyeing half of it a dark gold. Four noticeably larger golden devouring insects flew at the forefront, each exuding the fluctuations of fourth-tier spiritual power. Behind them were over 500 third-tier golden devouring insects arrayed closely together. Further back was a massive swarm of second-tier insects, numbering over 10,000, their buzzing sound overlapping and sending chills down one's spine. Another beam of spiritual light flew out from the beast-controlling pouch, transforming into a young woman clad in an ice-blue dress. The Ice Maiden. She stood barefoot in the void, her long hair gently floating behind her. The vertical mark on her brow slightly opened, revealing a third ice blue eye beneath. The cultivation of late fourth tier was unleashed without reservation, causing the sea surface beneath her to begin to freeze around her. The ice spread in all directions, quickly covering an area of hundreds of zhang. The formation set up by Fang Ze was quite simple. The insect cloud sealed off the top and both flanks while the Ice Maiden cut off the retreat. If Tianhua Xinjuan wanted to escape, he could only dive into the sea. But in the face of the Ice Maiden's frost domain, entering the sea would only lead to a quicker death. Tianhua Xinjuan stood 20 miles away, watching this scene, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly. He did not flee. Nascent soul cultivation. Tianhua Zhenjin's voice echoed from afar, carrying a hint of coldness. Indeed well hidden. My junior brother died at your hands, it's not unjust. His escape light did not retreat but advanced, flying toward Fang Ze. During the flight, 2 beams of spiritual light flew out from his body, swirling around him. One was a flying sword engulfed in golden flames, a mid-grade spirit treasure. The other was a crimson copper round shield, a low-grade spirit treasure with intricate flame patterns inscribed on its surface, forming the outline of a defensive formation. The 2 spirit treasures emitted astonishing waves of spiritual power, enveloping Tianhua Xinjuan in flames. At the same time, the void beneath him suddenly shook. A ball of crimson flames exploded beneath him, and from the flames emerged a demon beast. This beast resembled a qilin but was longer in shape, standing about 2 zhang tall and nearly 4 zhang long. Its body was covered in crimson scales. Its hooves stepped on fire, producing blossoms of fire lotuses with each step, leaving a charred hoof print in the void. Its head resembled a dragon, but was not a dragon, with a pair of curved scarlet gold horns on its forehead. Late 4th tier. Tianhua treading cloud beast. Fang Ze slightly furrowed his brow. He had asked Li Qingshan to investigate the details of Tianhua Gate. The intelligence only mentioned that Tianhua Gate had 3 nascent soul cultivators. The sect leader Tianhua Xinjuan was mid-nascent soul, his junior brother Qian Xinjuan was early nascent soul, and elder Hoya Xinjuan was also early nascent soul. No one had ever mentioned that Tianhua Gate also kept a late 4th tier town-protecting demon beast. This treading cloud beast was evidently Tianhua Zhenjin's trump card, typically concealed and only revealed at a true life-and-death moment. Fang Ze. Tianhua Xinjuan stood beside his cloud-stepping beast. You slew my junior brother. Truly you possess remarkable prowess. A 4th-rank ice toad, a swarm of gold-devouring insects, and nascent soul cultivation. You harbor no shortage of hidden cards. Yet do you truly believe such power suffices to slay this sovereign? A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corner of his lips. I have cultivated for over 4 centuries. When I first carved my path across these seas, you had not yet drawn your first breath. Fang Ze remained silent. His divine sense swept swiftly across the cloud-stepping beast, assessing its combat strength, late 4th rank. Slightly below the Ice Maiden in cultivation level. Yet the spiritual fire coiling around its body was astonishingly dense and refined. This demonic beast possessed noble bloodline origins, no less than 5th rank, perhaps even higher. Moreover, the flaming lotus platform beneath its hooves was unmistakably a materialized manifestation of its innate divine ability. To end this swiftly, I must reveal yet more concealed cards. Fang Ze struck his spirit beast pouch once more. 2 streaks of luminous energy shot forth. A golden light descended and coalesced into a youth of 15 or 16 years, clad in resplendent golden brocade robes, his features handsome and his brow edged with quiet arrogance. Cultivation level mid 4th rank. The other 2 lights resolved into 2 women. One was a maiden of 15 or 16, draped in an ice blue gown. Her hair flowed like frozen silk down to her waist, and a 2-inch-long ice blue horn gleamed upon her forehead. Bing Li, early 4th rank. The second woman appeared 30-odd years old, robed in deep ink-black silk, her raven tresses cascading freely over her shoulders. Mo Yuan, early 4th rank. 4 distinct 4th-rank auras erupted simultaneously: Jin Tong's piercing metallic sharpness, the Ice Maiden's frigid austerity, Bing Li's frost-laced dragon breath, and Mo Yuan's virulent corrosive poison. For utterly divergent pressures interwove and clashed midair, forcibly repelling Tianhua Xinjuan's scorching aura, and that of his cloud-stepping beast, back upon themselves. Tianhua Xinjuan's expression finally shifted. For 4th-rank cultivators, all fully human-formed. His voice lowered, grave and measured, a flicker of solemnity crossed his eyes. Just who are you? Fang Ze still offered no reply. He raised a finger and pointed. Bing Li and Mo Yuan moved as one. Bing Li traced an azure arc through the air, hurtling straight toward the cloud-stepping beast. Her speed was staggering. Behind her trailed a shimmering wake of crystallized ice. With hands weaving a complex seal before her chest, the horn upon her brow blazed with blinding sapphire radiance. Frost dragon breath. A torrent of sapphire dragon breath erupted from her mouth. A wave of absolute glacial force surging to engulf the cloud-stepping beast. Mo Yuan followed closely behind, her assault far more direct. Her right arm swelled violently, inky black scales erupted from beneath her skin, transforming the entire limb into the foreclaw of a jet-black dragon. She slashed sideways at the beast's flank, the claw tips shimmering with viridian venom. Venom Dragon Claw. The cloud-stepping beast let out a low guttural roar and stamped its hooves sharply into the void. Four lotus platforms of flame detonated beneath its hooves, coalescing instantly into 4 blazing shields, each intercepting Bing Li's or Mo Yuan's attack trajectory. Frost Dragon Breath collided with the fire barrier's ice and flame, devoured each other with shrill, searing hisses. Mo Yuan's Venom Dragon Claw shredded 2 of the flame barriers, but the cloud-stepping beast had already repositioned itself, evading the full brunt of her strike. Then it opened its maw wide and unleashed a pillar of crimson gold fire directly at Bing Li. The fire pillar burned with terrifying intensity, crackling like thunder. Bing Li twisted her form midair, evading with breathtaking agility, flames licking at the hem of her sapphire gown, only to be instantly met by a thin, defiant layer of frost. Mo Yuan lunged from the flank, both claws extended, locking into brutal close-quarters combat with the beast. Her physical constitution was extraordinarily formidable. Each strike landed with crushing weight. Yet the cloud-stepping beast's flame shield proved astonishingly resilient. Every layer Mo Yuan tore apart was instantly renewed. Bing Li stabilized her stance and activated her horn once more. This time no dragon breath issued forth. Instead, a slender beam of sapphire light lanced silently from her brow, soundless and unassuming, lacking the roaring grandeur of dragon breath. Yet its velocity surpassed that earlier technique many-fold. It pierced 2 flame barriers and struck the cloud-stepping beast squarely upon its foreleg. Instantly a thick sheath of ice encased the limb. Frost crystals and blazing scales locked in mutual erosion, hissing fiercely. The beast bellowed in pain, violently shaking its leg. The ice shattered, but its movement now carried unmistakable sluggishness. 2 early 4th-rank dragon-blooded cultivators versus a late 4th-rank cloud-stepping beast. Though inferior in cultivation level, their innate draconic physical superiority, and the advantage of outnumbering their foe, allowed them to hold the beast in check. Bing Li's Frost Dragon Breath held elemental supremacy over the beast's flames, while Mo Yuan's venom, though inherently suppressed by fire, was offset by her raw physical might, enabling her to withstand direct confrontation without yielding ground. For the moment, the battlefield among these 3 4th-rank forces settled into a tense stalemate. Fang Ze withdrew his gaze and turned it upon Tianhua Xinjuan. Jin Tong and the Ice Maiden now flanked him, one on the left, one on the right. Jin Tong stood with arms crossed, golden light pulsing about his form, a faint mocking smile playing upon his lips. The Ice Maiden remained impassive, her third eye centered upon her brow, fully open. Fang Ze withdrew 2 artifacts from his spatial ring, a silver flying sword and a small azure mirror. The silver flying sword was a low-tier spirit treasure acquired from Jinshuan Zi's storage ring. Its blade gleamed pearlescent silver, thinner than a cicada's wing, inscribed with wind elemental suppression arrays, rendering it utterly silent when activated. Fang Ze had thoroughly reforged it, erasing Jinshuan Zi's spiritual imprint and sealing his own mark upon it. The azure mirror, likewise a low-tier spirit treasure, bore a flawlessly polished surface, its rim embedded with 12 azure spirit stones arranged to form a compact detection formation. Fang Ze had spent 3 months within his spatial realm, completely refining both treasures. Now they responded to his will with flawless precision. Tianhua Xinjuan's gaze fell upon the 2 spirit treasures in Fang Ze's hands. Greed flashed briefly in his eyes, then dissolved into grim resolve. A nascent soul cultivator, plus 2 4th-rank demonic beasts, one of them late 4th rank. This formation posed a genuine threat to his very life. Yet he did not retreat, for retreat was impossible. Tianhua Xinjuan sealed his hands into a mystic mudra. His mid-tier spirit treasure, the golden flame flying sword, hummed resonantly, its golden blaze surging violently. Flame coalesced in midair into a colossal phoenix with wings spanning 30 zhang, each beat scattering torrents of golden embers across the heavens. Golden flames scorch heaven. The phoenix shrieked, a piercing razor-edged cry, as it dove toward Fang Ze. Fang Ze pointed with one hand, the silver flying sword shot forward as a streak of pure silver light. Silent and swift it arced through the air, striking laterally at the phoenix's wing. The phoenix beat its wings. Golden fire surged forth, swallowing the silver blade whole. Yet the silver sword remained unscathed within the inferno. Its wind elemental suppression array ignited, spinning a vortex of high-velocity air along its length, forming an impenetrable barrier against the flames. The blade cleaved through the fire and struck the phoenix's wing. A mournful cry echoed. The left wing split open along a gash, several zhang long, golden flame gushing from the wound. Yet the phoenix did not dissipate. It surged forward with even greater ferocity. Tianhua Xinjuan sneered coldly. His golden flame phoenix was a divine art forged from the flying sword as its core, and his own life flame as its essence. If the sword endured, the phoenix would never perish. Fang Ze's expression remained unchanged. A small blue mirror flew from his hand, its surface facing the fire phoenix. A column of azure light shot from the mirror, illuminating the fire phoenix. The light column had no attacking power, but the moment it shone on the fire phoenix, the flow of spiritual power within it clearly appeared in Fang Ze's divine sense. Spiritual power surged from the flying sword, circulating within the fire phoenix along specific routes, maintaining its form. Fang Ze identified the main pathways of spiritual power flow. He raised his hand and pointed at the silver flying sword, made a sharp turn in midair, slicing into the spiritual power path revealed by the blue mirror. The flying sword danced each slash, accurately severing a pathway of spiritual power. After 3 strikes, the fire phoenix's left wing completely collapsed. After 5 strikes, its chest was pierced. On the 7th strike, the silver flying sword struck the golden flying sword at the core of the fire phoenix, producing a sharp clash. The golden flying sword was forced back, and the fire phoenix collapsed with a loud roar, transforming into countless golden sparks that tumbled into the sea, creating large plumes of white steam. The face of the heavenly fire true monarch turned extremely grim. His golden flame fire phoenix technique had rarely met an opponent among cultivators of the same level. Even high-level nascent soul cultivators had to take it seriously. But Fang Ze only needed to shine a mirror to find the flaw in the technique, and with just a few strikes he broke it. That small blue mirror was certainly not an ordinary low-grade spiritual treasure. Fang Ze did not give him a chance to breathe. Golden Boy, Ice Girl. The Golden Boy and Ice Girl moved simultaneously. The Golden Boy formed seals with his hands, and golden light erupted around him. His technique of turning stone into gold was activated to the extreme, but it was not used to refine ores, rather to manipulate metal. The heavenly fire true monarch's golden flying sword. The golden flying sword trembled violently, the flames on its blade flickering wildly. The heavenly fire true monarch's expression changed drastically as he desperately tried to stabilize the sword with his divine sense. But the golden boy's control over metal was too tyrannical. The flying sword was caught in a tug-of-war between him and the golden boy, producing a humming sound. The third eye on the ice girl's forehead fully opened. Ice Eye Ray. A slender ice blue ray shot from her third eye. The ray traveled at an incredible speed, so fast that the heavenly fire true monarch could not dodge in time, and could only activate his red copper round shield to block in front of him. The ray struck the shield. The flame patterns on the surface of the shield instantly dimmed, and a layer of frost spread out from the point of impact in all directions. The red copper shield was swiftly covered by the ice blue frost, the flame's spiritual power being suppressed to its limit by the icy force. The heavenly fire true monarch gritted his teeth and urged his spiritual power, trying to dispel the frost on the shield. But the icy force contained in the ice eye ray was exceedingly stubborn, gripping the core of the shield's spiritual power like a malignant growth. At that moment, the golden boy and ice girl both unleashed their full power. The golden light around the golden boy no longer appeared in a dispersed state, but instead coalesced into fine golden threads. The threads flew from him, weaving into a large golden net in the air aimed at the ice girl. Simultaneously, the ice girl's cold energy coalesced into ice blue threads. The threads also flew from her, intertwining in the air to form an ice blue net. The two nets met in midair. The golden threads and ice blue threads intertwined and merged in a way Fang Ze had never seen before. The golden threads provided sharpness and resilience, while the ice blue threads contributed extreme cold and solidity. The two vastly different forces not only did not repel each other, but instead produced a strange resonance. The golden boy and ice girl exchanged glances, both surprised. They clearly did not expect this to happen. Fang Ze speculated that it might be because both beastly creatures had bloodlines derived from that frog in the secret realm, resulting in their similar bloodlines, allowing them to perform a combined technique. Both beasts were experienced 4th-tier creatures. Even though it was unexpected, they did not stop. They simultaneously activated their respective threads, with gold and ice blue fully merging, transforming into a gigantic storm several dozen yards in diameter. The outer layer of the storm was composed of golden metal spiritual power, while the inner layer was made of ice blue cold force. The two forces sparked off each other, causing the storm's rotation to accelerate, its edges sharp and its core bone-chilling cold. Ice Gold Storm. The heavenly fire true monarch was trapped right in the center of the storm. He frantically urged his spiritual power, with the golden flying sword and red copper round shield forming layers of defense around him. But the storm's rotation was too fast. The golden metal threads acted like countless small blades, constantly cutting through his defenses, with hundreds of strikes landing on his protective spiritual light and defensive treasures every second. The ice blue cold threads infiltrated the gaps in the defenses, freezing and solidifying his spiritual power. The heavenly fire true monarch's spiritual power was visibly depleting. One breath, his protective spiritual light was shredded into pieces. 2 breaths, the frost on the surface of the red copper shield thickened, finally producing a crisp sound as a crack appeared on the shield. 3 breaths, the golden flying sword was firmly suppressed by the golden boy's technique, and the flames on its blade were completely extinguished. The flying sword emitted a mournful cry. As it was swept into the storm, its blade quickly covered in cuts. For breaths, the heavenly fire true monarch's spiritual power ran dry. His face turned pale, and the scarlet gold robe was torn by the storm, revealing skin that began to freeze beneath. He desperately tried to squeeze out spiritual power from his dantian, but the recovery speed of his spiritual power was far outpaced by its consumption. 5 breaths. The heavenly fire true monarch let out a desperate roar. He wanted to let his nascent soul escape, but the icy force of the ice gold storm froze his dantian, keeping his nascent soul firmly trapped within his body, unable to move. Fang Ze made his move. The silver flying sword and blue mirror both entered the storm at the same time. The silver flying sword aimed directly at the heavenly fire true monarch's head, while the beam of light from the blue mirror locked onto his dantian, allowing Fang Ze to clearly see the state of the nascent soul. The heavenly fire true monarch tried to resist, but his spiritual power had already been exhausted, and his body was firmly trapped by the ice gold storm. He could only watch as the silver flying sword pierced through his protective spiritual light, entering through his forehead and exiting through the back of his head. The heavenly fire true monarch's body suddenly stiffened. His nascent soul in the dantian attempted one last struggle, but the icy force of the ice gold storm had already penetrated into his dantian, freezing the nascent soul along with his body. The nascent soul, maintaining a posture of struggle, was frozen into a fist-sized block of ice, its expression frozen between despair and fear. Fang Ze raised his hand. The silver flying sword returned with the heavenly fire true monarch's corpse and the frozen nascent soul. He removed the storage ring from the heavenly fire true monarch, probing his divine sense inside for a glance. Spirit stones piled up like a mountain, with over 1 million top-grade spirit stones alone. There were also large quantities of fire-attributed spiritual materials, pills, and jade slips. Fang Ze did not inspect them closely, putting the storage ring away. Then he tossed the corpse and nascent soul towards the golden boy and ice girl. "These are yours." The golden boy's eyes lit up as he rushed forward. The ice girl walked over leisurely, a wave of cold energy causing the golden boy to shiver, then elegantly took away most of the nascent soul. The golden boy rubbed his frozen arm, feeling angry but unable to express it, and picked up the remaining part to go refine it elsewhere. Fang Ze turned to look at another battlefield. Bing Li and Mo Yuan were still entangled in combat with the Tianhua Tanyun beast. Bing Li's frost dragon breath left several crystallized wounds on the Tanyun beast, while its fiery scales cracked in several places, revealing the dark red flesh beneath. Mo Yuan's poison dragon claw tore through a patch of scales on the Tanyun beast's side, the dark green poison seeping into the wound, causing the beast's movements to slow. However, the Tanyun beast was a latest-stage 4th-tier monster, and even against 2 opponents it did not fall behind. The fiery lotus platform beneath it continuously generated new flame barriers, blocking most of Bing Li and Mo Yuan's attacks. Fang Ze raised his hand and waved. The insect cloud stirred. More than 20,000 gold-devouring insects surged towards the Tanyun beast like a dark golden cloud. Before the insect cloud reached it, the buzzing sound had already caused the Tanyun beast's fiery lotus platform to tremble slightly. Seeing the insect cloud, fear finally appeared in its golden-red vertical pupils. It had witnessed the Tianhua Jinjuan perish at Fang Ze's hands. It knew it was not a match for these 5 4th-tier powers plus the insect cloud. The Tanyun beast suddenly forced Bing Li and Mo Yuan back and hurriedly retreated. Its 4 hooves created for fiery lotus platforms in midair, moving at an astonishing speed and leaving a trail of crimson behind. It wanted to escape. Fang Ze pointed with his hand. The insect cloud split into 3 streams, left wing, right wing, and above, simultaneously encircling it. The Tanyun beast dove down, trying to burrow into the sea. But the sea froze the moment it touched the surface. The Ice Maiden had appeared on the sea, barefoot on the ice, her third eye glowing with a blue light. The sea surface within several miles had been frozen into a massive floating ice sheet by her. The Tanyun beast's fiery hoofs struck the ice, causing it to shatter, but new layers of ice immediately formed. It struggled on the ice for a few moments before the insect cloud surrounded it from 3 directions, trapping it in the center. Bing Li and Mo Yuan approached from both sides. The golden boy finished refining the remnants of the Tianhua Zhenjin's nascent soul and flew over the golden light around him, more solid than before. The Ice Maiden approached on the ice, her long hair gently swaying in the sea breeze. 5 4th-tier powers surrounded the Tanyun beast completely. The Tanyun beast stood on the ice looking around. Reflected in its golden-red vertical pupils were 5 figures: the golden boy, the Ice Maiden, Bing Li, Mo Yuan, and Fang Ze, who hovered in midair. The insect cloud circled above its head, the buzzing sound incessant. Its fiery scales bristled slightly, and its hooves uneasily scraped the ice. But it did not continue to resist. "Spare me." The Tanyun beast spoke, its voice hoarse and rough, carrying the unique raspy quality of a beast, yet its words were clear. Fang Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. It was not surprising that a 4th-tier monster could speak human words, but the timing of this Tanyun beast asking for mercy was earlier than he had expected. It did not fight to the death but chose to surrender directly. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Fang Ze's voice was calm and unwavering. The Tanyun beast lowered its head, bending its front legs into a submissive posture. This action was extremely humiliating for a beast resembling a Qilin. The Qilin clan is inherently proud, and their instinct is to prefer death over surrender. Yet this Tanyun beast did so without hesitation. "Master," the Tanyun beast's voice was deep. "I was captured by the Tianhua sect. 300 years ago, the previous master of the Tianhua sect captured me on the Shattered Star Isles and placed a slave seal within me. For these 300 years, I have been used as a town sect monster unable to be free." It raised its head, a hint of pleading in its golden red vertical pupils. "Now that you have killed the Tianhua Jinjuan, the slave seal in my body has dissipated on its own. From the moment the seal disappeared, I was no longer the beast of the Tianhua sect. You killed the Tianhua Jinjuan, which avenged my 300 years of imprisonment. I should thank you." Fang Ze's gaze shifted slightly. He had cultivated the secret art of spiritual insects. Although it was mainly used to control spiritual insects, the principles of soul sensing and sealing involved gave him a certain ability to perceive the soul state of monsters. He could sense that there were indeed no traces of the seal within the Tanyun beast. If there were, his divine sense would have detected the unique spiritual energy fluctuations of the seal. Moreover, a later-stage 4th-tier beast possessed a high-tier bloodline within it. If he could subdue it, it would hold great value for him. He had just witnessed the Tanyun beast's combat power. Even when Bing Li and Mo Yuan teamed up, they could barely restrain it. If the Tianhua Jinjuan had not died first, causing the Tanyun beast to lose its fighting spirit, it was uncertain how long this battle would have continued. However, the premise of subjugation was to be able to control it. Fang Ze was currently at the early stage of the nascent soul with a divine sense strength comparable to that of the mid-nascent soul. The Tanyun beast, on the other hand, was a latest stage 4th tier, a level above him. Using conventional soul-sealing methods, he could not suppress the Tanyun beast. Forcibly imposing a seal would only result in backlash. "I need you to offer part of your soul," Fang Ze said straightforwardly. The Tanyun beast's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Offering part of its soul meant completely entrusting its life to the other party. Whoever possessed part of its soul could, with a mere thought, cause its soul to shatter and perish. This was a more complete form of submission than a slave seal. A slave seal merely binds, while offering one's soul is a matter of life and death. Yet the Tanyun beast only pondered for a few moments before making its decision. "All right." A thin fissure opened between its brows. A fist-sized red-gold light orb flew out from the crack hovering before the Tanyun beast. Inside the light orb, a shrunken version of the Tanyun beast could be seen sleeping. This was the Tanyun beast's soul. The Tanyun beast opened its mouth and bit off a portion of its soul from the light orb. About 1/3. The bitten-off soul fragment transformed into a smaller red-gold light orb, slowly drifting towards Fang Ze. The moment the soul fragment was sent out, the Tanyun beast's aura visibly weakened. Its originally latest stage 4th tier cultivation fell nearly a small realm at that moment, barely maintaining the lower limit of latest stage 4th tier. The light in its vertical pupils also dimmed slightly. Fang Ze reached out to catch the soul fragment. It felt warm in his hand, and he could clearly sense the life imprint of the Tanyun beast contained within. An illusion of a Qilin running through flames, as well as fragmented memories of humiliation endured over 300 years of captivity and servitude. These memory fragments flooded into Fang Ze's divine sense, chaotically giving him a rough understanding of the Tanyun beast's experiences. He did not rush to impose a seal. After offering 1/3 of its soul, the strength of the Tanyun beast's soul had already dropped below mid-4th tier, not far from Fang Ze's divine sense. In this state, Fang Ze could safely impose a soul seal. Fang Ze formed hand seals, and lines of sealing patterns coalesced at his fingertips. The sealing technique he used came from a contract recorded in the sect. Using the voluntarily offered soul fragment as a guide, he established a one-way link to the soul. This seal would not interfere with the beast's cultivation and growth, but would ensure that it could not betray him. If the beast ever harbored thoughts of defiance, the soul fragment would shatter by itself. The sealing patterns were imprinted onto the soul fragment. The surface of the red-gold light orb revealed faint golden sealing patterns wrapping around the fragment. The entire process lasted about a quarter of an hour, and beads of sweat began to form on Fang Ze's forehead. Even with the cooperation of a 4th-tier latest-stage demon beast, the consumption of divine sense was immense. As the final seal was placed, a faint buzzing sound emanated from the fragment of the soul. Fang Ze stored it in his sea of consciousness, placing it beside the core of his divine sense. He could clearly sense every emotional fluctuation of the cloud-treading beast. At this moment, it felt submissive, on guard, and a hint of faint relief. The cloud-treading beast naturally sensed the establishment of the soul link. A complex expression flashed in its vertical pupils, but it quickly regained its calm. Having made its choice, it would not have regrets. Fang Ze withdrew the insect cloud, leaving 4 fourth-tier devouring gold insects to stand guard around. He descended onto the icy surface, standing before the cloud-treading beast. The beast lowered its head, its massive skull hovering before Fang Ze. This posture was even more submissive than its previous kneeling. "Master," it called out again. Fang Ze placed his hand on the beast's forehead scales. "You just said you were captured by the Tianhua sect." "Yes, master," the cloud-treading beast replied in a deep voice. 300 years ago I was just at the early stage of the 4th tier. The previous sect master of Tianhua sect, an elder at the late stage of nascent soul, discovered me at the outskirts of the Lihua Palace ruins in the Shattered Star Islands and captured me. He implanted a slave seal within me, confining me in the volcano of Tianhua sect, extracting my fire spiritual energy through formations to cultivate spiritual herbs. For 300 years I never stepped away from that volcano. Until today, when Tianhua Jinjuan brought me. Fang Ze's pupils constricted slightly. The treasure map given to him by Jinjuan Gu Yu marked the location of the Lihua Palace ruins deep within the Shattered Star Islands. The follow-up techniques of the 4 transformations of Lihua Sutra are right there. The cloud-treading beast was actually captured from the Lihua Palace ruins. This means it understands the situation inside the ruins. "How much do you know about the Lihua Palace ruins?" Fang Ze inquired. The cloud-treading beast raised its head, a glimmer of memory flashing in its golden-red vertical pupils. "I was young when captured and only moved around the outskirts of the ruins," it said, its voice tinged with nostalgia. The Lihua Palace was an ancient sect that mysteriously perished. The entire sect was built within a massive volcano consisting of 7 levels. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature and stronger the seals. I only ventured through the outer 3 levels back then. I dared not go deeper. 7 levels. Fang Ze's brows furrowed slightly. "Yes, 7 levels," affirmed the cloud-treading beast. "The first level is where the outer disciples reside and cultivate spiritual fields. It has been scavenged countless times and has nothing valuable left. The second level contains the cave abodes of inner disciples and alchemy chambers with stronger seals, and occasionally people can still find some treasures within. The third level is the Elder's Hall with extremely powerful seals. Even nascent soul cultivators must tread carefully. As for below the 4th level, I have never heard of anyone entering, or rather those who entered never came back out." Fang Ze fell silent for a moment. The Lihua Palace ruins were far more dangerous than he had anticipated. A 7-level ancient sect's relic, and even the previous sect master of Tianhua at the late stage of nascent soul, could only capture a juvenile cloud-treading beast at the outskirts of the 3rd level. Below the 4th level, one would likely require top-tier nascent soul strength to explore. However, he possessed the ace of space. If he encountered an inescapable danger, he could always retreat into the space. "Is there anything particularly noteworthy in the ruins?" Fang Ze continued to ask. The cloud-treading beast pondered for a moment, a glimmer of light flashing in its eyes. "Spirit fire," it said. "The Lihua Palace is renowned for its fire attribute techniques, and the palace raised various spirit fires. I once sensed an extremely powerful spirit fire aura in the 3rd level, at least above the 4th tier. The previous sect master of Tianhua entered the ruins to capture that spirit fire, but he failed and only captured me. However, Tianhua sect is also cultivating a type of spirit fire, albeit not as powerful as that of Lihua Palace." Spirit fire. Fang Ze's eyes suddenly lit up. In the cultivation world, spirit fire is an extremely precious, heavenly material and treasure. After refining spirit fire, a cultivator's fire attribute abilities greatly increase, and their alchemy and artifact forging skills also significantly improve. Fang Ze practiced the 4 transformations of Lihua Sutra, which is itself a fire attribute technique. If he could refine a 4th-tier spirit fire, his combat power would undoubtedly rise to another level. "What type of spirit fire is it?" "I don't know," the cloud-treading beast shook its head. "I only sensed its aura. It was scorching, domineering, carrying a sense of incinerating all things. It should be located in the core area of the 3rd level, protected by powerful seals." "I see." Fang Ze nodded, committing this information to memory. "You mentioned earlier that I shouldn't go against Tianhua sect." The cloud-treading beast's body stiffened slightly, fear flashing in its vertical pupils. "Master," its voice dropped lower, "Tianhua sect has more than 3 nascent soul cultivators." Fang Ze frowned. "There is also a powerful nascent soul cultivator in Tianhua sect. This person is the true master of Tianhua sect, the master uncle of Tianhua Jinjuan, known as Yan Yuzhen. He has been in seclusion for years, never showing his face, and even most disciples of Tianhua sect are unaware of his existence. I was imprisoned at the volcano for 300 years, and could sense an extremely terrifying divine sense sweeping through from the depths of the volcano each year. The strength of that divine sense was more than double that of Tianhua Jinjuan. Latest-stage nascent soul. Fang Ze's pupils constricted slightly. There was no mention of this person in Li Qingshan's intelligence. In the entire vicinity of the Lioli Immortal City, there were probably only a few who knew of Yan Yuzhenjin's existence. Tianhua sect was well hidden. A later-stage nascent soul cultivator combined with the 4th-tier mid-grade Tianhua refinement demon array posed too great a risk for a direct confrontation. Although Fang Ze had many aces up his sleeve, he was not arrogant enough to think he could face a later-stage nascent soul cultivator heathen. Very good. Fang Ze patted the cloud-treading beast's forehead. This information is worth your life. The cloud-treading beast lowered its head, secretly relieved. Fang Ze turned to look at the distant sea surface. He could not move against Tianhua sect for the time being. However, Liang sect, which only had Liang Jinjuan as its sole nascent soul cultivator, was now a piece of fat meat ready for him to slice. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a fleeing light at the edge of his divine sense. A crimson-white streak of light was rushing towards him from the northwest direction at great speed. Inside the fleeing light was a tall man dressed in a white robe with a resolute face and exuding fire attribute spiritual power fluctuations of the early stage of nascent soul. Liang Jinjuan. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fang Ze's mouth. Just in time. It spared him another trip. From a distance, Liang Jinjuan saw the devastation of the sea area. Large chunks of shattered ice floated on the surface and remnants of spiritual power from the battle lingered in the air. The aura of Tianhua Jinjuan had completely dissipated. His face instantly turned pale. Tianhua Jinjuan was dead. The mid-stage nascent soul Tianhua Jinjuan had actually died. The true lord of the blazing sun did not hesitate at all and turned to flee. The crimson and white escape light arced through the air, racing back in the direction it had come, moving nearly twice as fast as when he arrived. Fang Ze did not pursue. He looked at the Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden slightly nodded and the third eye on her forehead opened, shooting forth a beam of ice-blue light. The Ice Ray. Its speed far surpassed that of the true lord of the blazing sun's escape. In just a few breaths, the ray caught up to the crimson and white escape light. Sensing the danger behind him, the true lord of the blazing sun abruptly turned around, conjuring a shield of flames before him. The shield clashed with the ice ray, producing a muffled sound. The ray pierced through the flame shield, leaving a fist-sized ice cavity, but its direction was slightly deflected, grazing the shoulder of the true lord of the blazing sun. Instantly, frost formed on his shoulder. He let out a muffled grunt, his escape speed not decreasing but increasing as he desperately fled into the distance. Flames of spiritual power surged from within him, dispelling the frost. The Ice Maiden unleashed her second ice ray. This time the ray accurately struck the back of the true lord of the blazing sun. His body suddenly froze, a layer of frost spreading from the point of impact. His escape light froze in midair, and he remained in a running posture, transformed into an ice sculpture. Fang Ze led Jin Tong and the others in pursuit. The true lord of the blazing sun was trapped in the ice sculpture, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. His lips moved slightly, as if trying to say something, but the sound was muffled by the ice, only a vague buzzing came through. Fang Ze did not give him a chance to speak. The silver flying sword descended. The ice sculpture, along with the true lord of the blazing sun inside, was cleaved in two. The nascent soul flew out from the shattered flesh, attempting to escape, but the Ice Maiden's frost domain had already enveloped a radius of hundreds of feet. The nascent soul had barely flown 10 feet before being frozen in midair, turning into a small ice-blue light spot. Fang Ze raised his hand and clenched it. The frozen nascent soul shattered into countless tiny ice crystals, cascading into the sea. The true lord of the blazing sun has fallen. His body and fragments of his nascent soul entered the mouth of a 4th-tier demon beast. Fang Ze removed the storage ring from the true lord of the blazing sun and scanned its contents with his divine sense. Compared to the wealth of the true lord of the heavenly fire, the storage ring of the true lord of the blazing sun was rather meager. There were only about 200,000 spirit stones and a few magical artifacts of 3rd-tier quality, with not a single spirit treasure. However, there were quite a few fire attribute spiritual herbs and ores inside, which should be worth some spirit stones. He stored the ring away and turned to look at the cloud-stepping beast. You just said that the heavenly fire sect has a 4th-tier spirit fire. Yes, master. The cloud-stepping beast nodded. That spirit fire is sealed in the volcanic core of the heavenly fire sect, personally guarded by the true lord of the inferno. I was imprisoned at the volcano back then and could clearly sense its aura. Fang Ze pondered for a moment. The heavenly fire sect cannot be moved for now. The true lord of the inferno is at the late stage of nascent soul, and with the 4th-tier middle grade heavenly fire burning demon formation, a direct confrontation poses too great a risk. But the spirit fire can wait. Wait until the Ice Maiden breaks through to the peak of the 4th tier, or he himself breaks through to the mid-stage of nascent soul, or when the swarm of golden devouring insects successfully transcends tribulation in bulk, then it will not be too late to seek trouble with the true lord of the inferno. The immediate goal is the blazing sun sect. Let's go. Fang Ze changed into a typical white robe worn by disciples of the blazing sun sect, using a disguise technique to alter his appearance to that of a man in his 30s. His disguise technique had reached perfection, altering not just his face, but also his skeletal structure and aura characteristics. Unless a cultivator at the late stage of nascent soul deliberately used divine sense to probe, it would be extremely difficult to see through. Mo Yuan also changed her appearance. She switched her black robe for a deep blue fitted outfit, made slight adjustments to her appearance, and concealed her potent toxic aura, only retaining the pressure of a 4th-tier initial stage dragon. As a shape-shifting demon beast, she did not need a disguise technique, only needing to restrain her demonic aura and adjust her aura. The two of them summoned their escape light and flew towards the Blazing Sun sect. The mountain gate of the Blazing Sun sect is located in a desert oasis over 2 million miles southwest of the Lioli Immortal City. When Fang Ze and Mo Yuan arrived, it was noon. The blazing sun burning heaven formation had turned the surrounding desert for 100 miles into glass-like crystals. Fang Ze stood outside the formation, his divine sense sweeping over the entire sect. Inside the sect, only a few Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples remained, the highest cultivation being only latest-stage Golden Core. There were no other nascent soul cultivators. The 4th-tier lower-grade blazing sun-burning heaven formation was virtually useless against Fang Ze. He raised his hand and waved. Mo Yuan emerged and her dragon tail swept across the formation's barrier. In less than 2 breaths, after 3 collisions, the spiritual power core of the blazing sun-burning heaven formation was destroyed. The formation's barrier flickered violently a few times before crashing apart, transforming into a sky filled with crimson light spots. Enemy attack! Cries of panic echoed from within the mountain gate. Golden Core cultivators flew out from their caves, but upon seeing the 2 4th-tier auras hovering above the mountain gate, everyone's faces turned pale. Mo Yuan stepped forward, unleashing the full pressure of her 4th-tier initial stage dragon. Several Golden Core cultivators charging at the front were directly crushed to the ground by the pressure, spitting out blood. Disciples of the Blazing Sun sect, listen. Fang Ze's voice, amplified by spiritual power, resonated throughout the entire mountain gate. The true lord of the Blazing Sun is dead. Those who drop their storage bags and leave on their own will live. Those who resist will die. A deathly silence fell over the sect. After a moment, an elderly man at the late stage of Golden Core tremblingly flew out, offering his storage bag with both hands, then turning to flee into the depths of the desert without looking back. With the first one, there soon followed a second and a third. In less than half an hour, the Golden Core cultivators of the Blazing Sun sect had cleared out completely, and the Foundation Establishment disciples scattered like birds and beasts. A few diehard loyalists attempted to resist but were turned into mush by a single claw from Mo Yuan. Fang Ze walked into the treasure vault of the Blazing Sun sect. The treasures within were even more meager than he had expected. The total spirit stones amounted to just over 20 million, with fewer than 100 high-grade spirit stones, the rest being of mid to low grades. There were many pills and magical artifacts, but their quality was generally low, with hardly any above 3rd tier. However, 2 items caught Fang Ze's attention. The first was a fist-sized orb. Holding it in his hand, he could sense the fire attribute spiritual power contained within. A 4th-tier top-grade fire attribute, or the Crimson Flame Crystal Essence. This ore is the essence condensed from the Crimson Flame Crystal and is extremely rare. It can be used to refine top-grade fire, attribute spirit treasures, or even serve as a material for transcendent spirit treasures. Fang Ze stored the Crimson Flame Crystal Essence away. Jin Tong's Golden Touch ability could elevate the tier of N or once. This 4th-tier top-grade Crimson Flame Crystal Essence, after being upgraded by Jin Tong's ability, could become a 5th-tier ore. 5th-tier ores are materials of divine transformation level rare throughout the entire cultivation world. The second item was a spirit plant. The spirit plant was grown in a gigantic stone pot, standing about 3 feet tall, and entirely crimson gold. 3 fruits hung from its branches, their skins a bright red. A 4th-tier lower-grade spirit plant, the Yen-Yang fruit tree. The Yen-Yang fruit ripens once every 1,000 years, and is a main ingredient for refining various 4th-tier fire attribute pills. Direct consumption can also enhance the cultivation of fire attribute cultivators and aid breakthroughs for fire attribute demon beasts. Fang Ze transferred the Yen-Yang fruit tree roots and all into his space. Right beside the blue frost tree was an empty patch of land where fire attribute and ice attribute spirit plants were planted together, their yin and yang harmonizing, instead promoting each other's growth. He set up a small gathering spirit formation around the fruit tree to ensure that the 4th-tier top-grade spiritual energy could fully nourish the spirit plant. After plundering the treasure vault, Fang Ze went to the small spirit stone mine under the Liang sect. The mine was not large, yielding approximately 2 million spirit stones annually. Fang Ze did not have time to mine slowly, and instructed the gold-devouring insects to empty all the raw ore already extracted and piled up in the mine tunnel. This batch of raw ore was worth around 2 million spirit stones, plus the 20 million from the treasure vault, totaling over 22 million spirit stones. It was enough to sustain his expenses for 4 years. Fang Ze stood atop the ruins of Liang sect, casting one last glance at the deserted sect. In this operation, he had only revealed a wandering cultivator's face and a dark-scaled dragon. Once the news of Liang sect's demise spread, various factions would naturally investigate. But a wandering cultivator with a 4th-tier dark-scale dragon had destroyed Liang sect. Such a combination was common in the cultivation world. They would not be able to trace him. Fang Ze activated his escape light and flew towards the direction of Liuli Immortal City. He planned to stay in the Immortal City for a few days, depositing the spirit stones obtained from the extermination into his space, organizing his gains, before setting off for Shattered Star Islands. He already had the map of the Lihua Palace ruins and a guide in the Cloud-Treading Beast. The 4th-tier spirit fire the follow-up techniques of the 4 transformations of Lihua scripture, and the ancient opportunities buried in the ruins each was worth the risk. As for the Tianhua sect, if that latest-stage nascent soul ancestor sought justice, he did not mind confronting them. When he returned from Shattered Star Islands or after enhancing his strength, he could reclaim that spirit fire or even obliterate the Tianhua sect. At Wanjin sect on the Xuanji Peak. When Xuanji Ze emerged from his secluded chamber, it was deep night. The starry sky above the peak was exceptionally bright, with the Milky Way stretching across the horizon, casting a cold starlight. He wore a grayish-white Taoist robe, his face gaunt, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. He stood before the stone door of the chamber, taking a deep breath of the cool night air. In this secluded retreat, he aimed to break through to the perfect nascent soul, but unfortunately, he still did not manage to cross that threshold. Congratulations on exiting seclusion, Master Ancestor. A Golden Core disciple waiting outside hurriedly bowed as he saw him come out. Xuanji Ze nodded slightly, his voice flat. Over the past few years, has anyone come seeking me? Replying to Master Ancestor 3 years ago, the true monarch of Tianhua sect came to visit, stating he had important matters to discuss. The disciple informed him that Master Ancestor was in seclusion, and he left a message saying that if Master Ancestor were to exit, he must visit Tianhua sect for a discussion. It concerned the killer of Master Zhen Xian. Xuanji Ze's footsteps paused. Zhen Xianzi, his direct disciple, the last one he had accepted 100 years ago. Although his talent was not top-notch, he was diligent and loyal, showing great filial piety. Over a decade ago, Zhen Xianzi's soul lamp had extinguished, yet the murderer had not been found, only that it was related to the gold-devouring insects. This matter had been a thorn in his heart. What did the true monarch of Tianhua say? Xuanji Ze's voice deepened. He only mentioned having a lead on the murderer but did not elaborate. Xuanji Ze did not ask further. He stood atop the peak, gazing towards the direction of Tianhua, his eyes reflecting a rapidly accelerating flow of stars. He possessed the Tianji spirit body. This was his greatest secret. This rare special physique allowed him to vaguely sense the causes and effects as well as good fortune and misfortune. Although he could not clearly foresee the future, his intuition had never failed him in critical decisions. At this moment, his intuition told him to go to Tianhua sect. It was not for revenge for Zhen Xianzi. The matter of revenge weighed far less in his heart than another vague premonition. A tremendous opportunity awaited him in that direction. Xuanji Ze disturbed no one, taking off alone in escape light, flying northwest. The 3 volcanoes of Tianhua sect appeared in his sight at dawn. The 3 volcanoes were arranged in a triangle, with the largest one in the center spewing thick smoke, dyeing half the sky grayish-black. However, Xuanji Ze's escape light stopped 100 miles from Tianhua sect. His Tianji spirit body was going wild with warnings. Within that volcano there was an extremely powerful aura. It was not the true monarch of Tianhua. The true monarch of Tianhua was only at the mid-nascent soul stage and could not evoke such a strong sense of crisis in him. That aura was significantly stronger than that of the true monarch. Latest-stage nascent soul. Moreover, it was a top-tier powerhouse among latest-stage nascent souls. Xuanji Ze's brows furrowed slightly. On the surface, Tianhua sect only had 3 nascent soul cultivators, the strongest being the true monarch of Tianhua, who was merely at mid-nascent soul. Where did this latest-stage nascent soul aura come from? He did not approach recklessly, but descended 100 miles away, flying towards Tianhua sect at a normal speed. Since the opponent was latest-stage nascent soul, he should adhere to the proper etiquette befitting their level. The gatekeeper disciple of Tianhua sect, upon seeing a great cultivator at the late nascent soul stage arrive, did not dare to be negligent and quickly reported. Before long, a crimson golden flame shot up from the volcano, transforming into an elder clad in a dark red robe, landing before Xuanji Ze. Yan Yu, true monarch. His hair and beard displayed an eerie dark red color. His face aged, yet the flames in his eyes showed no sign of aging. He did not deliberately release oppressive energy. Wanjin sect, Xuanji Ze. Yan Yu, true monarch, spoke in a hoarse and deep voice. I've long admired you. The hidden strength of Tianhua sect. Xuanji Ze slightly cupped his hands. How shall I address you, friend? Yan Yu. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Both being latest-stage nascent souls, they could sense the unfathomable aura emanating from each other. The fiery spiritual power of Yan Yu, true monarch, was domineering and flamboyant, while Xuanji Ze's array spiritual power was reserved and profound. The two invisible pressures collided in the air. Yan Yu True Monarch was the first to retract his pressure gesturing for Fang Ze to follow please Taoist friend Xuanji. The two entered the secret chamber within the volcano. After both had taken their seats, Yan Yu True Monarch got straight to the point. Taoist friend Xuanji, have you come regarding the matter of your disciple Zhen Xianzi? Xuanji's gaze stirred. Does Taoist friend Yan, you know who the murderer is? I do. Yan Yu True Monarch tapped his fingers on the armrest of the stone chair. Moreover, this person also killed the leader of our Tianhua sect, True Monarch of Tianhua. Xuanji's pupils constricted slightly. The True Monarch of Tianhua was a mid-nascent soul cultivator possessing 2 spirit treasures, and his combat strength was not weak among his peers. The one capable of killing him was at least a peak mid-nascent soul or even possibly a later-stage nascent soul. Moreover, from Yan Yu True Monarch's words, the person who killed the True Monarch of Tianhua was the same as the one who killed Zhen Xianzi. Who is the murderer? Fang Ze asked in a deep voice. The alchemist of Bibo Pavilion, Fang Ze. Yan Yu True Monarch's voice suppressed anger. This person appears to be a golden core cultivator, but may actually be hiding his nascent soul cultivation. Our Tianhua sect's leader, True Monarch of Tianhua, was ambushed by this person 7 days ago, outside Liuli Immortal City. The leader's junior brother, True Monarch of Qian, had also fallen to him earlier. He stood up, walked to the stone wall of the secret chamber, and pressed his palm against a protruding rock. The rock sank, revealing a hidden compartment within containing a jade slip. He took out the jade slip and handed it to Fang Ze. This is all the information that the true Lord of Heavenly Fire gathered about this person during his lifetime. Han Feng of the Liang sect and Jin Xuanzi of the Wanjin sect both perished at his hands. This person commands a swarm of gold-devouring insects numbering over 10,000, among which there may be several 4th-tier gold-devouring insects. After a moment he put down the jade slip, his gaze swirling like stars at an ever-increasing speed. Fang Ze. This name he remembered. What does my friend Yan Yu mean? He lifted his head. To join forces. True Lord Yan Yu turned around, flames flickering in his dark red pupils. This person killed our sect leader, and your disciple bearing blood feuds with both sects, but his combat strength is not weak. He was able to slay the true Lord of Heavenly Fire, so he must possess some hidden cards. If we act separately there is risk, but if we join forces we are guaranteed success. Fang Ze did not answer immediately. His heavenly mystery spirit body was working frantically. In his mind, countless threads of cause and effect intertwined, sketching a blurry image. In that image, he did not see himself opposing Fang Ze. Instead, he glimpsed another possibility. But that image was too vague, he could not see it clearly. How does my friend Yan Yu plan to proceed? Fang Ze asked. We will go directly to Bai Bo. True Lord Yan Yu's voice was cold and harsh. Fang Ze is an alchemist of the Bai Bo Pavilion, and the Bai Bo sect behind it is merely a force guarded by an early-stage nascent soul. With both of us latest-stage nascent souls present, does the Bai Bo sect dare not to hand him over? Fang Ze fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. It can be done. However, I have one condition. Please speak, my friend. Once we arrive at Bai Bo Island, do not act immediately. Fang Ze spoke calmly. I want to observe this person first. True Lord Yan Yu frowned slightly but did not inquire further. Fang Ze was renowned for his predictions. His actions always had their reasoning. Since he said he wanted to observe first, then let him. It is acceptable. The 2 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators took to the skies, flying towards Bai Bo Island. Meanwhile, Fang Ze was in the backyard of Bai Bo Pavilion organizing the spoils of his journey. The storage ring of the true Lord of Heavenly Fire contained quite a bit. Over 1.2 million spirit stones with lower-tier spirit stones piled into a small mountain totaling around 30 million. Dozens of fire attribute spiritual materials, among which the most precious are 3 blocks of heavenly fire crystals, each the size of a fist. 4th-tier mid-grade fire attribute ore is excellent material for refining fire attribute spiritual treasures. In terms of pills, there are several bottles of 3rd-tier pills and 2 bottles of 4th-tier pills. 1 bottle of fire pattern pills and 1 bottle of red sun true pills, both aimed at enhancing fire attribute cultivation. There are over a dozen jade slips, mainly recording the techniques and secret arts of the Heavenly Fire sect. Fang Ze glanced over them. Their ranks were all below the earth tier, offering him little utility. However, one jade slip detailing the history of the Heavenly Fire sect mentioned that the sect's guardian spiritual fire is known as Heavenly Gang Burning Heart Flame, a 4th-tier mid-grade fire sealed within the core of a volcano personally guarded by successive Grand Elders. Heavenly Gang Burning Heart Flame. Fang Ze committed this name to memory. A 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual fire, once refined, would significantly enhance the power of his fire attribute spiritual energy. The 4 transfer leaving fire scripture is a fire attribute technique. If paired with a powerful spiritual fire, his combat strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. He stored the storage ring away, and took out the storage ring of the True Lord of Liang to sort through it. The wealth of the True Lord of Liang was much meager, with the total spirit stones amounting to less than 8 million, and only a few 3rd-tier treasures. However, that Yenyang fruit tree and that piece of red flame crystal essence far exceeded the value of the spirit stones. He handed the red flame crystal essence to Jin Tong. Jin Tong held the fist-sized red crystal, or his eyes sparkling with excitement, turning it over and over in admiration. Good stuff. Jin Tong exclaimed, I've never seen such a high-quality fire attribute, or, Master, if you let me take this, or I can use my alchemy to upgrade it to a 5th tier, or, how long will it take? Between half a year to a year. Jin Tong raised a finger. If I focus on nurturing this, or I can upgrade it every half a year, ensuring it becomes 5th tier red flame crystal essence. By then, when Master uses it to refine his life spiritual treasure, its power will undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary materials significantly. Fang Ze nodded and handed the ore to Jin Tong. Jin Tong dashed back to his domain with the ore squatting beside the Jin Jian bamboo, starting to nurture it with golden spiritual energy. His expression was focused, as if treating it like an extraordinary treasure, muttering incantations. Fang Ze inspected the space. The Ice Maiden stood under the blue frost fruit tree, gazing upward at the several ripening fruits. Bingley followed behind her, trying to mimic her master's stance of looking up at the tree, the single horn on her forehead radiating a faint ice blue light amidst the spiritual energy mist. Mo Yuan was coiled in a corner of the space. Her cultivation had firmly stabilized at the early 4th tier. Upon seeing Fang Ze approach, she nodded slightly, acknowledging his presence. The cloud-treading beast was placed beside the Yenyang fruit tree. It lay on the ground, its 4 hooves curled beneath it, its golden-red vertical pupils half-closed, seemingly dozing. But Fang Ze knew it was vigilant. A beast that had been imprisoned for 300 years, even after surrendering its soul, could not completely let down its guard in just a few days. Fang Ze did not disturb it. Trust is something that takes time to establish. He stepped out of the space, standing before the window of the Bai Bo Pavilion's backyard. Outside the window, the luminous celestial city was bathed in the afternoon sunlight, with cultivators coming and going in the streets. Li Qingshan's intelligence network had already been established, and a plethora of information was compiled for him daily. There was currently no movement from the Heavenly Fire sect. The existence of True Lord Yen Yu forced Fang Ze to postpone his plans for extermination. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator combined with the 4th-tier mid-grade Heavenly Fire refining formation posed too great a risk for a direct assault. However, the troubles of the Heavenly Fire sect remained an underlying threat. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ze made his decision. Rather than passively waiting for True Lord Yen Yu to come knocking, it was better to take the initiative. He would first scout the vicinity of the Heavenly Fire sect to see if he could find opportunities to strike individually. He changed into a plain gray robe, using disguise techniques to alter his appearance to that of a middle-aged loose cultivator in his 40s. He concealed all his nascent soul aura, suppressing his cultivation to the early golden core stage. Then he pushed open the door and stepped out of the Bai Bo Pavilion. The misty moon was behind the counter fiddling with an abacus, and upon seeing Fang Ze emerge, she smiled and greeted him. Fang Ze nodded slightly, his steps unceasing as he exited the main door. Outside luminous celestial city, Fang Ze propelled himself with a blue escape light, flying towards the northwest. The Heavenly Fire sect was located 300,000 miles to the northwest of luminous celestial city. At his suppressed speed, it would take him over half a day to fly there. After flying about 20,000 miles, Fang Ze's divine sense detected 2 escape lights at the edge. 2 escape lights rushed towards him from the direction of the Heavenly Fire sect, moving at astonishing speeds. One was a blazing crimson gold flames, surging, exuding a domineering pressure. The other was grayish-white, restrained and profound, yet equally swift. Latestage nascent soul. And there were 2 of them. Fang Ze's pupils constricted sharply. He did not flee. The speeds of the 2 latestage nascent soul cultivators surpassed his own, making escape impossible. He halted his escape light, hovering above the surface of the sea, fully extending his divine sense towards the 2 escape lights. Amidst the crimson golden escape light stood an old man clad in a dark red robe, his hair and beard a deep crimson. In the gray-white escape light appeared an old Taoist with completely white hair. Fang Ze did not know the true monarch of Yenyu, but he was acquainted with Xian Ji, the master of Zhen Xianzi from the Wanzhan sect. After eliminating Zhen Xianzi, Fang Ze had specifically instructed Li Qingshan to gather intelligence on the Wanzhan sect, including a portrait of Xian Ji, a major cultivator in the late stage of nascent soul and the strongest in the Wanzhan sect. 2 latestage nascent soul cultivators. Fang Ze's heart sank, but his expression remained impassive. The 3 of them faced each other across the vast sea, separated by dozens of miles. The true monarch of Yen Yu spoke first, his voice carrying across the distance. You must be Fang Ze of the Bai Bo Pavilion. You killed Tian Hua. Fang Ze did not deny it. He took out a flying sword from his storage ring, the golden flame flying sword of the true monarch of Tian, or a mid-grade spirit treasure. The flying sword buzzed in his hand, its golden flames, having been re-refined, now bearing his own divine sense imprint. Upon seeing the flying sword, the true monarch of Yen Yes pupils flared with fire. That was one of the spirit treasures of the Tianhua sect. As long as the sword exists, so does its master. I counterattacked. Fang Ze's voice was calm. This person came to trouble me intending to kill and seize treasures. Isn't it quite normal? Normal. The true monarch of Yanye's voice suddenly rose, flames erupting around him, turning half the sky a deep crimson. You killed the leader of the Tianhua sect, murdered my elders, and you call this normal? Fang Ze did not respond. He tapped his beast-controlling pouch at his waist, and a crimson golden figure flew out, landing beside him. It was the Tianhua cloud-treading beast. The size of the cloud-treading beast had shrunk compared to before, but its fiery scales were more solid. It had consumed the soul-nourishing herb Fang Ze provided, stabilizing its divine soul injuries. Although sacrificing a third of its divine soul had caused its realm to fall to the brink of latest stage 4th rank, its aura was no longer weak, and its golden-red vertical pupils regained their brilliance. Upon seeing the true monarch of Yanyu, the cloud-treading beast's vertical pupils suddenly constricted, its 4 hooves restlessly pawing at the void. Memories of 300 years of imprisonment surged in its mind, causing its fiery scales to rise slightly as it let out a roar. Yet it did not retreat. It stood beside Fang Ze, confronting the true monarch of Yanyu. The true monarch's anger nearly overflowed upon seeing the cloud-treading beast beside Fang Ze. This cloud-treading beast had been captured by the previous leader of the Tianhua sect and imprisoned for 300 years in the sect's volcano, where its fiery spiritual energy had nurtured countless fire-attributed spiritual herbs. Now it was standing beside the enemy. Good. Very good. The true monarch's voice calmed down instead. Today I will let you know what price must be paid for killing members of the Tianhua sect. Flames erupted violently around him, not ordinary flames. It was a crimson golden flame surging from the true monarch's body and coalescing into a fiery halo around him. The temperature of the flames was astonishing, causing the air within hundreds of meters to crackle and pop. The sea surface boiled and rolled under the scorching flames, sending up great plumes of white steam. Strangely, this flame did not merely burn. Fang Ze could distinctly sense a devouring power aimed at spiritual energy within the flames. It was not just burning. It was scorching the very essence of spiritual energy. Tiangang Burning Heart Flame, a mid-grade spirit fire of the 4th rank. Fang Ze's expression changed drastically. He tapped his beast-controlling pouch again, and icy blue spiritual light burst forth, transforming into a young woman clad in an icy blue gown. The Ice Maiden stood barefoot in the void, her third eye on her forehead fully opened. Ice crystal mirror wall. The Ice Maiden formed seals with her hands, and a sudden blast of cold air erupted around her. Countless tiny ice crystals coalesced in the air, stacking to form a massive ice crystal wall. The wall stood several tens of meters high and was several feet thick. The flames collided with the ice wall. Sizzle. White steam rose into the sky, enveloping the surrounding sea area in thick mist. The flames crazily scorched the ice wall, which continually melted and evaporated under the high temperatures. However, the cold air surrounding the Ice Maiden continuously replenished it, and the melted ice was quickly replaced by new crystals. The true monarch of Yanyu furrowed his brows slightly. His Tiangang Burning Heart Flame specifically targeted spiritual energy, and even the protective spiritual light of cultivators of the same rank would not last long. Yet this latest stage 4th rank Ice Toad was able to release ice crystals that could withstand his spiritual fire. He raised his hand and pointed, and the Tiangang Burning Heart Flame suddenly shrank and condensed, transforming into 9 crimson golden fire serpents that charged toward Fang Ze from 9 directions. The fire serpents moved at astonishing speed, trailing 9 golden afterimages in the air, opening their fiery condensed mouths to reveal sharp fiery fangs. Fang Ze tapped his beast-controlling pouch, and the golden boy flew out. The golden boy wasted no time forming seals with his hands as golden light erupted around him. He pushed his innate divine ability, pointing stone to gold to the extreme, not to transmute ores but to manipulate metals. Although there were no metals in the true monarch's flames, the paths of the fire serpent's attacks could be interfered with by gold-attributed spiritual energy. Golden threads shot out from the golden boy, weaving into a large golden net in the air. The net blocked the path of the 9 fire serpents, which crashed into it with piercing shrieks. The golden threads melted and broke under the flame, scorching, but the golden light surrounding the golden boy continuously replenished them, and new threads immediately filled the gaps left by the broken ones. Fang Ze commanded the silver flying sword and the blue mirror, coordinating with the Ice Maiden and golden boy to engage in combat with the true monarch of Yanyu. The silver flying sword sliced toward the true monarch from the side, while the blue mirror revealed the flow of his spiritual energy. The Ice Maiden's icy gaze rays continuously shot forth, and the golden boy's golden threads persistently interfered with the fire serpent's attack paths. The 3 of them, Fang Ze, Golden Boy, and Ice Maiden, fought together against the true monarch, reaching a stalemate. The true monarch of Yanyu grew increasingly alarmed. He had initially thought Fang Ze merely relied on luck to eliminate the true monarch of Tianhua, but upon engaging in genuine combat, he realized this person's power far exceeded his expectations. Though the silver flying sword was merely a low-grade spirit treasure in Fang Ze's hands, it was wielded with precision, each strike landing accurately on the critical nodes of the true monarch's spiritual energy flow. The blue mirror was particularly strange. Wherever it shone, the flow of the true monarch's spiritual energy was laid bare to Fang Ze. Not to mention those two fourth-rank demon beasts. The ice-type divine abilities of the three-eyed ice toad naturally countered his Tiangang burning heart flame, while the gold-attributed divine abilities of the golden toad were weak against flames but highly disruptive. As for Xianji, the true monarch of Yen Yu, glanced at the distant gray-white escape light. Xianji stood several dozen miles away, hands behind his back, showing no intention to intervene. He inwardly cursed but did not dare to express it. After all, it had been agreed beforehand that Xianji would observe first. Just take a look. Yen Yu, the true monarch, gritted his teeth as the spiritual power within him suddenly erupted. A beam of crimson light shot out from his dantian. It was a set of mirrors. There were 7 in total, each no larger than a palm and entirely crimson. After the 7 mirrors flew out, they arranged themselves in a circular formation in the air, their surfaces all facing Fang Ze. A high-grade spiritual treasure, the Li Hua Qi Yao mirror. The 7 mirrors lit up simultaneously. 7 beams of crimson light shot out from the mirrors, intertwining in the air to form a massive column of flame hurtling towards Fang Ze. The diameter of the light column exceeded 10 zhang, scorching the air into a vacuum, creating a massive depression on the sea surface. Fang Ze's expression changed dramatically. The power of this set of mirrors far exceeded his expectations. Each mirror, when taken individually, was only at the level of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. However, when combined, their power reached the level of a high-grade spiritual treasure, and an exceptional one at that. He patted his beast-controlling pouch. Ice blue and dark green lights simultaneously shot out. Bing Li and Mo Yuan. The horn on Bing Li's forehead glowed, and a breath of frost dragon's breath was directed towards the flaming light column. Mo Yuan formed hand seals, and dark green poisonous mist condensed into a shield blocking in front of Fang Ze. The 4 transformed demon beasts acted together. The golden net of the golden boy, the ice crystal mirror wall of the ice girl Bing Li's frost dragon breath, and Mo Yuan's poisonous shield. The 4 supernatural powers simultaneously struck the flaming light column. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion. Flames and frost eroded each other, the golden net melted under the high temperature, and the poisonous shield was burned into dark green smoke. The combined efforts of the 4 demon beasts finally managed to block the flaming light column. However, the expressions of the 4 beasts were all grim. The ice crystal mirror wall of the ice girl was shattered over half, the golden net of the golden boy was nearly destroyed, Bing Li's dragon breath was consumed by more than half, and Mo Yuan's poisonous shield completely collapsed. Yen Ye's complexion turned even worse. He had unleashed the full force of the Li Hua Qi Yao mirror, yet it was blocked by the combined efforts of 4 fourth-stage demon beasts. This strike consumed a substantial amount of his spiritual power, and combined with the previous expenditure from using the Tiangang burning heart flame and 9 fire snakes, over 30% of his spiritual power had been depleted. On Fang Ze's side, although the 4 demon beasts had also consumed a fair amount, Fang Ze's own spiritual power had hardly been affected. He had been controlling the silver flying sword and the blue small mirror with his divine sense, resulting in minimal spiritual power consumption. Yen Yu realized that things could not go on like this. He suddenly turned and looked at Xianji. Xianji, my friend. His voice carried a hint of urgency. This person is the mastermind behind the death of your disciple. Xianji was indeed killed by him. Are you not going to take action? Xianji stood several dozen miles away, hands behind his back, smiling slightly. Then 2 spiritual treasures flew out from his body. One was a bronze-colored bagua plate, and the other was a jade ruler gleaming white. Seeing Xianji finally make a move, Yen Yu felt a sense of relief. However, his face suddenly stiffened. The bagua plate and jade ruler did not fly towards Fang Ze. Instead, they drew 2 arcs in the air, attacking Yen Yu. The bagua plate suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive formation disc with a diameter of several dozen zhang, pressing down from above. The formation patterns on the plate lit up simultaneously, unleashing 8 different restrictive powers at once: bind, lock, seal, subdue, confuse, illusion, kill, and extinguish. The 8 layers of restrictions formed an impenetrable net enveloping Yen Yu. The jade ruler transformed into a stream of white light, aiming for Yen Yu's back. The star brilliance on the ruler suddenly exploded, transforming into countless tiny star-like sparks that shot towards Yen Yu. Xianji. Yen Yu let out a furious roar mixed with shock. He frantically activated the Li Hua Qi Yao mirror. The 7 mirrors simultaneously changed direction, shooting firelight beams towards the bagua plate and the jade ruler. However, the restrictions on the bagua plate were too complex. The 7 firelight beams struck it, but only shattered 2 layers of restrictions, while 6 layers remained firmly pressed above him. Fang Ze was also stunned. He had been prepared to release the swarm of gold-eating insects. Tens of thousands of gold-eating insects were stirring within the beast-controlling pouch, and 4 fourth-stage gold-eating insects were ready to charge out at any moment. But Xian Ji's spiritual treasure unexpectedly attacked Yen Yu. What was going on? He was only stunned for a moment before seizing the opportunity. Fang Ze raised his hand and waved, unleashing a torrent of insects. 28,000 gold-eating insects flapped their wings. Simultaneously, the dark gold cloud of insects blotting out the sun. The 4 fourth-stage gold-eating insects flew at the forefront, followed closely by more than 500 third-stage gold-eating insects, and behind them was a dense swarm of second-stage insects. The buzzing sound caused the surface of the sea to ripple. The insect cloud did not attack Xian Ji, but instead lunged towards Yen Yu. Yen Yu, suppressed by the Bagua plate, entangled by the jade ruler, and besieged by the supernatural powers of the 4 demon beasts, now faced the overwhelming swarm of gold-eating insects. His complexion finally turned pale. Tiangang burning heart flame explode. He roared, and the crimson gold flames around him erupted violently. This was no ordinary explosion. The core of the Tiangang burning heart flame was forcibly detonated by Yen Yu, releasing a massive crimson gold fire ring that expanded in all directions from his center. Wherever the fire ring passed, everything was burned to nothingness. Air, sea, water, spiritual power. Everything was obliterated in the flames. This was Yen Yu's desperate measure. Detonating the core of the spiritual fire meant abandoning this 4th stage mid-grade spiritual fire. Once the core of the spiritual fire was detonated, the spiritual fire would dissipate completely and could no longer be reclaimed. But he could not care less. The fire ring collided with the insect cloud. The thousands of gold-eating insects at the forefront were instantly engulfed by the flames. The 2nd stage gold-eating insects could not even endure a breath within the fire ring, turning to ashes. The 3rd stage gold-eating insects held out a bit longer, but under the continuous scorching of the fire ring, they fell one after another. Their exoskeletons cracked under the high temperature, their wings burned to ash, and their bodies plummeted from the air. 2 4th-stage gold-eating insects stood in front of the fire ring, bracing against the impact of the flames with their bodies. Their exoskeletons shattered bit by bit in the self-detonation of the Tiangang burning heart flame, and their mandibles emitted piercing screeches. Yet they did not retreat. The commands of the insect king and queen overshadowed their survival instincts. The fire ring finally dissipated. The exoskeletons of the 2 4th-stage gold-eating insects were nearly completely shattered, revealing the charred flesh beneath. They swayed in the air a few times, but ultimately could not hold on, plummeting into the boiling seawater, never to rise. A flicker of sorrow flashed through Fang Ze's heart. The 2 4th-stage golden devouring insects were nurtured by him with countless efforts. Yet, in battles of this magnitude, sacrifices are inevitable. He gritted his teeth and urged the remaining swarm of insects to continue their assault. The true monarch of Flame Prison detonated the heavenly gang-burning heart flame, depleting over 70% of his internal spiritual power. The brilliance of the 7 luminaries' mirror of leaving fire also dimmed. Although the detonation of the spiritual fire core did not directly damage this innate spirit treasure, the forced severance of the mental connection between the spiritual fire and the treasure caused a severe backlash to the true monarch of Flame Prison's divine sense. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. 7 luminaries of leaving fire explode. The true monarch of Flame Prison roared again. 3 of the mirrors exploded simultaneously. The self-detonation of a high-grade spirit treasure was far more terrifying than the explosion of the spiritual fire core. 3 crimson golden fireballs detonated within the swarm of insects, each covering a radius of hundreds of feet. The flames, containing the high-velocity impact of spirit treasure fragments, riddled the shells of the golden devouring insects with holes. Thousands of golden devouring insects perished once more. Almost 100 third-stage golden devouring insects were lost, and over 10,000 second-stage golden devouring insects were sacrificed. The number of insects dropped sharply from over 20,000 to just over 10,000. Yet Fang Ze did not retreat. The remaining 2 4th-stage golden devouring insects led the surviving swarm, finally breaking through the defense of the true monarch of Flame Prison and pouncing onto him. The mandibles of the golden devouring insects frantically gnawed at the protective spiritual light of the true monarch of Flame Prison. He desperately urged his spiritual power, but after detonating the spiritual fire core and 3 innate spirit treasures, his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. The protective spiritual light rapidly thinned under the onslaught of the swarm, developing numerous cracks. The 8 trigrams plate of Xuanji and the jade ruler also attacked simultaneously. The remaining 6 layers of restrictions from the 8 trigrams plate pressed down, pinning the true monarch of Flame Prison's physical body firmly in place. The starlight transformed from the jade ruler fell upon him like raindrops, each leaving a bloody hole in his body. The divine abilities of the 4 demon beasts struck again. The ice beam from the Ice Maiden pierced the left shoulder of the true monarch of Flame Prison, while the golden threads from the golden boy entangled his legs. The frost breath from the ice glass froze his right arm, and the poisonous claws of Mo Yuan tore open his chest robe. The true monarch of flame prison knew he could not escape. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Let's die together? He detonated his nascent soul. The self-detonation of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator possessed the power to level everything within dozens of miles. Crimson golden light surged from the true monarch of flame prison's body, growing brighter and more intense. Fang Ze's face changed dramatically. Withdraw. He frantically urged the swarm of golden devouring insects to retract. The remaining insects coalesced into a thick wall standing between him and the 4 demon beasts. Fang Ze's face changed dramatically. Withdraw. He frantically urged the swarm of golden devouring insects to retract. The remaining insects coalesced into a thick wall The jade ruler transformed into a shimmering white barrier enveloping everyone within. The physical body of the true monarch of flame prison was completely obliterated in the explosion of the nascent soul. Crimson golden light devoured everything. The insect wall shattered layer by layer in the brilliance. Thousands of golden devouring insects instantly turned to ashes. The restrictions of the 8 trigrams plate were breached layer by layer and cracks appeared on the bronze surface. The light barrier transformed from the jade ruler trembled violently and the starlight dimmed to the extreme. When the light dissipated, a massive depression with a diameter of several miles appeared on the surface of the sea. The seawater was evaporated into a bowl-shaped giant pit, with the edges of the seawater slowly flowing back in, producing a deafening roar. Fang Ze stood in midair gasping for breath. The swarm had suffered tremendous losses. Out of 20 to 30,000 golden devouring insects, fewer than 10,000 remained. 2 of the 4 4th-stage golden devouring insects had died. Over 200 3rd-stage golden devouring insects were lost, and more than half of the 2nd-stage golden devouring insects were gone. Yet the true monarch of flame prison was dead. The latest-stage true monarch of flame prison, wielding 4th-stage middle-grade spiritual fire and high-grade spirit treasures, was jointly eliminated by him and Xuanji. Fang Ze raised his head and looked towards Xuanji. Xuanji stood dozens of miles away with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His 8 trigrams plate and jade ruler were both heavily damaged in the explosion of the nascent soul, but he himself had only suffered some backlash and was unharmed. The two exchanged glances in the air. Fang Ze did not let down his guard. Despite the swarm's heavy losses, over 10,000 remained. The 4 demon beasts, although greatly depleted, still had the strength to fight. His spiritual power had almost not been consumed, and the silver flying sword and green mirror were ready to strike again at any moment. He spoke first. Xuanji, why did you assist me just now? His tone was flat, devoid of gratitude or suspicion, merely stating a question that needed an answer. The silver flying sword hovered beside him, its tip slightly lowered, not aimed at anyone, but he did not retract the storage ring. Xuanji smiled faintly. His smile was subtle, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed slightly, adding a touch of kindness to his gaunt face. Yet those eyes remained astonishingly bright, making it hard to discern what he was truly plotting. I mentioned before, half is for opportunity, half is for self-preservation. He withdrew the 8 trigrams plate and jade ruler into his body. Both spirit treasures were damaged in the nascent soul explosion. Their spiritual light dimmed significantly and would require a long time to nurture. Fang, my calculations never deceive. To be your enemy, I would perish. To be your ally, I could gain great opportunities. It was simply a choice between survival and death. Fang Ze remained non-committal. The 10,000 Array sect became renowned for its formations relying on calculations, and he even suspected that Xuanji possessed some kind of divinatory constitution. To vaguely sense causality and fortune, to seek profit and avoid harm, was instinctual. But perception alone does not dictate interpretation and action. It all depended on one's judgment. Xuanji's choice to turn against them at a critical moment indicated that his calculations saw a future where the cost of being Fang Ze's enemy far outweighed being his friend. What do you want to do? Fang Ze asked directly. Xuanji did not beat around the bush. He extended a finger and pointed northwest towards the direction of the heavenly fire gate. The heavenly fire gate. The true monarch of flame prison is dead, and there is only one early-stage nascent soul ancestor stationed at the heavenly fire gate. Although the Mountain Protection Grand Formation, the Heavenly Fire Refining Demons Formation, is still operational, we can easily take it down together. I will return to the 10,000 Array sect, bring 2 nascent soul elders and array-breaking tools, and destroy the heavenly fire gate in the name of my sect. He retracted his finger, his gaze resting on Fang Ze's face. All you need to do is pretend to be a guest elder of my 10,000 Array sect and accompany me. You need not expose your identity or exert your full strength. Just let the 4 4th-stage demon beasts put on a show. After the extermination, the spoils will be split 50-50. The resources accumulated by the heavenly fire gate over thousands of years, spirit stones, spiritual materials, pills, and techniques, will be shared between us. Fang Ze fell silent for a moment. 50-50. This division ratio was exceedingly generous for someone who only needed to let the 2 demon beasts put on a show. Xuanji was sending 3 nascent soul cultivators array-breaking tools, and taking on the notoriety of extermination and the potential troubles that could follow, yet was willing to part with half the profits. This was not generosity, it was an investment. Xuanji was using the resources of the heavenly fire gate to exchange for an opportunity to bind himself closely to Fang Ze. I agree. Fang Ze nodded slowly, but I have one condition. Please speak, fellow Taoist. Annihilate the Tianhua sect, under the banner of your Wanjin sect, and I shall remain unseen and my identity concealed. I will only deploy 2 azure dragons to aid in battle. Fang Ze's voice was calm. Regarding spoils, I claim not half, but only 3 things in all 4th-rank spirit herbs from the Tianhua sect, the residual embers of their spirit flames, select jade slips, and 10 million spirit stones. All remaining spoils shall belong to your Wanjin sect. Zuanjizi's eyebrows lifted faintly, and this offer granted Fang Ze far less than 50%. Over millennia, the Tianhua sect had amassed a fortune. Its treasury alone held tens of millions of spirit stones, not counting rare spirit materials or pills and cultivation techniques. The total value unquestionably exceeded 100 million. Fang Ze demanded only 10 million spirit stones, 4th-rank spirit herbs, and the residual embers of the spirit flame, less than 30 or 40% of the total spoils. Yet he did not ask why. His heavenly mechanism spirit body whispered, "Do not question. Merely agree." And done. And the 2 struck palms to seal their oath. And no intricate contract was drawn, no mutual restraint seals were imposed. 3 days later, the Wanjin sect's mountain gate stood upon a solitary peak in the southern sea. And the peak soared into the clouds, its entire body composed of grayish-white rock. Its summit remained perpetually shrouded in mist, within which shimmered the luminous traces of defensive arrays, sealing the mountain in impenetrable silence. And when Fang Ze arrived, he wore a different face. A transformation art reshaped his features into those of a middle-aged man in his 40s. Square-jawed, thick-browed, with sun-darkened skin and a short beard beneath his chin. His cultivation realm was suppressed to golden core perfection, and he wore the deep blue Taoist robe customary for Wanjin sect guest elders. And Mo Yuan and Bingli had been released ahead of time. Both azure dragons had shrunk their forms and now walked behind him as a man and woman. Mo Yuan assumed the guise of a robust woman in her 30s, clad in ink-black form-fitting attire, and her vertical pupils narrowed slightly as she scanned the surroundings with wary vigilance. Bingli retained her youthful appearance, her ice-blue gown fluttering softly in the wind. A single strand of hair veiled her forehead horn, revealing only its delicate tip. She gazed about curiously, enchanted by the Wanjin sect's mountain gate. Zuanjizi awaited them atop the peak, flanked by 2 nascent soul cultivators. One was at the mid-nascent soul stage, the other at early nascent soul. And the mid-nascent soul cultivator was a stout Taoist in his 50s, draped in earth-yellow robes, his belly round and jolly eyes crinkling into slits when he smiled. His Taoist title was Xuantu. He served as the Wanjin sect's guardian elder, masterful in earth element arrays and defensive arts. The early nascent soul cultivator was a woman in her 30s, graceful of feature, austere of expression, clad in azure form-fitting attire with a long sword suspended at her waist. Her Taoist title was Xianqing. Zuanjizi's younger sister, equally accomplished in swordsmanship and arraycraft, renowned for her formidable combat prowess among peers. And this is guest elder Fang. And Zuanjizi offered only this brief introduction, no further elaboration. Xuantu beamed amiably and clasped his plump hands before his chest in polite salutation, his demeanor radiating affable prosperity. Xianqing merely nodded coolly, her gaze lingering for an instant upon Ma Yuan and Bingli behind Fang Ze. 2 4th-rank azure dragons. This guest elder's strength was indeed formidable. Yet she asked no questions, as Zuanjizi's choice bore its own rationale. And the party of 6, 3 Wanjin sect nascent souls, Fang Ze and the 2 azure dragons, launched themselves skyward on streaks of light bound for the Tianhua sect. The Tianhua sect's mountain gate lay nestled between 3 active volcanoes, enveloped in a crimson gold flame barrier, and the Tianhua demon-subduing array was fully activated, sealing the volcanic cluster beneath an unbroken mantle of fire. But an array without a master is but lifeless machinery. And Zuanjizi halted before the barrier and raised his hand. An octagonal disc surged forth from his body, a bronze-hued artifact that swelled midair into a colossal array disc, dozens of zhang in diameter, hovering directly above the Tianhua demon-subduing array. Its engraved patterns blazed simultaneously. The break restriction, one of 8 supreme prohibitions, activated first. Na bronze-hued beam lanced from the disc center, striking a critical node upon the flame barrier. Here, Zuanjizi's voice remained serene, Xuantu Xianqing, form the 3 heavens array-breaking formation. And both acknowledged instantly. Each took position at a vertex of the triangle, Zuanjizi at the apex, Xuantu and Xianqing at the base, channeling their spiritual energy into the air to weave a triangular formation dedicated solely to dismantling arrays. At its core coalesced a massive conical beam, its surface swirling with 3 distinct energies: Zuanjizi's profound arraycraft Xuantu's weighty earth element force, and Xuanqing's razor-sharp sword intent. The three energies resonated and amplified one another, the cone's tip piercing the very node illuminated by the octagonal disc. And the Tianhua demon-subduing array trembled violently. Flame runes across the barrier flickered, frantically straining to resist the cone's corrosive advance. And yet, without a mid- or late-nascent soul cultivator to guide it, the array's spiritual energy flowed sluggishly and rigidly, unable to mend the fissures torn open by the beam. Fang Ze stood back and gestured with a single finger. Enma Yuan and Bing Li struck as one. Enma Yuan's frame swelled, her right arm transformed into the foreclaw of an ink-black azure dragon viridian poison, gleaming along its talons. She slammed the claw onto the flame barrier, the corrosive power of the poison dragon claw clashing with the flames, hissing like acid on iron viridian miasma, and crimson gold fire churning together in violent opposition. Bing Li's forehead horn ignited, unleashing a breath of glacial dragon frost that struck the same point. And the cataclysmic collision of absolute cold and searing heat fractured the barrier with explosive force. The alternating assault of ice and fire rendered the barrier brittle. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact point in all directions. The combined assault of two fourth-rank azure dragons and the trio's array-breaking formation finally tore a breach in the Tianhua demon-subduing array's defenses. Once the breach appeared, the entire array began collapsing. Flame runes extinguished one after another, starting from the rupture and spreading like falling dominoes. The barrier's spiritual energy supply severed, its integrity shattered beyond restoration. And within less than an hour, the Tianhua demon-subduing array shattered with a thunderous detonation. The crimson gold flame barrier dissolved into a rain of glittering sparks cascading downward like dying stars. And from within the Tianhua sect rose cries of terror. A crimson gold streak erupted from the volcanic crater. Hua Yijinjuan, the sect's last surviving nascent soul cultivator. Nan, elder of the Tianhua sect, he cultivated at the early nascent soul stage. Hua Yijinjuan beheld 5 nascent soul auras hovering outside the mountain gate. 3 from the Wanjin sect, 2 fourth-rank azure dragons, and his face drained of all color. His flight path halted abruptly midair. His flaming sword vibrated with a low, resonant hum. And Wanjin sect, Ni's voice pierced shrilly. The Tianhua sect bears no grudge against your sect. Why? And Zhuangjizi offered no reply. And Xuantu and Xianqing struck in unison. Xuantu wove hand seals, whereupon a yellow earth array bloomed beneath Hua Yijinjuan's feet, erupting with countless chains that coiled tightly around his legs, binding them fast. Each chain bore densely inscribed restriction sigils, each weighing over 10,000 jin. The azure longsword was drawn, a streak of blue light, cutting through the sky, splitting into 9 beams that simultaneously struck towards the Fire Crow True Lord from all directions. Mo Yuan and Bing Li lunged forward at the same time. The poison dragon claw tore through the Fire Crow True Lord's protective spiritual light with venomous green toxins, seeping into his meridians, causing his spiritual power to become sluggish and thick. Bing Li's frost dragon breath froze the flaming flying sword beneath him, which let out a mournful cry as the flames on its blade were completely extinguished. The Fire Crow True Lord fought desperately, but under the assault of 4 nascent soul combatants, his resistance lasted less than a quarter of an hour. The 9th beam of azure light pierced through his dantian, obliterating his nascent soul with a single strike. The Fire Crow True Lord's body fell from the sky, plunging into the magma of the volcano, creating a small spark before being swallowed by the churning molten rock. The Heavenly Fire sect no longer had any nascent soul cultivators. The subsequent events were straightforward. The Golden Core and Foundation establishment disciples of the Heavenly Fire sect scattered like birds and beasts, with a few diehards being slain, one by the disciples of the Myriad Array sect. Fang Ze did not participate in the pursuit. He took Mo Yuan and Bing Li straight into the treasure vault of the Heavenly Fire sect. The spirit stones in the vault were piled high like mountains. According to their agreement, Fang Ze only took 10 million spirit stones. 1 stone, not more. 1 stone. He took all the 4th-grade spiritual herbs, including 3 low-grade fire spirit mushrooms and 2 mid-grade qiyang ginsengs, as well as a batch of 4th-grade fire-attributed spiritual materials. These items, accelerated 100-fold in space, would increase in value several times. Then he ventured deeper into the volcano. In the secluded chamber of the flame prison True Lord, the stone platform sealed by the formation still remained. The stone platform originally held the core of the Heavenly Gang's burning heart flame, but now the core was destroyed, leaving only a charred indentation. However, what Fang Ze sought was not the core. He searched the secret chamber for a quarter of an hour, and finally found what he wanted in a hidden compartment beneath the stone platform. A crimson jade slip. His divine sense probed inside, revealing the secret technique for controlling and nurturing spiritual fire used by the Heavenly Fire sect, the Heavenly Fire Nurturing Spirit Technique. Fang Ze pressed the jade slip against his forehead, spending half an hour memorizing all the contents within. The Heavenly Fire Nurturing Spirit Technique was divided into 2 parts. The first part discussed how to control spiritual fire. By using one's own fire-attributed spiritual power as a guide, one could establish a mental connection with the spiritual fire and refine it into one's own life fire. After refinement, the spiritual fire would act as an extension of his will, unleashed at will, its power magnified several times compared to merely borrowing it. The second part discussed how to nurture spiritual fire, feeding it with fire-attributed heavenly materials to enhance its grade. Using special formations to guide the power of the earth fire to nourish, it could accelerate the growth of the spiritual fire. What caught Fang Ze's attention most was the last section of the second part. Spiritual fire is born from the earth veins and nurtured by fire sources. If one obtains the heavenly fire secret realm using the secret realm as a furnace and the earth fire as fuel, one can cultivate the spiritual fire to the 5th grade. 5th grade spiritual fire capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, invincible beneath the god transformation stage. Fang Ze raised his head, looking toward the churning magma deep within the volcano. The 3 active volcanoes of the heavenly fire sect were a natural heavenly fire secret realm. Generations of cultivators from the heavenly fire sect had arranged numerous fire-attracting formations within the 3 volcanoes, guiding the power of the earth fire to the core of the volcanoes for cultivating spiritual fire and fire-attributed spiritual herbs. This secret realm itself was a massive treasure. He exited the secret chamber and found Xianxia. Friend Xianxia, I wish to take this volcanic secret realm. Xianxia was directing the disciples of the Myriad Array sect to transport the spirit stones from the vault, when he heard Fang Ze's words and turned around. The volcanic secret realm. His brows furrowed slightly. Friend Fang, the secret realm is connected to the earth veins of the 3 volcanoes and cannot be moved, unless I have a way. Fang Ze interrupted him. Xianxia glanced at him but did not inquire further. The heavenly mechanism spirit told him not to ask how Fang Ze planned to do it. Can be done. He nodded. This secret realm belongs to you. However, I must remind you, moving a secret realm causes quite a stir and may attract unnecessary attention. You must bear the risk yourself. I understand. Xianxia said no more and turned back to direct the disciples in transporting the spirit stones. Fang Ze returned to the volcano's mouth and released the ice maiden from the beast taming bag. She stood at the edge of the volcano, barefooted on the scorching rocks. Her ice-blue dress fluttered gently in the hot wind, and her long hair flew behind her. The third eye in the center of her forehead slightly opened as she turned her head to look at Fang Ze. Move this volcanic secret realm completely into space. Fang Ze said, can you do it? The ice maiden paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the layout of the 3 volcanoes. The volcanoes were arranged in a triangular formation, the central one being the largest with the 2 on either side being slightly smaller. The earth veins of the 3 volcanoes were interconnected deep below, collectively forming a natural fire formation. She nodded slightly. It will take time. Her voice was cold. The earth veins of the 3 volcanoes are connected to the spiritual veins of the sea area. Forcibly severing them will cause tremors in the earth veins. I need to freeze the connection point of the earth veins first, then migrate them as a whole. 1 hour. The ice maiden leaped into the volcano. Her figure transformed into a small ice-blue point of light in the fiery glow of the magma, disappearing into the rolling molten rock. Moments later, an incredibly vast power of ice surged from deep within the volcano. Not upward but downward. The ice maiden's power of ice spread along the connection points of the earth veins of the 3 volcanoes, freezing the points where the earth veins connected with the spiritual veins of the sea one by one. Not upward but downward. The ice maiden's power of ice spread along the connection points of the earth veins of the 3 volcanoes, freezing the points where the earth veins connected with the spiritual veins of the sea one by one. Sounds. The ice layer spread from the seabed to the surface, turning the waters surrounding the 3 volcanoes into a massive floating ice block. Disciples of the Myriad Array sect halted their actions, looking toward the volcano with uncertainty. The overwhelming icy power was so immense that even the golden core cultivators felt a shiver of unease. Xianxia stood at the entrance of the vault, gazing in the direction of the volcano. Stars flickered in his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. An hour later, the ice maiden flew out from the volcano. Her complexion was even paler than usual, and a thin layer of frost flowers had formed on the hem of her ice-blue dress. The third eye in her forehead was slightly closed, clearly indicating she had expended great energy. It is done. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. Fang Ze placed his hand on his chest, pretending to control a magical artifact, but in reality, he pressed on the whale pendant. His divine sense entered the space where, beyond the spiritual field and water area, he specifically delineated an area. The ground had been excavated in advance to create a massive depression for accommodating the 3 volcanoes. The entrance to the space slowly opened above the volcanic cluster, ultimately enveloping the entire volcanic group. Fang Ze's spiritual power surged forth, supporting the stability of the space. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. Although his spiritual power, being in the early nascent soul stage, was substantial, maintaining such a scale of space still consumed an astonishing amount. 3 volcanoes began to rise slowly. The earth trembled and the sea surged. Lava overflowed from the volcanoes, solidifying into black rocks in the air, which were then drawn into the space. The entire process lasted for about a quarter of an hour. Once the 3 volcanoes were completely engulfed by the spatial rift, Fang Ze closed the entrance. Breathing heavily, he took a recovery pill from his storage ring. His pale complexion began to regain some. His internal spiritual power was nearly exhausted, and his nascent soul dimmed slightly. The place where the Heavenly Fire sect once stood now only bore 3 enormous depressions. The seawater was rushing in from all directions, filling the void left by the removed volcanoes. Whirlpools churned, emitting a deafening roar. Fang Ze did not linger, bowing slightly to Xianxia. Taoist Xuanji, the matter here is settled. I must take my leave. Xianxia returned the gesture, saying, Take care, Taoist Fang. Fang Ze nodded slightly, taking off in the direction of the Lioli Immortal City, with a flash of escape light. Mo Yuan and Bingli followed closely behind 3 streaks of escape light, cutting through the sky, gradually disappearing over the southeastern horizon. The disciples of the 10,000 Arrays sect exchanged glances, unsure of the true identity of the Fang Ze. However, Xianxia provided no explanation, and they dared not inquire further. Xian Tu approached Xianxia, his chubby face full of curiosity. Senior brother, who is that Fang Ze? Do not ask what should not be asked, replied Xianxia flatly. Xian Tu immediately closed his mouth. Having followed Xianxia for over 100 years, he understood that this senior brother's insight was never misplaced. Since his senior brother would not speak, it truly was not something that should be inquired about. The cleanup work of the 10,000 Arrays sect lasted a full 3 days. The spirit stones, spiritual materials, pills, and skills, accumulated by the Heavenly Fire sect over thousands of years, were meticulously sorted, packed, and loaded by the disciples of the 10,000 Arrays sect. Xianxia stood at the edge of the volcanic ruins, gazing at the vast depression, now filled with seawater, his eyes glimmering with starlight. He was waiting for someone. On the 4th day, a streak of blue escape light flew in from the southeast, landing before Xianxia. As the light dissipated, it revealed a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. The man's features were gaunt, with a long beard. He was in the late nascent soul stage. Lioli sect Qingyuan Jinjuan. Xianxia. Qingyuan Zhenjin's voice carried a hint of chill. The Heavenly Fire sect has requested assistance from my Lioli sect. I rush day and night only to find a wasteland. You better give me an explanation. Xianxia turned around. There was no need for a 3-day journey if he had rushed day and night. He faced Qingyuan Jinjuan, his expression calm. Taoist Qingyuan. His voice was neither hurried nor slow. The sect leader of the Heavenly Fire sect, Tianhua Jinjuan, killed my disciple Zhen Xuanzu 5 years ago. I have emerged from seclusion today, naturally seeking to settle this blood debt. Qingyuan Jinjuan furrowed his brows. Zhen Xuanzu. His cultivation was only in the early nascent soul stage, while Tianhua Jinjuan is in the mid-nascent soul stage. Why would Tianhua Jinjuan kill a low-level cultivator? For the sake of opportunity, Xianxia replied without changing his expression. Zhen Xuanzu discovered an opportunity in a secret realm, and Tianhua Jinjuan killed him to seize the treasure upon learning of it. I pursued the matter for over a decade before confirming that the culprit was the Heavenly Fire sect. This statement was half true and half false. Zhen Xuanzu did indeed die in the secret realm, and he was indeed killed by the golden devouring insect. Xianxia simply replaced Fang Ze with Tianhua Jinjuan as the culprit. In this way, the 10,000 Arrays sect would have a legitimate reason to destroy the Heavenly Fire sect. To avenge the disciple was a justification that made sense anywhere. Qingyuan Jinjuan scrutinized Xianxia for several moments. His divine sense swept over Xianxia but found no flaws. Xianxia's enigmatic spiritual body kept his aura in a mysterious state, making it difficult for even peers to see through his true intentions. Even so, Qingyuan Zhenjin's tone turned cold. The Heavenly Fire sect is an affiliated force of my Lioli sect. You, the 10,000 Arrays sect, waged war without notice, destroying my Lioli sect's affiliated sect, leaving my Lioli sect in what position? Xianxia slightly inclined his body in a respectful manner. This matter was poorly considered by me. The 10,000 Arrays sect is willing to accept any punishment from the Lioli sect. He spoke sincerely. However, Qingyuan Jinjuan knew that behind this sincerity lay the stark reality. The Heavenly Fire sect was already destroyed. The dead cannot be revived, and a destroyed sect cannot be rebuilt. All that Lioli sect could do was punish the 10,000 Arrays sect. But how could they punish? The 10,000 Arrays sect was the second largest formation sect in the South Sea, following the Lioli sect, and Xianxia himself was a late nascent soul expert. The Lioli sect could not afford to engage in a full-scale war with the 10,000 Arrays sect over a now-defunct affiliated sect. Qingyuan Jinjuan fell silent for a moment before speaking coldly. 3 conditions. Please speak Taoist. First, the 10,000 Arrays sect shall dispatch a nascent soul cultivator to the front lines to participate in the defense against the demon race. For a duration of 100 years. Agreed. Xianxia answered without hesitation. Second, the territory of the heavenly fire sect shall be reclaimed by the Liuli sect. The 10,000 arrays sect must not interfere. Agreed. Third, Qingyuan Zhenjin's gaze sharpened Xianjizi. I do not care what your true reason for destroying the heavenly fire sect is, but from now on if your 10,000 arrays sect wishes to engage with any sect in the South Sea you must inform the Liuli sect in advance. If such incidents occur again, the Liuli sect will not sit idly by. Xianjizi once again bowed, slightly saying I understand. Qingyuan Jinjuan snorted coldly saying no more and soared away in a flash of escape light. Xianjizi watched Qingyuan Jinjuan depart, his eyes shimmering with starlight. The cost that the 10,000 arrays sect had to pay was within his expectations. Dispatching a nascent soul to the front lines would weaken the sect's combat power for 100 years, but compared to the gains from destroying the heavenly fire sect this cost was negligible. As for the territory of the heavenly fire sect, he already knew. He could not obtain it. Such a high-grade spiritual vein territory was not something a nascent soul force could lay claim to. He turned around to face the disciples of the 10,000 arrays sect. Return to the sect. Liuli Immortal City. Fang Ze returned to the Bibo Pavilion. He changed back to his original appearance, donned a simple gray robe, and entered Liuli Immortal City through the south gate. The spiritual lamps along the streets had just been lit, casting an orange glow on the bluestone pavement where cultivators came and went and the sounds of chatter filled the air. He stepped into the Bibo Pavilion, where Longyue was fiddling with an abacus behind the counter. Upon seeing Fang Ze enter, she raised her head, a standard smile on her face. Elder Fang has returned. Manager Longyue. Fang Ze slightly nodded his steps, unhesitating as he crossed through the back hall and entered the courtyard. Longyue's gaze lingered on his departing figure for a moment. Fang Ze walked into the room where Li Qingshan and Lin Weiner were already waiting. Master. Lin Weiner stood up to pay her respects. Her cultivation had already broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, her aura steady, and her demeanor exuded newfound confidence. Master. Li Qingshan bowed with cupped fists. His cultivation in the early golden core stage had also stabilized completely, and his aura felt significantly more solid than before. Fang Ze nodded slightly and took a seat in the Grand Master's chair. Lin Weiner presented spiritual tea, and he took a sip, feeling the warm tea flow down his throat, dispelling the fatigue from days of travel. Has there been any unusual activity during this time? Replying to the master, Li Qingshan whispered, the news of the destruction of the Tianhua sect has spread. In the Liuli Immortal City, there are discussions that the senior of the Wanjin sect personally led a team to annihilate the entire Tianhua sect. Some say it was because the Tianhua True Lord killed the disciple of the senior, while others say it was due to a treasure dispute between the two sects. Opinions vary, but no one mentioned the master. Fang Ze nodded slightly. The senior's handling of matters was indeed reliable. Additionally, Li Qingshan continued, the Liuli sect issued a notice requiring all nascent soul sects in the South Sea to report in advance to the Liuli sect if there are any conflicts between sects in the future. Violators will face severe punishment. Fang Ze's lips curled into a faint smile. The Liuli sect was taking precautions after the fact. The destruction of the Tianhua sect made them realize that affiliated sects were not absolutely safe. This notice serves both as a warning and a declaration of sovereignty. The South Sea belongs to the Liuli sect. Any force wishing to act here must first inquire whether the Liuli sect consents. However, these matters were no longer related to him. You may leave. Fang Ze set down the teacup. I need to enter seclusion for a period of time. Qingshan, please take care of the shop. Weiner, continue your cultivation and strive for the golden core as soon as possible. Understood. The two replied in unison, bowing as they exited the room. Fang Ze sat alone in the Grand Master's chair, closing his eyes. His divine sense probed into the whale pendant, entering the space within. Inside the space, 3 volcanoes, along with the one from the secret realm, stood firmly in the newly designated area. The volcanoes belched thick smoke and magma with top-tier spiritual energy intertwining with the power of the earth fire, creating a unique environment for fire attribute cultivation. The ice barriers set up by the Ice Maiden isolated the volcanic group from the spiritual fields, allowing the extreme cold and heat to coexist without interference, forming a strange boundary line of ice and fire. On one side of the boundary is frozen earth, while the other side features flowing magma. The yen-yang fruit tree has been transplanted to the slope of the central volcano. Nurtured by the dual powers of top-tier spiritual energy and earth fire, this fruit tree, just recently transplanted, quickly showed signs of vibrant life. The seed of the Tiangang burning heart flame was placed in the secret chamber at the core of the volcano. Fang Ze had deliberately preserved the chamber intact during the volcano's relocation. The seed flickered slowly within the chamber's formation. Though weak, it remained stable. Fang Ze sat cross-legged in the secret chamber at the volcano's core. He took out a crimson jade slip, reading through the contents of the Tianghua nurturing spirit technique from beginning to end. Once the first part discusses control, while the second part focuses on nurturing. This time he aimed to work on the first part, refining the spiritual fire. Fang Ze formed hand seals and drew his fire attribute spiritual power from his dantian, as recorded in the first part of the Tianghua nurturing spirit technique. The fire attribute spiritual power cultivated from the 4 transfer fire scripture presented a deep golden red color, more solid and fierce than ordinary fire attribute spiritual power. The spiritual power coalesced at his fingertips into a golden red orb the size of a fist slowly drifting toward the Tiangang burning heart flame seed on the stone platform. At the moment of contact, Fang Ze's divine sense jolted violently. The characteristic of the Tiangang burning heart flame is burning the heart, specifically targeting the spiritual power of cultivators. Even as a remnant seed, this power should not be underestimated. Fang Ze steadied his mind, fully operating the 4 transfer fire scripture. The golden red spiritual power surged continuously from his dantian, wrapping layer upon layer around the seed. A prolonged tug-of-war began between the spiritual power and the seed. The seed aimed to burn the spiritual power, while the spiritual power sought to assimilate the seed. The two forces confronted each other in the chamber, causing the temperature to rise sharply, with a thin layer of magma forming on the stone walls. Time passed second by second. 3 days later, the seed's resistance began to weaken. Though the fire attribute spiritual power cultivated from the 4 transfer fire scripture was not as high tier as the Tiangang burning heart flame, it was continuously abundant. Fang Ze's reserve of spiritual power far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. After 3 days of tugging, the energy of the seed was depleted by more than half, while his spiritual power remained at 40%. On the 7th day, the seed completely gave up resisting. The crimson gold flame no longer rejected Fang Ze's spiritual power, but instead actively embraced it. Fang Ze's divine sense followed the channel of spiritual power, probing into the core of the seed. Deep within the core, he saw the source mark of the Tiangang burning heart flame. An extremely ancient fire rune appeared in a pure golden red color. Fang Ze imprinted his divine sense onto that fire rune. The rune suddenly glowed brightly. The seed of the Tiangang burning heart flame pulsed violently for a moment before settling down. However, the aura it emitted was completely different from before. It was no longer an independent spiritual fire, but rather a part of Fang Ze's innate spiritual fire. Fang Ze could clearly perceive every fluctuation of the seed, as if sensing his own fingers. He opened his eyes and raised his right hand. A crimson gold flame flickered in his palm. The flame was only the size of a fist smaller than before the refinement, but the temperature it emitted was more substantial than it had been. The color of the flame had also shifted from its previous crimson blending with the gold of the 4 transfer fire scripture, transforming into a unique crimson gold hue. With a thought, the flame surged upward, morphing into a crimson gold fire serpent that swirled around him. The speed of the fire serpent outpaced that of a silver flying sword, leaving behind trails of crimson gold afterimages in the air. He formed another hand seal, causing the fire serpent to explode, transforming into 9 fist-sized fire lotus flowers that floated around him, slowly rotating. Each lotus flower emanated an astonishingly high temperature, with the fiery patterns on the petals vividly visible. Gather! The 9 fire lotus flowers flew back simultaneously, merging into his dantian, where they coalesced into a small crimson gold fire lotus quietly hovering above the head of his nascent soul. The nascent soul opened its eyes, extending a small hand to touch the fire lotus, revealing a hint of satisfaction on its face before closing its eyes once more. A faint smile appeared on Fang Ze's lips. The Tiangang burning heart flame was successfully refined. Although it was merely a remnant seed, its tier had fallen to low-grade 4th tier, the core essence of the spiritual fire remained intact. As long as he follows the techniques recorded in the second part of the Tianghua nurturing spirit technique, using fire attribute heavenly materials and earth firepower to nourish it, it could recover to mid-grade 4th tier in as short as several decades or as long as 100 years. And in this space it would take less than a year. If there are sufficient opportunities, ascending to 5th tier is not. He stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. The Ice Maiden stood at the edge of the volcano, slightly nodding as she saw him emerge. Bingley stood behind her master, curiously watching the flickering crimson gold flame in Fang Ze's palm, reflected in her vertical pupils. "Congratulations, master." The Ice Maiden's voice was cold, carrying a hint of a faint smile. Fang Ze nodded and exited the volcanic area. He arrived at the edge of the spiritual field, sitting cross-legged, and taking out a dozen jade slips from his storage ring, laying them out in a row. These jade slips contained the secret techniques obtained from the treasury of the Tianhua sect. The Tianhua sect was established on fire attribute techniques. Although the techniques stored within were not as high in rank as the 4 transformations of leaving fire scripture, they included some practical divine abilities and secret arts. Since breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Fang Ze had been lacking methods at the nascent soul level. While the silver flying sword and the blue mirror were usable, they were ultimately external items. He needed true divine abilities that belonged to him. He pressed each jade slip against his forehead, his divine sense probing into them. Heavenly fire refinement scripture. a foundational technique of the Tianhua sect, was of earth-level quality capable of being cultivated to nascent soul perfection. Fang Ze skimmed through the teachings briefly. The techniques themselves were not particularly useful to him. The 4 transformations of leaving fire scripture was a top-tier earth-level technique with subsequent heavenly-level portions making it unnecessary to switch. However, the few divine abilities included in the techniques were worth learning. The first one, heavenly fire burning palm. By condensing his true fire in his palm, he could unleash it with a single strike, the flames surging forth like a colossal wave engulfing a radius of hundreds of meters. When cultivated to great success, a single strike could burn mountains and boil seas. Fang Ze memorized the incantation. This divine ability was perfect for combining with the Tiangang burning heart flame, significantly enhancing its power beyond the original version. The second ability, leaving fire sword technique. By condensing sword energy with fire attribute spiritual power, when cultivated to great success, a single strike would transform the sword energy into a fiery dragon, incinerating everything. This sword technique could be combined with the silver flying sword, allowing the spiritual fire to attach to the sword, burning the opponent's spiritual power and divine soul as it struck. The third ability, fire escape technique. This technique was not rare. He had learned it himself. However, the fire escape technique from the Tianhua sect had been refined over thousands of years, allowing for a speed that was 30% faster than ordinary fire escape techniques. Fang Ze memorized the incantation. This escape technique, combined with his fire cloud escape, would create a double fire escape that even a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator would find hard to catch up with. In addition to these 3 divine abilities, there was a secret art that caught Fang Ze's attention. Fire shadow clone. By condensing his true fire, he could create a flame clone that possessed 30% of his battle power and could last for the duration of an incense stick. When the clone was destroyed, it would explode, the force of the explosion equivalent to a full-powered strike from the original. This was a desperate secret art. At a critical moment, releasing a clone to self-destruct could severely injure a formidable foe. Fang Ze memorized all the incantations for the 4 divine abilities and then closed his eyes to contemplate. The time in the space slowly flowed. Under 100-fold time flow, 1 year in the outside world equated to a century in this space. Fang Ze spent a full 100 years in that space. In that time, he mastered all 4 divine abilities and advanced 2 of them to the minor success stage. Heavenly fire burning palm reached minor success. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the volcano, striking out with his palm. A massive palm of crimson gold flame descended from the sky, creating a deep imprint in the magma at the volcano's mouth. The power was 50% stronger than what he had read in the jade slip. The enhancement from the Tiangang burning heart flame made this already domineering palm technique even more terrifying. Leaving fire sword technique reached minor success. The silver flying sword was drawn, its blade covered with a thin layer of crimson gold flame. Fang Ze pointed and the flying sword arced through the air, striking the target he had prepared. The target was a 4th-tier fire attribute ore taken from the volcano. As the sword light flashed, the ore was silently split in half, the cut smooth, and the edges still flickering with crimson gold flames continuing to burn the surface. It should be noted that this was a 4th-tier or a typical low-grade spiritual treasure, could only leave marks on it, but could not sever it with a single sword strike. The fire escape technique was cultivated to great success. Fang Ze's figure flickered in midair, leaving behind a crimson gold trail crossing several dozen miles in an instant. It took less than 3 breaths to fly from one end of the space to the other. The escape speed was over 50% faster than before. The fire shadow clone was cultivated to minor success. Fang Ze formed seals with both hands. A ball of crimson gold flame flew from his body, coalescing into a flame figure resembling him. The clone possessed a cultivation level comparable to that of a golden core perfectionist, surrounded by the Tiangang burning heart flame. With a thought, he sent the clone flying towards the distant volcano, crashing into the mountainside with a thunderous explosion. The crimson gold flames soared into the sky, blasting a massive gap in the volcano with rocks flying everywhere and magma spewing forth. The power was even stronger than he had anticipated. 100 years passed. Only a year went by in the outside world. This was the most extraordinary aspect of the whale pendant space. While others needed decades to cultivate a divine ability, he only required a few months in the outside world. With the divine abilities fully cultivated, Fang Ze did not rush to exit the closed-off space. He still had one more thing to do, his innate spiritual treasure. He took out all the 4th-tier ores he had accumulated over the years from his storage ring. Crimson Flame Essence, Heavenly Fire Crystal, leaving Fire Crystal Core, and the 5th-tier Crimson Flame Essence obtained after the Golden Boy's transformation. The ores were scattered all over the ground. He also cut down a batch of the highest year gold burn bamboo from the spiritual field, all between 2,800 and 3,000 years old. The gold burn bamboo is a fire attribute spiritual bamboo, and this age is sufficient to refine a 4th-tier spiritual treasure. The Nirvana bamboo, after 10,000 years of tribulation, can refine a transcendent spiritual treasure. Although the gold-burn bamboo at Fang Ze's disposal is not as good as the Nirvana bamboo after being tempered by the Tiangang burning heart flame, its quality can be improved one more level. He did not rush to take action. An innate spiritual treasure is different from an ordinary treasure. Once refined, it binds to the cultivator's soul, and nascent soul sharing glory and disgrace. When the spiritual treasure is upgraded, the cultivator benefits. When the spiritual treasure is damaged, the cultivator suffers backlash. It must be approached with utmost caution. Fang Ze spent half a year in the outside world and 50 years in the space devising a plan for his innate spiritual treasure. He referred to the leaving fire 7 celestial mirrors of the true Lord of Flame prison. The design of that set of mirrors was extremely exquisite. The 7 mirrors could be used individually or combined into a formation. When combined, they reached the power level of a top-quality spiritual treasure. When used individually, each mirror also had the power of a mid-quality spiritual treasure. More importantly, the mirrors themselves were merely vessels. The true core was the sealed essence of the fire attribute demon beast within. Among the 7 mirrors of the leaving fire 7 celestial mirrors, 7 fire attribute demon beast essences were sealed, which was the true reason it could exert the power of a top-quality spiritual treasure. Fang Ze decided to refine a similar set of innate spiritual treasures. Instead of 7 mirrors, he would use 5. The 5 mirrors corresponded to the fire element in the 5 elements. However, unlike the leaving fire 7 celestial mirrors, Fang Ze's 5 mirrors did not intend to seal the essence of the same type of demon beast. He planned to seal a different fire attribute demon beast essence within each mirror, and when the 5 were combined, the 5 different fire characteristics would stimulate each other, resulting in a power far beyond mere addition. After completing the deduction, Fang Ze embarked on his long journey of artifact forging. He did not directly use 5th-grade spirit stones and Jinjian bamboo to refine his innate spiritual treasure. His forging level was only at the 3rd-grade pinnacle. Recklessly using high-grade materials to forge his innate spiritual treasure would result in a high failure rate. There was only one piece of 5th-grade Lihua crystal core, and failure would mean a total loss. He first practiced with 1,000-year-old Jinjian bamboo and 3rd-grade spirit stones. Failure. Failure. Still failure. Forging a 3rd-grade magical artifact was not difficult for him now, but crafting a mirror-type artifact was several times harder than forging a flying sword. A mirror requires absolute smoothness and flatness. The curvature of the mirror body must be precise to the millimeter, and the engraving of the formation patterns cannot have the slightest deviation. Fang Ze's forging skills rapidly improved through repeated failures. After 20 years in the spatial realm and over 2 months in the outside world, he successfully forged his first mirror. It was a mirror forged from 3,000-year Jinjian bamboo and 4th-grade Tian, Hua crystal radiating a bright golden color with a smooth surface. When used alone, the mirror's power reached the level of a low-grade spiritual treasure. Fang Ze did not stop. He continued experimenting with different material combinations and attempting various formation patterns. 1 mirror, 2 mirrors, 3 mirrors. He stacked dozens of practice mirrors in the space, each at the level of a low-grade spiritual treasure. Although these mirrors were inferior to his innate spiritual treasure, each one could fetch over 1,000,000 spirit stones if sold. After 50 years in the spatial realm and half a year in the outside world, Fang Ze's forging level finally broke through. He became a 4th-grade artifact master. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the 5th-grade Lihua crystal core. The Lihua crystal core was the size of a fist and radiated a crimson hue. Its surface was adorned with natural flame patterns requiring no carving. It was already a perfect heavenly material. Fang Ze placed the crystal core before him, formed hand seals, and summoned the Tiangang burning heart flame from his palms to envelop the crystal core. The melting point of the 5th-grade spirit stone was extremely high and ordinary flames could not affect it. However, the Tiangang burning heart flame was a 4th-grade spiritual fire. Although its grade was lower than that of the Lihua crystal core, it excelled in its continuous burn. Fang Ze utilized the forging methods recorded in the Tianhua nurturing spirit technique to maximize the temperature of the spiritual fire as the crimson golden flames roared in the secret chamber. For a full 3 months. In the spatial realm, 3 months passed while less than a day elapsed in the outside world. The Lihua crystal core finally began to soften. Fang Ze's divine sense fully penetrated the core, guiding its deformation. Under his divine sense's guidance, the crystal core slowly stretched and expanded, transforming from an irregular chunk the size of a fist into the embryonic form of a mirror. The mirror surface was smooth, and the back retained the crystal core's natural flame patterns with edges displaying irregular wave-like shapes. But this was just the first step. Fang Ze took out a 5,000-year-old Jinjian bamboo. This bamboo was entirely golden red. He used the Tiangang burning heart flame to refine the Jinjian bamboo into a liquid, then layered it onto the mirror body made from the Lihua crystal core. The liquid from the Jinjian bamboo and the Lihua crystal core permeated each other, forming fine golden red patterns on the mirror body. These were natural formation patterns more perfect than any artificially carved ones. After applying the 9th layer, Fang Ze paused. The main body of the mirror was already completed. The next step was the most crucial, engraving the formation. Fang Ze concentrated his divine sense into a needle thinner than a hair, engraving the formation patterns on the back of the mirror. Each stroke was executed with utmost precision, with the depth, width, and curvature of each pattern strictly following the plan he had deduced over the past 50 years. Any slight deviation would cause the entire mirror to become a failure. 10 days and nights passed. Fang Ze's divine sense tirelessly engraved the formation. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot, yet his hands remained steady as a rock. Under his precise control, the Tiangang burning heart flame, guided by his divine sense, left one after another crimson-golden patterns on the back of the mirror. The final stroke was completed. The formation patterns on the back of the mirror illuminated simultaneously. Crimson-golden light surged forth from the patterns, enveloping the entire mirror. The brilliance lasted for about a quarter of an hour, slowly receding until it completely vanished into the mirror body. The mirror quietly floated before Fang Ze. It was only the size of a palm and radiated a bright golden color. On the back of the mirror, the flame patterns intertwined with the formation patterns, creating a blooming flame lotus design. The lotus had 5 petals, each corresponding to a specific flame characteristic: fervent, burning heart, indestructible purification, and nirvana. This was merely the first mirror. Fang Ze stored the mirror in his dantian, where his nascent soul extended its tiny hand to catch it, placing it beside the fire lotus above his head. The mirror resonated with the fire lotus, and the flames from both gradually synchronized, forming a peculiar resonance. He rested for 3 days, allowing his divine sense to recover to its peak state before beginning to forge the second mirror. The main material for the second mirror was the 5th grade Qi Yen crystal marrow. The golden boy had upgraded the Qi Yen crystal marrow using the stone to gold technique, making its quality surpass that of ordinary 5th grade spirit stones. Fang Ze used the same method to forge the Qi Yen crystal marrow into a mirror body, refining and coating it with 5,000-year Jin Jian bamboo, then engraving the formation. The design on the back of the second mirror differed slightly from the first. Among the 5 petals of the flame lotus, one began to shine, displaying a bright golden red hue. This was the blazing petal representing the purest burning power of the flames. The third mirror. The main material for the third mirror posed a challenge for Fang Ze. He only had 2 pieces of 5th grade spirit stones, the Lihua crystal core and the Qi Yen crystal marrow. The third mirror required another type of 5th grade fire attribute mineral, which he did not have on hand. Fang Ze pondered for 3 days and ultimately made a bold decision. He fused 3 pieces of 4th grade heavenly fire crystals together and repeatedly refined them using the Tiangang burning heart flame, forcibly elevating their grade to the limit of 4th grade pinnacle. Although it was not 5th grade, the material from the fused 3 heavenly fire crystals was already infinitely close to 5th grade. Fang Ze also had the golden boy use the stone to gold technique to nurture it for half a year. The golden boy's stone to gold could only be used once every half year. This time it was applied to the fused 3 heavenly fire crystals, thoroughly elevating it to the level of low-grade 5th grade. The third mirror was successfully forged. On the back, the second petal of the flame lotus lit up. This was the burning heart petal, representing the core trait of the Tiangang burning heart flame, which specifically incinerated souls. The 3 mirrors floated in Fang Ze's dantian, slowly revolving around the nascent soul. The fire lotus above the nascent soul emitted a faint golden red glow, harmonizing with the 3 mirrors. Fang Ze could clearly sense that although the 3 mirrors were independent, they had already established a subtle connection with one another. Once all 5 mirrors were forged, this connection would activate completely, forming a complete set of innate spiritual treasures. Only 3 out of 5 had been completed. The remaining 2 mirrors would require him to find 2 more types of 5th grade fire attribute minerals to forge. However, 3 mirrors were already sufficient. Fang Ze named this set of innate spiritual treasures the 5 Flames Lihua Mirror. The reason for using 5th grade spirit stones was to prepare for future upgrades. He would only need to engrave 5th grade inscriptions and incorporate some 5th grade materials to directly promote it. In the outside world, 2 years had passed, while in the space 200 years had elapsed. Coupled with the previous 100 years of cultivation in this divine realm, Fang Ze had spent a total of 300 years within the space. 300 years had not only changed him but also the world around him. Fang Ze emerged from the secret chamber, standing amidst the spiritual fields of the space, surveying his surroundings. 3 volcanoes were belching thick smoke and lava. Within the caldera, the spark of the Tiangang burning heart flame had been nurtured by both the formation and the power of the earth fire, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier midgrade, just a step away from the 4th tier high grade. The yen-yang fruit trees thrived at the mountainside, their crimson golden leaves having doubled since they were first transplanted, and several new flower buds hung from the branches. On the other side of the ice and fire boundary, the lan shuang fruit trees stood in stark contrast to the yen-yang fruit trees, their ice blue fruits now ripe. However, the most significant change was the swarm of golden eater insects. Over the 300 years nurtured by the fourth-tier supreme spiritual energy, the swarm's numbers had not only fully recovered but exceeded their former count. The number of fourth-tier golden eater insects surged from 2 to 24. Among them, the two with the highest cultivation had reached the fourth-tier midstage. The number of third-tier golden eater insects had increased from over 300 to more than 800. The second-tier golden eater insects had reached over 30,000. The total number of insects had surged from over 10,000 to nearly 40,000. The 24 fourth-tier golden eater insects flapped their wings, simultaneously emitting a pressure that caused Mo Yuan to change her expression slightly. She stood at the edge of the spiritual field, swallowing hard but remaining silent. The four demon beasts had all made progress in their cultivation. The ice girl had advanced from the late fourth tier to the perfection of the fourth tier during her 300 years of hard training. Only a step away from the fifth tier. The golden boy's cultivation had progressed from the mid-fourth tier to the late fourth tier. He crouched beside the Jin bamboo, holding a piece of or his golden light more solid and dazzling than before. Noticing Fang Ze's gaze, he raised his head and proudly tilted his chin, saying, "I've broken through to the late stage, getting closer to the fifth tier." Fang Ze ignored him, and the golden boy pouted, continuing to fiddle with his oar. The ice glass cultivation had advanced from the early fourth tier to the mid-fourth tier. She had grown a bit taller, and the unique horn on her forehead was more translucent than before. Standing behind the ice girl, a trace of calmness had appeared in her ice-blue vertical pupils. Mo Yuan's cultivation had advanced from the early fourth tier to the mid-fourth tier. She coiled in a corner of the spiritual field, her toxic aura more profound and restrained than it had been 300 years ago. The greatest surprise came from the two sea calming monkeys. The sea calming monkey was a fifth-tier bloodline demon beast that Fang Ze had tamed. After 300 years of cultivation in the space and consuming a lan shuang fruit, both had broken through to the early fourth tier. On the day of their breakthrough, the water area in the space surged with towering waves. The two sea calming monkeys howled to the sky amidst the waves, their bodies swelling from 2 meters tall to nearly 4 meters. Their fur was now a deep blue. A light blue scale had emerged in the center of their foreheads, which was the natural mark of the sea calming monkey clan. After transcending the tribulation, the two sea calming monkeys simultaneously transformed. The male transformed into a burly man in his 40s, as strong as a mountain, wearing a deep blue short outfit. He had a square face, broad mouth, thick eyebrows, and big eyes with deep blue hair cascading over his shoulders. He named himself Yuan Jinhai. The female transformed into a woman in her 30s, equally tall, wearing a deep blue long dress. Her features were softer than the male's, but the heroic spirit in her brow was undiminished. She named herself Yuan Jinshui. The two sea calming monkeys knelt on one knee before Fang Ze, their voices deep. "We pay our respects to our master." Fang Ze looked at the 6 figures kneeling before him: Golden Boy, Ice Girl, Ice Glass, Mo Yuan, Yuan Jinhai, and Yuan Jinshui. 6 transformed demon beasts, all with cultivation above the 4th tier. In the early stage of the nascent soul, he commanded 6 nascent soul combatants. With 24 4th-tier golden eater insects, and over 30,000 low-tier golden eater insects, this lineup could contend against even a fully realized nascent soul cultivator. If they encountered a nascent soul cultivator in the late stage or below, it would be a total suppression. Fang Ze withdrew his gaze, looking towards the exit of the space. 300 years. He had been dormant in the space for 300 years, while only 3 years had passed outside. During these 3 years, he had digested all the resources obtained from the massacre, his strength multiplying several times. It was about time. He needed to head to the Fractured Star Islands. The ruins of the Leaving Fire Palace, the subsequent techniques of the 4-turn Leaving Fire Sutra, and the spiritual fire. Each awaited him. Fang Ze exited the space and pushed open the door. The sunlight of Liuli Xianxing warmed his face. He called for Li Qingshan and Lin Weiner, giving them a few instructions. He entrusted the shop's affairs to Li Qingshan while Lin Weiner continued her cultivation. If there was an urgent matter, they could crush the Jade Talisman and he would sense it. The two bowed in response. Fang Ze left the Bai Bo Pavilion, and Long Yu was still behind the counter playing with an abacus. Seeing Fang Ze come out, she smiled and greeted him. "Elder Fang is going out again. Manager Long Yu." Fang Ze nodded slightly, his steps unceasing. Long Yu's gaze lingered on his back for a moment. Once Fang Ze's figure disappeared at the end of the street, she lowered her head and added a note in the account book. Fang Ze going out, return date unknown. Fang Ze exited the southern gate of Liuli Xianxing, riding the fire cloud, flying southward. After cultivating for 300 years in the space, the speed of the fire cloud had increased several times. As Fang Ze departed from Liuli Xianxing, dawn was approaching. A layer of grayish blue appeared on the eastern sea, and the starlight had not yet completely faded. Fang Ze rode the fire cloud, keeping the escape light low, and skimming the surface of the sea. After 300 years of honing in the space, the speed of the fire cloud had more than doubled compared to its initial form, but he deliberately slowed down. The fractured star islands lay over 1,000,000 miles from Xianxia, and traveling at full speed would attract too much attention. The cloud-treading beast had shrunk to a 3-foot-tall red-scaled creature crouching on Fang Ze's shoulder. Its flame scales no longer glowed, and its golden-red vertical pupils were half-closed, occasionally tapping its hooves to maintain balance. After flying 30,000 miles, Fang Ze inquired about the ruins, and the cloud-treading beast spoke up. "Master, I will start from the beginning regarding the leaving Fire Palace ruins." Fang Ze did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly. The cloud-treading beast gently pressed its "Master, I will start from the beginning regarding the leaving Fire Palace ruins." Fang Ze did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly. The cloud-treading beast gently pressed its front paw on Fang Ze's shoulder and began to recount. The leaving Fire Palace ruins are divided into 7 layers. The first layer is the outer disciples' residence and spiritual fields, covering an area of about 100 miles with stone chambers densely packed out. It once housed tens of thousands of chi refining and foundation establishment disciples. This layer has no restrictions and has been pillaged countless times over 3,000 years, with more than half of the illuminating fire stones pried away from the walls, leaving only an empty stone cavern. The second layer consists of inner disciples' chambers and alchemy rooms. To enter this layer, one must at least be an inner disciple in the golden core stage. This layer is protected by a 4th-tier formation, but due to the passage of time, the formation's power has diminished significantly, allowing nascent soul cultivators to break through with some effort. Many treasure seekers had visited this layer, but each inner disciple's chamber had its own independent restrictions, making them cumbersome to break through. It is uncertain if all have been opened. The third layer is the Elders' Hall. The leaving Fire Palace has a total of 12 elders, each occupying a side hall. Inside these side halls are the lifelong techniques, elixirs, treasured artifacts, and the various spiritual fires cultivated by the elders. The entrance to the third layer is sealed by the leaving fire sealing heaven formation, a 5th-tier formation that even a full-strength transformation stage cultivator would need to exert considerable effort to breach. Although the formation has weakened considerably now, without special methods to break formations, a nascent soul cultivator would still face significant risks entering. The cloud-treading beast was captured by the former sect master of the Tianhua sect on the outer perimeter of the third layer. At that time it was still small, having just broken through to the 4th rank, wandering near the entrance of the third layer, where it was forcibly suppressed by the sect master using a high-grade spirit treasure along with the Tian Gang burning heart flame. It still remembers the details of that battle. The sect master's spiritual fire melted away most of its fiery scales, causing it pain for a whole 7 days. As it spoke, the cloud-treading beast's vertical pupils contracted, and its front paw left a shallow mark on Fang Ze's shoulder. "There is spiritual fire in the third layer." The cloud-treading beast's voice grew somber. "I sensed more than one back then. The strongest one is entrenched deep within the Elder Hall, its aura hot and pure as if sealed by something not easily leaking out. But I sensed another one as well. It is more concealed, hidden very deep, not in the main hall, but in some corner of the 12 side halls. That aura is even hotter than the spiritual fire in the main hall, but it only appears for a very short time, like a living creature occasionally turning in its sleep. I am not sure what it is." Fang Ze's brow furrowed slightly. A hidden aura hotter than the 4th rank spiritual fire is lurking deep within the side hall. There are 2 possibilities. Either a higher grade spiritual fire is sealed by someone in the side hall, or it is some ancient demon beast that feeds on fire. Either option is worth exploring. The cloud-treading beast is unsure about what lies beneath the 4th layer. Back then it only moved around the periphery and never entered the core area of the third layer. But during its 300 years in the Tianhua sect, it heard the sect master mention that there is a secret related to annihilation hidden in the 4th layer of the Lihua Palace. The sect master had only heard about it and never verified it. Fang Ze took note of what the cloud-treading beast said, piecing together the general layout of the ruins in his mind. The 1st and 2nd layers do not require much time. We will pass through directly. The third layer is the main target, focusing on the 4th rank spiritual fire in the main hall, the concealed intense aura in the side hall, and the subsequent techniques of the 4 transformations of leaving Fire Sutra. As for the 4th layer and below, we will assess the situation as it unfolds. After flying for half a month, the Shattered Star Islands appeared at the horizon of the sea. From a distance, it looked like a sea area engulfed by grayish-white mist. The mist spread from the sea surface to the sky, tightly wrapping hundreds of islands. Occasionally, the sea breeze would part the mist, revealing the pitch-black waters and jagged reefs beneath, only to be quickly filled again by the mist. Fang Ze descended the escaping light at the edge of the mist, hovering about 10 zhang above the sea surface. His divine sense probed into the mist, feeling as if he had crashed into cotton, with his perception reduced to less than 1/10, and his sense of direction becoming increasingly vague. The cloud-treading beast raised its front paw, pointing towards a spot deep within the mist. "Master, this way. This is the route I was taken out through 300 years ago. I still remember the distribution of the underwater reefs and spatial rifts." Fang Ze followed the guidance, lowering his escaping light close to the sea. Visibility in the mist was extremely low, with everything outside of 3 zhang appearing as a grayish-white. Beneath, the sea surface shadows loomed heavily, with countless sharp underwater reefs jutting out like fangs. Some were exposed above the water, while others were hidden just a few feet below, causing waves to crash and kick up white foam. Even more dangerous were the spatial rifts appearing silently, and without warning, with only a slight distortion in the air at certain spots, like looking at distant objects through the heat of a fire. The cloud-treading beast would give a warning when encountering such places, pressing down firmly with its front paw on Fang Ze's shoulder, prompting him to adjust his course. The ancient restrictions above were even trickier. Fang Ze had to slightly elevate his escaping light several times to avoid the spatial rifts above the sea surface, resulting in triggering the skybound restrictions. Crimson lightning struck down from the mist. He dodged sideways, and the lightning grazed past him, exploding the sea surface behind him into a pit several zhang wide. The smell of charred flesh penetrated his nostrils and lingered. It took 3 hours to pass through the outer mist. When Fang Ze finally landed on a rocky island, the grayish-white mist slowly closed behind him. The island was not large, measuring several miles in circumference, covered with black volcanic rock, completely barren. Fang Ze stood on the rocky outcrop, surveying his surroundings. He had now entered the range of the Shattered Star Islands, where the mist was thinner than outside, and his divine sense perception had recovered to about 30%. He had barely been on the island for less than a quarter of an hour when he encountered the first group of treasure seekers. 3 cultivators emerged from the mist, on the other side 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a dry, thin old man in his 50s, at the late stage of golden core, dressed in a gray robe with frayed cuffs. Behind him followed a middle-aged man and a woman in her 30s, both at the mid-stage of golden core. The 3 of them bore the fatigue of travel, and the woman's skirt was still damp with seawater. The thin old man noticed Fang Ze pause in his steps and quickly scanned him. A golden core cultivator in the early stage, wearing a gray robe with an ordinary appearance, traveling alone. The old man forced a smile and cupped his hands from a distance. Fellow Taoist, have you come to the Shattered Star Islands to try your luck? Fang Ze turned his head and nodded without speaking. The old man was undeterred by his coldness and took a few steps closer, standing 3 zhang away from Fang Ze. I am Sun, he just called he. These 2 are my companions, Taoist Chun and Taoist Wu. The middle-aged man cupped his hands while the woman nodded. Sun, he continued, the Shattered Star Islands are perilous. Why not join us in a group, fellow Taoist? We can mutually support each other. If we gain benefits in the ruins, we can share them fairly based on our contributions. Fang Ze looked into Sun He's eyes. The old man's smile was sincere, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes piling together like dried orange peels. But his gaze lingered on Fang Ze's storage ring twice. The first time was a glance, the second time was a confirmation. No need, Fang Ze replied flatly. I prefer to travel alone. Sun He's smile stiffened for a moment before recovering. He sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Very well, everyone has their own aspirations. Take care, fellow Taoist. After speaking, he cupped his hands and led his 2 companions away to the other side of the island. The 3 figures quickly vanished into the mist. Fang Ze watched them leave, but did not set off immediately. His divine sense silently extended, barely covering a range of several miles of ocean under the limitation of 30% perception. He detected another group of people. 4 cultivators, all dressed in black combat outfits and wearing matching masks that revealed only their eyes. Their aura was extremely well concealed. Had it not been for Fang Ze's divine sense strength comparable to the late stage of nascent soul, he would never have detected them under the mist suppression. The 4 were lurking behind a giant rock on the west side of the island, resembling black rocks. The leader was at the early stage of nascent soul, while the other 3 were all at the peak of golden core. As Fang Ze's divine sense locked onto the 4 Sun, he and his companions had already reached the west side of the deserted island. The black-clad cultivators emerged silently from behind the giant rock. The fight ended swiftly. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator only delivered 1 palm strike. A gray-black spiritual power giant palm descended from the sky-shattering sun, his protective spiritual light, and his chest. The sound of cracking bones was muffled and brief in the mist. The middle-aged man did not have time to retrieve his magical treasure, as he was flanked by 2 black-clad cultivators, 1 sword piercing his throat, and another stabbing through his dantian. The woman reacted the fastest, shattering her escape talisman and vanishing several dozen zhang away. However, the 4th black-clad cultivator had already set a gray-black web in her escape direction. The woman crashed into the web, which tightened and crushed her body along with her golden core. The 4 corpses were quickly rummaged through. Storage bags, magical treasures, and pills were all taken by the black-clad cultivators. The woman's hairpin embedded with a second-tier spirit jade was also taken. Fang Ze stood on the rocky outcrop on the other side of the island, clearly perceiving everything. He did not intervene. It was not indifference, but rather a lack of necessity. When Sun He invited him to team up, his gaze fell on Fang Ze's storage ring twice. Even if these three did not die at the hands of the black-clad cultivators, they might not hesitate to stab him in the back after entering the ruins. The rules of the cultivation world have never been about good and evil being rewarded. It is each person taking responsibility for their own choices. However, the black-clad cultivators had no intention of letting him go. After the four finished searching the corpses, the leading early-stage nascent soul cultivator lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the mist towards Fang Ze's direction. He sensed Fang Ze's divine sense, which Fang Ze had intentionally allowed him to sense. For black shadows silently encircled him. In the early stage of nascent soul, 3 fully realized golden core cultivators closed in from the flanks and rear. Their steps were synchronized, clearly a result of countless collaborations. Before he arrived, 4 strands of gray-black spiritual energy had already locked onto Fang Ze like 4 invisible chains wrapping around him. Fang Ze remained motionless. He patted his beast-taming bag. A golden light flew out from the bag, transforming into a boy about 15 or 16 years old. The golden child wore a golden brocade robe, arms crossed with his chin slightly raised. His aura of latest-stage 4th rank cultivation was released without reservation, and the golden spiritual light pushed back the fog surrounding him. He tilted his head to size up the 4 black-clad cultivators encircling him, letting out a light snort through his nose. 4 of them. The golden child's tone was laced with undisguised disdain. 1 at the early stage of nascent soul and 3 at the golden core stage. Master, did you summon me just to deal with these few insignificant fish? The early stage nascent soul cultivator's footsteps halted. The pupils of his eyes, exposed beneath the mask, constricted violently. A latest-stage 4th rank demon beast, and one that has taken form. He instinctively urged the spiritual treasure within his body. A pair of gray-black short cones flew out from his dantian, their bodies, radiating a chilling aura shooting towards the golden child. The golden child did not even raise a hand. The golden light around him suddenly contracted and then exploded outward. The golden glow transformed from a pale gold to a brilliant gold, and as it passed, the 2 short cones seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand halting in midair. The short cones trembled violently, emitting a piercing, buzzing sound, while the gray-black spiritual light on their bodies rapidly dimmed under the illumination of the golden light. The transformation of stone into gold was not just about turning stones into gold. It was a complete mastery over all metallic objects. The 2 short cones were golden attribute spiritual treasures, appearing as mere scrap iron before the golden child. The 3 fully realized golden core black-clad cultivators simultaneously activated their treasures, a flying sword, a flying dagger, and a pitch-black rope. The golden child extended his left hand, fingers curling in a grasping motion. All 3 treasures froze in midair, suspended regardless of how the 3 black-clad cultivators urged their divine senses to cast their techniques. They remained utterly motionless. The end of the rope still twisted slightly like a snake grasped by its 7 inches. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator turned to flee. Just as the escape light flickered, the golden child's right index finger pointed in the air. A slender beam of golden light shot from his fingertip so fast that the escape light hadn't fully expanded. The golden light pierced through the protective spiritual light of the black-clad cultivator, emerging from his back and protruding through his chest. The wound was tiny, only oozing a few drops of blood, but the black-clad cultivator's form stiffened violently. As the golden light penetrated his flesh, it also disrupted the flow of spiritual energy in his dantian. He fell from the air, crashing onto the reef and sending debris flying. The 3 fully realized golden core cultivators similarly could not escape Tenjiang. The golden child didn't even use a divine ability. He merely released the pressure of latest-stage 4th rank, causing the 3 to kneel, as though a mountain had fallen upon them. Knees striking the reef produced a dull thud. One attempted to self-detonate his golden core, but as his spiritual power surged halfway, the golden child pressed down with a palm, slamming him into the reef, and his self-detonation power was forcibly pushed back into his dantian. Fang Ze had not moved from the beginning to the end. He stood on the reef, hands clasped behind him, and the fiery cloud escape golden light had not even flickered. The golden child collected all 4 individual storage rings and spiritual treasures, piling them before Fang Ze. For storage rings, 2 low-grade spiritual treasures, and 6 third-rank magical items. Fang Ze's divine sense probed into the storage ring of the foremost individual, and among the miscellaneous items, he found a crude beast skin map. The map marked the terrain around the shattered star isles with rough lines outlining the contours of several islands, circling 3 islands in red with small annotations beside them, possible spiritual herbs. This area has fluctuations of restrictions, signs of previous excavations. Fang Ze folded away the map. Though crude, it was better than being completely in the dark. He further examined the other 3 storage rings, which mostly contained low-grade spirit stones and pills, along with some unidentified tokens and insignia. What black-clad palace assassins? The golden child squatted on the reef, flipping the 2 short cones over and over. The material is decent middle-grade cold iron of the 4th rank, mixed with 3 taels of ink silver. The crafting technique is a bit rough, reforge it, and you can use it as auxiliary material for that mirror of yours. As he spoke, he stuffed items into his storage bag, his actions flowing like water. Fang Ze recalled the Golden Child and continued to delve deeper into the Shattered Star Isles. Over the next 3 days, he navigated through the fog, gradually discovering more traces of treasure seekers. On a deserted island, the beach was left charred in large patches, a result of a fire attribute technique clashing with scorch marks radiating outward, while the center's sand had melted into a thin glass-like substance due to the high temperature. On another island, a broken flying sword was impaled halfway into a reef, its spiritual light completely scattered with rust creeping along the break. There were also 2 bodies drifting on the sea, 1 male and 1 female, both at the golden core stage with their storage bags already taken. The male corpse had a shoulder-length severed left arm, the cut smooth as if cleaved by a sword. On the evening of the 3rd day, Fang Ze captured a live one. It was a loose cultivator at the late stage of Foundation establishment, around 30 years old, with a sharp face and narrow-set eyes. He emerged from the crevices of the island just as he bumped into Fang Ze. Upon seeing Fang Ze, the loose cultivator's first reaction was to reach for the storage bag at his waist. It was not to retrieve a treasure, but to escape. Fang Ze did not give him the chance. He locked onto him with his divine sense, applying a pressure of spiritual energy, causing the loose cultivator to freeze in place. "I won't kill you." Fang Ze stood 3 steps away. "I just have a few questions. Answer them and you can leave." The loose cultivator's throat bobbed as he nodded vigorously. From the loose cultivator's fragmented narration, Fang Ze pieced together the current distribution of forces gathered at the Shattered Star Isles. The loose cultivator was not very articulate, trembling mid-sentence, but the information was complete. The team from the Liuli sect was the most eye-catching. Leading them was the sole daughter of the Liuli sect's master Qin Qingshuan at the midstage of nascent soul. The Liuli sect had been stationed at the Shattered Star Isles for at least 5 days, lingering near the entrance of the ruins as if waiting for something. There were rumors that Qin Qingshuan held a fragment of the Lihua Palace map, possessing knowledge of the ruins far exceeding that of other factions. A temporary alliance of loose cultivators had been formed by 3 nascent soul cultivators. The leader was a red-haired old demon at the midstage of nascent soul, said to cultivate demonic techniques and known for his violent temper. The other 2 were a middle-aged scholar in the early stage of nascent soul skilled in formations, and an elderly white-haired woman in the early stage of nascent soul adept at strange poison techniques. Each of the 3 harbored their own thoughts, appearing to cooperate on the surface while secretly guarding against one another. The loose cultivator described their meeting scene. The red-haired old demon was seated, the middle-aged scholar stood, and the white-haired woman lingered at the door, with none of them approaching the others. The black-clad palace was an assassin organization from the South Sea, specializing in taking advantage of the treasure-hunting fervor to rob. They did not explore the ruins but ambushed treasure seekers coming out of them. Several batches of lone cultivators had already been ambushed, their bodies tossed into the sea to feed sea beasts. As the loose cultivator spoke of this, his voice dropped to an extreme low, his gaze involuntarily darting back into the fog behind him. They did not dare to delve deep nor confront the major factions hidden, instead waiting for the major factions to break the restrictions before trailing behind to pick up the scrap. They did not dare to delve deep nor confront the major factions hidden, instead waiting for the major factions to break the restrictions before trailing behind to pick up the scraps. After listening, Fang Ze released his spiritual pressure. The loose cultivator froze for a moment before turning and diving into the fog, the sound of his footsteps hurriedly echoing on the rocks before disappearing into the mist. Qin Qingshuan. Fang Ze repeatedly mulled over this name in his mind. The daughter of the Liuli sect's master at the midstage of nascent soul, holding a fragment of the map, accompanied by 2 nascent soul cultivators waiting at the entrance of the ruins for at least 5 days. Her not entering indicates that the entrance's restrictions have not reached the time to be activated, or her map marks a specific time node. Either way, it signifies one thing. The Liuli sect places far greater importance on the Lihua Palace ruins than any other faction. For the sect master's only daughter to personally take action is certainly no ordinary treasure hunt. He never anticipated that this treasure-seeking journey would encounter such a figure. Fang Ze adjusted his direction and flew towards the entrance of the ruins. The entrance to the Lihua Palace ruins was located at the bottom of a massive volcanic crater. By the time Fang Ze arrived, dozens of cultivators had already gathered around the crater. He changed his appearance. The disguise technique transformed him into a thin, middle-aged man in his 40s, with prominent cheekbones, waxy yellow skin, dressed in a faded gray robe. He suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of golden core, his aura completely concealed. He blended into the crowd and found an inconspicuous spot behind a volcanic rock on the south side of the crater, leaning against the rock, half closing his eyes. The crater had a diameter of about 10 miles and was unfathomably deep. The edge of the rocks appeared blackened, scorched by high temperatures, with the surface covered in fine cracks. A faint dark red glow emanated from the cracks, as if something underground was still burning. The inner wall of the crater retained numerous traces of formations. These were not man-made engravings but rather natural imprints left by an extremely potent fire attribute power on the rock. Fang Ze used the spiritual eye technique to take a glance. The patterns contained a very ancient structure of spiritual energy different from any formation system he was familiar with. The surrounding land of the crater had been divided among various forces. To the east was the Liuli sect. 3 red copper chairs were arranged in a triangular formation with 2 nascent soul cultivators seated on either side, while the middle chair remained empty. No cultivators dared to approach the area around the chairs, creating a spacious isolation zone. To the north was the loose cultivator alliance. The red-haired old demon sat brazenly on a protruding rock, his wild red hair particularly eye-catching amidst the mist. Not far from him stood a middle-aged scholar and a white-haired old woman keeping at least 5 yards apart. In the southwest corner were several assassins from the Black Robe Hall dressed in the same black garments and masks as the 4 Fang Ze encountered earlier, quietly standing in the shadows. The remaining loose cultivators were scattered in various corners, some whispering in small groups, while others sat alone adjusting their breathing. Fang Ze's gaze fell towards the east. In the middle of the empty chair sat a woman. She wore a moon-white long skirt, the hem cinched at her knees, revealing satin-clad feet. She was draped in a light blue gauze robe extremely thin through which the pattern of her moon-white skirt could be faintly seen. A red-gold tassel belt was tied around her waist, its ends adorned with 9 small red glass beads that gently swayed as she tilted her body slightly. Her black hair was pinned up with a red gold hairpin, the pinhead inlaid with a large glass bead, within which flame patterns slowly swirled. On her right wrist was a string of red bracelets with 9 beads arranged from light red to deep crimson in slightly varying shades. Taming Xianxia. Her features were exquisite, with naturally sharp lines along her cheekbones and jaw. Her eyebrows were not the usual slender willow leaf shape of female cultivators, but rather slightly angled sword-like brows cleanly tapered at the ends. Her pupils were clear, but deep within them lay a faint golden-red glow that was not static, reminiscent of flames gently flickering. Fang Ze observed her for half a cup of tea's time. Her gaze swept towards the depths of the crater every 30 breaths or so, pausing for 2 or 3 breaths each time before retracting. This action had been repeated countless times. Occasionally her right hand would caress the bracelet on her left wrist, her thumb sliding lightly over the 9 beads. She was waiting. As Fang Ze withdrew his gaze and was about to close his eyes to meditate, a slight agitation suddenly stirred within his spiritual energy. The agitation stemmed from the operation of the 4 transitions of Lihua Sutra. The golden-red spiritual energy accelerated its flow through his meridians, as if sensing something. Fang Ze suppressed the unusual movement of his spiritual energy and looked in the direction of the sensation to the east. Taming Xianxia. No, it wasn't Taming Xianxia herself. It was something on her. Fang Ze quietly activated his spiritual eye technique, his gaze penetrating Taming Xianxia's storage ring at her waist. Unfortunately, he couldn't see clearly what it contained, but he could roughly discern that there was a token inside resonating with his technique. The spiritual energy from the 4 transitions of Lihua Sutra responded to that token. Fang Ze retracted his spiritual eye technique inch by inch, suppressing the agitated spiritual energy back into his dantian. He lowered his gaze, his expression calm. The daughter of the master of the Liuli sect. Midstage nascent soul. A fragment of a map. A red gold token. And something of the same origin that could cause a resonance with the 4 transitions of Lihua Sutra. From deep within the volcano, a rumble echoed periodically, causing the rocks to tremble and debris to roll into the deep pit, with a faint echo returning after a long while. Leaning against the volcanic rock, Fang Ze split his divine sense into 3 streams, suppressing them. From deep within the volcano, a rumble echoed periodically, causing the rocks to tremble and debris to roll into the deep pit, with a faint echo returning after a long while. Leaning against the volcanic rock, Fang Ze split his divine sense into 3 streams, suppressing them to the lowest level. Locking onto the Liuli sect to the east, monitoring the loose cultivator alliance to the north, and sweeping over the shadows of the Black Robe Hall in the southwest. The Black Robe Hall made the first move. 5 black-robed cultivators stepped out from the southwest shadows, their faces concealed by masks. The leader was tall and thin, in the midstage of nascent soul, with each step causing the volcanic rock beneath him to crack. The 4 behind him moved in perfect unison. The 5 headed straight towards the loose cultivator alliance to the north. The red-haired old demon stood up from the rock, his red hair particularly eye-catching in the mist. The middle-aged scholar closed his folding fan with a crisp sound. The white-haired old woman extended her right hand, her nails tinged with a dark green color. Red-haired one, the leader of the black-robed cultivators, said hoarsely as he stopped. You intercepted my people regarding that business with the Tianhua sect. Your people made the first move against my disciple, the red-haired old demon retorted. Your disciple took something he shouldn't have. The red-haired old demon grinned, revealing dark red teeth. So what if he did? The tall, thin cultivator said nothing further. His right hand reached out, gray-black spiritual energy coalescing in his palm with black particles dissipating at the edges. The red-haired old demon's body surged with thick red spiritual energy. The middle-aged scholar unfolded his fan, the landscape within it gradually shifting. The white-haired old woman's fingers elongated 3 inches, deepening the green hue. The 5 acted simultaneously. The black light in the hand of the tall, thin cultivator exploded first, splitting into dozens of strands that shot out in all directions, eroding the rocks and formations. The middle-aged scholar's fan transformed the landscape into an inky light shadow that ensnared the black threads, the 2 forces eroding each other. The red-haired old demon stepped forward, shattering the rock beneath his feet, and struck with a palm blade wrapped in red spiritual energy. The tall, thin cultivator conjured a serrated black shield. To meet the blow, the clash of metal, causing lower-tier cultivators to cover their ears and crouch down. The white-haired old woman floated sideways for black-robed golden core cultivators lunging forward with their swords. The old woman flicked her fingers, and the dark green nails transformed into 10 beams of light that struck the flying swords, dimming their spiritual light and causing rust to spread, resulting in the 4 swords crashing to the ground. The 4 golden core cultivators suffered a backlash. The red-haired old demon and the tall, thin cultivator exchanged over a dozen blows, the cracks beneath their feet extending 3 yards. Suddenly, the tall, thin cultivator withdrew his shield, which shattered into countless light needles that shot out. The red-haired old demon hurriedly formed a barrier, yet 3 needles still pierced through his left shoulder, right rib, and thigh, the wounds spreading with black decay. His hand movements faltered. The tall, thin cultivator pressed a palm against his chest, a gray-black imprint searing into his flesh. The red-haired old demon spat blood as he flew backwards, shattering the rocks behind him. The middle-aged scholar's folding fan transformed into a light curtain that pushed back the opponent, while the white-haired old woman floated back to insert a pill. The red-haired old demon swallowed it, the red and black spiritual energies in his chest eroding each other. The tall, thin cultivator glanced at the speed of the imprint's erosion and withdrew his right hand. "That thing is not with you, it's a waste of effort," he said flatly. He turned around, the 4 golden core cultivators following suit, their steps in perfect unison as they withdrew into the southwest shadows. The red-haired old demon collapsed among the shattered rocks, black blood seeping from 3 wounds. The white-haired old woman squatted beside him, her dark green nails probing into the wounds, pulling out strands of gray-black spiritual energy. With each strand pulled, the red-haired old demon's teeth clenched tighter, veins bulging. The middle-aged scholar stood in front with his fan, the landscape within it flowing once more. Fang Ze took it all in at a glance. The black-robed cultivator's ashen-black spiritual energy possessed extraordinary corrosive power. Not devouring flesh and blood, but eroding spiritual energy itself, bearing eerie resemblance to the venom of Mo Yuan. The crimson-haired cultivator's spiritual energy was dense and viscous, overwhelming in frontal assault yet lacking agility. The middle-aged scholar wielded a folding fan with both offensive and defensive mastery. His scroll of mountains and rivers could entrap foes and disrupt their senses. The white-haired crone's toxic claws were insidious and ruthless, specifically designed to counter metal-based artifacts. Fang Ze withdrew his divine sense, his gaze sweeping eastward. Taming Xianxia remained motionless. She sat upon a bronzered armchair, her right leg draped over her left knee, the tip of her azure silk slipper tilted upward ever so slightly. 2 nascent soul elders from the Liuli sect stood behind her, likewise holding their positions without movement. Fang Ze's gaze lingered half a breath upon her wrist. 9 beads, ranging from pale crimson to deep scarlet. When his fingertip brushed the 5th bead, he pressed just a fraction harder, and held just a moment longer. At that very instant, the rumbling echo rising from the volcanic caldera shifted pitch. What had been a low, resonant thunder now pierced the air as a shrill, keening shriek. The frequency of the rock's tremor suddenly accelerated. Every cultivator at the caldera's rim rose to their feet in unison. Taming Xianxia lowered her right leg and rose from the bronzered armchair. Her movement was unhurried, but utterly devoid of superfluity. With a light press of both palms upon the armrests, she settled upright in perfect stillness. The shrieking endured for roughly 30 breaths, then ceased abruptly. A speck of crimson light flared within the caldera's abyssal darkness, swiftly swelling from pinprick to fist-sized, then to wheel-sized. It was a circular luminescent barrier composed of countless flame sigils. This barrier had sealed the caldera's depths entirely. Yet now its sigils were extinguishing layer by layer. They faded inward from the periphery. The outermost ring dimmed first, then successive rings collapsed toward the center. Each vanishing layer thinned the barrier, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. A steep stone staircase descended into shadow, its flanking walls embedded with luminous ore. When the final sigil winked out, a circular aperture, 3 zhang in diameter, yawned open at the barrier's heart. Tiny crimson flames flickered along the aperture's edge, tracing its circumference with slow, serpentine grace. Taming Xianxia moved first. Her figure dissolved where she stood, and reappeared instantly at the aperture's threshold. Her moon-white gown glowed faintly amber in the firelight. She glanced back once at the 2 Liuli sect nascent soul elders, Both nodded in silent accord. In single file, one before two behind, they passed through the aperture, vanishing into the stairwell's swallowing dark. The crimson-haired demon lord violently shoved aside the white-haired crone's finger, still embedded in his wound, and rose from the shattered rubble. The grayish-black palm print on his chest had been nearly consumed by his own dark-red spiritual energy, leaving only a faint trace. He cast one glance toward Qin Qingxuan's vanished path, spat a bloody wad onto the ground, then surged toward the aperture alongside the middle-aged scholar and the white-haired crone. 5 cultivators from the Black Robe Hall followed close behind. The remaining rogue cultivators surged forward en masse, jostling, shoving, until a gaunt golden core cultivator at the front slipped, tumbled from the caldera's rim, and plummeted into its depths. His scream echoed hollowly within the volcano's throat before fading into silence. Fang Ze entered the aperture last, blending into the tail end of the throng. The staircase stretched long and unbroken. He counted precisely 372 steps, each identical in width and height, its surface unervingly smooth beneath his feet, unlike natural stone. Luminous or stones were embedded along both walls at fixed intervals, exactly one every 5 paces. At the stairway's end unfolded a vast subterranean expanse. The chamber spanned roughly 100 li in diameter. Hundreds of stone chambers and grotto dwellings lined its periphery, irregularly arranged as though added across different eras. Broad flagstone paths divided the cluster of chambers into distinct zones. The place had already been thoroughly ransacked. Fang Ze passed through several chambers. The doorframe wards were long shattered, their spiritual patterns fragmented and incomplete. Inside, emptiness reigned. Even half the stone bed had been pried away, likely for its material value. A torn storage pouch lay discarded in a corner. He nudged it open with his toe. Empty. Activating his spirit eye golden vision technique, he swept his gaze across the walls. His first discovery appeared on the exterior wall of a secluded chamber in the northwest corner. A pulse of spiritual energy sent thick dust cascading downward, exposing faded murals beneath. The pigments had long since bleached away, leaving only incised grooves. They depicted a colossal palace complex built into the flank of a volcano, tier upon tier ascending from base to summit. The central hall atop the peak dominated all others, crowned by a blooming lotus of flame. Countless tiny figures surrounded the palace. Some seated in meditation, others soaring on streaks of light, still others cradling flames in their palms. The flame motifs had been deeply recut, markedly more pronounced than any other detail. The second mural widened the perspective, showing the same palace complex enveloped within a vast fiery dome, while outside dense ranks of human silhouettes encircled it. These figures were carved in stark contrast to the palace dwellers' sharp angular lines, abrupt 90-degree turns. Battle raged between them. The blaze of flames, flight of swords, and radiance of artifacts distinguished by directional grooves etched in differing styles. Cracks webbed across the fiery dome. The third mural survived only in fragments, the rest obliterated by some immense force that sheared away both plaster and stone, leaving a vitrified glass-like fracture. The surviving portion showed devastation within the palace. The peak's central hall collapsed halfway, the flaming lotus shattered and scattered. A robed figure lay fallen beside the broken petals, a strangely shaped sword piercing his chest, the blade's surface engraved with the same sharp angular motifs as the besiegers. 7 or 8 figures knelt around him in postures of mourning. Fang Ze memorized each mural in turn. The fall of the Lihua Palace was no act of heaven. It was wrought by men. The attackers' identities remained unknown, but that jagged right-angled carving style, he had seen it before in an illustration from an ancient text describing lands beyond the southern sea. On another wall he found inscriptions, shallow and hastily scratched, crude compared to the mural's meticulous artistry. No artisan's hand had made them. They bore the frantic urgency of a Lihua Palace disciple's final testament. The script was fragmented, some characters scraped away by later hands, others overwritten by newer carving. The palace master sealed the legacy deepest within. The twin tokens, united alone can. One token rests with the palace master, the other bestowed upon. He who bears both tokens is Lihua. Of all the lines, this final one was cut deepest, each character gouged repeatedly, obsessively. Only one whose bloodline and cultivation technique are both of Lihua may enter the legacy sanctum, else they shall be reduced to ash. Fang Ze's gaze lingered upon those words for a long, quiet moment. Bloodline and cultivation technique harmonized as one. For 3 centuries, the 4-turn Lihua scripture had coursed through his meridians, its essence fused inseparably with his spiritual energy. But bloodline, he was a transmigrator. No trace of Lihua Palace lineage flowed in his veins. His original body possessed the 5-element wasted spiritual root. His ancestors had never known the Lihua Palace. Either the term bloodline here held a hidden meaning, or the Lihua legacy would prove fatal to him as well. Fang Ze rose, brushing dust from his palms. A ripple of residual spiritual energy emanated from the east. He followed its trail, crossing 3 flagstone avenues and a dense thicket of stone chambers. Upon entering the first level, the various factions had dispersed with startling speed. 3 auras of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance surged directly northward, toward the entrance to the second level where pill laboratories and artifact halls clustered. The Black Robe Hall split into 3 groups. 2 shadowed the Alliance while the third veered toward the Rogue Cultivators' gathering zone. Qin Qingquan's breath had already left the first layer. She barely paused, directly crossing the entire space and entering the second layer's entrance. 2 nascent soul disciples from the Liuli sect closely followed her. When Fang Ze arrived at the entrance of the second layer, the 4th grade formation had already been breached. The remnants of the formation were slowly dissipating, revealing faint crimson light spots. The stone door bore traces of being scorched by the Liuli pure fire. In the center of the originally sealed stone door, a hole with a diameter of about 10 feet had been burned through. The edges were smooth as the rock melted and solidified upon encountering high temperatures, forming a layer of glassy glaze that shifted from a bluish-gray to a deep crimson. Fang Ze extended his hand, hovering an inch from the edge of the hole. The residual warmth was almost gone, but the spiritual energy left by the flames remained active. It was an exceptionally pure fire attribute, spiritual energy free of impurities. It was evidently a type of spiritual fire of a level higher than the fire within him. He chose another breach in the formation. A swarm of gold-devouring insects surged out from his beast-controlling pouch, guided by his divine sense to attach to a spiritual energy node on the left side of the stone door. This was one of the 7 core nodes of the entire formation. When Qin Qingxian burned through the hole, she destroyed 2 of them, causing the flow of spiritual energy in the formation to become sluggish. Fang Ze did not need to forcefully burn through. He only needed to let the gold-devouring insects gnaw away at another node, and the flow would become thoroughly unbalanced. 24 4th-grade gold-devouring insects were the first to bite. Their mandibles bit into the spiritual energy patterns with a slight creak. Following closely behind were over 800 3rd-grade gold-devouring insects layering over the node, their gnawing frequency so fast it left afterimages. The node quickly dimmed. About half an hour later, the node emitted a crisp sound. The entire formation's spiritual energy patterns flickered, violently collapsing from the node in all directions. When the last pattern extinguished, the marks of the formation on the stone door vanished entirely, leaving only an empty door opening. Fang Ze recalled the swarm of insects and stepped through the door. The concentration of spiritual energy in the second layer surged several times. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy flowed through his meridians into his dantian. Among it, the fire attribute component was particularly rich, not naturally occurring, but the result of being soaked by a powerful fire source over many years. The source must be deeper within. The space was much smaller than the first layer, only about 10 miles in circumference, with the dome lowered to about 50 feet. Glowing ores were sparse, casting a dim light. Hundreds of caves were distributed along the edges, far superior in scale to the stone chambers of the first layer, each having an independent stone door engraved with different prohibition patterns. Most of the prohibitions were shattered, with stone doors ajar or wide open, leaving the interiors empty. Qin Qingquan's target was within one of them. When Fang Ze's divine sense captured her location, she was already standing before that cave's stone door. That cave was located in the deepest corner of the second layer, extremely secluded. The stone door was smaller than the others, and its prohibition patterns were not the common crimson but a very deep dark red with a complex design. Ordinary cave patterns extended in a single direction, but this one was woven in a net-like interlacing. Over the long years, the power of the prohibitions had greatly diminished, with the net-like patterns broken in many places, and the light of spiritual energy had long since extinguished. Even so, its completeness still far exceeded that of the other caves. Qin Qingxian raised her right hand. The Liuli pure fire surged from her palm, a pure red-gold hue untainted by impurities. The flame danced in her palm for 3 breaths, transforming into an extremely thin fire thread that pierced into the center of the stone door. At the moment of contact, the prohibition patterns emitted their final glow. The dark red surged along the net-like patterns in a frenzy, attempting to resist. However, the point where the fire thread penetrated was precisely the area with the most fractures, and when the light reached the breaks, it could progress no further, only to retract while the fire thread continued to advance. After about a quarter of an hour of stalemate, the prohibition patterns completely collapsed. The dark red light suddenly exploded, scattering into countless light points, which then swiftly vanished. The stone door slowly opened. That should be the Liuli sect's Liuli pure fire rite. Fang Ze observed from a distance, his divine sense probing into the cave's interior. The layout of the cave was simple. The outer area was a cultivation room, while the inner area was a living space. Several dull fragments of gathering spirit arrays were embedded in the stone walls of the cultivation room, with a futon placed in the center. The material of the futon had long since decayed, leaving only a round indentation. The inner area was narrower, barely accommodating a stone bed and a stone rack. A skeleton sat cross-legged on the stone bed. The skeleton maintained a seated posture, its spine straight. The surface of the bones was covered with a thin layer of crimson crystals, formed from the spiritual energy, permeating the bones after years of practicing fire attribute techniques. This level of fire marrow bone indicated that the skeleton's owner had cultivated fire attribute techniques to an extremely profound level during their lifetime. The skeleton's hands were crossed over its knees with the joints of the 10 fingers, having the thickest fire marrow crystals appearing semi-transparent in a dark red hue. Next to the skeleton lay a jade slip and a jade box. The surface of the jade slip was covered in thick dust, while the jade box was made of some pale blue jade, distinctly different in style from the other items in the cave. Taming Xianxia walked into the inner chamber. She did not directly take the jade slip and jade box. Instead, she stood before the skeleton, placing her hands together in front of her, and slightly bowing her head in respect. The angle of her bow was not large, but she held it for 3 breaths before straightening up. Then she bent down and reached for the jade slip. Fang Ze's divine sense caught a stirring from deep within the cave. It was not a fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was the sound of rock rubbing against rock. Very faint, like 2 rough sandstone blocks slowly shifting. The sound came from behind the stone wall at the deepest part of the living space. The wall appeared intact, but the eye of insight penetrated through, revealing a massive hollow behind the wall. Inside the hollow lurked a dark red mass. The moment Taming Xianxia's fingertip touched the jade slip, the stone wall exploded. The entire wall shattered outward from the center into countless fragments, each ignited by dark red flames. The fragments shot out in all directions, embedding into the stone walls and breaking the stone rack. A massive dark shadow surged out from the hollow behind the wall, moving so swiftly that Fang Ze's divine sense could only capture a vague outline. Taming Xianxia reacted extremely quickly. She abandoned the jade slip, shifting her body to the left, the hem of her moon-white gown lifted by the shockwave. The dark shadow's claw swept over where she had just stood, its claws grazing the edge of the stone bed. The stone bed silently lost a large chunk. The area that was scraped directly vaporized, leaving behind dark red molten traces at the break. The dark shadow landed, causing the entire cave to tremble. It was a lizard. Its size was not exaggerated, about 12 to 13 feet long from head to tail, with a shoulder height of nearly 3 feet, only considered medium among 4th-grade monsters. However, its scales were not the common crimson or dark red, but a very deep, nearly black dark red. Each scale was edged with a faint golden line alternating in brightness with each breath. Its limbs were sturdy, requiring 2 people to embrace each one, with its claws digging into the ground's rock, silently melting the rock into magma at the points of contact. Most frightening were the dorsal spines. Along the spine, 7 dark red bony spines of varying lengths sprouted with faint golden tips. When all 7 bony spines lit up simultaneously, the temperature in the entire cave suddenly soared. Fang Ze was separated by a wall several dozen feet away, his hair beginning to curl at his forehead. It was late 4th grade. 2 nascent soul disciples from the Liuli sect acted simultaneously behind Taming Xianxia. A short-bearded male cultivator activated a copper bell treasure flying above the dark fire lizard's head, suddenly swelling to 3 feet tall, the surface covered in ice-blue runes. It was a tool for freezing enemies with ice attributes. A petite female cultivator then formed hand seals, sending dozens of silver-white threads flying from her sleeves, weaving into a large net in midair, entangling the dark fire lizard's limbs. The earth fire lizard did not flinch or avoid. The first bony spine on its back lit up. Dark red light progressively illuminated from the base to the tip, with a sudden explosion of pale golden brilliance at the tip. As the bronze bell descended within 3 feet of its head, it suddenly halted. The icy blue runes on the bell's surface began to melt. Runes cascaded down from the body of the bell one after another. The bronze bell itself began to glow red, spreading downwards from its top. Wherever the red reached, deformation began. The square-faced male cultivator let out a muffled grunt, blood gushing from his nose, forcibly severing the connection of divine sense with the bronze bell. The silvery white net similarly could not approach. A foot away from its body, it started to blacken, curl, and burn at an astonishing speed as dozens of filaments turned to ash almost simultaneously. The petite female cultivator retreated 2 steps, her back colliding with the stone wall. The earth fire lizard turned its vertical pupils towards Taming Xianxia. The pupils were pure gold without a hint of impurity, and the irises were as sharp as a blade. It did not emit any roars or howls, it simply opened its mouth. A dark red fire column erupted from its mouth. The diameter of the fire column exceeded the width of Taming Xianxia's shoulders, moving so swiftly that she could not evade it completely. At the same time, the bracelet on her right wrist lit up. 9 beads from light red to deep crimson lit up one by one, quickly connecting in a line. When all 9 beads glowed, a phantom of a 90-year flame lotus platform appeared around her. The lotus petals closed layer by layer from the outside, enwrapping her entire being in the center. The fire column struck the lotus platform. The first layer of petals could barely withstand half a breath before shattering into crimson golden specks. The second layer lasted half a breath, and the third layer lasted a full breath. The fire column penetrated until the seventh layer before being completely neutralized. Taming Xianxia was pushed back by the impact, her feet carving two charred grooves into the ground, her back crashing against the inner stone wall, spiderweb cracks exploding outward from her center. 7 layers of the 90-year lotus platform shattered, leaving 2 petals dim and swaying precariously. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, dripping down her chin, staining the moon-white collar with a red blot. The second bony spine on the earth fire lizard's back began to glow. Fang Ze had only a moment to weigh his options. If he acted, he would expose himself. A 4th-tier latestage transforming beast with the ability to transmute stones into gold and ice-eyed beams. With such traits combined, the number of cultivators with this configuration in the South Sea could be counted on one hand. Taming Xianxia was not foolish. She would surely guess his identity. If he did not act, she might die. If she died, the clue to the Li Hualing would be severed. More importantly, when she entered the inner chamber, she first bowed to the skeleton before taking the jade slip. Fang Ze saw this detail. The second bony spine was fully illuminated. He slapped the beast control bag. The ice woman flew out from his side without hesitation or question. Her third eye in the middle of her forehead had fully opened, her icy blue pupils narrowing to pinpoints. A slender ice blue ray shot out from her pupil, as fine as a hair, faster than the earth fire lizard could turn its head to dodge. The ray struck its left eye. There was no explosion, no thunderous sound. The earth fire lizard's left eye and the surrounding scales the size of a palm instantly froze. This was no ordinary ice. The ice layer was a deep and rich blue, nearly black. The earth fire lizard let out a hoarse roar from its throat, marking its first utterance. It suddenly recoiled, its front claws frantically clawing at the ice layer on its left eye, the claws scraping against the ice with a grating sound. The ice layer was marked with countless white scratches, but did not shatter. The golden boy flew out from another side. He hovered in midair, forming a hand seal that Fang Ze had never seen before. The golden light surrounding him no longer dispersed, but coalesced into extremely fine golden threads, surging towards the earth fire lizard. Golden threads attached themselves to the right side of its scales, spreading from the shoulder blade down to the hind leg. Each thread seeped into the scales, causing them to change color from dark red to dark gold. The texture changed from a keratinous luster to a metallic cold light. The metallic scales lost their vitality, and the flow of fire spiritual power within the earth fire lizard's right side became noticeably sluggish. Taming Xianxia moved. She stepped out from the shattered lotus platform, and the 9 beads on her right wrist reignited. Not one by one, but all 9 beads lit up simultaneously. The Lioli Fire Phoenix mirror flew out from her dantian, its surface facing the earth fire lizard. A phantom of a fire phoenix appeared on the mirror. The fire phoenix's form was not fixed but composed of countless tiny crimson golden fire rune, which constantly flowed and reformed to maintain its outline. The fire phoenix burst forth from the mirror, its wings nearly filling the entire inner chamber. It approached the earth fire lizard silently and stealthily. The earth fire lizard's left eye was sealed in ice, and its right scales were metallic, restricting the flow of spiritual power. 7 bony spines on its back lit up simultaneously. This was its final struggle. Dark red flames surged from the 7 bony spines, forming a barrier of fire around its body. The fire phoenix collided with the barrier. Crimson golden runes and dark red flames devoured each other. The cave's walls began to melt in the residual waves of the 2 flames, the rocks dripping like wax, only to solidify midair into strange stalactite-like shapes. The fire phoenix tore through the flame barrier. It was not shattered but deconstructed, devoured, and assimilated little by the runes. A gap was torn in the barrier, and the fire phoenix squeezed through, closing its wings around the earth fire lizard entirely. The roar ceased abruptly. The fire phoenix transformed back into countless runes, slowly flying back to the Lioli Fire Phoenix mirror. The earth fire lizard stood in place, its body covered by a thin layer of crimson golden flames. The flames burned for about 10 breaths before dissipating. The earth fire lizard's body subsequently collapsed, turning into gray-white powder layer by layer from the outside in. The powder fluttered to the ground, forming a small mound. A fist-sized dark red demon core rolled down from the top of the mound, its surface's 7 faint golden lines completely dimmed. Taming Xianxia retracted the Lioli Fire Phoenix mirror. Her breathing had grown heavier than usual, and the rise and fall of her chest increased by half an inch. The blood-stained circular blot on her moon-white collar had expanded to the size of a coin. She bent down to pick up the jade slip and jade box, storing them in her storage ring. Then she turned around, facing the cave's entrance. Her gaze fell upon the ice woman and the golden boy. The ice woman's third eye had yet to close, her icy blue pupils glowing faintly in the dim light. The golden boy stood beside the ice woman, his arms crossed as the golden threads around him slowly retracted into his body. Both demons remained motionless. Taming Xianxia was silent for 2 breaths. "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist." Her voice returned to its cold and calm demeanor, each word's tone unchanged by the battle just fought. Since you've struck, why not come out to meet me? Fang Ze stepped out from behind the stone wall, his boots crunching over the shattered stones, producing a delicate crackling sound. He maintained the guise of a lean, middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. His cheekbones were prominent, his skin waxy yellow, his gray robe faded, and the fluctuation of his early-stage golden core spiritual power was just right. Qin Qingquan's gaze swept over him, as if flipping through a book, revealing the disguise behind it. Two Yuaning cultivators from the Liuli sect stood behind her, positioned half a step closer than before. With golden core cultivation, yet able to command two fourth-tier latest-stage demon beasts. Qin Qingquan's voice was not loud. Such a disguise is meaningless before me. The third bead of the crimson bracelet on her right wrist lit up. Fang Ze's internal spiritual power momentarily exhibited an extremely subtle pause. This was not suppression but probing. An exceedingly pure fire attribute divine sense delicately swept through his meridian's periphery, clearly sensing the thickness of his suppressed true spiritual power. Early-stage nascent soul. A few years ago you were at the peak of golden core. In a few years to reach nascent soul there are hardly a handful in the entire South Sea. Fang Ze's back tightened slightly. The other party accurately stated his true cultivation, the realm he reached 3 years ago and the time of his breakthrough. This indicated that the Liuli sect had been aware of him even before his foundation establishment. But his facial muscles did not move, maintaining a perfectly measured bewilderment. How does Taoist Qin know about events from years ago? Qin Qingxian did not reply. The Liuli sect can naturally know what they wish to know. The destruction of the Tianhua sect, the downfall of the Liang sect, and the association of Zhuangjizi from the Wanjin sect with a golden core loose cultivator. These matters linked together, making it easy to guess. Fang Ze ceased his pretense. He straightened up, adjusting his posture to appear half an inch taller, his shoulders broadening by a finger's width. His entire demeanor shifted instantly. The two nascent soul members of the Liuli sect became alert simultaneously. Qin Qingxian remained unmoved, locking eyes with Fang Ze. You are helping me with an ulterior motive. She broke the silence. What do you want? The inheritance deep within the ruins requires the dual orders of the Lihua to be activated. I do not have a token in hand. The one you possess should be one of them. You are quite candid. Indeed, the one I have is the Lihua order. But I do not know the whereabouts of the other one. Fang Ze did not respond. He was waiting. Qin Qingxian shifted her tone. I can tell you the clue to the other token. In exchange, we shall join forces. We find the token and activate the inheritance. The cultivation method belongs to you, the spiritual fire to me, and the rest shall be divided equally. Fang Ze gazed directly into her eyes. The golden red in her pupils continued to pulse slowly, its rhythm steady. How do you know I want the cultivation method and the spiritual fire? Qin Qingxian pressed her lips together. It was not a smile but a confirmation of as expected. The fourth bead glowed for less than half a breath. The traces of the fire attribute cultivation method you practice and the spiritual fire on you can be sensed by my Liuli sect. Fang Ze locked eyes with her for 3 breaths. When she mentioned not low in grade, her gaze lingered for a moment at his dantian. She may not have known it was the Sijuan Lihua Jing, but she evidently sensed the same source aura of the Nanming Lihua. Deal. Qin Qingxian immediately took out the jade slip, probing her divine sense into it, reading each line. The third layer's core sealed the Nanming Lihua, ranked 3rd among the 12 spiritual fires of the Lihua Palace, hidden at the center of the 5th grade Lihua Guyuan formation. The formation requires both bloodline and cultivation method recognition. Those practicing the core techniques of the Lihua Palace can pass through the outer layer, but the inner restrictions still require bloodline verification. Ordinary cultivators who approach will have their souls directly incinerated, and even nascent soul cultivators at the outer core cannot last more than a quarter of an hour. The Sijuan Lihua Jing is the entry-level technique of the Lihua Palace, allowing those who have reached the nascent soul stage to enter the formation without rejection, but they still cannot pass the bloodline verification. The other Lihua order was awarded to a direct disciple of the palace master back then, whose dojo is located in the Biluo Islands, at the southernmost end of the South Sea, over 1,000,000 miles from here. This individual escaped during the destruction of the Lihua Palace, and their whereabouts have been unknown since. Qin Qingxian put away the jade slip and added the Biluo Islands are now the territory of the hidden sect Biluo Palace, with its master Biluo fairy renowned for her water and ice techniques. For over 3,000 years that Lihua order has never appeared in the South Sea. Fang Ze's mind became clear. The Lihua order had been lying in the territory of a group of water cultivators for 3,000 years. Either Biluo Palace is unaware or they know but cannot unlock it. Regardless, it cannot avoid Biluo Palace. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a breath at the edge of his divine sense. The presence coming from the direction of the second layer's entrance was not from deep inside but from the path they had come. Someone was walking back. Fang Ze turned to face the entrance of the cave. Qin Qingxian was less than half a breath behind, also turning towards the same direction. The two nascent soul members of the Lili sect completed their guard within 2 breaths. Footsteps echoed from the stone steps, neither hurried nor slow, with almost identical intervals between steps like the sound of a wooden fish being struck. The contact between the boot and the stone steps was extremely light, so light that unless Fang Ze intentionally concentrated his divine sense, he wouldn't have heard it at all. The golden boy stood outside the door, who should have sensed it first. The perception range of a latest-stage 4th-grade demonic beast is more than sufficient to cover the entire space in such a dense spiritual energy, yet he did not issue any warning. The ice girl did not either. Fang Ze looked over, seeing the golden boy frowning, silently mouthing 2 words did not sense. A figure stepped out from the shadows. A middle-aged scholar, the one among the 3 from the loose cultivator alliance, who wielded a folding fan. The fan was closed and held in his right hand, the ribs pressed against his thumb. His steps were leisurely, and with each step his spiritual power became more intense. It was not a release but rather a lifting of suppression. Golden core completion. Nascent soul initial stage. Nascent soul mid-stage. Nascent soul late stage. Nascent soul completion. He stood still 5 zhang away, lightly tapping the folding fan in his palm. The golden boy's pupils constricted and the ice girl's third eye opened slightly. Before he stood still, neither of the 2 demons sensed his true cultivation. The middle-aged scholar reached into his bosom and pulled out a crimson gold token, palm-sized, neither gold nor jaded surface engraved with flame runes. It was identical to the one in Qin Qingshuan's storage ring. The token spun once between his fingers, the rune side facing Qin Qingshian. Qin Fairy. He spoke, his tone as unhurried as his steps. We both possess tokens. Let's cooperate. His gaze lingered on Fang Ze for a moment, as though flipping to a blank page in a book, directly skipping over him and returning to Qin Qingshian. Fang Ze understood. By the time the middle-aged scholar arrived, the golden boy and ice girl had already retracted their powers. The golden boy retracted his golden light, appearing just like a golden core youth. The ice girl closed her third eye, her pupils returning to pale blue, stepping barefoot on the crushed stone, her skirt dusted with ashes resembling a golden core attendant. He had not seen the ice pupil ray freeze the left eye of the earth fire lizard, nor had he seen golden threads metallizing the scales. What he saw was merely a nascent soul initial stage cultivator standing beside the daughter of the Lili sect's master like a follower. Qin Qingshian did not respond immediately. Her gaze shifted from the token to the person's face, then back to the token. She spent more time examining the token than the person's face. She was verifying its authenticity, relying solely on her eyesight. This indicated that she had seen another Lihua order, or that the Lili sect had detailed records of their authenticity. Qin Fairy, the middle-aged scholar lightly tapped the folding fan a second time. The third layer of the Lihua Guyuan formation can only be activated when the 2 tokens are combined. You have one and I have one. Together it benefits both parties. As for this individual, he glanced past Fang Ze without pausing. A nascent soul initial stage cultivator cannot be of much help. Qin Qingshian remained silent for 3 breaths. Fang Ze stood at a side angle, unable to see her face directly, but he noticed the 5th bead of her bracelet glow slightly, very briefly, so short that without the Lingyan golden eye technique, constantly observing it would have been impossible to capture. When the 5th bead lit up, she was rubbing the surface of the 3rd bead with her thumb, the direction opposite to before. She was calculating. The middle-aged scholar was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, holding the other Lihua order. Refusing would mean giving up the opportunity to enter the core of the 3rd layer, while agreeing would make Fang Ze the unnecessary one. But she needed Fang Ze. The inner restrictions of the Lihua Guyuan formation required bloodline verification, and she did not have the bloodline of the Lihua Palace. Fang Ze practiced the Sijuan Lihua Jing, allowing him at least to not be rejected by the outer layer. Whether there were loopholes in the bloodline verification of the inner layer could only be determined once inside. The 3rd breath ended. All right, Qin Qingshuan's voice returned to its coldness. The token is in your hand and I have no right to refuse. But there is one condition. Taoist Fang is my friend. The 3 of us shall enter together. The middle-aged scholar halted his folding fan. His gaze landed on Fang Ze for the 3rd time, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Early stage of the nascent soul. His tone was devoid of disdain, merely stating a fact. With one more person, the share will be divided. Is Fairy Qin certain? Certain, she replied. The middle-aged scholar shifted the folding fan to his left hand, withdrawing his right hand into his sleeve. Fang Ze noticed a slight flex of his 5 fingers. He was calculating something. Good. The folding fan returned to his right hand. 3 people. Fairy Qin's friend is also my friend. I have yet to inquire. Fang. The middle-aged scholar clasped his hands, the folding fan pinched between his thumb and index finger, his movements a bit casual. My surname is Gu with the single character Yen. A loose cultivator without sect or faction. Gu Yen. Fang Ze noted this name. A loose cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul. In the South Sea, the highest level of loose cultivators were only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Those at the peak were either reclusive old monsters or simply did not go by the name Guyen. Qin Qingxian did not inquire about his background, nor did Fang Ze. The three walked towards the entrance of the third level. Guyen led the way, the folding fan spinning between his fingers, his steps still resembling the rhythm of a wooden fish being struck. Fang Ze lagged half a step behind Qin Qingxian, communicating through sound transmission. The authenticity of the token. True, Qin Qingxian replied after 2 breaths. Guyen. I haven't heard of him. A loose cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul, you've never heard of him? Qin Qingxian did not respond. The information network of the Liuli sect covers the South Sea. A loose cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul could not possibly leave no trace. Guyen's identity was questionable, but the token was genuine. As long as the token was real, who Guyen was did not matter. At least not at this moment. The entrance to the third level was located at the deepest part of the second level, a Tenjiang stone door. There were no restrictive patterns on the surface, and Fang Ze used the spiritual eye technique to scan it. The restrictions were within the stone door, where the surface was a disguise. The stone was completely different from the other dwellings in the second level, appearing a deep dark red like solidified magma. 2 characters were carved into the doorframe. Li Hua. Guyen stopped in front of the stone door, did not take out the token, and turned to look at Qin Qingxian. Fairy Qin, please go ahead. Qin Qingxian took out the Li Hua token and raised it towards the stone door. She did not activate her spiritual power. As the 2 characters Li Hua lit up in crimson, gold, a deep rumble emanated from within the door. It wasn't the sound of a mechanism, but rather the sound of flames burning in confinement. Guyen also took out his token. The 2 tokens were presented to the stone door, and a crack slowly opened in the center, expanding outward at an extremely slow pace. The door was thicker than 3 zhang, made entirely of dark red stone. When the stone door was fully opened, crimson gold light emanated from the depths of the doorway. A heat wave surged out, causing Fang Ze's hair at the front to begin curling. The 3 entered side by side. The 2 Liuli sect nascent souls stayed outside, as did the golden boy and ice girl. Guyen glanced back, tapping the folding fan in his palm, but said nothing. The doorway was about 50 steps long. With each step, the temperature rose incrementally. At 40 steps, the soles of their shoes softened, and at 50 steps, they were suddenly enlightened. They had reached the third level. The area was only about 3 li in circumference, with a dome that was 20 zhang high. The ceiling was not adorned with glowing minerals, but with 12 flames burning in a circular arrangement, each of different colors. Crimson, orangered, goldener, dark red, purplered, cyanide, whitered, vermilion, scarlet, deep red, ochered, and dark red. 12 shades of red, none repeated. These flames had burned for 3,000 years without extinguishing. Directly beneath the 12 flames were 12 side halls, the stone doors tightly shut with different flame patterns carved into the doorframes. In the center stood a main hall far larger than the side halls, with a ceiling of 30 zhang. The stone door stood open, revealing a mass of crimson gold flames burning deep within. It was not the shape of flames, but that of a lotus flower. A 9-petal lotus. Each petal opened and closed slowly as if breathing. This was the southern Ming Li Hua. Guyen ceased the movement of his folding fan. He gazed at the 9-petal lotus deep within the main hall, his expression unchanged, yet the knuckles gripping the fan turned a shade whiter than before. Soon Guyen and Qin Qingxian each held a token, standing 3 steps in front of the stone door of the main hall. The outer layer of the Li Hua Gui Yuan array began to slowly open under the illumination of both tokens. The crimson gold tokens floated in the palms of the 2, with the flame runes facing the doorway of the main hall. The runes on the surface of the tokens began to illuminate, spreading from the initial strokes 1 brushstroke at a time. As the last stroke was drawn, both tokens emitted a low hum. The sound was not loud, but Fang Ze felt a slight ache in his back molars from the vibration. Deep within the doorway of the main hall, the rotational speed of the 9-petal lotus changed. Previously slow, it suddenly accelerated. All 9 petals unfolded within 3 breaths. When the lotus fully bloomed, a crimson gold light ring surged from its center, pushing outward in all directions. The light ring passed through the stone door, the hall walls, the 12 flames of the dome, and traversed through the bodies of the 3. Within Fang Ze's body, the spiritual power from the 4 turns Li Huajing began to operate autonomously. Golden red spiritual power surged from his dantian, circulating through his meridians, colliding with the light ring. There was no repulsion. The light ring passed by his side and continued to push backward. Guyen and Qin Qingxian's bodies were similarly penetrated by the light ring, their bodies glowing with different colored spiritual light. Qin Qingxian emitted crimson gold light from the Liuli pure fire, while Guyen radiated an ice blue light. The ice blue spiritual light emitted a hissing sound upon contact with the crimson gold light ring, but the light ring did not attack him, it merely bypassed. After the light ring receded, a layer of translucent light membrane appeared deep within the main hall doorway. The surface of the light membrane flowed with red and ice blue patterns, interweaving into a double helix structure extending from the bottom to the top. Each loop of the double helix was composed of tiny runes. Fang Ze scanned it with his spiritual eye technique, noticing that the runes were divided into two systems. The structure of the crimson runes resembled the spiritual power route of the 4 turns Li Huajing he practiced, featuring outwardly radiating flame patterns. The structure of the ice blue runes was the opposite, featuring inwardly converging sealing patterns. The two types of runes intertwined yet did not infringe upon each other. This was the outer layer of the Li Hua Gui Yuan array. The 2 tokens activated it. The light membrane thinned in front of the 3. From the center, a silent opening began to form with edges flowing with crimson and ice blue light liquid. The light liquid dissipated as it fell to the ground. The 3 passed through the opening. Behind the opening was a passage approximately 20 steps long. At the end of the passage was the light membrane of the second layer. This layer of light membrane was completely transparent. If it weren't for the ripples appearing every few breaths from the center to the edges, it would be imperceptible to the naked eye. The frequency of the ripples synchronized with Fang Ze's heartbeat. Inner layer. Bloodline verification. Gu Yan raised his right hand first. A fine crack opened at the tip of his index finger, and a drop of blood oozed out. The color of the blood changed from deep crimson to ice blue the moment it left his fingertip, extremely deep and rich. The ice blue drop fell onto the transparent light membrane. The ripples on the surface of the light membrane ceased. From the point where the drop fell, frost spread in all directions. The frost halted for 2 breaths upon reaching the edges of the light membrane, and a passage opened at the center. The edges of the passage crystallized into small ice crystals, forming a hexagonal shape, perfectly drawn, as if by a compass. Ice blue blood. The Biluogong is renowned for its water and ice attribute techniques. When the Li Hua Palace was destroyed, the palace master's personally taught disciple fled to the Biluog Islands. Fang Ze strung these 3 facts together with the gaps filling in automatically. Gu Yan was not a loose cultivator. It was uncertain whether his surname was Gu. He was a descendant or successor of that disciple from back then. The Biluogong took in that disciple, and the descendants returned with the Li Hua token to retrieve the southern Ming Li Hua. Qin Qingquan's methods were more elegant than Gu Yan's. She took out a glass bottle from her storage ring, which contained a little less than half a bottle of crimson gold liquid. The surface tension of the liquid was high, creating raised arcs when shaken. She uncorked the bottle and dipped her fingertip into the liquid, applying a drop onto the light membrane. The liquid penetrated the membrane at an astonishing speed. The spot of penetration revealed crimson gold patterns that extended along the internal veins of the membrane, outlining a broken flame design. Though the pattern was incomplete, the membrane recognized the bloodline, and a passage opened at the center of the pattern. Fang Ze was the last one. He did not possess the bloodline of the Li Hua Palace. The original owner had a waste spiritual root of the 5 elements, and his ancestors were either mortals or scattered cultivators. However, he possessed something that Gu Yan and Qin Qingxian did not. The whale pendant pressed against his chest, emitting a slight warmth. It was not he who activated the pendant. It was the pendant that moved on its own. The pendant had once devoured a 5th-tier frog, transforming it into a bloodline pearl. The core of the bloodline pearl was a product of the complete bloodline information of the demon beast, stripped, compressed, and purified. The pendant could assimilate and analyze the bloodline of demon beasts. Given a reference, it could reverse engineer the characteristics of the Li Hua Palace bloodline and simulate it. Fang Ze probed into the pendant with his divine sense. At the core of the pendant's internal space, the 5th-tier frog bloodline pearl was rotating. Surrounding the bloodline pearl were wisps of crimson mist, the aura of the Li Hua Gui Yuan formation captured by the pendant. With a thought, Fang Ze activated the pendant. It was not devouring, it was simulating. The 5th-tier frog bloodline pearl served as the material library, while the aura of the Li Hua Gui Yuan formation acted as the template. The pendant extracted similar bloodline fragments from the material library and rearranged them. This process lasted for 10 breaths. Fang Ze raised his right hand, and a drop of blood oozed from the tip of his index finger. The color of the blood changed from dark red to crimson gold the moment it left his fingertip. It was not pure crimson gold. It contained subtle flame-like patterns that required the Lingyan golden eye technique to discern. The patterns moved within the blood drop. The crimson gold blood drop fell onto the transparent light membrane. The surface of the membrane rippled with crimson gold waves, spreading from the point of impact. The passage that opened in the center of the transparent light membrane was larger than those of Gu Yan and Qin Qingxian. Fang Ze raised an eyebrow. The purity of the Li Hua Palace bloodline simulated by the pendant was even higher than that of Gu Yan, the legitimate descendant. Was it because the bloodline of the demon beast was of a higher level than that of a nascent soul cultivator, or was it because the Li Hua Palace bloodline was originally a high-tier fire attribute demon beast bloodline grafted into a human body? The 3 of them passed through the inner passage. Nanming Li Hua awaited them at the end of the passage. A 9-petaled lotus floated atop a 3-foot stone platform. The stone platform was entirely black, its surface covered in honeycomb-like holes, with dark red light emanating from the depths of each hole. The air around the platform was distorted by high temperatures creating transparent waves. Fang Ze stood 5 zhang away from the stone platform, and the hair on his forehead began to emit a burnt smell. Gu Yan moved. His target was the position closest to the front of the stone platform. Taming Xianxia moved almost simultaneously, occupying the left side of the stone platform. Fang Ze did not compete, walking to the right side of the platform. The 3 of them surrounded the stone platform in a triangular formation. Fang Ze extended his hand. The moment his fingertip touched the outermost petal of the Nanming Lihua, everything before him shattered. Fang Ze found himself sitting in a gray fabric office chair. A reminder popped up in the bottom right corner of the computer screen: a departmental meeting in 15 minutes in conference room 302. The fluorescent light overhead emitted a faint buzzing sound. A reminder popped up in the bottom right corner of the computer screen: a departmental meeting in 15 minutes in conference room 302. The fluorescent light overhead emitted a faint buzzing sound, flickering every few seconds. A female colleague at the adjacent workstation was on the phone, her voice low, but the partition was thin and every word. The kindergarten fee has increased again, 2,800 a month. Her father suggested changing schools, but I said which one. I've asked all 5 nearby. Fang Ze lowered his head to look at his hands. 10 fingers' nails clipped very short. The first joint of his right index finger had a callus formed from writing. He turned the chair to face the window. Outside the window was another office building, its gray-blue glass curtain wall reflecting the afternoon sun at 3 o'clock. On the road below, a bus was pulling into the station, and the brake pads emitted a sharp screech. Blue Star, the place where he had lived for decades. The meeting would end in 30 minutes. The department manager in his 40s and balding tapped the table with his finger joint while speaking, tapping each key point. This month's KPI was still 12% short. He had to work an extra day on the weekend and find time to take off. Fang Ze sat at the end of the conference table, a notebook spread out before him with the pen cap still on. After the meeting, he went to the pantry to get water, the water dispenser bubbling. Colleague Old Zhang patted him on the shoulder, urging him to turn in last week's reimbursement form before finance's deadline at 5 o'clock. Old Zhang's hand was heavy, causing pain in his shoulder blade. Days passed like this, one after another. 9 to 9, occasionally finishing at 6, was considered an early leave. The rented apartment was in the west of the city, 45 square meters, and the monthly rent consumed 1/3 of his salary. Downstairs was a Lanzhou noodle shop run by a Gansu native who was extremely skilled at making noodles. Fang Ze went to eat there 3 times a week, always ordering 2 servings of thin noodles and a portion of beef without cilantro. The owner recognized him and would shout to the kitchen, "Too thin, add meat, no cilantro," as soon as he entered. Later he married. His wife was introduced by relatives from his hometown and worked in another city, moving to the same city after their marriage. The wedding was held in his hometown with 20 tables, and he wore his first tailored suit. After marriage, they moved to the east of the city, a 2-bedroom apartment with a monthly mortgage of 6,000 over 30 years. His wife was an excellent cook, especially skilled at braising spare ribs, first blanching the ribs, and then caramelizing the sugar, sprinkling white sesame upon serving. He watched from the kitchen door as his wife shoved a garlic bulb into his hands, telling him to peel it. Later they had a child, a boy weighing 6 pounds and 7 ounces. With a loud cry, the nurse handed the child to him, and he received it with both hands, his posture stiff as if holding a bomb. On the day the child turned 1 month old, he smoked a cigarette on the balcony. Downstairs someone was walking their dog, and the dog was urinating by the flower bed. The owner used a plastic bag to pick it up, tied it, and threw it into the trash bin. The child grew slowly. He went to kindergarten, then elementary school. He changed to another company, his salary increased, and so did the overtime. 19 years remained on the mortgage. His wife's gray hair outnumbered his, and she had to dye it once a month. The smell of hair dye was pungent, and she would open the window for ventilation for half a day after each dyeing. Then the child entered middle school. Then the child entered high school. Then he turned 50. On his 50th birthday, his wife prepared a table full of dishes. The child stayed in school during the week and only returned on weekends. The 2 of them sat across from each other, finishing their meal. His wife cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen while he watched television in the living room. He didn't pay attention to what was on the TV. He looked down at his hands, 10 fingers' nails clipped very short, and the first joint of his right middle finger had a new callus from writing. The skin on his palms was looser than when he was in his 20s, with a few light brown spots appearing on the back of his hands. This was his life. Ordinary. Stable. Mediocre. Real. Fang Ze sat on the sofa, the remote control resting on his lap. The light from the TV screen flickered across his face. He knew this was an illusion. Not because the illusion was not real enough. On the contrary, this illusion was too real. Real enough that every detail could withstand scrutiny. The polished sponge on the armrest of the office chair, the bubbling sound of the water dispenser, the call of the noodle shop owner saying, "Too thin, add meat, no cilantro," the the sensation of his wife's fingertip brushing against his palm when she handed him the garlic and the stiffness of holding a newborn. These details were not fabrications of an illusion. They were excavated from the depths of his own memory. The refining of the Nanming Lihua burned not the flesh but the Tao heart. It dug out the most secret path deep within you and laid it out before you. If you had not chosen to cultivate, if you had stayed on Blue Star, what would your life have been like? Then it asked you, do you regret it? Fang Ze stood up from the sofa. The television remote slipped from his knee and fell onto the carpet with a muffled thud. He crossed the living room, passed through the entrance, and opened the door. Outside the door was not a hallway. Instead, it was the 9-petal lotus of Nanming Lihua floating above a pitch-black honeycomb stone platform, its petals slowly opening and closing. He glanced back. His wife stood at the kitchen door, her hands still covered in dish soap foam. Her hair had been dyed, but white roots were showing. She looked at him without holding him back or asking questions. Fang Ze stepped over the threshold. Break! Suddenly his divine sense erupted, surging from the depths of his nascent soul. The nascent soul figure sat cross-legged at the center of his dantian, with a celestial fire lotus of Tiangang burning heart flame hovering above its head. The moment Fang Ze uttered that word, the nascent soul figure opened its eyes. The illusion began to shatter from the edges. The television screen cracked into pieces, first followed by the sofa coffee table entrance shoe cabinet and the crooked spring festival couplets on the kitchen doorframe. The fragments floated upward like ashes blown by the wind. His wife's figure shattered last. Just before breaking apart, her lips moved and she said something. Fang Ze did not hear clearly. He opened his eyes. The 9-petal lotus of Nanming Lihua was slowly drifting toward him. It was not he who walked toward it, it chose him. When the first petal touched his brow, a surge of scorching power flowed into his sea of consciousness. It was not pain, it was recognition. The lotus acknowledged him. Among 3 paths it chose him. The illusions of Qin Qingxian and Gu Yan shattered almost simultaneously. When Qin Qingxian opened her eyes, the Lioli Fire Phoenix mirror flew out from her dantian, hovering above her head. The mirror's phoenix phantom spread its wings, enveloping her within. Her breathing quickened slightly, the rise and fall of her chest more pronounced than usual. The Lioli Fire Phoenix mirror autonomously protected its master, indicating that she had experienced something threatening to her Tao heart within the illusion. But after all, she was the daughter of the Lioli sect master. After 3 breaths, her breathing returned to normal. The Lioli Fire Phoenix mirror sank back into her dantian. Gu Yan was the last to open his eyes. When he did, the icy blue hue in the depths of his pupils was several times more intense than before, nearly overflowing from his eyes. The folding fan in his right hand was squeezed into a deformed shape. Made from 4th-tier spirit bamboo, a nascent soul cultivator's full grip would leave no mark, but now it was covered in fine cracks that stretched from the tiger's mouth to the fan's tail. No! Gu Yan's voice squeezed out from deep within his throat. It sounded less like a human and more like a beast driven to desperation. This is my flame. I will refine it to achieve the ice fire Lioli flame. He struck out. The folding fan exploded into countless fragments the moment it was flung away. Each fragment was a blue light shuttle, numbering over 100, shooting toward Fang Ze from all directions. The trajectories of the light shuttles were curved, each tracing independent angles, sealing off all of Fang Ze's escape routes. At the same time, Gu Yan's left hand formed a hand seal that Fang Ze had never seen before. His 10 fingers intertwined and twisted, resembling 2 snakes coiling together. As the hand seal took shape, icy blue spiritual fire surged from all the acupoints in his body. The icy blue flames condensed into a thin layer of ice flame armor on his body, covering him from neck to ankle. Each piece of armor was edged with extremely fine and cold blue flames. 4th-tier superior spirit fire. Ice flame. The transparent light membrane of the Lihua Guiyuan array automatically dissipated after all 3 passed through the inner layer. With the array's barrier gone, the Golden Boy and Ice Girl sensed the surge of spiritual power erupting from within the main hall. The Golden Boy rushed in first, followed closely by the Ice Girl. The golden light surrounding the Golden Boy surged to its peak the moment he entered the main hall. 4th-tier perfection. After cultivating in this space for 300 years, his cultivation level rose from late 4th-tier to 4th-tier perfection. Golden spiritual power coalesced around him into 9 fist-sized golden orbs. The Ice Girl also firmly stabilized her cultivation at 4th-tier perfection. The third eye in the center of her brow fully opened, revealing a tiny hexagonal ice crystal mark deep within her icy blue pupils. Barefoot, she stepped on the rocky ground. With each step, thin frost formed on the surface of the rocks. The frost was self-generated by the rocks, and the cold did not need to be conducted through contact. The Lioli Fire Phoenix mirror flew out again from Qin Qingxian. This time it was not a passive protection. She actively urged it. The mirror's phoenix phantom was more solid than ever, with each feather discernible to the naked eye. She stood in front of Fang Ze, blocking part of Gu Yan's attack angles along with 2 nascent soul cultivators following her. 5 nascent soul combatants. Golden Boy 4th Tier Perfection. Ice Girl 4th Tier Perfection. Qin Qingxuan Mid-Nascent Soul, whose combat power was comparable to Late Nascent Soul. The other two were early to mid-nascent soul. Gu Yan faced 5 opponents alone. 100 icy blue light shuttles were mostly intercepted by the 9 golden orbs of the Golden Boy. The collision between the light orbs and light shuttles produced a dense clang of metal. The golden and icy blue energies eroded each other, with the golden trying to solidify the icy blue, while the icy blue aimed to freeze the golden. The fragments of spiritual power splashed at the collision point, rained down, creating fist-sized craters on the ground. The light shuttles that were not intercepted shot toward Fang Ze but were swatted down by Qin Qingxuan's phoenix wings. The left wing swatted down 7, the right wing 9, with a few grazing past Fang Ze and embedding into the stone wall behind. The spots on the stone wall where they were struck did not explode. Instead, they silently crystallized into icy blue crystals that grew outward from the impact point, resembling accelerated frost flowers. Gu Yan did not hesitate. After the ice flame armor covered his entire body, he transformed into a blue shadow charging straight at Fang Ze. His speed was faster than the Golden Boy's 9 light orbs. The Golden Boy could not retract the light orbs in time, and had to forcibly redirect the 2 nearest ones, crashing them into Gu Yan's back. Gu Yan did not dodge. The back armor of the ice flame armor endured the impact of the 2 light orbs. The light orbs exploded, and golden spiritual light blasted 2 cracks into the ice flame armor, extending from the back armor to the shoulder armor. Yet Gu Yan's momentum did not diminish. The icy rays from the ice girl struck. The rays hit Gu Yan's left shoulder from the side. The moment the icy blue rays collided with the icy blue armor, the temperature in the main hall plummeted. Fang Ze's eyelashes crystallized with frost. Gu Yan's left shoulder ice flame armor was pierced, creating a fist-sized hole. The edges of the hole did not extinguish the ice flame, and the icy rays chill eroded each other, producing a sharp sizzling sound. Gu Yan's left hand reached out from the hole. His left hand was not covered by armor, fingers spread wide, and a ball of icy blue flame coalesced in his palm. The flame's shape constantly changed, transforming from a sphere to a lotus, then from a lotus to a soaring bird. The ice flame fire phoenix. The phantom of Qin Qingxuan's fire phoenix collided with Gu Yan's ice flame fire phoenix. Fire and ice. Reddish gold and icy blue. The 2 phoenixes clawed at each other in the air, their wings slapping against one another, beaks pecking at each other's necks. Each collision caused more cracks to appear on the walls of the main hall. Fire and ice. Reddish gold and icy blue. The 2 phoenixes clawed at each other in the air, their wings slapping against one another, beaks pecking at each other. The Golden Boy attacked from behind Gu Yan. The 9 golden orbs merged into one, transforming into a golden spear. The spear tip was condensed from the purest golden light, with no shaft held directly in the Golden Boy's hands. He held the spear with both hands and stabbed down toward Gu Yan's crown from above. Gu Yan swung his right hand up ice flame, gathering into a hexagonal ice shield in his palm. The spear tip struck the center of the ice shield. A metallic clang echoed, followed by a shattering sound. The center of the ice shield was pierced half an inch by the spear tip cracks, extending from the impact point to 6 corners. Gu Yan's right hand split open at the tiger's mouth, icy blue blood oozing out. The blood did not drip. Instead, it was instantly frozen into tiny ice beads by the ice flames. The Ice Maiden shot her second ice ray towards Gu Yan's lower back. Gu Yan sidestepped to avoid the ray, which grazed his side, leaving charred marks on his ice flame armor. As he dodged, he pressed his left hand towards Qin Qingxuan's direction. The ice flames coalesced into a massive palm imprint, the patterns on the palm clearly discernible. Qin Qingxian summoned the illusory fire phoenix to meet it. The palm imprint collided with the fire phoenix, which let out a mournful cry as the red gold runes were extensively eroded by the ice flames. Qin Qingxian took a step back. Gu Yan faced 3 opponents balancing both offense and defense. Fang Ze's eyes were closed, his divine sense completely submerged in his dantian. The south brightly fire was being refined. The 9-petal lotus had floated into the dantian, suspended in front of the nascent soul. The nascent soul extended both hands, cradling the outermost petals of the lotus. The heavenly fire spirit cultivation technique operated at full strength. It was not Fang Ze who activated the technique. Rather, the technique was activating him. The south brightly fire was immense, refining into spiritual fire that actively flowed into him, which he passively endured. The first stage. The power of the south brightly fire surged into the meridians. The golden red flames spread from the dantian to the fingertips along the 3 yin meridians of the hand. Wherever the flames passed, the meridians felt as if a burning red-hot iron rod had been thrust through them. Fang Ze's 10 fingers twitched simultaneously, fine beads of blood seeping from beneath the nails. As the blood beads emerged, they were evaporated by the high temperature, leaving faint red crystals on his nails. The second stage. The flames spread to the 3 yang meridians of the hands. Fang Ze's arms began to tremble uncontrollably. The meridians cracked under the burning flames, with golden red spiritual light spilling from the cracks. The dragon bone refinement technique simultaneously operated. The fourth-tier dragon bone power surged from the depths of the bone marrow towards the cracks in the meridians. The dragon bone power clashed with the south brightly fire within the meridians, one tearing apart and the other repairing. The tearing and repairing repeated within Fang Ze's arms. With each clash, the resilience of the meridians increased by a degree. After 10 clashes, the width of the meridians had increased by about half a stage. The third stage, the flames entered the 3 meridians of the feet. Fang Ze's legs began to tremble. He shifted from standing to sitting cross-legged. It was not an intentional move, his leg muscles had lost their support due to the flames burning. The cross-leg position allowed the flames to spread more easily from the 3 meridians of the feet to the 3 yang meridians. The leg meridians also began to crack. The power of the dragon bone refinement technique shifted from his arms to his legs. The tearing and repairing replayed in his legs. Another 10 clashes occurred. The width of the leg meridians also increased by half a stage. The fourth stage, the flames entered the rin and du meridians. Fang Ze's upper and lower body trembled violently at the same time. The ren and du meridians are the core junctions of human cultivators' meridians and are the most vulnerable parts. The moment the south brightly fire entered the ren and du meridians, Fang Ze's spine made cracking sounds. It was not the bones fracturing. Rather, the meridians were being stretched to their limits by the flames forcibly pulling apart the gaps between the vertebrae. Excruciating pain radiated from the spine throughout his body. Fang Ze clenched his jaw tightly, causing a crack to appear in the enamel of a molar. The fifth stage. The flames converged in the dantian. The hands of the nascent soul cradling the 9-petal lotus were completely enveloped by the flames. The heavenly gang burning heart flame lotus floated above the nascent soul's head, trembling violently. The south brightly fire was a 4th-tier high-grade fire, while the heavenly gang burning heart flame was merely a remnant spark of the 4th tier. The gap was too vast. The petals of the 9-petal lotus closed inwards, wrapping the nascent soul and the heavenly gang burning heart flame together. It was not a devouring, it was a fusion. The south brightly fire aimed to integrate the heavenly gang burning heart flame into itself, transforming into the 10th petal. As the refining reached 50%, Fang Ze opened his eyes. It was not that the refining was complete. Rather, he sensed the battle within the hall. The golden boy's 9 golden spheres had shattered 3 of them. The ice maiden's ice blue skirt had a corner burned away. Qin Qingchuan's lily fire phoenix mirror now had a small crack on its surface. Guyan's ice flame armor had shattered by 70%, with the left arm's armor completely falling off, exposing an arm covered in alternating frostbite and burn scars. Yet he was smiling. The corner of his mouth had split open. His skin, eroded by the dual forces of ice and fire, had ruptured on its own. The fissure extended from the corner of his mouth to the root of his ear, revealing the muscles and blood vessels beneath. The icy blue blood flowed through his veins. 50%. Guyan's gaze passed over the golden boy, the ice maiden, and Qin Qingchuan, landing on the cross-legged Fang Ze. You've refined 50%. That's enough. He'll take the remaining 50%. He bit the tip of his tongue. Icy blue blood surged from the tip of his tongue, condensing into a blood talisman in the air. The strokes of the blood talisman were extremely simple, consisting of 3 horizontal and 1 vertical line. As the blood talisman formed, the temperature in the main hall dropped once more. Among the 12 flames in the dome, 3 extinguished simultaneously. The extinguished flames transformed into 3 wisps of fine scarlet smoke, which were absorbed into the blood talisman. Guyan's breath surged violently the moment the blood talisman entered his body. The nascent soul was complete. The peak of the complete nascent soul. A half-step into God transformation. Fang Ze stood up from the ground. His arms and legs were still trembling slightly. The tug-of war between the south brightly fire and the dragon bone power within his meridians continued. But his eyes were calm. He patted the beast tamer's pouch. A dark golden swarm of insects poured out. More than 24th-tier gold-eating insects flew at the forefront, followed by over 800 3rd-tier gold-eating insects, while more than 30,000 2nd-tier gold-eating insects covered the dome. The buzzing of the insect swarm drowned out the screeching of Guyan's blood talisman. The swarm did not directly attack Guyan. Instead, they formed a wall of insects in front of Fang Ze. The wall of insects was 3 feet thick, completely sealing off all of Guyan's attack routes. Fang Ze's right hand formed a fist. The 5 flamesly fire mirror flew out from the dantian. 3 mirrors hovered around him, colored in red, gold, golden red, and deep red. The faces of the 3 mirrors all faced Guyan. The light from the 3 mirrors intertwined in the air, coalescing into a mixed beam of 3 colors. The beam's diameter was equivalent to Guyan's shoulder width. Guyan's blood talisman exploded simultaneously. The blood-colored talisman transformed into 4 blood-colored ice blades shooting towards Fang Ze. The wall of insects met the attack. The first ice blade sliced through the 3-foot-thick insect wall, passing over 23 second-tier gold-eating insects, instantly freezing their carapaces, causing them to fall from the air and shatter into ice shards upon hitting the ground. The second ice blade continued to penetrate, striking 14 third-tier gold-eating insects. Frost spread from the point of impact to their entire bodies, freezing the entire spiritual insect into an ice lump within 3 breaths. The third ice blade collided with a 4th-tier gold-eating insect. The 4th-tier gold-eating insect's carapace braced against the ice blade, its surface shimmering with golden spiritual light eroding against the icy blue. After a 2-breath standoff, the ice blade shattered, leaving a half-inch deep crack on the carapace of the 4th-tier gold-eating insect. The 4th ice blade penetrated the insect wall, heading straight for Fang Ze's face. The 3-colored beam from the 5 flames leaf fire mirror struck the 4th ice blade. The ice blade halted within the beam. It was not shattered. It was immobilized. The powers of the 3 mirrors simultaneously compressed the ice blade from 3 directions, causing it to tremble violently in midair. The frequency of the tremors increased and fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice blade. The cracks spread from the tip of the blade towards its body. Fang Ze's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The beam's power suddenly concentrated into a single point. The ice blade shattered. Countless icy blue shards shot out in all directions, embedding themselves into the walls, the ground, and the dome. Each shard upon landing condensed frost on the contact surface. Gu Yan's figure burst forth from behind the shattered ice blade. His speed was faster than before. Under the enhancement of the blood talisman, his figure turned into a blurry icy blue afterimage in Fang Ze's spiritual eye golden eyes technique. The remaining 6 golden spheres of the golden boy were positioned in front of Gu Yan. Gu Yan did not slow down. The remaining 30% of his ice flame armor simultaneously ignited with a dazzling icy blue glow. The light joined together, coalescing into the embryonic form of an ice flame barrier in front of him. The golden spheres struck the ice flame barrier. All 6 spheres exploded simultaneously. The golden light and ice flame intertwined, creating a blinding orb of light. Gu Yan emerged from the light orb. The ice flame armor completely shattered, yet his momentum did not cease. The 3rd ice pupil ray from the ice maiden shot in from the side. Gu Yan tilted his head. The ray grazed his forehead, leaving a charred scorch mark on the left side of his temple. The skin at the edge of the scorch mark instantly necrosed and turned black. He did not blink. Qin Kingchuan's fire phoenix phantom swooped down from above. Gu Yan raised both hands, intertwining his fingers into fists, as the ice flame coalesced into a massive ice hammer. The ice hammer collided with the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was shattered. Countless crimson gold rune fragments scattered in all directions. Qin Kingchuan's glazed fire phoenix mirror trembled violently, and a tiny crack on the mirror extended by an inch. Gu Yan's fist descended towards Fang Ze's crown. Fang Ze did not retreat. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. In his palm, a crimson gold 9-petal lotus was blooming. It was not an illusion. It was the true South Mingli fire. 70% had been refined. The remaining 30% was still rampaging through the meridians, but 70% was already sufficient. The 9-petal lotus collided with Gu Yan's ice hammer. There was no explosion. The head of the ice hammer began to melt upon contact with the first petal. It was not evaporation, it was melting. The ice blue ice flame transitioned from solid to liquid and from liquid to gas. Before the gaseous ice flame could spread, it was devoured by the second petal. The South Ming Li fire specifically burns divine souls and spiritual power. The essence of the ice flame is the product of Gu Yan's spiritual power fused with his ice attribute bloodline. The South Ming Li fire does not burn ice, it burns the spiritual power of Gu Yan within the ice flame. As the spiritual power was burned away, the ice flame lost its support. The ice hammer began to collapse from the head. Gu Yan's pupils constricted violently. The speed of the ice hammer's collapse far exceeded his expectations. He wanted to retract his fist, but Fang Ze's 5 fingers had already closed. The petals of the 9-petal lotus simultaneously folded inward, wrapping Gu Yan's right fist along with his forearm. On the inner surface of the petals, countless tiny crimson gold flames burrowed into Gu Yan's skin. The flames spread upwards along the meridians, burning the spiritual power to ashes wherever they passed. In the span of 3 breaths, Gu Yan's right arm lost all support of spiritual power. The ice blue skin turned ash, white muscles began to atrophy, and the ice blue blood in his veins boiled. Gu Yan let out a roar that Fang Ze had not heard throughout the entire battle. His left hand fingers together like a blade slashed towards his own right shoulder. The ice blue palm blade severed his right arm. The severed arm was completely devoured by the South Ming Li fire, in an instant turning into ash and white powder. Gu Yan covered the stump of his right shoulder and was violently thrown back. The ice blue blood gushing from the stump traced an arc in the air. Each drop of blood that fell to the ground exploded, containing the uncontrollable ice flame spiritual power forced out by the South Ming Li fire. Fang Ze did not pursue. His swarm of insects surrounded from all directions. 24 fourth-tier devouring gold insects sealed off the ceiling. Over 800 third-tier devouring gold insects surrounded the walls. More than 30,000 second-tier devouring gold insects covered the ground in a dark golden hue. When Gu Yan retreated to the main hall's entrance, the swarm had completely sealed off his escape route. A flurry of footsteps sounded outside the main hall. The red-haired old demon from the Loose Cultivator Alliance, accompanied by a middle-aged scholar, and an old woman with white hair appeared at the entrance. None of the three looked well. Although the gray-black palm print on the red-haired old demon's chest had been eroded by dark red spiritual power to only a faint layer, he breathed heavily, and each breath produced a slight wheezing sound from his chest. A tall, thin, black-clad cultivator with 4 golden core assassins rushed in from another direction. The 5 wore masks smeared with fresh blood in varying shades. The red-haired old demon glanced at the severed arm of Gu Yan. The tall, thin, black-clad cultivator also glanced at Gu Yan's severed arm. Neither of them showed any intention of helping Gu Yan. However, their appearance blocked Gu Yan's only escape route. Gu Yan leaned against the door frame. Blood continued to flow from the stump of his right shoulder, creating a small pool of ice-blue blood on the ground. He looked around. Fang Ze stood in front of the stone platform, the 9-petal lotus slowly rotating in his palm. The Golden Boy and Ice Maiden flanked him on either side, sealing off both sides. Qin Qingshuan's glazed fire phoenix mirror lit up again. The swarm of insects filled the sky. The red-haired old demon and the tall, thin, black-clad cultivator blocked the entrance. His left hand delved into his robe, crushing a jade talisman. As the talisman shattered, a faint and delicate spatial fluctuation surged forth. Fang Ze's divine sense caught that hint of spatial fluctuation. Great teleportation talisman. Gu Yan intended to escape. The swarm of insects stirred. It was not an attack, they were self-destructing. The 200 closest devouring gold insects simultaneously detonated their bodies. Dark golden insect carapace fragments, bodily fluids, and remnants of spiritual power mixed together, forming a chaotic spiritual cloud with a diameter exceeding 10 feet. Each fragment of insect carapace in the spiritual cloud was a tiny blade. Every drop of bodily fluid was a corrosive venom, and every remnant of spiritual power was a needle that disturbed divine sense. Then came the second batch of 300, followed by the third batch of 500. 1,000 devouring gold insects self-destructed, transforming the area around the main hall's entrance into a quagmire of spiritual power and flesh. The spatial fluctuation of the great teleportation talisman was torn apart in the chaotic spiritual cloud of the insect swarm's self-destruction. Gu Yan's figure stumbled out from the chaos. The great teleportation talisman was interfered with by the self-destructing insect swarm, resulting in a teleportation failure. The left side of his body was covered in the bodily fluids and fragments of devouring gold insects. The bodily fluid corroded his skin, while the fragments embedded into his flesh. Fang Ze's 5-flame fire mirror lit up again. The light from the 3 mirrors intertwined in the air, coalescing into a 3-colored light column twice as thick as before. The light column struck Gu Yan's chest. Gu Yan looked down at the bullseyed hole in his chest. There was no blood around the hole. The wound was scorched by the high temperature as the light column penetrated. Only a charred hollow remained where his heart had been. Gu Yan's lips moved. No sound came out. His body leaned back and fell to the ground. Ice-blue blood surged from the hole in his chest, spreading on the ground and growing larger. The color of the blood gradually faded from ice blue, ultimately turning into ordinary crimson. The nascent soul flew out from Gu Yan's crown. It was a small figure resembling him, about an inch tall, entirely ice blue, with each hand holding a tiny ball of ice flame. The nascent soul showed no fear or anger on its face. It took one last glance at the spot on the stone platform where the South Mingli fire had originally been, then surged towards the ceiling. The swarm of insects surrounded once more. 24 fourth-tier devouring gold insects trapped the nascent soul in the center. The nascent soul's ice flame suddenly exploded, sending 2 fourth-tier devouring gold insects reeling. But the remaining 22 simultaneously pounced. Their mandibles tore through the nascent soul's ice-blue spiritual light. The first bite severed its left arm. The second bite severed its right arm. The third bite severed both legs. The final bite took its head. Gu Yan's nascent soul was transformed into the purest fragments of spiritual power, in the jaws of the insect swarm, devoured completely. The main hall fell silent for a moment. Fang Ze turned his gaze towards the entrance. The red-haired old demon stood at the door, his gaze shifting between Fang Ze's palm and the piles of insect corpses on the ground. The tall, thin, black-clad cultivator's gaze fell upon the remaining 9 flames at the ceiling. The two exchanged glances for an instant. The red-haired old demon stepped back. The tall, thin, black-clad cultivator also took a step back. Both turned simultaneously, leading their respective groups to quickly depart towards the second level. Fang Ze did not give them the chance to escape. The Golden Boy flashed forward, blocking the exit of the corridor. 9 golden orbs reassembled, sealing off the red-haired old demon's retreat. The Ice Maiden stepped onto the ice, intercepting the tall, thin, black-clad cultivator from the side. The third eye in the center of her forehead fully opened, the ice pupil ray charged and ready. The swarm of insects turned simultaneously. 12 of the 24 fourth-tier devouring gold insects targeted the red-haired old demon, while the other 12 pounced on the tall, thin, black-clad cultivator. Over 800 third-tier devouring gold insects split into 2 groups surrounding each of the 2 parties. More than 30,000 second-tier devouring gold insects covered the ground, leaving not a single gap. The red-haired old demon's expression changed drastically. "Are you going to eradicate us completely?" Fang Ze did not respond. The 9-petal lotus in his palm bloomed once more. The 3-colored light beams from the 5 flames fire mirror slammed towards the red-haired old demon. The dark red spiritual energy in the old demon's chest suddenly erupted, condensing into a blood-colored barrier in front of him. The 3-colored light beams struck the blood barrier. The barrier trembled violently. 6 golden light spheres from the golden boy hit the red-haired old demon simultaneously from behind. The ice girl's ice beam shot through his left shoulder from the side. 12 fourth-tier gold-eating worms swarmed forward. Their mandibles tore through his protective spiritual light. The red-haired old demon let out a roar which lasted only a moment. One of the gold-eating worms bit through his throat. As the nascent soul flew out from the top of his head, it was immediately seized by 3 fourth-tier gold-eating worms. The 3 gold-eating worms pulled in different directions. The nascent soul was torn into 3 pieces amidst its screams, transforming into fragments of spiritual energy. The middle-aged scholar and the white-haired old woman were almost simultaneously overwhelmed by the swarm of worms. The 2 of them didn't even have time to escape with their nascent souls. Meanwhile, 4 golden core assassins of the tall, thin man in black had already fallen in the first wave of the worm swarm. The tall, thin man in black transformed into a shadow, attempting to slip through the gaps in the swarm. The ice girl's ice beam struck the shadow. The shadow froze in midair. It was not merely frozen but solidified. The tall, thin man in black was entirely encased in ice. The golden boy's golden spear fell from above. The ice sculpture exploded. Shards of ice mingled with pieces of flesh. The nascent soul was frozen within the ice sculpture and shattered alongside it. From Fang Ze's order to the end of the battle, less than 10 breaths had passed. Only a ground full of corpses remained at the entrance of the main hall. He would not allow loose ends nor let any messages escape. Fang Ze's 9-petal lotus slowly closed, sinking into his dantian. Refining was complete. The South Ming fire was thoroughly stabilized within his dantian. The 9-petal red gold lotus replaced the original Tiangang burning heart flame lotus, hovering above the nascent soul. The seed of the Tiangang burning heart flame had been completely integrated, becoming part of the South Ming fire. It was a 4th-tier top-grade fire. At the same time, a segment of information sealed within the core of the South Ming fire surged into Fang Ze's sea of consciousness. The volume of information far exceeded expectations. It was not merely a technique but a complete inheritance. The opening phrase of the inheritance comprised 5 words: South Ming Fire Scripture. It belonged to the heavenly tier, divided into 5 levels corresponding to the realms of Qi, Refinement, Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and God Transformation. The technique inherited the pure spiritual energy characteristics of the 4 transformations fire scripture, with each level's cultivated energy being several times purer than that of cultivators of the same tier. However, the core had changed. The core of the 4 transformations fire scripture was transformation, converting mixed spiritual energy into pure energy. The core of the South Ming fire scripture was nurturing, cultivating, and mastering the South Ming fire. The last segment of the inheritance was a flame imprint. The pattern of the South Ming fire lotus flower with all 9 petals fully unfolded. The imprint was branded deep within Fang Ze's consciousness. Fang Ze opened his eyes. Taming Xianxia withdrew the glazed fire phoenix mirror. She glanced at Fang Ze and then at the ground full of corpses. Biluogong. She spoke only 3 words. Fang Ze nodded. Gu Yan's ice blue blood ice flames and the great teleportation talisman. These fragments pieced together the answer. Biluogong. The descendant of the disciple who escaped during the destruction of the fire palace returned to retrieve the South Ming fire. But he failed. Taming Xianxia did not say anything further. She turned and walked deeper into the main hall. There was another side hall, another target of her journey. The Fire Phoenix Nirvana technique. Fang Ze did not follow. He sat cross-legged on the ground, examining his dantian with his spiritual sense. The 9-petal lotus of South Ming fire slowly rotated above the nascent soul. Each petal displayed small runes representing the first level of cultivation method from the South Ming fire scripture. He read the runes word by word. After finishing, the nascent soul figure extended its right hand, inscribing 3 characters in the void. Tao of God Transformation. The 3 crimson gold characters floated in the dantian, illuminated by the radiance of the South Ming fire. Qin Qingxian retracted the glazed fire phoenix mirror into her dantian and turned to walk deeper into the main hall. Her footsteps echoed in the empty main hall, each step evenly spaced. After taking more than 10 steps, she paused for a moment. There are other opportunities here. I only need one secret technique. The rest can be taken by other friends. She did not look back. Fang Ze watched her silhouette disappear into a corridor at the side of the main hall. The corridor led to one of the 12 side halls with a flame pattern on the doorframe that differed slightly from the other side halls. The pattern was longer, resembling feather veins. He did not set off immediately. Gu Yan's corpse still lay at the entrance of the main hall. The ice blue blood had already solidified, forming a thin layer of crystalline substance on the ground. Fang Ze crouched down and removed Gu Yan's storage ring from his left hand's ring finger. The ring was made of a type of ice blue metal, feeling cool to the touch with a 6-petal ice flower engraved on its surface. He did not rush to check the contents inside, tucking the storage ring into his robe. The golden boy came up from behind, crouching beside Gu Yan's corpse and poking at the layer of ice blue scab. The color of this blood is really ugly. The golden boy said, his tone laced with unabashed disdain. My blood is golden, much better looking than this. The ice girl stood a bit further away, her third eye already closed, the vertical mark on her brow fading into a faint silver line. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Gu Yan's severed arm. His ice flames are not as good as my cold air, she said coolly, but his usage is more diverse than mine. Fang Ze stood up. You all return to the spatial realm. Bing Li and Mo Yuan devoured Gu Yan's nascent soul. Let them digest it before they come to see me. The golden boy curled his lip. Adding more food for those 2 long worms again. The ice girl did not reply, but transformed into a beam of ice blue light and entered the beast control bag. The golden boy poked the scab once more before following her in. Fang Ze walked in the opposite direction of the corridor Qin Qingxian had entered. 12 side halls Qin Qingxian had occupied 1. There were still 11 left. The hidden fiery aura that the cloud-treading beast sensed on the 3rd layer was not located in the main hall. It was in the side hall. Fang Ze headed towards the leftmost side hall. The stone door of the side hall was much smaller than that of the main hall, about 2 zhang high and 1 zhang wide. The flame patterns on the door frame spiraled outward from the center. The stone door had no restrictions. Or rather, the restrictions had long since become ineffective over the passage of time. Fang Ze reached out to push the door. The stone door emitted a rough scraping sound as it opened inward. The interior space was not large, measuring only about 5 zhang in circumference. In the center stood a stone platform which was empty. The walls bore remnants of murals with paint faded to reveal only a few blurred reddish-brown traces. Fang Ze scanned the murals with his spiritual eye technique. The content depicted an alchemy scene with a cultivator sitting cross-legged in front of an alchemy furnace, hand forming a technique. The flames burning beneath the alchemy furnace were repeatedly illustrated with lines deeper than those of the figure. The master of this side hall was an alchemist. Scattered around the base of the stone platform were a few broken jade vials with the remnants of pills inside already carbonized. There was nothing of value. Fang Ze exited the first side hall and walked towards the second. The door frame of the second side hall was adorned with a pattern of flames and flying swords. A broken sword was embedded in the stone platform inside. The sword was broken in the center with traces of high temperature melting at the fracture. Fang Ze pulled out the broken sword. The spiritual energy of the sword's material had already dissipated, leaving only a piece of scrap iron. He placed it back in its original position. The third side hall was empty. The stone platform in the fourth side hall had collapsed. The wall of the fifth side hall had a large mural that was gouged out by someone leaving behind an ugly pit. As Fang Ze stood before the door of the sixth side hall, the South Ming, leaving fire within him, gave a slight pulse. It was not a warning. It was a sensation. He pushed the door open. This side hall was clearly more grand than the previous 5. The stone platform was not empty. On the stone platform sat a jade box covered with a thick layer of dust. Fang Ze approached and brushed away the dust. The jade box was a light blue color similar to the one he had seen in the second-level cave. He opened the jade box. Inside was a layer of crimson fine sand with faint flame patterns swirling on the surface of the grains. At the center of the fine sand lay an egg. About the size of a fist, the eggshell was a deep crimson, almost black. The surface of the eggshell was covered in fine patterns that resembled flames and feathers. Fang Ze held his hand an inch above the eggshell. The temperature was not high, but it was extremely stable. The vitality within the eggshell still lingered, weak but unbroken. The secret and intense aura sensed by the cloud-treading beast back then was this. It was not spiritual fire, it was an egg. A phoenix egg. Fang Ze closed the jade box and stored it in space. He designated a specific area in his space and placed the jade box at the foot of the South Ming leaving fire volcano. The geothermal heat from the volcano would continuously nourish this egg. As for when it would hatch, he was not in a hurry. In the seventh side hall, Fang Ze found 3 pieces of ore. The ores were scattered around the stone platform covered with dust and debris. He crouched down and brushed away the dust with the back of his hand. The first piece was a crimson flame crystal about the size of a fist ranked 4. The second piece was a leaving fire crystal about the size of a palm also ranked 4. The third piece was the smallest, only the size of a thumb, entirely goldenerd ranked 5, a waste of South Ming leaving fire crystal. Fang Ze stored the 3 pieces of ore in his storage ring. Behind the stone platform in the 8th side hall was a small spiritual field buried under collapsed debris. The spiritual field had long been abandoned and the spiritual soil was cracked into countless fragments. However, among the cracks in the debris, Fang Ze found a few living spiritual herbs. They were not complete plants but roots. 3 roots of crimson sun ginseng were shriveled down to just a layer of skin, but the part buried in the spiritual soil still retained a trace of vitality. A fire spirit mushroom's cap had completely withered, but its mycelium spread a small patch in the darkness beneath the debris. 2 seeds of fire pattern grass with seed coats as hard as stone had their embryos deep in a profound slumber. Fang Ze moved all the roots, mycelium, and seeds into space, planting them in the spiritual field at the foot of the volcano. With the 4th grade premium spiritual energy combined with the power of the earth fire, they would come back to life. The 9th side hall was empty. In the 10th side hall, more than half of the mural had been gouged out, leaving the remaining part in a sorry state. The door frame patterns of the 11th side hall were almost identical to the one Taming Xianxia had entered. Fang Ze pushed the door open. On the stone platform inside lay a jade slip, beside which was a jade box. He picked up the jade slip and probed with his divine sense. The jade slip contained a refining pill manual titled Leaving Fire Pill Classic ranked 5, which included dozens of fire attribute pill recipes and refining methods from the Leaving Fire Palace. The core concept of the pill recipes was completely different from what he had learned before. The alchemy of the Leaving Fire Palace did not pursue pill yield, but sought the utmost purity of fire attribute spiritual energy in the pills. Fang Ze stored the jade slip. He then opened the jade box, which contained a fist-sized dark red fruit. The skin of the fruit was shriveled, but the flesh inside remained moist. A 4th grade leaving fire date, it could be consumed directly or used in pill crafting. When Fang Ze returned to the main hall, Taming Xianxia was already standing before the stone platform waiting. The hem of her moon-white long skirt was sprinkled with a few specks of dust, and all 9 beads on the bracelet on her right wrist had extinguished. Her expression had not changed from before entering the side hall, but a fine trace of gray mud was embedded in the nail groove of her right index finger. I got it, Fang Ze nodded. So did I. The two sat down in the center of the main hall. Fang Ze took out Gu Yan's storage ring and placed it on the ground between them. The icy blue metallic surface of the storage ring reflected the remaining 9 flames of the dome. Taming Xianxia did not reach out. You go first. Fang Ze picked up the storage ring and probed with his divine sense. The space within the ring was approximately 3 zhang square. There were not many spirit stones, about 500,000 high-quality spirit stones, and a pile of mid- and low-quality spirit stones. There were 3 spiritual treasures, all of 4th grade low quality with ice attributes. There were 7 jade slips, 5 of which recorded water and ice attribute techniques from the Bai Luo Palace, ranked from middle grade to upper grade of the earth rank. The 6th jade slip contained a family tree, the Gu family tree. The first page of the family tree bore the name of a person, the 37th generation disciple of the Leaving Fire Palace, Gu Nanli. He was the direct disciple who fled to the Bai Luo Islands when the Leaving Fire Palace was destroyed. The family tree recorded the Gu family's inheritance over 3,000 years, with only a few members in each generation and the bloodline growing thinner. Gu Yan was the 41st generation and the only one in this generation who awakened the Leaving Fire bloodline. The 7th jade slip was Gu Yan's journal. The journal detailed his reasons for leaving the Bai Luo Islands. The Gu family had resided in the Bai Luo Palace for 3,000 years, always as guests, never truly accepted. The Bai Luo Palace was unaware of the Gu family's true origins, and the Gu family did not dare to reveal the secret of the Leaving Fire bloodline. Gu Yan was unwilling, or he wanted to reclaim the South Ming Leaving Fire and achieve the ice fire glazed flame. Once he succeeded, he would return to the Bai Luo Islands, allowing the Gu family to no longer be dependent on others. The last page of the journal bore 4 words written in a hasty hand. I have failed. Fang Ze handed the jade slip to Taming Xianxia. She took it, probing with her divine sense and flipping through the pages. When she reached the family tree, her thumb paused over the name Gu Nanli for a moment. When she reached the last page of the journal, she closed the jade slip and returned it to Fang Ze. The Gu family did not form a core. Fang Ze said. Taming Xianxia nodded. Nascent soul forces. The strongest Gu Yan is dead. The remaining clan members are hardly above the initial to mid-stage of nascent soul. Fang Ze divided the spirit stones and treasures from Gu Yan's storage ring into 2 portions. One portion was pushed towards Taming Xianxia, and the other was stored by himself. Qin Qingxian did not decline and stored the spirit stones and treasures in her storage ring. She watched as Fang Ze collected all the jade slips. Fang Dao friend, if the Gu family seeks revenge in the future, and you cannot handle it, you can come to the Liuli sect to find me. It's free. Fang Ze met her gaze for a moment. Thank you. Qin Qingxian did not continue the topic. She stood up from the ground and brushed off the dust from her skirt. The 4th level. The two simultaneously took out the leaving fire orders. The one in Qin Qingchuan's hand was taken from Gu Yan after his death, and Fang Ze did not dispute it. The 2 crimson gold tokens floated in their palms. The runes of the leaving fire double orders on the wall behind the stone platform in the main hall lit up simultaneously. The wall cracked open from the center. The fissure expanded at an extremely slow rate towards both sides, revealing a staircase that extended downward. The width of the staircase only allowed one person to pass through, with all the glowing ores embedded in the walls extinguished. Only a profound red light emanated from the depths of the staircase, resembling the color of magma deep within the earth's crust. 2 individuals descended the staircase with Qin Qingxian in the front and Fang Ze behind. The staircase comprised a total of 99 steps. With each step down, the temperature rose incrementally. Upon reaching the 99th step, the edges of Fang Ze's shoes began to soften and stick. In front of him lay a small space roughly 100 zhang in diameter. The ceiling was low enough to touch with one's hand. The walls bore no decorations, only the coarse surface of rough stone. In the center of the space stood a stone platform. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform was a skeleton. The skeleton maintained its seated posture with a straightened spine. Its bones were covered in an exceptionally thick layer of crimson crystals, several times thicker than the fire marrow bone of the skeleton in the 2nd level. The crystals grew from the surface of the bones, resembling clusters of countless small rubies. The skeleton was adorned with a crimson gold robe. The material of the robe was unknown, yet despite the passage of 3,000 years, it remained intact. The back of the robe was embroidered with the emblem of the Lihua Palace, a 9-petal flame lotus. In front of the skeleton lay a jade slip and a jade box. The jade slip was a deep crimson, nearly black. The jade box was crafted from Nanming Lihua crystal carved from a single piece. Fang Ze stepped forward and stood before the skeleton. He placed his hands together in front of him and bowed deeply. His bow was deeper than Qin Qingchuan's when she had paid respects to the skeleton in the 2nd level. After maintaining the bow for 3 breaths, he straightened up and picked up the jade slip. His divine sense probed inside. The contents recorded within the jade slip were brief. The last master of the Lihua Palace, the Lihua Zuanzhang, was at the pinnacle of the early stage of transformation. When he was breaking through to the mid-stage of transformation, he made a decision. He drew upon the primordial power of Nanming Lihua into his dantian, using the power of spiritual fire to shatter his bottleneck. For the first 3 days after the primordial power entered his body, everything went smoothly. The spiritual energy in his dantian became incredibly pure under the refinement of Nanming Lihua, and the bottleneck of the mid-stage of transformation began to loosen. On the 4th day, the primordial power went out of control. The core of Nanming Lihua was a remnant spark from ancient times. The spark contained a trace of will from an ancient fire attribute, divine beast. Before that trace of will, the divine sense of Lihua Zuanzhang was torn apart like paper. He completely lost his sanity on the 4th day. The out-of-control Lihua Zuanzhang emerged from the closed chamber. The first to die at his hands was his eldest disciple. With a single palm strike, the disciple's nascent soul was consumed before it could even leave the body, reduced to ashes by Nanming Lihua. In the following 3 days, Lihua Zuanzhang slaughtered most of the disciples in the palace. The 12 elders of the Elder Hall joined forces, sacrificing their lives, to set a seal that imprisoned Lihua Zuanzhang in the 4th level. By the time the seal was completed, only 3 of the 12 elders remained alive. Lihua Zuanzhang regained a moment of clarity within the seal. He inscribed this experience onto the jade slip and sealed the last relic of the Lihua Palace within the jade box. As a warning to future generations, and as the last compensation for the inheritance of the Lihua Palace. As for the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, the jade slip contained but a single phrase. The following 3 levels were destroyed by my hand. Fang Ze closed the jade slip. He remained silent for a long time. A great cultivator of transformation, the master of the Lihua Palace ultimately destroyed his own sect with his own hands. Dying by one's own hand is far more disheartening than dying at the hands of an enemy. He placed the jade slip back on the stone platform and picked up the jade box. The jade box had no lock. Fang Ze opened the lid of the box. Inside was a layer of Nanming Lihua crystal fragments. On top of the fragments lay 3 items. The first was a fist-sized or entirely goldenard with flames patterns swirling across its surface that matched Nanming Lihua perfectly. A 5th-tier Nanming Lihua crystal. It was not scrap, but the most refined portion extracted from the core vein. The second item was 3 seeds, each about the size of a thumb, with a deep crimson seed coat, covered in flame-like patterns. Seeds of the Lihua Divine Tree. The third item was a jade talisman palm-sized with a color matching that of the jade slip, a deep crimson, nearly black. The surface of the jade talisman was engraved with the 9-petal lotus emblem of the Lihua Palace. Fang Ze picked up the jade talisman and probed with his divine sense. The internal space of the talisman far exceeded its exterior. Inside it categorically stored the complete inheritance of the Lihua Palace. The cultivation technique section included dozens of fire attribute techniques from the Lihua Palace spanning from yellow tier to heavenly tier complete in rank. The secret art section contained hundreds of fire attribute divine abilities and secret techniques. The 100 Arts of Cultivation section included the complete inheritance of alchemy artifact refining formations and talisman arts, ranging from 2nd tier to 5th tier. The miscellaneous section recorded travel notes cultivation insights from past cultivators of the Lihua Palace, as well as maps and distributions of forces across various seas of the South Sea. This was the foundation of an entire sect. Fang Ze moved the jade talisman away from his forehead. He took out the 3 items from the jade box and placed them on the stone platform. The Nanming Lihua crystal belongs to me. Qin Xian nodded. I have no need for the ore. Fang Ze stored the ore in his storage ring. He picked up the 3 seeds of the Lihua Divine Tree, taking 2 for himself, and pushing the 3rd one to Qin Xian. She did not refuse and stored the seed in her storage ring. Fang Ze held the jade talisman. I can make a copy of the inheritance within the jade talisman for you. The Liuli sect is a fire attribute sect. The techniques and secret arts in here will be useful to you. Qin Xian remained silent for a moment. All right, after we return you can make a copy for me. Fang Ze stored the jade talisman in his bosom. The 2 finished distributing the items on the stone platform. Qin Xian glanced at the crimson gold robe on the skeleton. The robe is also a treasure. Fang Ze took a look. Leave it for Lihua Zuanzhang. Qin Xian did not insist. The 2 made their way back along the staircase. The 99 steps were ascended one by one. When they returned to the main hall just as a stick of incense had finished burning, the entrance of the staircase closed silently behind them. The walls rejoined and the cracks disappeared. The runes of the Lihua dual orders dimmed. The 4th level was sealed once more. The 2 passed through the main hall, through the 2nd level, and through the 1st level. In the 2nd level, many scattered cultivators were still searching around. Someone had pried open a previously undiscovered cave, currently moving items out from inside. Others rummaged through the ruins of the alchemy room, finding a few preserved pills, and whispering with companions about the distribution ratio. Some cultivators from the Black Robe Hall were blocking people near the entrance of the 2nd level, ambushing solitary scattered cultivators. Upon seeing Fang Ze and Qin Xian walking out side by side, this group of cultivators silently retreated into the shadows. There were even more people on the 1st level. Dozens of scattered cultivators were repeatedly searching in the stone chambers of the 1st level, some kneeling on the ground prying at stone bricks, others using hammers to strike the walls in search of hidden compartments. Fang Ze and Qin Xian navigated through the crowd. No one impeded their way. When they flew out of the volcanic crater, the mist outside was slightly thinner than when they had entered. The gray-white mist had been mostly blown away by the sea breeze, revealing the true appearance of the black volcanic islands of the Shattered Star Archipelago. Fang Ze stood at the edge of the volcano with Qin Xian beside him. 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Liuli sect flew out of the volcano and landed behind Qin Xian. The square-faced male cultivator had cleaned up his nosebleed, and the petite female cultivator had changed into a new outer robe. Fang Daoyo, we shall meet again. Do not worry regarding the relics. Both I and the 2 disciples will keep our mouths sealed and will not reveal a word. Qin Qingchuan's voice remained clear amidst the sea breeze. Fang Ze was taken aback, nodding slightly. Even if he revealed some information, it would be fine, as he had become terrifyingly strong. Having previously annihilated the nascent soul sect and gained considerable rewards along with the harvest from the Lihua Palace, he could now close himself off for an extended period. When he emerged, he would not only be at the mid-nascent soul stage but possibly even at the late stage. Moreover, he might have a demon beast breakthrough to the 5th rank. By that time, even if a transformation stage expert came, he would not be afraid. Good. Qin Xian took flight with crimson golden escape light, followed closely by the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Liuli sect. 3 beams of escape light pierced through the gray-white mist, flying towards the southeast. Fang Ze watched as the escape light vanished into the fog. He also took flight on a fire cloud heading northwest. Fang Ze did not return to the Liuli Immortal City. He also did not go back to Bai Bo Island. After emerging from the mist of the Shattered Star Islands, he flew northwest for about half a day and landed the escape light on an unnamed deserted island. The deserted island was extremely small, with a circumference of less than 3 miles. There were only 3 types of things on the island: black volcanic rock, gray-green moss growing close to the ground, and the sea breeze. Fang Ze carved out a temporary cave in a rock crevice on the sheltered side of the island. The entrance was narrow enough for only one person to squeeze in sideways, and the inside widened to about 10 feet. He set up 3 layers of restrictions at the cave entrance: a layer of illusion array, a layer of spirit isolation array, and a layer of warning array. He then took out a whale pendant and probed with his divine sense. The spatial entrance silently opened at the deepest part of the cave. Fang Ze stepped inside. The spiritual energy in the space was dense like mist. The concentration of 4th-grade spiritual energy was an excellent environment for cultivation for nascent soul cultivators. He stood at the edge of the spiritual field, beginning to sort through the relics he had obtained. He designated a separate area for 4th-grade spiritual herbs, relocating all fire attribute ones to the foot of the volcano. The Yenyang fruit tree was already there, and the newly acquired Qiyang ginseng roots, fire spirit mushroom mycelium, and fire patterngrass seeds were also planted. For the seed of the Lihua divine tree, he took out one, and buried it at the deepest part of the volcano, the location closest to the Nanming Lihua fire seed. He would need to think of another way for the ice attribute spiritual herbs. Fang Ze set up an ice attribute formation on the side of the space near the sea. The core of the formation was a 4th-grade cold jade, obtained from the Liang sect's treasury, with the array patterns engraved using the frost power provided by the Ice Woman. Once the formation was activated, the temperature within a radius of 10 feet plummeted, and a thin layer of ice crust formed on the ground. He planted several ice attribute spiritual herbs he had found in the relics. There were not many, only 1 4th-grade ice tongue orchid and 3 3rd-grade frost flower grasses. The blue frost fruit tree was not suitable for planting within the formation. It thrived best in the area where ice and fire intersect. Fang Ze counted. The earliest blue frost fruit tree was already laden with mature fruits. The ice blue fruit peels were adorned with tiny frost flowers, each about the size of a fist, totaling 6. The other 5 fruit trees were still small, with the tallest reaching just to his shoulder and the shortest only to his knee. Fang Ze picked all 6 blue frost fruits, sealed them in a jade box, and stored them in his storage ring. The 1,000-year golden charred bamboo had already formed a forest. The batch that was planted the earliest had turned from its original gold-red color to a deep golden brown, and the natural fire patterns on the bamboo joints had become more intricate and dense than when they were 1,000 years old. Fang Ze scanned around with the spirit eye golden vision technique. There were more than 30 stalks over 5,000 years old. None had reached 10,000 years yet. The nirvana bamboo required a 10th ascendier tribulation. It was still early. The 3rd-grade spiritual herbs did not need to be sorted. Jin Yuan fruit tree, Jin lily grass, Qiyang grass, Yuan ling flower, Yang soul grass, Yuehua fruit tree, and dragon scale fruit tree. These had been cultivated in the space for hundreds of years and had already spread out in patches. Fang Ze estimated that the stock of 3rd-grade spiritual herbs was enough for him to open a shop dedicated to selling 3rd-grade pills continuously for 100 years. After finishing the sorting, he took out the phoenix egg from the jade box. The crimson patterns on the surface of the eggshell appeared brighter under the immersion of the spatial spiritual energy. Fang Ze called for the golden boy. The golden boy squatted beside the phoenix egg, poking at the eggshell with a finger. The eggshell remained motionless. "I'll leave the hatching to you." The golden boy raised his head. "Why me? What about the ice woman?" Fang Ze glanced at the ice woman standing in the distance. "She is of the ice attribute. You are of the gold attribute, which does not restrain the fire attribute, but can rather conduct heat. Your golden light spiritual power can be used to regulate the temperature. If the ice woman gets close to this egg, the vitality within the eggshell will contract," the ice woman added expressionlessly. "He is idle." The golden boy rolled his eyes and picked up the phoenix egg, heading towards the volcano. He dug a shallow pit on the inner side of the volcano closest to the lava and placed the phoenix egg inside. Then he sat cross-legged beside it, allowing extremely fine golden threads to flow from his palms, wrapping around the egg. The temperature of the golden threads was controlled just right to keep the patterns on the eggshell bright. Fang Ze watched from a distance for a while, confirming that the golden boy was not slacking off. Then he found the ice woman. "You handle the gold-eating insect swarm. I want at least double the quantity of 4th grade and above." The ice woman nodded. "How long will it take?" "No rush, but I want to see progress." The ice woman turned and walked towards the insect nest. Her silhouette appeared particularly cold amidst the humming sound of the swarming insects. Bingli and Mo Yuan were cultivating at the ice fire boundary, with Bingli sitting cross-legged on the ice surface, while Mo Yuan sat beside the lava. Their spiritual energy fluctuation. Bingli and Mo Yuan were cultivating at the ice fire boundary, with Bingli sitting cross-legged on the ice surface, while Mo Yuan sat beside the lava. Their spiritual energy fluctuations did not interfere with each other. The couple of Jinhai monkeys were deep in the water, occasionally surfacing to breathe, and the splashes of water they caused refracted a fleeting rainbow in the sunlight. Everything was in motion. Fang Ze returned to the volcano, sitting cross-legged beside the Nanming Lihua fire seed. He took out a blank jade slip and inscribed the first layer of the Nanming Lihuajing technique word by word into his divine sense. Transitioning to a new technique. The 4 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra is an upper-grade earth-level text, while the Southern Bright Leaving Fire Sutra is an upper-grade heaven-level text. The difference lies not only in their grades. The essence of the 4 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra is transformation. It transforms the chaotic spiritual power into purity. The essence of the Southern Bright Leaving Fire Sutra lies in nurturing and burning. It cultivates the Southern Bright Leaving Fire to burn away all impurities in the spiritual power, elevating its quality to a level unattainable by ordinary techniques. According to the scriptures, after the transformation is complete, the spiritual power within him will completely transform into Leaving Fire spiritual power. The quality of Leaving Fire spiritual power is 3 to 4 times that of ordinary nascent soul spiritual power. The spiritual power consumed in a single attack he makes is equivalent to 3 to 4 times more power consumed by others to achieve the same effect. Conversely, if others attack him, they must expend 3 to 4 times the spiritual power to breach his Leaving Fire spiritual power defense. This is a qualitative difference. The first step of the transformation is to disperse all the spiritual power from the 4 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra into the meridians. It is not merely dispersing, it is dispersing without losing. Fang Ze closed his eyes. In his dantian, the 9-petal lotus of the Southern Bright Leaving Fire slowly rotated above the head of the nascent soul figure. Golden red spiritual power surged from the nascent soul, spreading through the meridians to his limbs and bones. As the spiritual power flowed through the 3 meridians, the veins emitted a subtle tearing sound. It was not the kind of intense pain caused by the Southern Bright Leaving Fire's burn. Rather, it was a distending pain due to the overwhelming density of spiritual power that the meridians could not adapt to at that moment. Fang Ze controlled the flow of spiritual power, allowing every inch of his meridians ample time to adapt. 3 days later, the spiritual power spread throughout his body. The second step was to guide the Southern Bright Leaving Fire into the meridians. The petals of the 9-petal lotus unfurled one by one. Each petal transformed into a thin strand of bright golden fire, totaling 9 strands. These 9 strands advanced simultaneously along the 9 primary meridians. Where the fire strands passed, the spiritual power from the 4 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra, previously scattered in the meridians, was ignited. It was not burned away completely, it was refined. The impurities in the spiritual power turned to blue smoke under the scorching of the Southern Bright Leaving Fire expelled from the acupoints throughout his body. A layer of gray-black viscous substance seeped out from Fang Ze's skin. These were the impurities that had not been fully expelled even during the cultivation of the 4 Transformations of Leaving Fire Sutra, hidden deep within the spiritual power. The expulsion of impurities gradually slowed. On the 7th day, no new impurities were expelled. A thin layer of gray-black scab formed on Fang Ze's skin. He did not move. The third step was to condense the Leaving Fire spiritual power. After the 9 strands of fire completed a full circumnavigation through the meridians, they converged back in the dantian. The 9 strands merged into one, transforming into a 9-petal lotus that was 1 circle smaller than before. The petals of the lotus were more solidified than before, and the runes appearing on each petal doubled. The nascent soul figure extended its hands to cradle the lotus. The lotus slowly descended into the position of the nascent soul's dantian. Originally, the nascent soul did not have a dantian, but at the moment the lotus settled in a tiny golden red vortex formed within the nascent soul. This was the core of the Leaving Fire spiritual power. From this moment on, every strand of spiritual power flowing through his meridians would be refined by this core. The quality of the spiritual power was 3 times higher than before. Fang Ze opened his eyes. The gray-black scab on the surface of his skin fell away. The newly exposed skin's color remained unchanged, but its texture had transformed. It did not become harder, rather it became tighter, like rough iron being forged into fine steel. The transformation of the technique was merely the first step. The cultivation of the Southern Bright Leaving Fire Sutra required the Southern Bright Leaving Fire to grow in sync. Every morning Fang Ze practiced the technique, and in the afternoons, he used the Heavenly Fire Nurturing Spirit technique to cultivate the Southern Bright Leaving Fire. The Southern Bright Leaving Fire was already a top-tier 4-grade fire, just a step away from the 5th grade. But that step was stuck. The 5th grade spiritual fire required not only the accumulation of spiritual power but also a transformation of the fire attribute's essence. The fire attribute resources in Fang Ze's possession included the flame sun fruit tree seeds of the Leaving Fire divine tree roots of the red sun ginseng mycelium of fire spirit mushroom and fire pattern grass. All these items were of 4-grade quality and had nurturing effects on the Southern Bright Leaving Fire, but they were insufficient to propel it through the transformation. He needed fire attribute resources of the 5th grade. Alternatively, he could wait for the Leaving Fire divine tree to grow. The fruits of the Leaving Fire divine tree were 5th grade fire attribute spiritual objects. According to the Heavenly Fire Nurturing Spirit technique, the Leaving Fire divine fruit could enable a top-tier 4-grade spiritual fire to complete its transformation into the 5th grade. However, the leaving fire divine tree took 5,000 years to grow from seed to fruit. With spatial acceleration, it would take 50 years in the outside world. He could not afford to wait. Moreover, the space could not mature 5th-grade spiritual medicine. Fang Ze temporarily set aside this issue. First, he continued his cultivation. The golden boy had been incubating the phoenix egg at the volcano for half a month, squatting by the egg daily, adjusting the temperature with golden threads in his palms. On the 15th day, he ran to find Fang Ze. Master, something is wrong with this egg. Fang Ze opened his eyes from his cultivation. What is it? I have been using golden light spiritual power to control the temperature. The patterns on the eggshell surface have indeed brightened compared to before, but the vitality inside has not increased, or in fact it is slightly weaker than when it was first placed. It's very faint. You wouldn't notice it if you didn't sense it carefully. Fang Ze stood up and followed the golden boy to the volcano's mouth. He pressed his palm against the eggshell. The aura of the southern bright leaving fire seeped from his palm, gently brushing over the eggshell surface. The vitality inside the egg distinctly pulsed the moment it was touched by the southern bright leaving fire's aura. It was not weakening, it was strengthening. Fang Ze withdrew his palm. What it needs is not temperature. It's the southern bright leaving fire. The golden boy was momentarily stunned. What should we do? Should you come to incubate it every day? Fang Ze glanced at him. From that day on, after completing the heavenly fire nurturing spirit technique, every afternoon Fang Ze would come to the volcano's mouth. He took the phoenix egg from the shallow pit in the rock wall, cradling it in both hands, and released extremely fine and gentle strands of southern bright leaving fire from his palms. The fire strands completely enveloped the eggshell, keeping the temperature at the critical point that allowed the patterns on the eggshell surface to remain fluid. Each session lasted half an hour. After half an hour, the vitality inside the eggshell would be slightly stronger than before. Day after day, half a year passed in the space. During that time, Fang Ze nurtured the phoenix egg with the southern bright leaving fire once every day. He never missed a day. The red patterns on the surface of the eggshell transformed from a dark red to a bright golden red. The orientation of the patterns also changed. Initially flame-shaped, they gradually elongated and branched out, taking on the form of feathers. Every feather's vein was clearly distinguishable. On a certain afternoon 6 months later, Fang Ze held the phoenix egg, and the strands of southern bright leaving fire were flowing over the surface of the eggshell. The eggshell cracked open. It was not pecked from the outside but burned through from the inside by an extremely fine golden red flame, creating a small hole. The edges of the small hole did not shatter, or they melted. The melted eggshell turned into a drop of golden red liquid, which was absorbed back by the creature inside the egg. The small hole widened. A tiny head emerged from the eggshell, only the size of a thumb. It was covered in a layer of damp fluff. The color of the fluff was not bright red nor gold. It was blue. Deep and rich blue, like the cross-section of deep-sea glaciers. In the center of the fluff, a cluster of upright feathers extended longer than the surrounding fluff, in a darker color, nearly black. His cultivation was suppressed at the early golden core stage. He walked into Fang Ze's hand holding the eggshell froze. Why does this phoenix cry out for a father as soon as it hatches? Is the world of cultivation so wondrous? Early stage of the 3rd rank. Just hatched, early stage of the 3rd rank. Speaks human words. Blue feathers adorn its head. The phoenix's eyes opened. Its pupils are a golden red, identical to the South Mingli fire. Yet deep within the pupils there is a fine icy blue ring. It looked at Fang Ze, its mouth opened again. Father. Fang Ze did not respond. He gently peeled away the remaining part of the eggshell. The little phoenix was fully revealed. Its body was only slightly larger than its head, curled up to perfectly fit in Fang Ze's palm. Its entire body was covered in damp blue fluff. At the base of its wings, 2 clusters of feathers matched the deep dark blue of the feathers atop its head. 3 tail feathers at the rear with a sharp tip just emerging. Fang Ze used his divine sense to probe the little phoenix's internal spiritual power. The core of its spiritual power was in the center of its chest, a grain-sized golden red crystal. The color of the crystal was the golden red of the South Mingli fire, but a faint icy blue halo swirled around its surface. Ice and fire coexisted within a single core. It has mutated. The South Mingli fire exclusively burns the soul and spiritual power, a pinnacle of incineration. Yet this little phoenix's flame carried a hint of chill. Fang Ze was uncertain what this chill would bring. The little phoenix nestled in his palm, finding a comfortable position, burying its head beneath its wings. Father, tired. Fang Ze called for Jin Tong and Bing Nu. Jin Tong approached, poking the tip of the little phoenix's tail feather that was exposed outside its wing with a finger. The little phoenix poked its head out from beneath its wings and pecked at Jin Tong's finger. Jin Tong withdrew his hand, a tiny red dot appearing where it was pecked. It bit me. Bing Nu stood a step away, her gaze fixed on the cluster of blue feathers atop the little phoenix's head. The little phoenix lifted its head from Fang Ze's palm, looking at Bing Nu. The golden red pupils met the icy blue pupils. The little phoenix spoke first. Sister. Bingnu paused for a moment. Call me aunt. Jintong interjected. Why should you be the aunt and I the uncle? It just bit me. Shouldn't it call me father? Bingnu ignored him. Fang Ze handed the little phoenix to Bingnu. The little phoenix instantly curled up in Bingnu's palm, its blue fluff standing on end. Cold. The chill surrounding Bingnu automatically receded significantly. The little phoenix's fluff gradually lay flat. Fang Ze watched it. From now on you shall be called Lan Yu. The little phoenix peeked out from Bingnu's palm. Lan Yu. A name given by father. Good. In the days that followed, Lan Yu was cared for alternately by Jintong and Bingnu. Jintong was responsible for teaching it to control the flames. Lan Yu's flames originated from the South Mingli fire. When the golden red flame spewed from its beak, the temperature was so high that Jintong's golden threads softened slightly. Yet, at the edge of the flame there was a very thin, icy blue halo. Wherever the halo passed, a fine frost would form on the surfaces of objects scorched by the flames. When Jintong witnessed this effect for the first time, he was silent for a long while. Burn and then freeze. What kind of strange fire is this? Bingnu was responsible for teaching it to control the chill. The chill within Lan Yu was not self-generated. It was a byproduct created synchronously with the icy blue ring during the combustion of the flames. The stronger the flames, the stronger the chill. Bingnu taught it how to contain the chill within the flames, preventing it from leaking out. Lan Yu learned quickly. With the early stage of the third rank cultivation nourished by the supreme spiritual energy of the fourth rank in this space, it broke through to the mid-stage of the third rank in 3 months. After 6 months, it reached the late stage of the third rank. A year later, it achieved the full third rank. Then came the tribulation transcendence. The fourth rank thunder tribulation posed no threat to Lan Yu, who possessed the mutated bloodline of the South Mingli fire. After 6 months, it reached the late stage of the third rank. A year later, it achieved the full third rank. Then came the tribulation transcendence. The fourth rank thunder tribulation posed no threat to Lan Yu, who possessed. It wasn't dispersed. It was burned through creating a hole. The fragments of heavenly lightning at the edge of the hole were frozen into fine thunder crystals by the icy blue halo of the flames falling gently. When the 9th bolt of heavenly lightning fell, Lan Yu spread its wings. The wingspan exceeded 10 feet. Its entire body shed the blue fluff during the thunder tribulation, replaced by deep blue feathers. Each feather's edge was adorned with a circle of golden red lines. The cluster of feathers atop its head grew to 3 inches long, changing color from deep blue to an almost black ink blue. With 9 tail feathers of varying lengths, the 2 longest trailed on the ground. Within its golden red pupils, the icy blue ring had expanded a circle compared to before the tribulation. Early stage of the fourth rank. Transformation. The girl formed from Lan Yu appeared slightly younger than Bingli, looking about 12 or 13 years old. Her long, deep blue hair fell to her waist, the tips golden red. She wore a long, deep blue dress made of her own feathers, the hem burning with delicate golden red flames. Golden red pupils, icy blue rings. She stood barefoot at the edge of a volcano's magma, the intense heat having no effect on her. Father. Fang Ze was practicing the South Mingli fire scripture. He opened his eyes and glanced at Lan Yu. Fourth rank now. Lan Yu nodded and sat cross-legged opposite Fang Ze. Uncle Jintong said that if I break through again, I will surpass him. He told me to take it slow. Fang Ze did not engage in this topic. How much can you control your flames now? Lan Yu extended her hand, a swirl of golden red flames erupting from her palm. At the center of the flames was the intensity of the South Mingli fire with the icy blue halo at the edges. She hurled the flames toward the magma in the volcano. As the flames fell into the magma, a hole was immediately burned through the surface. The magma at the hole's edge didn't splash out, but was frozen into black stones by the icy blue halo. The frozen rocks floated on the magma's surface, slowly sinking. 70%, Lan Yu said. I can control the flames completely. The chill can only be controlled to 70%. Aunt Bing said that once I control it fully, I can separate the chill and use it alongside the flames. One burns, the other freezes. Fang Ze nodded. Go practice. Lan Yu stood up, took 2 steps, then turned back. Father, Aunt Bing said, you have been using the South Mingli fire to hatch me every day. It's been half a year. Fang Ze didn't open his eyes. Lan Yu stood for a moment before turning and running off. Her deep blue hair floated behind her, the golden red tips shimmering in the volcanic flames. Fang Ze had been in seclusion for 1,000 years in this space. In the outside world, 10 years passed. During the 1,000 years, he completed the transformation of the South Mingli fire scripture. His cultivation broke through from the early stage of the nascent soul to the mid-stage. The Li fire spiritual power condensed into a golden red river in his dantian, with the nascent soul seated in the middle, above which the 9-petal lotus of the South Mingli fire spun slowly. The quality of the spiritual power improved by another 10% compared to when he first transformed it. It was 4 times that of ordinary nascent soul spiritual power. He absorbed 70% of the inheritance from the Lihua Palace. In the realm of techniques, he thoroughly mastered every rune of the second layer of the Nanming Lihua Jing. In the secret technique section, he selected the 3 most suitable divine abilities for himself and cultivated them to great perfection. The first ability was an advanced version of the Lihua sword technique. Nanming Lihua sword. By condensing sword chi with Nanming Lihua, he unleashed a strike transforming the sword chi into 9 lotus petals. Wherever the petals passed, spiritual power burned, annihilating the soul. The second ability was an advanced version of the fire shadow clone. Lihua clone. The clone formed by the Nanming Lihua was no longer a vague figure of flame, but a solid entity identical to his appearance. The clone possessed 50% of his combat power, and when defeated its explosion was equivalent to 70% of his full strength. The third ability was Lihua escape. Integrating the fire cloud escape with the fire escape technique, this was an advanced escape method activated by Nanming Lihua. At full speed it left behind 9 crimson gold trails of flame. Each trail was formed from Nanming Lihua burning anyone who touched it. He spent the most time on the 100 arts of cultivation. For talismans, he elevated his skills from 2nd tier premium to 4th tier upper grade. The talisman inheritance of the Lihua Palace was vastly different from what he had learned before. The talismans of the Lihua Palace were not drawn on talisman paper. Instead, they were directly formed in the void using Nanming Lihua. Once the runes took shape, they became flame talismans that could be detonated at any time. Fang Ze mastered this technique to 4th tier upper grade. He could now draw a 4th tier upper grade explosive talisman in the void within 30 breaths using Nanming Lihua. The explosive power after detonation was equivalent to the full strength attack of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. For formations, he advanced from 2nd tier premium to 4th tier medium grade. The formation inheritance of the Lihua Palace was centered around fire attribute formations, the 4th tier medium grade Lihua ensnaring formation, the 4th tier medium grade Nanming Lihua defense formation, and the 4th tier medium grade blazing kill formation. Fang Ze inscribed the runes of these 3 formations into the mirror of the 5 flames Lihua mirror. The mirror was no longer just an attacking spiritual treasure, it also became the eye of the formation. In weapon forging, he elevated his status from a 3rd tier premium weapon forger to 4th tier upper grade. The forging inheritance of the Lihua Palace included a technique known as fire forging method. It wasn't forged using earthly fire or furnace fire. Instead, it was directly forged using the cultivator's own spiritual fire. The higher the grade of the spiritual fire, the higher the quality of the magic treasure produced. Fang Ze reforged the 4 sides of the 5 flames Lihua mirror using Nanming Lihua. The quality of the 4 mirrors improved from the original 4th tier medium grade to 4th tier upper grade. The 4th mirror forged from Nanming Lihua crystal reached the quality of 4th tier premium. In alchemy, he advanced from 4th tier lower grade to 4th tier medium grade. The reason for the limited improvement was simple. He lacked 4th tier spiritual herbs. The alchemy inheritance of the Lihua Palace was at the 5th tier and he had all the recipes. However, he did not have enough spiritual herbs. The 4th tier spiritual herbs planted in space, the earliest batch of blue frost fruit trees, had already matured several cycles, and Fang Ze had amassed over 200 blue frost fruits. The yen-yang fruit trees had multiplied from an initial single tree to more than a dozen. The first batch of ripe yen-yang fruits numbered 122. Each fruit was the size of a fist with a crimson skin and swirling flame patterns on the surface. The fire attribute spiritual power contained within the flesh was extremely rich, making it the main material for refining the 4th tier lower grade yen-yang pill. The yen-yang pill was a medicinal pill for enhancing fire attribute cultivation, and for Fang Ze, who practiced the Nanming Lihua Jing, it was precisely the most needed cultivation resource. Auxiliary spiritual herbs were extensively planted in space: 3rd tier fire pattern grass, 3rd tier qiyang flowers, and 3rd tier golden flame vines. Fang Ze retrieved the formula for the yen-yang pill from the alchemy section of the jade talisman. Main material: 1 yen-yang fruit. Auxiliary materials: 3 fire pattern grasses, 2 qiyang flowers, 1 segment of golden flame vine, and some 1st and 2nd tier spiritual herbs. Pill grade: 4th tier lower grade. Efficacy to enhance fire attribute spiritual power, most effective for latest-stage nascent soul fire attribute cultivators. Fang Ze opened a potion room next to the volcanic crater. The alchemy furnace was a 4th tier medium grade fire attribute furnace. He obtained from the ruins intricately engraved with the flame patterns of the Lihua Palace. He ignited the furnace with Nanming Lihua and began alchemy. For the first batch, he added 3 portions of materials. The temperature control of Nanming Lihua required utmost precision. The flesh of the yen-yang fruit was highly prone to carbonization under high temperatures, and the medicinal properties of the fire pattern grass would severely volatilize if surpassed the critical temperature. The first batch failed. All 3 portions of materials turned to char. Fang Ze poured out the char from the alchemy furnace and used the spiritual eye golden sight technique to analyze the reasons for the failure. The temperature of Nanming Lihua was too high while refining the fire pattern grass, exceeding the critical value by about half a portion. For the second attempt, he lowered the flame temperature during the refining of the fire pattern grass. Of the 3 portions of materials, one succeeded. A thumb-sized crimson pill flew out from the furnace and landed in Fang Ze's palm. The pill had an even color and a subtle medicinal fragrance. The 4th-tier lower-grade yin-yang pill quality at medium grade. Fang Ze held the pill up to his eyes. His divine sense penetrated into the pill. The distribution of its medicinal power was more even than any pill he had previously refined. The pills refined with Nanming Lihua were purer in medicinal properties than those refined with ordinary spiritual fire. He stored the pill and continued refining. By the time the second batch of yin-yang fruits matured, Fang Ze had already refined all the yin-yang fruits into yin-yang pills. From the 122 yin-yang fruits, excluding losses from failures, he produced a total of 205 pills. Most were lower grade, with medium grades occupying 20%, and only 2 were upper grade. Fang Ze divided the pills into several jade bottles with 10 pills in each. He took out one yin-yang pill and swallowed it. After entering his abdomen, an extremely pure fire, attribute spiritual power, spread in his dantian. The nascent soul avatar opened its mouth to inhale, absorbing all the medicinal power into its body. The water level of the Crimson Gold River, condensed from the Lihua spiritual power, rose slightly. Fang Ze estimated that after consuming all 200 yin-yang pills, his cultivation could advance by approximately 20%. There was still a long way to go before reaching the late stage of the nascent soul. But the direction was correct. He stepped out of the potion room. Beside the volcanic crater, the seed of the Lihua divine tree had already sprouted. A tiny seedling just the height of a thumb emerged from the crevice of the volcanic rock. Its 2 tender leaves were a very light crimson gold color with veins as clear as flame patterns. Fang Ze crouched down and gently touched the tender leaves with his finger. The leaf quivered slightly. It would take 5,000 years to bear fruit. He couldn't wait, but he had to wait. Lan Yu flew over from the other side of the volcanic crater and landed beside Fang Ze. After transforming, she had grown a bit taller than when she had crossed the tribulation, her deep blue hair trailing on the ground. She squatted beside Fang Ze and also touched the tender leaves of the Lihua divine tree with her finger. "Father, when will it grow up?" "In 5,000 years. Lan Yu fell silent for a moment. "Then I'm not in a hurry." Fang Ze stood up. "How has your cultivation progressed?" Lan Yu's palm surged with crimson gold flames. The ice blue halo at the edge of the flames had contracted significantly compared to when she crossed the tribulation, nearly sticking to the body of the flames. She tossed the flames into the magma of the volcanic crater. The flames fell into the magma, creating a hole. The magma around the hole solidified into black rock. Compared to when she crossed the tribulation, the area of solidification shrank by half, but the depth of solidification doubled. 95%, Lan Yu said. Aunt Bing said that when I can control it to 100%, she will teach me how to separate the cold energy. Fang Ze nodded. "Go ahead." Lan Yu ran off. Her footsteps made a light tapping sound on the volcanic rock. Fang Ze turned and walked toward the insect nest. The ice woman stood at the edge of the insect nest, her third eye half open. The number of golden-eating insects in the nest had doubled compared to 10 years ago. The 4th-tier golden-eating insects increased from 24 to 61. There were over 1,500 3rd-tier golden-eating insects. 2nd-tier golden-eating insects covered the entire area of the insect nest, exceeding 50,000 in number. The buzzing of the swarm's wings emanated from the nest, sounding like distant thunder. The ice woman turned around. 61 4th-tier. As you said, it's more than doubled. Fang Ze looked at the densely packed dark golden insect shadows in the nest. "Continue. I want 100. The ice woman nodded. Fang Ze left the insect nest and walked to the spatial exit. He had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, while 10 years had passed in the outside world. During the time Fang Ze spent nurturing the phoenix egg with South Bright Flame in that space on the other side of the South Sea, Xianxia had just returned to the Liuli sect. The mountain gate of the Liuli sect was built into the belly of an active volcano. The thick smoke from the volcano's crater was directed by formations into the mountain's internal passageways, where it was filtered 9 times to become pure fire attribute spiritual energy for the disciples to cultivate. Xianxia passed through the mountain gate array and walked deep into the belly of the mountain along the passageway. The main hall's door was made from a solid block of red copper intricately carved with the dharma forms of past sect masters. She stood outside the hall door, which opened automatically inward. Qin Yu, the sect master of Liuli sect, sat cross-legged on a mat in the center of the hall. He appeared to be in his 40s, his features somewhat resembling those of Qin Qingxuan, with sword-like brows, slightly high cheekbones, and a strong jawline. The fluctuations of spiritual power around him were profound, and the aura of a transformation stage cultivator was tightly restrained. Only the occasional glimmer of Liuli light that flickered in the depths of his pupils revealed his true cultivation level. Early transformation stage. Qin Qingxian sat cross-legged opposite him. Father. Qin Yu opened his eyes. How did the ruins fare? Qin Qingxian took out the jade slip containing the Fire Phoenix rebirth technique from her storage ring and placed it on the ground between them. Qin Yu picked up the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. After a moment, he put down the jade slip. The Fire Phoenix rebirth technique. Your mother spent half her life searching for it. Qin Qingxian did not respond to this remark. The south bright flame was taken away by someone. Qin Ye's eyebrows moved slightly. Who? A certain Dao friend. I noticed him when he was at the Golden Core stage. A few years ago he was at the Golden Core full circle, and now he is at the early nascent soul stage. Qin Yu lightly tapped his fingers on his knee. A few years to conceive a nascent soul. What is his name? Qin Qingxian paused for a moment. Daughter promised not to reveal his identity. Please forgive me, father. Qin Yu looked at his daughter. Silence lasted for about 5 breaths. You have never gone back on your promises since you were young. I will not ask further. Qin Qingxian slightly lowered her head. Thank you, father. Qin Yu took back the jade slip of the Fire Phoenix rebirth technique. Besides the south bright flame, what else? Qin Qingxian briefly recounted her experiences in the ruins. Earth-Fire Lizard Dual Flame orders Gu Yan. When she mentioned Gu Yan producing another flame order, a flicker of Lioli light flashed in Qin Ye's pupils. When she mentioned that Gu Yan's bloodline verification method involved blue blood, Qin Ye's fingers paused on his knee. Biluogong. Qin Qingxian nodded. Gu Yan is a descendant of the person who escaped from the Flame Palace back then. The Gu family has been residing in Biluogong for 3,000 years, and Biluogong is unaware of the Gu family's true origins. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment. Gu Yan is dead. Dead. That Dao friend killed him. Qin Ye's fingers resumed their tapping on his knee. The rhythm was half as slow as before. Biluogong has a transformation stage cultivator overseeing it, just like our Lioli sect. Although Gu Yan was merely a resident, he still bears the Gu surname. He died at the Flame Palace ruins, and the Gu family will eventually investigate. If they find out Biluogong may not necessarily stand up for a nascent soul cultivator, but the Gu family will come themselves. Qin Qingxian nodded. Daughter promised him that if the Gu family comes seeking revenge, Lioli sect can provide protection for him. Qin Yu looked at his daughter. Another 5 breaths of silence passed. You have never spoken up for outsiders since you were young. Qin Qingxian did not respond. The corners of Qin Ye's mouth twitched. What is the background of that Dao friend? Daughter cannot say. What is his cultivation? Early nascent soul. In terms of combat strength, even with 2 elders, we are not confident in defeating him. Qin Ye's fingers tapped once more on his knee before stopping. A prodigy. Qin Qingxian did not deny it. Qin Yu leaned back against the mat. All right, daughter, go digest the gains from the Flame Palace this time. I will have the Dark Hall investigate the cultivator you mentioned. Yes, father. But I still remind you this person is quite a prodigy, and the 3 of us are not confident in defeating him. Rest assured, I will not directly seize his opportunity. Let's discuss it first. That's good. Qin Qingxian stood up, bowed, and turned to walk out of the hall. Her footsteps echoed in the empty hall. Qin Yu watched his daughter's figure disappear outside the hall door. The red copper door slowly closed. He sat alone on the mat for a long time. Strange. My daughter's usual personality is not like this. His voice was soft. Is it because of that cultivator? Has my daughter developed feelings for him? He sat for a while longer. If that is the case, then it needs further investigation. He stood up from the mat and walked to the copper bell on one side of the hall, pulling the bell rope. After a moment, a middle-aged cultivator in a gray robe appeared silently in the shadows of the hall. The gray-robed cultivator was at the early nascent soul stage, but his aura was completely restrained. Sect Master. Qin Yu did not turn around. Go investigate a person. Early nascent soul fire attribute technique. A few years ago, he was still at the Golden Core full circle. He recently appeared in the South Sea, coming out from the ruins of Shattered Star Islands alongside the young lady. Find out this person's identity and whereabouts without alarming anyone. Understood. The gray-robed cultivator's figure blended back into the shadows. The hall returned to silence. The clues that Qin Qingxian provided were already sparse, and the key points were crucial. For example, she did not mention that Fang Ze practiced the techniques of the Flame Palace. The people from the Dark Hall investigated and eliminated several suspected targets one by one. In the end, only 2 or 3 vague subjects were locked in, but confirmation was impossible. The name Fang Ze never appeared on Qin Ye's desk. On the other side, Fang Ze returned to his temporary cave, dwelling on the nameless deserted island. The restrictions at the cave entrance were intact. Fang Ze removed the restrictions and stepped out of the crevice. The sea breeze blew against him, carrying a salty scent. 10 years had passed, and the moss on the deserted island had grown thicker than when he arrived. He rode the fire cloud and flew toward Liuli. 10 years have passed. I wonder how much my disciples' cultivation has improved. I also wonder how the situation is within the Jutian Lanyu sect. Several days later, Fang Ze descended with a flash of light 300 miles outside Liuli Immortal City. He had changed his appearance. He now resembled a gaunt, middle-aged, loose cultivator with prominent cheekbones, a waxy yellow complexion, and wearing a faded gray robe. His cultivation was suppressed at the early golden core stage. He walked into the city. The guards at the city gate glanced at him, their gaze lingering on the storage bag at his waist for less than half a breath before shifting away. Fang Ze passed through the city gate, walking along the main street, for about a quarter of an hour before turning into a side alley. At the end of the alley was the back door of Baibo Pavilion. He did not use the front door. The restrictions at the back door were set up by him personally, and after 10 years the patterns of the restrictions were intact. Fang Ze took out a token and pressed it against the restriction. The door opened. The courtyard looked the same as it did 10 years ago. The ground was made of blue stone slabs, and in the corner stood a second-tier Qingling tea tree, its leaves denser than they were 10 years ago. Lin Weiner walked out from the tea room. She wore a light green Taoist robe with narrow cuffs, and her hair was casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin. She had completed her foundation establishment. Fang Ze glanced at the fluctuations of spiritual power around her. The spiritual power was solid and her foundation was firm, not merely piled up with pills. Upon seeing Fang Ze, Lin Weiner was momentarily stunned. "Master." Her voice was much steadier than it had been 10 years ago. Fang Ze nodded and walked into the tea room. Li Qingshan was already in the tea room. His movements were slower than they had been 10 years ago. It was not sluggishness but calmness. He was at the mid-golden core stage. Fang Ze sat down in the armchair. "Sit." The two of them sat down across from him. Lin Weiner began to brew tea. Her movements were much more agile than they had been 10 years ago, no longer hesitant as a beginner. "How is your cultivation progressing?" Lin Weiner placed a teacup in front of Fang Ze. "I completed my foundation establishment a year ago. I haven't rushed to form my golden core. I want to refine my skills for a while longer." Fang Ze picked up the teacup and took a sip. The temperature of the tea was just right. Foundation is more important than speed. "You did well." Li Qingshan took out a ledger from his storage bag and placed it on the table. "Master, this is the account from the past 10 years. The monthly surplus ranges between 120,000 to 150,000 spirit stones. After deducting Baibo Pavilion's share and various expenses, the net profit is about 8 million spirit stones." Fang Ze did not flip through the ledger. "Keep it. I have other plans." He set down the teacup. "Starting next month, the shop will begin to sell third-tier resources on a large scale. Pills, magical artifacts, talismans, formations, all of it. The pricing for third-tier pills will be 0.5% lower than market price. No limit on quantity." Li Qingshan's pupils constricted slightly. "No limit on quantity. No limit." Fang Ze took out 30 jade bottles, neatly arranged them on the table. Each jade bottle contained 10 third-tier pills. Jin Yuan Dan, Jin Lu Li Dan, Qiyang Dan, Yuan Ling Dan. All of them are middle grade or even upper grade. Beside the jade bottles, he placed down 20 third-tier magical artifacts. Flying swords, shields, ropes, bronze bells, all varieties. Finally, he took out a separate jade box and placed it prominently in front of everything else. The jade box opened. Inside lay a thumb-sized red pill. The surface of the pill had 3 pill patterns with an even color and a subtle fragrance. This one should be displayed in the most prominent position on the counter. Priced at 250,000 spirit stones. Not for sale. Li Qingshan raised his head. Not for sale. For display. If anyone asks, just say that our shop has a 4th-tier alchemist who can customize 4th-tier pills. Materials must be provided by the buyer with a success rate of 30% and a deposit of 100,000. Li Qingshan's throat tightened slightly. After 10 years in business, he knew what this meant. A 4th-tier alchemist. In the entire Liuli Immortal City, there were no more than 5 4th-tier alchemists. Each one was a distinguished guest of various major sects. Fang Ze took out another 10 jade bottles from his storage ring. "These are for you. Weiner's golden core pill and your cultivation pills. There is a bottle of soul-nourishing pill inside a middle-grade 3rd-tier pill, which you can use now that you are at mid-golden core." Lin Weiner accepted the jade bottle with both hands. "Thank you, Master." Li Qingshan received the jade bottle, his fingers tightening slightly. "Master, releasing these resources all at once will impact the pill market in Liuli Immortal City." On the Yuehua faction side, Fang Ze interrupted him. "How is Long Yu's cultivation now?" "She is at the peak of golden core, having just broken through 10 years ago." "Who is in charge of Baibo Island's Yuehua faction now?" "A nascent soul cultivator came 10 years ago, known as the Moon Cold True Monarch. He is one of the elders of the Yuehua faction." Fang Ze gently tapped the edge of the teacup with his finger. "Has he caused you any trouble?" Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. He came twice. The first time was 5 years ago, asking us to hand over 30% of the shop's profits to the Yuehua faction. I delayed it by saying the master was not present. The second time was 3 years ago, when he came personally demanding I hand over the shop's accounts. I brought out all 10 years of accounts and piled them in front of him. He flipped through 2 pages and left. Fang Ze set down the teacup. Next time he comes, have him speak directly to me. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard from the front hall. They were not the footsteps of customers. Customers' footsteps are scattered and aimless, lingering and leaving at various counters. This set of footsteps was direct, with a clear target coming straight from the entrance to the back courtyard. The steps were heavy. Each step landed squarely in the center of the blue stone slabs, with the soles of the shoes touching the stone for a moment longer than normal. It was Long Yu. Fang Ze did not move. Long Yu pushed open the door to the back courtyard. He wore a moon-white long robe with a silver belt around his waist, and his mid-golden core cultivation was openly displayed. After 10 years, his face had rounded out a bit, with the flesh on his cheekbones squishing his eyes slightly. Long Yu's gaze first fell on Fang Ze. Fang Ze still wore the disguise of a gaunt, loose cultivator at the early golden core stage. Long Yu's gaze moved away from him and landed on the table. 30 jade bottles. 20 third-tier magical artifacts. An open jade box lay containing a red pill. 3 circles of pill patterns. 4th tier. Long Yu's footsteps halted. His gaze lingered on the yen yang dan for a full 3 breaths before he smiled. The smile creased his round face, turning his eyes into 2 slits. Elder Fang, it's been 10 years since we last met. I hope all is well. Did you refine all these items? Fang Ze did not answer. Long Yu seated himself opposite Fang Ze, uninvited. The moon-cold true monarch has issued an order. Since Elder Fang has returned, the shop's third-tier resources must be supplied to the sect at 70% of the market price prioritized. This is the sect's support for by Bo Pavilion. Elder Fang wouldn't refuse, right? Fang Ze picked up the teacup. I won't. Long Yu's smile deepened. Indeed, Elder Fang is perceptive. I will not supply. Long Yu's smile froze. His eyes transformed from slits into 2 wide circles. Elder Fang, the moon-cold true monarch, is a nascent soul cultivator. You are merely at the golden core stage. Fang Ze set down the teacup. The sound of the cup touching the table was very soft. Hong Yu closed her mouth. If Yu Hanhai wishes for resources, he must come to negotiate with me himself. You are not qualified. Hong Yu's face flushed. His face turned red from his neck to his forehead. He stood up, the legs of the chair screeching against the bluestone floor. Good. Very good. Elder Fang, I hope you can still speak this way when Yu Hanhai comes in person. He turned to walk out the door. After taking a couple of steps, he glanced back at the yen-yang pill on the table. Then he strode out. His footsteps were twice as heavy as before. Fang Ze watched his figure disappear behind the door. Lin Weiner whispered something. Master Yu Hanhai is a nascent soul cultivator. I know. Then he wouldn't dare act against me in Lioli Immortal City. According to the rules of the Lioli sect, any dueling within the city, regardless of the reason, results in punishment for both parties. Furthermore, even if the other party wanted to act against me, they would have to think twice. Fang Ze picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea had already cooled. The bitterness of the cold tea was heavier than that of the hot tea. Hong Yu's actions were quicker than he had anticipated. The next morning, Yu Hanhai appeared in the main hall of the Baiboge. When Fang Ze came out from the backyard, Yu Hanhai was already standing at the counter holding the yen-yang pill. He was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. His face was gaunt, with cheekbones higher than Hong Yu's, and his sunken eyes gave him the appearance of someone who could never fully awaken. He wore a silver-white robe embellished with the emblem of the Yuehua sect, a crescent moon surrounded by 3 stars. Early stage nascent soul. Yu Hanhai placed the yen-yang pill back into its jade box and turned around. His gaze swept over Fang Ze. You are Fang Ze. Fang Ze stood firm in front of him. That's me. Yu Hanhai sat down in the guest chair beside the counter. His movements were slow. First, he lifted the hem of his robe, then gradually settled into the chair, finally placing his hands neatly on his knees. Hong Yu said you refused to prioritize resource supply to the sect. Yes. Yu Hanhai's hands remained crossed on his knees. Reason. Market price at 70%. I would be losing money. You are the alchemist of Baiboge. Baiboge is a property of the Jutian Lanyue sect. The sect expects you to make concessions as a favor. Fang Ze did not respond. Yu Hanhai lightly tapped his fingers on the back of his other hand twice. The pressure of early-stage nascent soul was released from him. It wasn't full strength, just a portion released casually. The pressure was as substantial as a solid force pressing down on Fang Ze. Fang Ze did not move. The Li Hua spiritual power within him did not even accelerate its circulation. His true cultivation at mid-stage nascent soul firmly supported his body and soul. Yu Hanhai's pressure fell upon him like a stronger gust of wind blowing over a reef. However, Fang Ze caused his complexion to pale slightly. It wasn't a true paleness. It was a conscious tightening of the capillaries beneath his facial skin. A layer of sweat beads formed on his forehead. His breathing quickened slightly. Yu Hanhai watched the sweat beads on his forehead. I will ask you again. 3-tier resources 70% supplied to the sect. Do you agree? Fang Ze raised his head. He elevated his cultivation from early-stage golden core to late-stage golden core, then to full golden core. Then he broke through to nascent soul. It wasn't a true mid-stage nascent soul but rather a facade of just having broken through to nascent soul. The fluctuation of spiritual power surged from full golden core to early-stage nascent soul like a wooden ball that had been pressed underwater suddenly released popping up to the surface. Yu Hanhai's hands, which were crossed on his knees, parted. His back left the chair back. You have reached nascent soul. Fang Ze wiped the sweat beads from his forehead with the back of his hand. I broke through 10 years ago. I haven't had the chance to mention it. Yu Hanhai fell silent. The silence lasted for about 10 breaths. His fingers began to tap the back of his hand again, the rhythm twice as fast as before. What resources? Fang Ze did not answer this question. Friend Yu, regarding resources, the market price is non-negotiable. Whatever you want I will sell you at that price. 70% I want sell. Yu Hanhai stood up. His speed in rising was much quicker than when he sat down. Good. Very good. Elder Fang no Fang Xinjuan. The Beast Master faction has gained another nascent soul. Very good. He turned and walked towards the door. When he reached the entrance, he glanced back at the Yenyang pill on the counter. Then he strode out. Fang Ze watched his figure disappear at the end of the street. He turned back to the backyard. Lin Weiner stood at the tea room door, still holding the bamboo clip used for brewing tea. Master, will he will return to the sect. Fang Ze sat down in the armchair. With an additional nascent soul in the Beast Master faction, the Yuehua faction's advantage in the sect has diminished. Staying here holds no significance. Fang Ze picked up the tea that Lin Weiner had just brewed. The temperature of the tea was just right. The news of Baiboj having a 4th-tier alchemist spread throughout the entire Liulici region within half a month. The one spreading the news was not Fang Ze. It was Yu Hanhai. After departing from Baiboj, Yu Hanhai immediately brought Hong Yu back to the Jutian Lanhua sect. He returned twice as fast as he had come. The news was disseminated while he was on the road. It was transmitted to various strongholds of the Yuehua faction in the Liulici, to several sects friendly with the Yuehua faction, and to scattered cultivator families that had long purchased pills from the Yuehua faction. The content of the news was concise. Fang Ze of Baiboj has confirmed his nascent soul status is a 4th-tier alchemist and has 4th-tier pills for sale. Yu Hanhai's intent in transmitting this message was very clear. He wanted everyone to know that Fang Ze was a nascent soul cultivator and that Fang Ze was a 4th-tier alchemist. This way Fang Ze could no longer hide his true abilities. With the Beast Master faction gaining another nascent soul 4th-tier alchemist, this news could not be concealed. Since it could not be hidden, it was better for him to spread it himself. The faster it spreads, the better, or the wider it spreads, the better. Because once the news was out, naturally someone would come to test Fang Ze. On the 7th day after the news spread, the first nascent soul cultivator arrived at Baiboj. He was not there to test. He was there to buy pills. The visitor was a nascent soul early-stage, scattered cultivator, known as Chisong, who made his living hunting sea beasts in the outer sea. He purchased a vial of high-grade healing pills for 3 years, spending 600,000 spirit stones. As he was leaving, he said, I will come again next month. On the 15th day, the second visitor arrived. The head of a medium-sized family in early-stage nascent soul brought along 2 sons in the golden core stage. He bought 3 vials of 3rd-tier pills and stared at the Yenyang pill on the counter for a long time. Friend Fang, this Yenyang pill truly not for sale. Display piece. If you wish to purchase it, you can customize it. Materials to be provided by yourself. 3 portions of material yield 1 pill, with a deposit of 100,000. The family head hesitated for a moment. 3 portions of material I do not have. I only have 1 portion. Fang Ze glanced at him. 1 portion of material, the success rate is 10%. If you are willing to take the risk, I can try. The family head gritted his teeth. Try. A month later, Fang Ze handed over 1 Yenyang pill along with 1 failed pill to the family head. The family head held the Yenyang pill, his face trembling. Friend Fang, next time I will gather 3 sets of materials before coming again. On the 20th day, the 3rd visitor arrived. On the 25th day, the 4th visitor arrived. In 1 month, the Bai Bo Pavilion hosted 7 nascent soul cultivators. The sold pills and magical artifacts exchanged for over 6 million spirit stones. Fang Ze stored all the spirit stones in his spatial ring, filling the core of the array in the spiritual fields and spiritual sea. The concentration of spiritual energy in the space was maintained. However, with a consumption of several million each year, 6 million a month was only enough to last for a little over a month. He needed more spirit stones. Fang Ze arrived on the 35th day. He wore a gray and white Taoist robe, his hair even whiter than 10 years ago, yet the stars in his eyes still flowed endlessly. When he entered the Bai Bo Pavilion, Long Yu was no longer there. Standing behind the counter was Li Qingshan. Fang Ze did not look at the items on the counter and walked directly toward the backyard. Fang Ze was waiting for him in the tea room. After entering, Fang Ze first sat down opposite Fang Ze. He did not engage in small talk. "Friend Fang, I am here for 3 matters." Fang Ze poured him a cup of tea. The first matter: to purchase pills. 20 bottles each of 3rd stage Golden Yuan Pill, Qiyang Pill, and Yuan Ling Pill. 10 bottles of 3rd stage Superior Healing Pills. Fang Ze calculated in his mind. 50 bottles of 3rd stage Superior Pills were worth about 8 million spirit stones. The second matter is that Yen Yang Pill on your counter for sale. It's a display item. If you want it, we can customize it. 3 sets of materials for 1 pill. Fang Ze nodded. The third matter: I wish to customize a 4th stage medium healing pill, the Yu Lu Jin Dan. Fang Ze paused for a moment while serving tea. 4th stage medium. His alchemy skill allowed him to stabilize the production of the 4th stage inferior Yen Yang pill, but he had never tried the 4th stage medium. Materials. Fang Ze took out a jade box from his storage ring and opened it. Inside the box were 4 sets of materials neatly arranged. Each set was sealed in its own jade container. 4 sets of materials. I only need 1 pill. The remaining 3 sets, regardless of success or failure, will belong to you, my friend. Fang Ze picked up 1 jade container and opened it. The main ingredient of the Yu Lu Jin Dan is a 4th stage medium Yu Lu spirit mushroom with 3 types of 4th stage inferior spiritual herbs as auxiliary materials. The materials were handled very cleanly with intact roots and undamaged leaves. With 3 pills produced, are you not afraid I might take them all? Fang Ze's fingers gently traced the edge of the teacup. If I wanted to take advantage 10 years ago, at the Li Hua Palace ruins, I would not have made it out. Fang Ze closed the jade container. 3 sets of materials for 1 pill, you know the rules. If successful, 1 pill and the remaining materials belong to me. If it fails, the materials will not be returned. Deal. Fang Ze paid the full amount for the 50 bottles of pills on the spot. 8 million spirit stones piled up into a small mountain. Fang Ze stored the spirit stones in his storage ring. Fang Ze did not rush to leave. He poured another cup of tea and sipped it slowly. "Friend Fang, I have one more thing to ask. How many 3rd stage pills can you produce here each month? How many do you need?" The Wanjun sect consumes about 100 bottles of 3rd stage pills each month. Among them 30 bottles for healing and 70 bottles for cultivation. Fang Ze estimated in his mind. 100 bottles of 3rd stage superior pills were worth over 15 million spirit stones. The stock of 3rd stage spiritual herbs in his space could support a monthly production of 100 bottles for at least 5 years. That is possible, but I have one condition. Please go ahead, my friend. The Wanjun sect has 4 markets in the Liuli Sea region. I want to set up branches of the Bai Bo Pavilion in 3 of them. The rent for the shops will be covered by the Wanjun sect. I will send my own staff. Fang Ze's fingers paused at the edge of the teacup. The speed of the stars in his eyes suddenly accelerated. After 10 breaths, the stars returned to their normal speed. 2 locations. The current reputation of the Bai Bo Pavilion cannot support 3 locations. 2 locations with the rent covered by the Wanjun sect for a period of 10 years. If the branches are profitable after 10 years, the rent will be self-managed. Deal. Fang Ze stood up. When he reached the door, he turned back to say something. "Friend Fang, the Moon Cold True Monarch has returned to the sect. The Moon Hua faction has withdrawn 30% from their stronghold in the Liuli Sea this month. They are retracting their forces." Fang Ze did not respond. Fang Ze did not wait for his reply and pushed the door open to leave. 3 days after Fang Ze left, Fang Ze began refining the Yu Lu Jin Dan. In the alchemy room he opened in his space, he lined up the 4 sets of materials. He had never refined a 4th stage medium pill before. The Nan Ming Li Huajing inherently carried a 5th stage alchemy inheritance, and the formula for the Yu Lu Jin Dan was detailed in the Jade Talisman. The formula was not an issue. The problem lay in the control of temperature. The refinement of 4th stage medium pills required a higher precision in controlling the temperature of the spiritual fire compared to 4th stage inferior pills. For the refinement of the Yen Yang pill, a temperature deviation was allowed within half a success. For the Yu Lu Jin Dan, the temperature deviation could not exceed a quarter of a success. He first planted 1 set of mature spiritual herbs in his space, and after waiting for seeds to appear, he would harvest and transplant them out. This was also the reason he agreed to take the pill custom order, as it not only provided him with the formula, but also allowed him to preserve the spiritual herbs he did not have. Fang Ze threw the first set of materials into the pill furnace. The Nan Mingli Hua surged from his palm, enveloping the pill furnace. The Yu Lu spirit mushroom began to melt under the high temperature. The melting speed was faster than he had anticipated. Fang Ze lowered the flame temperature. The melting speed of the spirit mushroom slowed down, but the already melted parts started to solidify. The temperature had dropped too much. He raised the temperature again. The solidified parts melted again, but about 10% of the medicinal properties of the spirit mushroom were lost during the repeated melting and solidifying. Fang Ze did not stop. He sequentially added the 3 auxiliary materials into the pill furnace. The auxiliary materials fused with the main material in the furnace. The fusion process lasted for half an hour. Sounds of boiling liquid emanated from the pill furnace. Something was not right. The normal sound of boiling liquid was a dull gurgling. The current sound was a sharp hissing like water droplets on a hot iron plate. The medicinal liquid produced bubbles under the high temperature. When the bubbles burst, a portion of the medicinal properties would evaporate. Fang Ze forcefully pressed the bubbles back into the liquid with his divine sense. But there were too many bubbles. When he pressed one down, 2 would pop up. The first furnace failure. Fang Ze poured out the dregs from the pill furnace. The dregs were a charred black forming hard lumps. He crushed a piece of dreg with his fingers and examined it carefully in his palm. The internal patterns of the dregs indicated that the failure occurred during the fusion stage. When the main material fused with the first auxiliary material, the temperature was too high, causing a component called Yusui liquid in the auxiliary material to evaporate prematurely. Yusui liquid is the core auxiliary material of the Yu Lu Dan, responsible for binding the properties of the main material with the remaining 2 auxiliary materials. Its evaporation made the subsequent fusion impossible. Fang Ze estimated the remaining amount of Yusui liquid in the dregs. About 40% had evaporated. Fang Ze adjusted the method of his divine senses intervention in the second furnace. Instead of forcibly suppressing the bubbles, he formed a small vortex within the medicinal liquid using his divine sense. The vortex caused the medicinal liquid to circulate of its own accord. The bubbles were naturally crushed during the process, requiring no external force for suppression. Less than 10% of the jade sap liquid evaporated. The fusion was complete. A humming sound of pill formation resonated from the Dan furnace. The humming continued for about a quarter of an hour before it stopped. Fang Ze opened the Dan furnace. Lying at the bottom of the furnace was a pill. The shape of the pill was round, but its surface was pitted, resembling a fruit that had been eaten by insects. The pill pattern was only half complete, crookedly winding around halfway before breaking off. A waste pill. However, it was not entirely useless. Fang Ze held the waste pill up to his eyes. His divine sense probed into the interior of the pill. The medicinal power was unevenly distributed, with the core containing 3 times the potency of the edges. Yet the medicinal power itself was intact. The properties of the jade dew spiritual mushroom and the 3 auxiliary materials were all present in this pitted pill. It simply had not fused well. Fang Ze put away the waste pill. Even a waste pill held value. At the very least, it proved that the direction was correct. In the third furnace, Fang Ze increased the rotation speed of the divine sense vortex by half. The temperature was maintained at a point between the first and second furnaces. The jade dew spiritual mushroom melted. The first auxiliary material fused. The second auxiliary material fused. The third auxiliary material fused. The sound of the medicinal liquid rolling in the Dan furnace transformed into a deep humming. It was neither a sharp hissing sound nor a dull gurgling sound. It was an even, stable hum akin to bees buzzing in a flower patch. Pill formation. The cover of the Dan furnace was pushed open by a gentle force, creating a small gap. A milky white light shone through the opening. The light lasted for about 30 breaths before slowly retracting. Fang Ze opened the Dan furnace. At the bottom of the furnace lay a pill the size of a thumb. The pattern of the pill was smooth, with even depth connecting seamlessly at both ends. It was a true jade dew pill. A mid-grade 4th-tier pill. Fang Ze carefully stored the pill in a jade bottle. 3 portions of materials produced 1 mid-grade pill and 1 waste pill. Leaving 1 portion to be planted in the space was simply perfect. That was enough. He also put away the waste pill. The medicinal power in the waste pill was intact. It just hadn't fused well. He directly tossed it to a 4th-tier beast in the space, emphasizing the principle of not wasting. A month later, Xuanjizi visited again. Fang Ze handed him the jade bottle. Xuanjizi uncorked the bottle and poured the pill into his palm. The milky white pill emitted a gentle glow in his palm. He stared at it for a long time. Mid-grade. Fang Ze nodded. Xuanjizi returned the pill to the jade bottle and stored it in his storage ring. Fang Daoyou, I owe you a favor. Fang Ze did not decline. A favor from the elder of the Wanjin sect was worth more than spirit stones. The news of Xuanjizi successfully commissioning the Jade Dew True Pill spread throughout the entire Liulici region via the intelligence network of the Wanjin sect. A Dan master capable of refining mid-grade 4th-tier pills. moreover of mid-grade quality. Within a month of the news spreading, the threshold of the Baiboj was lowered by half an inch. Nascent soul cultivators from all corners of the Lioli region rushed to Baiboj. There were loose cultivators, family heads, and elders from small sects. They came to Baiboj for three purposes: to buy Yenyang pills, to commission fourth-tier pills, and to inquire whether Fang Ze could take on higher-grade orders. Fang Ze raised the commission price for Yenyang pills from 100,000 to 150,000. The materials remained at 3 portions, yielding 1 pill. Orders were scheduled for 3 months later. Sales of third-tier pills quintupled. Li Qingshan recruited 3 assistants from the Wanjin sect's market, yet they still couldn't keep up with the demand. Lin Weiner also paused her cultivation to help behind the counter every day. A month later, Fang Ze delivered the first batch of commissioned pills. 11 Yenyang pills and 4 fourth-tier lower-grade healing pills. 2 fourth-tier lower-grade detoxification pills. In total 17 fourth-tier pills. This earned over 8 million spirit stones in refining fees along with a substantial surplus of materials. One nascent soul loose cultivator had commissioned 2 fourth-tier lower-grade healing pills, providing 3 portions of materials. Fang Ze used 2 portions to refine 2 pills. 1 was delivered and 1 was kept for himself. The other waste pill was also kept. In the second month, the number of visiting nascent soul cultivators increased by 3 compared to the first month. One of them was a beast tamer. He did not present pills for human cultivators. Instead, he offered a formula for a fourth-tier mid-grade beast pill called blood marrow strengthening pill. Fang Ze took the formula and read it from start to finish. The main ingredient of the blood marrow strengthening pill was the bone marrow of a fourth-tier beast, with 3 types of fourth-tier spiritual herbs as auxiliary ingredients. Its efficacy was to strengthen the bones and bloodlines of beasts, which had remarkable effects on the breakthrough of fourth-tier beasts at small realms. Fang Ze set down the formula. Materials. I need 2 pills from 5 portions of materials. The remaining materials, regardless of success or failure, will belong to you. Fang Ze glanced at the materials. The beast bone marrow was sealed in 5 cold jade bottles, each with a sealing talisman on the mouth. The 3 auxiliary materials were of good quality with complete roots and plump leaves. 2 pills. 5 portions of materials. Are you sure? The beast tamer gritted his teeth. Sure. I've asked 3 fourth-tier Dan masters and none were willing to take on this. If you manage to refine it, I will commission all my pills from you in the future, and I may even grant you an opportunity. Fang Ze frowned slightly, finding this person somewhat strange, though he couldn't pinpoint why. The formula was very important to him, so he temporarily accepted the 5 portions of materials. Come back in a month. After the beast tamer left, Fang Ze returned to the Dan refining room. He lined up the 5 cold jade bottles on the stone table beside the refining platform. The jade boxes of the 3 auxiliary materials were also open, placed next to the cold jade bottles. He had never refined the blood marrow strengthening pill before. The refining methods for beast pills and human pills indeed differed. Human pills emphasize gentle medicinal properties and stable release, as human meridians are relatively fragile. Beast pills, on the other hand, are the opposite. Beasts have robust bodies and strong meridians that can withstand the violent impact of medicinal power. Thus, during the refining process, there is no need for repeated purifying and softening. Instead, it is essential to retain the raw power within the materials as much as possible. The principle is clear. However, the specifics of heat control were not detailed in the formula. Such knowledge is the insight of the Dan Master and is not written on paper. Fang Ze picked up the leftmost cold jade bottle. He tore off the sealing talisman from the bottle's mouth. A rich bloody scent surged out. This was the unique aroma of fourth-tier beast bone marrow. He tilted the bottle's mouth. The bone marrow slowly flowed out, deep red in color, dark enough to be nearly opaque. The bone marrow fell into the jade bowl on the refining platform, forming a small mound. It took a while to slowly flatten out. Fang Ze picked up the jade bowl and sniffed it. Beyond the fishy scent, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. It felt very primitive, with no traces of refinement. Indeed, he poured the bone marrow into the alchemy furnace. The south bright leaving fire surged from his palm, its light golden flames spreading along the walls of the furnace, gathering at the bottom of the furnace. This time he did not immediately use high temperatures. Instead, he allowed the flames to burn slowly, gradually raising the temperature. The bone marrow is different from spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs belong to the plant kingdom and will melt, evaporate, and fuse under high temperatures. Bone marrow is a flesh and blood entity containing a large amount of impurities. The first step is not melting. It is refining. Under the warm heat of the south bright leaving fire, the bone marrow began to change. A layer of fine foam floated on the surface of the deep red viscous liquid. The color shifted from deep red to dark red. The foam increased in number, forming a thick layer of gray-brown froth, oozing a fishy odor through the gaps in the furnace lid. These are the impurities and residues mixed in the bone marrow. Fang Ze enveloped the foam with his divine sense, peeling it away layer by layer. The foam was burned into gray-white powder by the south bright leaving fire. It fell into the waste slot at the bottom of the furnace. It took about the time for a cup of tea to peel away. The foam no longer increased and the liquid surface became clean and bright, turning into a pure deep red. The first step of refining was completed. Fang Ze raised the temperature by half. The surface of the bone marrow liquid churned, splitting open a crack, and a rich smell of blood surged out. It was accompanied by a trace of primitive spiritual energy fluctuation. This was precisely what the blood marrow strengthening pill required. The bone marrow of a fourth-level beast contained a portion of the original source power it possessed in life, sustaining the beast's powerful physique. After the beast's death, the original source power gradually dissipated. However, the portion sealed deep within the bone marrow dissipated the slowest. The principle of the blood marrow strengthening pill is to use auxiliary materials to thoroughly stimulate this portion of original source power, and then lock it within the pill with high temperatures. Fang Ze sprinkled the first auxiliary material iron bone vine root powder onto the surface of the bone marrow liquid. The gray-white powder landed on the deep red liquid surface, resembling a layer of thin frost. Upon contact, the liquid surface churned violently. Countless tiny bubbles surged up from the depths, hissing. Fang Ze's divine sense tightly locked onto the liquid surface. The function of the iron bone vine is to stimulate the original source power. However, the stimulation speed was too fast. The speed at which the bubbles emerged was nearly double what he had anticipated. The original source power was escaping in the form of bubbles. Every wisp of blood mist dissipated indicated a decrease in medicinal efficacy. He immediately lowered the temperature of the south bright leaving fire by half. The surface of the liquid calmed down. However, bubbles were still emerging. The cooling was insufficient, so he lowered it by another half. Finally, the speed of the bubbles emerging slowed to an acceptable level. But at the same time, signs of coagulation began to appear at the edges of the bone marrow liquid surface. The temperature was about to drop below the threshold required to maintain the liquid state of the bone marrow. Fang Ze lightly tapped the alchemy furnace. The south bright leaving fire suddenly split into two streams. One stream of low temperature covered the liquid surface, suppressing bubble formation. The other stream of high temperature surrounded the bottom and side walls of the furnace to prevent the bone marrow from coagulating. The two flames formed a precise temperature gradient, cold above and hot below, with a very narrow transition zone in between. The medicinal liquid rolled slowly within. The bubbles were suppressed by the low temperature. The coagulation was blocked by the high temperature. The iron bone vine powder slowly dissolved in the bone marrow gray-white particles, moving within the deep red liquid. It emitted a silvery gray light. Upon contact with the original source power was firmly absorbed, no longer escaping, and sank back into the depths of the liquid surface. The first auxiliary material was successfully integrated. Fang Ze used spiritual power to send the second auxiliary material, blood pattern spirit mushroom spore powder, into the alchemy furnace. The spore powder was an extremely fine dark red powder. It floated on the liquid surface without sinking, spreading out as an extremely thin membrane. The color of the membrane shifted from dark red to bright red, resembling a thin gauze that had been thoroughly roasted. The function of the blood pattern spirit mushroom is to enhance the bloodline power within the bone marrow. In addition to the original source power, the bone marrow of a fourth-level beast also retained the bloodline imprint from its lifetime. This is an inert residue. Without stimulation, it is merely a dead object. The spore powder can reactivate this bloodline imprint and integrate it with the original source power. The spore powder membrane remained on the liquid surface for about half a quarter of an hour. The color shifted from bright red to a nearly transparent light pink. The fading color indicated that the medicinal properties were being absorbed by the bone marrow. When the membrane became completely transparent, the liquid surface trembled slightly. A wave of blood mist more than double the previous intensity surged forth. The bloodline imprint was activated. The third step, the third auxiliary material, jade marrow mushroom. This auxiliary material was quite familiar to Fang Ze. The Jade Dew True Pill also used its variant jade marrow liquid. The effects are the same. It securely bonds the various medicinal properties that have been integrated into a whole. Fang Ze sliced the jade marrow mushroom into thin pieces and sent them into the alchemy furnace one by one. The thin slices landed on the liquid surface, emitting a faint sizzling sound. They then sank below the surface, melting in the high temperature. The integration began. The medicinal properties of the three auxiliary materials intersected with the original source power and bloodline imprint in the alchemy furnace. The color of the liquid surface changed continuously, deep red, dark red, revealing silvery gray, then shifting to light pink. Each change signified a new fusion taking place. Fang Ze's divine sense continuously roamed over the liquid surface. He perceived every collision and combination of the medicinal properties. The sound of the medicinal liquid rolling in the alchemy furnace transitioned from a sharp sizzling to a deep gurgling. It then changed to an even hum. This process lasted a full 2 hours. Then the humming stopped. Fang Ze opened the furnace lid. There were no pills at the bottom of the furnace, only a pile of charred hard lumps sticking to the bottom. The surface of the lumps was cracked with countless tiny fissures. From the depths of the cracks, a dark red light shone through like dying coals about to extinguish. He pinched a fragment to inspect it. The internal patterns of the fragment showed that the original source power in the bone marrow had exploded at the moment of pill formation. The medicinal properties of the 3 auxiliary materials had failed to completely lock the original source power. Under the high temperature and pressure of pill formation, the original source power had torn apart the structure of the pill from within. The first furnace was a failure. Fang Ze poured out the charred medicinal residue. He did not rush to start the second furnace. He sat in front of the alchemy platform, replaying each step of the first furnace in his mind. The temperature curve was fine. The timing of the auxiliary material input was fine. The trajectory of medicinal property changes during the integration phase also aligned with the pill formula description. The problem lay in the intensity of the original source power. This 4th-level beast was far stronger than he had anticipated. The residual original source power in the bone marrow was overly intense. The sealing structure formed by the 3 auxiliary materials could not withstand it at the final moment. In the second furnace, he increased the amount of iron bone vine by 50%. The iron bone vine was responsible for stimulating the source power. At the same time, after the source power was stimulated, he placed the first layer of shackles upon it. With the amount increased by 50%, the strength of the shackles also increased by 50%. The dosage of blood pattern Lingji spore powder was also increased by 10%. The higher the activation level of the bloodline imprint, the overall stability after merging with the source power became greater. The time taken for the second furnace was nearly an hour longer than the first. With each step, Fang Ze proceeded more slowly and carefully. When he added the iron bone vine powder, he took an entire incense stick's time. He sprinkled the powder in 7 intervals. Each interval was precisely consistent. The laying of the spore powder was done to the utmost slowness. He used his divine sense to lay down a membrane of completely uniform thickness. Even the edges matched the center perfectly. The humming sound of the pill condensing began. The humming sound lasted for about 2 incense sticks' time. Then a dull explosion echoed from the pill furnace. After the muffled sound, the humming ceased abruptly. The furnace lid was forced open by the remaining air waves, releasing a wisp of grayish-white smoke. It carried a burnt, bitter odor. Fang Ze opened the furnace lid. Lying at the bottom of the furnace was a pill. The pill was round, but its surface was covered with fine cracks resembling a piece of pottery that had been dropped but not completely shattered. The cracks were chaotic in direction, varying in depth. The deepest one extended from the top almost to the bottom, nearly splitting the entire pill in half. The pill patterns had not formed. Only a few intermittent shallow marks remained. It was yet another failed pill. Fang Ze lifted the cracked, failed pill to his eyes. He probed into its interior with his divine sense. The medicinal structure was much more complete than the previous pitted failed pill. The source power had fused with the properties of the 3 auxiliary materials. A relatively uniform whole was formed, but during the pill condensing phase the pressure at the core of the medicinal power exceeded the shell's tolerance limit. It cracked from the inside. Although there were many cracks, the medicinal power itself did not lose much. The quality of this failed pill was clearly superior to the previous one. The direction was correct. After increasing the strength of the shackles, the source power was indeed suppressed. However, the suppression was not thorough enough. For the third furnace, Fang Ze increased the amount of iron bone vine by another 50%. The dosage of blood pattern Lingji spore powder remained unchanged. However, he adjusted the method of adding the jade marrow mushroom, no longer slicing it to add piece by piece. Instead, it was ground into a very fine powder and added all at once in the midstage of the merging phase. The powdered jade marrow mushroom reacted much faster than the slices. It could form a bonding structure in a shorter time. Before the source power fully awakened, it was locked in place. The medicinal liquid in the pill furnace boiled for 3 hours. This time there was no muffled sound. The humming sound remained even and steady throughout. There were no fluctuations lasting twice as long as the second furnace. Then, at a certain moment, it stopped naturally. It did not cease abruptly, nor was it interrupted. Instead, it smoothly returned to silence. Fang Ze opened the furnace lid. In the recess of the furnace bottom lay 2 complete pills. They were intact and smooth on the surface without cracks. The pill patterns circled around completely. They were dark red, a shade deeper than the milky white pill body. Clearly visible, the patterns were smooth, and even with a seamless connection at the ends. Blood marrow strengthening pill. 4th grade, medium quality. 2 pills, both of superior quality. Fang Ze took them out and placed them in 2 jade bottles. He glanced at the waste slot at the bottom of the furnace. The accumulated medicinal residue was nearly half less than normal. This batch had fully fused the medicinal properties. The loss was extremely low. For the 4th material, he did not stop and directly opened the 4th furnace. The success of the third furnace validated the direction. The method of adding powdered jade marrow mushroom could indeed effectively suppress the source power. The fourth furnace was to verify the reproducibility of the method. Many alchemists can occasionally refine good pills but cannot replicate them stably. This is precisely because they have not pinpointed the key variables. Every step in the fourth furnace was identical to that of the third. The amounts of iron bone vine, the laying method of the spore powder, and the timing and dosage of the powdered jade marrow mushroom were all strictly replicated. Fang Ze's hands were steady as a precisely calibrated instrument. The actions were identical. 3 hours later, the furnace lid was forced open. 2 blood marrow strengthening pills. 5 materials. The first furnace failed. The second furnace produced a failed pill. The third furnace succeeded with 2 pills. The fourth furnace also succeeded with 2 pills. Fang Ze neatly organized the 4 pills into jade bottles, setting aside the cracked failed pill from the second furnace. All 5 materials were used up. The beast tamer needed 2 pills and he had 2 extra. These 2 extras were just right for testing the medicine. He did not delay. After leaving the alchemy room, Fang Ze walked straight to the area where the gold-devouring worms were kept. This area was located in the gravel land between the spiritual fields and the water area. The ground was covered with entrances of various sized burrows. 61 4th-grade gold-devouring worms resided in their respective burrows, with the Worm King and Worm Mother in the center significantly larger than the others. Fang Ze summoned 2 mid-stage 4th-grade gold-devouring worms with his divine sense. The worms were nearly half larger than the early-stage 4th-grade ones. Their shells had turned from dark gold to a deep bronze color. The golden patterns on their backs were more densely packed. They crawled out of their burrows and paused in front of him. Their antennae twitched slightly as if waiting for orders. Fang Ze poured out 2 blood marrow strengthening pills from the jade bottles. The dark red pills emitted a faint mix of bloody and medicinal aromas in his palm. The antennae of the 2 gold-devouring worms trembled violently at the same time. They could smell the fragrance of the pills. Without needing commands, their mouthparts began to open and close instinctively. This was the instinct of the gold-devouring worms when they were extremely eager for food. He threw the 2 pills toward the 2 worms, the pills tracing dark red arcs in the air. Before they landed, the worms leaped up to catch them. At the moment of ingestion, the shells of the 2 gold-devouring worms emitted a low tremoring sound, as if they were being violently struck from within. At first, the light was faint. As the tremors intensified, the brightness increased. The light transformed into glaring patterns. The fluctuations of spiritual power within At first, the light was faint. As the tremors intensified, the brightness increased. The light transformed into glaring patterns. The fluctuations of spiritual power within the 2 worms began to rise steadily. There is a threshold between mid-stage and latest-stage 4th grade. For demon beasts, this threshold relies more on physical strength than the small realm breakthroughs of human cultivators. Humans rely on the accumulation of spiritual power and comprehension of realms. Demon beasts rely on bloodline evolution and physical enhancement. The blood marrow strengthening pill enhances bones and bloodlines. It struck precisely at the critical point of the demon beast's breakthroughs. The spiritual power fluctuations of the 2 gold-devouring worms lingered at the peak of mid-stage 4th grade for about an incense stick's time. Then the 2 waves of spiritual power shot up abruptly, leaping directly from mid-stage 4th grade to latest-stage 4th grade. There was no transition in between. At the moment of the surge, the shells of the 2 gold-devouring worms exploded simultaneously. It was not a complete shattering. Instead, the old shell that had accompanied them since the 2nd grade was split open from the inside by the new power. The cracks spread along the golden patterns. Fragments of the old shell fell away, revealing a brand new layer beneath. The new shell was a deeper color. It changed from bronze to a nearly black deep copper color. The density of the golden patterns doubled. The molting process lasted for almost half an hour. When the last piece of the old shell fell away from their heads, the 2 gold-devouring worms simultaneously emitted sharp screeches. Their cries pierced through the spiritual fields and the water area. Startled, a nearby napping cloud-treading beast suddenly lifted its head, its ears standing upright. The golden boy poked his head up from the depths of the water and glanced in the direction of the worm swarm. Muttering another breakthrough, he then retreated back into the water. Latest-stage 4th grade. 2 of them. Fang Ze squatted down and tapped one of the new shells with his finger. The hardness had increased by at least 50% compared to the mid-stage 4th grade. He probed into the worm's body with his divine sense. The total amount of spiritual power had also nearly doubled compared to before the breakthrough. With this acceleration, the individual combat power of the 4th-tier latest-stage golden-eating worm can now confront a nascent soul early-stage cultivator hedon. If all 61 were to break through to the 4th-tier late stage combined with the myriad insect formation, even a nascent soul early-stage cultivator would have to pay a price to escape. Fang Ze got up and put away the remaining 2 blood essence strengthening pills from the jade vial. 2 pills would create 2 4th-tier late-stage golden-eating worms. The effects exceeded expectations. This pill is indeed effective, he muttered to himself. It's just that the materials are hard to obtain. The bone marrow of demon beasts must be from 4th-tier high-level demons. If the main ingredient could be changed to spiritual herbs, one could refine as many as desired. But this thought could only remain a thought. The pill formula was clearly written. The core efficacy of the blood essence strengthening pill comes from the source power and bloodline imprint sealed within the bone marrow of 4th-tier demon beasts. These 2 elements cannot be replaced by spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs provide the essence of plants, nourishing the body and replenishing spiritual energy. However, they cannot simulate the innate strength of demon beasts. Materials are required for alchemy. Without materials, even the best formula is merely ornamental. Fang Ze emerged from the spatial realm and returned to the tea room in the back courtyard of the Bai Bo Pavilion. He took out a communication jade talisman. As he infused spiritual energy, a faint glow illuminated the surface of the jade talisman. He brought the jade talisman close to his mouth, lowering his voice. Qing Shan. From now on, add 1 item to the purchase list of the Bai Bo Pavilion. 4th-tier demon beast bone marrow complete and in good condition. We will also purchase any 4th-tier or higher demon bones with marrow attached. The price will be marked up by 10% over the market price. Additionally, release the news that the Bai Bo Pavilion will be purchasing 4th-tier demon beast materials long-term. Bone marrow, bones, essence, blood, beast skins, and beast tendons. All will be accepted. Acquire as many as possible. The communication jade talisman flickered 3 times, indicating that Li Qingshan had received the message. Fang Ze put the jade talisman back into his storage ring. The acquisition of 4th-tier demon beast materials will not yield immediate results. 4th-tier demon beasts are already rare. Even fewer can be killed. Those willing to sell materials are extremely rare. Most nascent soul cultivators keep the materials for themselves after killing 4th-tier demon beasts. Whether for refining weapons, alchemy, or talisman making, all require demon beast materials. What truly enters the market are either scattered cultivators in need of spirit stones for money, or scraps that are released during major sects inventory clearances. But as long as the news is spread over time, there will certainly be acquisitions. He has plenty of time. During the time Fang Ze was refining pills, some events were also occurring within the Juqianlanyu sect. When true monarch Yuhan returned to the sect, night had already fallen. The Juqianlanyu sect's main gate is located on the main vein of the 4th-tier spiritual vein. The spiritual energy in the mountain is rich, condensing into a faint blue mist visible to the naked eye as night falls. It spreads from the foot of the mountain to its peak. True monarch Yuhan ascended the mountain path step by step. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. Disciples along the way paused to pay their respects, and he nodded in response. His gaze did not linger on anyone. The place he was headed was not the front mountain. The front mountain houses the sect's Grand Hall Scripture Pavilion and Martial Arts Arena. It is also where the Beast Master faction and the Moonlight faction maintain a facade of harmony. He was going to the back mountain. The back mountain has a solitary peak. At the summit stands a gray-white stone hall. The hall is not large and appears plain. There are no carvings or decorative beasts. Compared to the resplendent buildings within the sect, it seems extremely unremarkable. However, disciples with slightly higher cultivation levels within the sect are aware that this stone hall is currently the most unreachable place in the Juqianlanyu sect. Because Hua Yunxiao resides here, true monarch Yuhan stood outside the stone hall, raised his hand, and lightly knocked 3 times on the door. The knocking sound traveled far into the night. It startled a few night birds resting on the old pine beside the hall. "Come in," a voice from within was not loud. True monarch Yuhan pushed the door and entered. The furnishings inside the hall were even simpler than outside. A stone table, 2 stone chairs, and an oil lamp. The flame of the oil lamp was only the size of a soybean. It illuminated a range of only 3 feet around the stone table. Sitting behind the table was a person in a moon-white robe. The robe bore no patterns and was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Hua Yunxiao, the highest cultivator in the Juqianlanyu sect. A late-stage nascent soul having broken through from the mid-stage. True monarch Yuhan walked to the stone table and sat down opposite Hua Yunxiao, not hurrying to speak. First, he took out a jade pot and 2 jade cups from his storage ring and poured 2 cups of wine. The wine was the Moonlight Brew, brewed by the Moonlight faction using moonlight and spiritual fruits. The wine was silver white. In the cup, it looked like a pool of moonlight. Hua Yunxiao picked up a cup, took a sip, and placed it back on the table. "Speak." True monarch Yuhan recounted the matter of the Bai Bo Pavilion from beginning to end. From the moment the hazy moon first came to pressure and was rejected, to his personal visit discovering that Fang Ze had already formed a baby. Then to the arrival of the myriad arrays sects Shen Jizi, who came to customize the Jade Dew pill, and the recent month of bustling activity at the Bai Bo Pavilion. He recounted it in detail without embellishment. He did not conceal any details either, including the few words Fang Ze had said to him. He recited them verbatim. After Hua Yunxiao listened, he did not immediately respond. He picked up the wine cup and took another sip. The Beast Master faction now has an additional nascent soul. He finally spoke. That brat Gu Yu was originally only at the early stage nascent soul and couldn't stir up much trouble in the sect. Now, with an additional Fang Ze, the two nascent souls combined are no longer a simple addition of 1 and 1. Fang Ze's cultivation is at the early stage nascent soul. True Monarch Yu Han added. At least when I saw him, he exhibited fluctuations of early-stage nascent soul spiritual energy. What he revealed. Hua Yunxiao repeated these 4 words, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. A person who can make Xian Jizi owe him a favor. A person who can produce 4th-tier pills every month. Do you believe he only revealed those? Clearly everything Fang Ze did in the South Sea had long been reported to the sect's intelligence hall. True Monarch Yu Han did not reply. Hua Yunxiao drained the remaining wine in his cup. The silver-white liquid rolled down his throat and disappeared. I'm not afraid of him as an early-stage nascent soul. Even if he were mid-stage nascent soul, I would not be afraid. Could he, as a mid-stage nascent soul, not fear me, a late-stage nascent soul? This was not a question. True Monarch Yu Han recognized it. What do you mean, senior brother? You and junior brother Yu Hua will hold down the sect. Hua Yunxiao lightly tapped his finger on the edge of the stone table, producing a dull sound. Though the sect master has been weakened, a weakened foundation does not mean a damaged mind. Junior brother Tianing has been following her, and the two together may not lack other plans. After I leave, the Moonlight faction needs someone to keep things in check. You two stay on the mountain and keep an eye on them. If there are any signs of trouble, send me a message immediately. True Monarch Yu Han nodded, raising his eyes to look at Hua Yunxiao. What about the South Sea? I will personally go to the South Sea. Hua Yunxiao stood up from the stone chair. As he stood, the oil lamp's flame in the hall flickered slightly, as if pressed down half an inch by an invisible force. I will meet this Fang Ze, a person who took decades to reach the nascent soul from the latest-stage foundation establishment. It is worth me making a personal trip. He walked to the window and opened it. The moonlight outside shone in, landing on his moon-white robe. The robe's moonlight intermingled with the moonlight in the sky, indistinguishable from which was in the sky and which was on the garment. I will try to subdue him. An additional nascent soul in the Beastmaster faction does not mean one less for the Moonlight faction. Everyone can negotiate, as long as he is willing to come over the favors from the Myriad Arrays sect and the resources of the Beastmaster faction. The Moonlight faction can also offer the same and even more. Hua Yunxiao paused, his gaze returning from the window to Hua Han's face. But if he does not recognize a good thing, this sentence was left unfinished. Hua Yunxiao's finger gently pressed against the window frame. The stone window frame silently caved in a mark. The edges were smooth and even, as if it had been sliced by an invisible knife. The moon-cold True Monarch stared at the fingerprint, remaining silent for a few moments. Senior brother, I observed this person while at the Bai Bo Pavilion. The way he speaks, the way he looks at people, and his attitude towards the misty moon. This person, he pondered his words carefully, is difficult to subdue. I can't quite put my finger on the reason, but I just feel that this person will not stand by anyone's side. He only stands on his own side. So I said the second half of my statement. Hua Yunxiao retracted his hand. While this person is still unstable, he must be killed in the South Sea. In the early stage of the nascent soul, it has been less than a year since his breakthrough. His foundation is unstable, his cultivation method is not yet mastered, and his connections are not solid. Killing him now incurs the least cost. If we wait a few more years until he establishes himself, refines his alchemy, and the Beastmaster sect completely ties him to their chariot, it will be difficult to act against him. The moon-cold True Monarch opened his mouth but swallowed his words again. Senior brother, this person's confidence might. In the end, he still spoke out. He stopped halfway. Hua Yunxiao turned to look at him. What do you fear? I fear that senior brother alone cannot kill him. The stone hall fell silent for a long time. The oil lamp made a crackling sound. Hua Yunxiao did not get angry. His expression showed no change. The moon-white robe swayed slightly with his breathing. He simply looked at the moon-cold True Monarch. His gaze was calm. I know, he said. Thus I will not go alone. The moon-cold True Monarch raised his head. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes, soon replaced by a complex expression. His lips moved slightly. Hua Yunxiao nodded. I will summon the guardian beast of the sect. The moon-cold True Monarch's fingers tightened. He looked at Hua Yunxiao as if confirming whether the other was joking. But Hua Yunxiao showed no hint of jest. This? The moon-cold True Monarch's voice dropped a level. Senior brother, the guardian beast of the sect. Is this something we can discuss further? If the sect master finds out, the sect master will not know. Hua Yunxiao interrupted him. I will go to summon it, I will bring it back, I will take responsibility. You only need to stay with junior brother Yuehua at the sect guarding the front and rear mountain gates. As for the rest, there is no need to worry. The moon-cold true monarch remained silent for a long time. There was only half a pot of Yuehua wine left on the stone table. He poured himself a cup and drank it down in one gulp. The silver-white liquid slid down his throat icy all the way. All right, he set the wine cup down. The bottom of the cup clinked sharply against the stone table. Hua Yunxiao did not linger. After the moon-cold true monarch left, he stood alone by the window for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The moonlight outlined the contours of his profile. Then he turned and left the stone hall. He walked along a narrow path almost buried by wild grass toward the depths of the mountain. The secret realm of the Jotian Lanyu sect is not located in the front mountain, nor is it within the buildings of the back mountain. It is hidden deep within a natural stone crevice in the back mountain. The entrance is concealed by layers of formations. From the outside it appears to be an ordinary rock wall covered in moss and vines. Hua Yunxiao reached the rock wall. He pressed his palm against a protruding stone. Spiritual energy was infused in a specific rhythm. Faint silver lines appeared on the surface of the rock, like ripples spreading in water. The stone wall opened a narrow crack barely wide enough for one person to pass through. He sidled in and the crack led to a natural passageway descending. The walls were embedded with specks of glowing stones. They emitted a faint blue light barely illuminating the path ahead. The passageway was long. Hua Yunxiao walked for about a quarter of an hour. Underfoot the rough stone gradually transformed into polished stone slabs. The passageway also widened. Upon reaching the end it opened up into a vast secret realm. The secret realm was not large, covering only 3 to 4 miles. A moonlight stone the size of a human head hung from the dome, radiating a soft silver glow. It illuminated the entire secret realm like a full moon night. Silver-white spiritual grass grew on the ground. The grass blades were long and soft, swaying without the wind, like silver ripples. In the center of the secret realm lay a clear spring. The spring water was crystal clear, the surface as smooth as a mirror reflecting the light from the dome's moonlight stone. By the spring lay a fox. Its size was nearly twice that of an ordinary fox, completely covered in silver-white fur. The color of its fur was not purely silver-white. From the base of the fur to the tips it displayed a delicate gradient. The base was almost transparent pale silver, deepening towards the tips, resulting in a slightly bluish moon-white. As it breathed, its fur rippled like moonlight blown by a gentle breeze. The light and shadow flowed, appearing not like a living creature. It was at the 4th stage fully realized. The moonlight snow fox. Hua Yunxiao stopped by the spring, standing about 3 zhang away from the snow fox. His hands hung by his sides, his posture lowered. The moonlight snow fox's ears twitched. One ear stood upright, the tip turning towards Hua Yunxiao. Then it opened its eyes. The moonlight snow fox's eyes were ice blue with vertical pupils resembling fissures. Something within was slowly moving. It looked at Hua Yunxiao. Hua Yunxiao felt the weight of that gaze upon him. Not as oppression or intimidation, but as a scrutiny. What is it? The moonlight snow fox spoke, its voice unexpectedly cold. Hua Yunxiao leaned slightly forward. Junior Hua Yunxiao, the head of the Yuehua faction of the Jotian Lanyu sect. I have come to request your assistance, senior. The moonlight snow fox spoke, its voice unexpectedly cold. Hua Yunxiao leaned slightly forward. Junior Hua Yunxiao, it created a delicate ripple. The ripples spread outward from the spring's center, bouncing back upon hitting the walls, intertwining with subsequent ripples. Speak, it said, a single word. There was no excess emotion, no curiosity, not even an extra tone. Just a clean command to speak. Hua Yunxiao recounted the matter of Fang Ze from the beginning. From Fang Ze joining the sect. In just 2 or 3 decades, he broke through to the nascent soul. He mentioned 4th stage pills and how the Beast Master faction's power surged due to his joining. Upon finishing, the secret realm fell silent for a moment. The moonlight snow fox blinked. The fissure in its ice blue pupils slightly constricted. A human cultivator in the early stage of nascent soul. Refined a few 4th stage pills. You in the late stage of nascent soul need to invite me. Hua Yunxiao did not evade. Alone I could perhaps kill him. But this person possesses great fortune. In a direct confrontation I do not have complete confidence. More importantly, he paused for a moment. I must slay him in the South Sea and he must not escape back to the sect. If he escapes, the Beast Master faction will gain another nascent soul cultivator capable of refining 4th stage pills. The balance between the Yuehua and Beast Master factions will be broken. The moonlight snow fox rested its chin on its front paws, its ice blue eyes half squinted. The faction disputes of the Jotian Lanyu sect have nothing to do with me. This statement was calm, even carrying a hint of laziness. Because of this it was harder to answer than any inquiry. Hua Yunxiao remained silent for a few moments. He lowered his head. Senior, you are the guardian beast of the Jiutianlan Yu sect. His voice was lower than before. The sect has supported you for 1,000 years. Every 10 years they provide 100 third-stage beasts for you to feed upon. Every 100 years they supply a 4th-stage demon pill to help maintain your bloodline. The Moonlight Stone in the Secret Realm was extracted from a meteor by the 3rd-generation sect master. The spring water is sourced from the 4th-stage spiritual vein. These are all offerings from the sect. He raised his head and looked into the eyes of the Moonlight Snow Fox. The offerings are not given for free. This, senior, you understand better than I do. The tip of the Moonlight Snow Fox's tail stopped swaying. It quietly regarded Hua Yunxiao. In its ice-blue eyes there was no anger, no displeasure, only a kind of calm contemplation. After a long while, about 20 breaths. You speak better than the previous Yuehua cultivators who sought me. The others came to me either begging, pitifully invoking the righteousness of the sect, or promising benefits. Only you placed the word offering on the table. Hua Yunxiao remained silent. The Moonlight Snow Fox rose from its lying position. Its movements were slow, for slender legs stretched in succession. Its silvery white fur unfurled like moonlight spreading across the water's surface. It walked to the spring and lowered its head to drink a mouthful of spring water. As it lifted its head, droplets fell from the corners of its mouth, creating ripples on the surface of the spring. It spoke, but I have one condition. Please speak, senior. The demon beast on Fang Ze. The pupils of the Moonlight Snow Fox narrowed slightly. A glimmer of light appeared in the depths of the icy blue. I will help you kill him, and the demon beast's essence and bloodline will belong to me. Hua Yunxiao frowned slightly, then relaxed. Deal. The Moonlight Snow Fox walked away from the spring. Its paws silently treaded on the silvery grass. It raised its head before Hua Yunxiao, meeting his gaze. When do we depart? Now. The Moonlight Snow Fox began to emit a silvery glow. The light seeped from the roots of its fur, enveloping the entire fox. 3 breaths later the light receded. A young woman in her 20s stood in place, clad in a silvery white robe with long silver hair cascading down to her waist. Her hair shimmered with a faint blue glow. Her icy blue eyes with vertical pupils reflected the shimmering waves. Her features were exquisite. She glanced at Hua Yunxiao, her eyes devoid of excess emotion. Let's go. The door of the alchemy room closed behind Fang Ze. He stored the jade bottle containing 4 blood essence strengthening pills into his storage ring. Upon returning to the tea room in the back of Bai Bo Pavilion, the sky outside had darkened. The sound of Li Qingshan calculating on an abacus could be heard from the front hall, the rhythm steady. Fang Ze sat down by the tea table and took out a sound transmission jade talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. Have that customized friend come for the pills tomorrow. The jade talisman flickered. Li Qingshan replied with a single word, yes. The next morning the beast tamer entered Bai Bo Pavilion wearing a dark blue robe. The cuffs tightened and the hem reached his knees. Upon entering, his gaze directly bypassed the counter and looked towards the tea room's door. Li Qingshan stood up, nodded, and gestured for him to enter. Fang Ze waited for him in the tea room. 2 ordinary jade bottles were placed side by side on the table. The beast tamer sat down, his gaze lingering on the jade bottles for 2 breaths. Then he looked at Fang Ze. Fang Ze pushed the jade bottle in front of him. The beast tamer did not reach out immediately. He first observed Fang Ze's expression. Only then did he pick up the left jade bottle and remove the stopper. As the pill fell into his palm, his fingers trembled slightly. It was a complete blood essence strengthening pill with smooth patterns. It emitted a dim red glow. He then picked up the right jade bottle. The second pill was of the same quality. The beast tamer raised the pill to his eyes, examining it repeatedly. He checked the pattern's direction, the bottom seal, and whether there were any cracks or bubbles on the surface. After confirming that everything was correct, he carefully put it back into the jade bottle and stored it in his storage ring. He looked up at Fang Ze, his eyes carrying an indescribable light. Fang Daoyu. His voice was hoarse compared to last time. I've previously mentioned that if you succeed in refining, I owe you an opportunity. It's not just polite talk. Fang Ze picked up the tea and took a sip. The tea had cooled. Tell me more. The beast tamer leaned forward, lowering his voice. That recipe wasn't bought. You can't find such a complete demon beast recipe on the market. I brought it out from an ancient site, an ancient sect's ruins. The sect's name has been lost to time and the stele and plaques are all destroyed, but some content remains on the stone walls. However, I can tell that the direction of the inheritance is towards beast taming, and it's a very advanced beast taming inheritance. Fang Ze set down his tea, cupped the cold tea, leaving a shallow brown ring at the bottom. I only explored the outskirts. The beast tamer continued. In a few stone chambers in the periphery, I found this recipe, several artifacts for nurturing demon beasts, and some notes on beast taming insights. The handwriting was messy with many scratches making it incoherent. But from the pieced-together content that sect's achievements in beast taming far surpassed those of the 9 Heavens Moon Gathering sect. They had a complete method to enhance the bloodline grade of demon beasts. Fang Ze frowned slightly. He understood the significance of the words about enhancing bloodline grades. The Golden Boy and Ice Girl have 5th grade bloodlines. Lan Yu has the bloodline of a mutated phoenix, which is top-tier talent. However, Bing Li Mo Yuan Taiyun Beast and the 2 sea-settling monkeys only have 4th grade bloodlines. Demon beasts with 4th grade bloodlines reach their limit when they cultivate to the perfection of the 4th grade. To break through to the 5th grade requires a special opportunity or methods to enhance bloodline grades. He currently has 8 shape-shifting demon beasts under his command, 61 4th grade gold-eating bugs, and a large number of 3rd and 2nd grade swarms. If there is indeed a systematic method to enhance bloodline grades, its value far exceeds that of 10 4th grade recipes. You didn't enter the core area? Fang Ze asked. The beast tamer shook his head. It was sealed by a grand formation extremely complex. I studied outside the formation for 3 days, and couldn't even find the entrance. Later, when the spirit stones and pills ran out, I had to retreat. He paused. I plan to go again in half a year. This time I have prepared more sufficient materials for breaking the formation, and found a few friends who understand formations to accompany me. If you Fang Daoyou are interested, you can join. The gains from the periphery will be shared according to contributions, and the core inheritance will depend on individual abilities. I only have one condition: if there is a method to prolong the lifespan of demon beasts in the ruins, it will belong to me. Fang Ze did not answer immediately, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the tea table. An ancient beast taming sect's ruins. The blood essence strengthening pill was merely an outer gain. The core area is sealed by a grand formation. Its value far exceeds that of the periphery. The notes already mention methods to enhance the bloodline grade of demon beasts. The significance of the items in the core area is self-evident. However, the risks and rewards are proportional. The core ruins of an ancient sect sealed by formations for who knows how many years. Restrictions, traps, and guardian demon beasts, each one is deadly. The beast tamer before me speaks only half the truth. The notes are vague. The origins of the accompanying friends who understand formations are unclear. Fang Ze stared at him. The beast tamer did not avoid his gaze, nor did he explain further. Half a year later, at a specific time, September 15th, on the night of the full moon, the restrictions at the entrance of the ruins weaken by 30% on the night of the full moon each month. The full moon on September 15th is the largest with the greatest weakening. Location: east of the Lioli Sea, past the Broken Star Archipelago, there is a mist-hidden sea area. It is shrouded in thick fog year-round with no reference points, making it easy to get lost. As for the specific location, I will lead the way when we set off. Fang Ze finished the last sip of cold tea, the dregs carrying a bitter taste. All right, on September 15th. We will meet at Bai Bo Pavilion. The beast tamer stood up, walked to the door, then turned back, hesitating between words. Ultimately, he cupped his fists and departed. Fang Ze remained seated, spinning the empty teacup. He watched the tea dregs leave a shallow brown mark at the bottom. Half a year. Enough time to accomplish many things. The effectiveness of the blood essence strengthening pill has been verified. The remaining materials can still refine 2 furnaces. If Li Qingshan can acquire enough demon beast marrow, the 4th grade demon beasts within the space can be elevated as a whole in half a year. However, breaking through small realms and large realms are 2 different matters. Relying on pills from the early to late 4th grade is reliable. From the perfection of the 4th grade to the 5th grade, the blood essence strengthening pill can only assist. What is truly needed is the tribulation tempering and bloodline evolution. He requires a trump card that can battle across realms. The Golden Boy, Ice Girl, and Lan Yu, 3 fully matured 4th grade demon beasts, have 5th grade bloodlines. If there is one that can undergo the 5th grade tribulation transformation within half a year, then on September 15th, when they go to the mist-hidden sea area, he will have an additional trump card to confront the transformation of the divine. 5th grade demon beasts correspond to the human transformation stage. The issue lies in crossing the tribulation. For demon beasts to face the 5th grade tribulation is far more perilous than for humans facing the nascent soul tribulation. The power is greater, the duration longer, and they cannot use magical treasures or talismans for assistance. They must endure it with their physical bodies. Surviving it means a complete transformation. If they cannot withstand it, both body and spirit will perish. Fang Ze's demon beasts can cross the tribulation within the space, which is his greatest advantage. The concentration of spiritual energy in the space is top tier for 4th grade. They cannot directly cross the 5th grade tribulation. He needs to prepare high-level spirit gathering formations as well as spirit stones totaling several tens of millions or even over 100 million. Fang Ze walked into his family's warehouse. The warehouse was a stone chamber reinforced with formations. The walls were embedded with storage compartments. He opened the innermost row. He took half of the jade bottles and stored them in his storage ring. Third-grade pills Jin Yuan Dan Qiang Dan Yuan Ling Dan Healing Dan and Detoxification Dan. A month's worth of stock. He originally planned to sell them slowly. Now he needed a quicker return on spirit stones. He walked into the alchemy room and closed the door. The Nanmingli fire surged from his palm. The pill furnace was enveloped in pale golden flames. He began mass-producing Yen Yang Dan. The formula was already etched in his mind. 3 portions of materials produced 1 pill. The success rate was 80%. The quality was stable and above average. What he needed now was not quality but speed. The first batch, 3 pills. Above average quality. The second batch, 3 pills. Above average quality. The third batch, 3 pills. Above average quality. The pill furnace lid popped open again and again. Pale golden light illuminated the walls. He bottled the completed Yen Yang Dan one by one. The jade bottles began to pile up on the stone rack from 1 row to 2, then to 3 rows. He continuously refined for 5 days. During those 5 days, he didn't leave the alchemy room. When his spiritual energy was depleted, he would sit in meditation to recover. After recovering, he immediately started the next batch. The temperature of the Nanmingli fire was precisely controlled within the optimal range. Every step was instinctive, requiring no thought. 5 days passed. There were 47 jade bottles on the stone rack. Each bottle contained 1 Yen Yang Dan, 4th grade lower tier. Fang Ze stored all the jade bottles in his storage ring. He walked to the front hall and handed over 30 bottles to Li Qingshan. Yen Yang Dan, 30 bottles. Counter price, no haggling. Deliver the spirit stones directly to the entrance of the room once sold out. Li Qingshan took the jade bottles. His hand dropped slightly. The value of 30 4th-grade pills caused his hand to unconsciously sink. He looked up at Fang Ze. He opened his mouth to say something but finally just nodded. Fang Ze handed over another list. 3rd-grade pills. 100 bottles each of Jin Yuan Dan Qiang Dan and Yuan Ling Dan. 50 bottles of Healing Dan. 30 bottles of Detoxification Dan. The price remains the same. Sell them all before the end of the month. Li Qingshan glanced at the list. His hands trembled this time. Master this quantity within a month. The channel of the Wanjin sect. Fang Ze interrupted him. Contact the manager of the Wanjin sect in the Liuli Sea area. Say that the Bibo Pavilion has a batch of 3rd-grade pills to ship in large quantity at a price of 10%. Have them distribute. Li Qingshan closed his mouth and folded the list, tucking it away. Fang Ze returned to his space, walking deeper into the spirit field. Under the blue frost fruit tree lawn, Yu was napping on a branch. Its feathers shimmered with a blend of scarlet gold and ice blue in its dreams. The 2 colors flowed gently. Hearing footsteps, it opened its ice blue eyes. Father. Lan Yu jumped down from the branch and landed on Fang Ze's shoulder. It had grown considerably since hatching and felt a bit heavy, but it seemed unaware, still rubbing its head against Fang Ze's neck like when it was young. Fang Ze patted the feathers on its head. The sensation was warm with a hint of coolness, a result of the coexistence of Nanmingli fire and ice flame attributes. Lan Yu, how far are you from the 5th grade? Lan Yu tilted its head. Its scarlet gold tail feathers swayed lightly behind it. I can't say clearly. There's a layer blocking the way and it's very thick. I can't peck it open. Fang Ze did not press further. The breakthrough of the phoenix bloodline was different from that of ordinary demon beasts, not relying on resource accumulation. A phoenix needed to undergo nirvana to break through to the 5th grade. A true complete nirvana. The incomplete nirvana that Lan Yu experienced during hatching merely completed the transformation from death to life. The 5th grade nirvana required it to ignite the true phoenix fire within, incinerate itself entirely, and be reborn from the ashes. This process could not be rushed or assisted. Could only wait for it to be ready. Fang Ze walked from under the blue frost fruit tree toward the water area. Jin Tong was squatting on a green stone by the water's edge, holding a piece of, or with its front paws scraping the stone skin with its claws. As the stone skin fell away, the golden or core was revealed. Jin Tong squinted its eyes, making a murmuring sound. Jin Tong. Jin Tong looked up, hiding the ore behind its back, its eyes widening. Seeing it was Fang Ze, it let out a sigh of relief, but the ore was still hidden behind its back. Master, what's the matter? You and the Ice Maiden, who is closer to the 5th grade. Jin Tong rolled its eyes and flicked its tail. The Ice Maiden. Her bloodline is purer than mine. The inheritance of the 3-eyed ice toad, she has awakened it more completely than I have. It looked back at the ore behind it. I'm almost there. Fang Ze nodded and turned to walk toward the other side of the water. Jin Tong sighed in relief and took out the ore to continue scraping. The Ice Maiden was underwater. She sat cross-legged on a reef with swirling water currents around her. The temperature in the center of the whirlpool was extremely low, causing water molecules that touched her body to crystallize into ice. The ones flung to the periphery melted. New water molecules crystallized again. She kept her eyes closed, the vertical mark on her forehead slightly opened, revealing an icy blue light. Fang Ze stood on the shore, his divine sense probing into the water. The Ice Maiden opened her eyes. The vertical mark on her forehead fully opened. Ice rays shot through the water, drawing icy blue light trails. She sensed the divine sense floating up from the reef to the water's surface. She stood barefoot on the water's surface. Thin ice formed under her feet to support her body. Master, how far are you from the 5th grade? The Ice Maiden fell silent for a moment. The vertical mark on her forehead opened and closed twice. Just one layer away, but that layer is very hard. The ice rays can't break through. The frost domain is progressing too slowly. What if I give you a 5th grade ice attribute demon pill? The Ice Maiden's eyes lit up for a moment before returning to calm. It may not be enough. The demon pill can allow spiritual power to accumulate to the threshold of the 5th grade, but breaking through requires the final awakening of the bloodline. I have awakened the 3-eyed ice toad bloodline to the 4th level. The 5th level requires external stimulation. What kind of stimulation? I don't know, the Ice Maiden replied succinctly. There is no memory of this segment in the inheritance. You will naturally know when you reach that point. Fang Ze stopped asking. He took out a cold jade bottle from his storage ring and tossed it to her. The Ice Maiden caught it, uncorked the bottle, revealing a blood marrow strengthening pill. The dark red pill emitted a bloody scent and medicinal fragrance in her palm. 4th grade middle tier. Strengthens bones and bloodlines. Effective for breaking through small realms, provides assistance for the 5th grade bottleneck. You should take it first. The Ice Maiden swallowed the pill. An icy blue glow enveloped her body, spreading along her meridians to her limbs from her chest. Frost formed on the surface of her skin, thickening within moments, encasing her in an ice shell. Within the ice shell, the fluctuations of spiritual power slowly climbed. Fang Ze's divine sense was tightly focused on the changes within her body. The medicinal power collided within her meridians, but the 3-eyed ice toad bloodline was far stronger than ordinary demon beasts. The icy spiritual power enveloped the medicinal power, devouring and absorbing it. Half an hour later, the ice shell shattered. The Ice Maiden emerged, the color of the vertical mark on her forehead changing from light ice blue to gem blue. Bone strengthening is about 10%. The Ice Maiden looked at her hand. I don't have any obvious feeling in terms of bloodline. This pill has limited effect on me. What I need is not this. Fang Ze took note. The blood marrow strengthening pill was highly effective for mid-stage 4th grade golden eater worms. For complete 4th grade 3-eyed ice toads, it only strengthened the bones by 10%. The stronger the bloodline, the weaker the effect of the pill. Lan Yu and Jin Tong would not benefit more. Fang Ze returned to the alchemy room and retrieved the remaining materials for the blood essence bone strengthening pill. 4 furnaces were used for 5 sets of materials. The first furnace failed. The second furnace produced a failed pill. The third and fourth furnaces each produced 2 high-quality pills. 2 were handed over to the Beast Master. 2 were fed to the golden devouring worm. 1 was given to the Ice Maiden. Only the cracked failed pill from the second furnace remained. Failed pills are still pills. Humans cannot consume them, but magical beasts can. Fang Ze tossed the failed pill to Mo Yuan. The Mo Jiao swallowed it and briefly thrashed underwater before surfacing. It opened its mouth and spat out a black toxic mist with a medicinal scent corroding the water's surface with a hissing sound. My spiritual power has increased a bit. Mo Yuan smacked his lips. Not much. Fang Ze nodded and turned to leave the space. For the next week, the counter of the Bai Bo Pavilion was never quiet. After Li Qingshan released news of bulk shipments of 3rd grade pills, through the channels of the Wanzhan sect, various shops in the Liulici region rushed to respond. The 3rd grade high-quality Jin Yuan pill, Qiyang pill, and Yuan Ling pill were priced at 10% lower than the market price at the Bai Bo Pavilion with sufficient stock. The Wanzhan sect had 2 branches responsible for distribution, taking a half commission from each bottle. Even so, the daily income still made Li Qingshan's hands tremble. In 7 days, 430 bottles of 3rd grade pills were sold out. Additionally, 20 out of the 30 yen yang pills refined by Fang Ze were included. The other 10 were entirely swept away by a family head. The Bai Bo Pavilion's income from spirit stones exceeded 30 million in these 7 days. Fang Ze placed the 30 million spirit stones into the core of the spatial array. The grooves lit up completely, and the concentration of spiritual energy surged to an unprecedented height. The spiritual plants grew at a visible rate under the immersion. The blue frost fruit tree bloomed overnight. The Qiyang grass sprouted the next day. However, 30 million spirit stones would only sustain the space for less than 4 years. If Lan Yu or the Ice Maiden underwent the 5th grade tribulation, the consumption would increase exponentially. A rough estimate suggested that a 4th grade complete magical beast undergoing tribulation would consume an amount of spiritual energy equivalent to 10 years of normal operation for the space. 30 million appears to be a lot, but at the critical moment it wouldn't be enough for a single tribulation. He needed more spirit stones continuously. Fang Ze reduced the refining frequency of the yin-yang pills from one batch every 5 days to one every 3 days. The planting area for third-grade spiritual herbs was doubled. 2 sea-suppressing monkeys were brought in to help. A month later, Li Qingshan sent word back. The bone marrow of 4th-grade magical beasts had arrived. Not 1 set but 3 sets. The seller was a mid-nascent soul-loose cultivator who had been hunting magical beasts in the eastern depths of the Lioli Sea for years. He had accumulated a batch of materials originally intended for personal use. However, after recently breaking through to mid-nascent soul, he encountered a bottleneck and urgently needed auxiliary breakthrough pills. Lacking spirit stones, he could only liquidate his assets. Fang Ze instructed Li Qingshan to acquire all 3 sets of bone marrow. The price was raised by 10%. Additionally, an agreement was made with the loose cultivator that all 4th-grade magical beast bone marrow obtained in the future would be sent to the Bai Bo Pavilion with the same price applied. When the 3 sets of bone marrow arrived, they were sealed in 3 cold jade bottles. Fang Ze opened one bottle. The deep red viscous liquid flowed slowly. The quality was slightly inferior compared to the 5 sets provided by the Beast Master. About half of the original power had dissipated. But this was sufficient. The half-loss could be compensated during the refining process with slight adjustments in temperature. Fang Ze took the 3 sets of bone marrow into the alchemy room. The south bright leaving fire surged forth. The alchemy furnace was enveloped in a pale golden flame. This time there were no failures. 3 furnaces yielded pills from the 3 sets of materials. The first furnace produced 1. The second furnace produced 2. The third furnace also produced 2. 5 blood essence bone strengthening pills, all of high quality. He distributed the pills. 1 for Mo Yuan, 1 for the cloud-treading beast, 1 for each of the 2 sea-suppressing monkeys. The last one was given to a 4th-grade early-stage golden devouring worm. After consuming it, Mo Yuan's body glowed with a deep black light for an hour. After the light faded, its size remained unchanged, but the muscle lines on its limbs became more defined. The edges of its scales shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its spiritual power climbed from late 4th grade to peak late 4th grade, just a step away from completion. The cloud-treading beast, after consuming the pill, its 4 hoofs flames changed from bright red to dark red, and the temperature increased significantly. It excitedly ran in circles within the space, leaving a trail of burning hoofprints. It burned half a section of the fence beside the scorched spiritual field. The 2 sea-suppressing monkeys consumed their pills, their chest muscles bulging. The hair on their arms changed from grayish-white to silvery gray. Yuan Jinhai stood upright, pounding his chest, his voice transforming from a dull thud to a metallic resonance, as if 2 bells were ringing together. Yuan Jinshui was much quieter. He looked down at the thick silvery gray fur on his arm, pinching it with his fingertips. He nodded in appreciation towards Fang Ze. After the 4th-grade early-stage golden devouring worm consumed its pill, it began to shed its skin in the wormhole. Its shell changed from dark gold to an antique bronze color. Its spiritual power jumped straight from early 4th grade to mid-4th grade. All 5 blood essence bone-strengthening pills took effect. Fang Ze put away the empty bottles and compiled a table listing the effects of the pills according to bloodline quality. Ordinary 4th-grade bloodlines like Mo Yuan the cloud-treading beast and the golden devouring worm could break through to a minor realm with 1 pill. 5th-grade bloodlines like Jin Tong and the Ice Maiden showed significantly reduced effects, only able to strengthen 1 or 2/10 of their bones or spiritual power, unable to push their realms. The sea-suppressing monkey's bloodline leaned towards physical enhancement, making the pill's effects more pronounced compared to Jin Tong and the Ice Maiden. This meant that if he wanted Jin Tong the Ice Maiden or Lan Yu to break through to 5th grade, the blood essence bone strengthening pill wouldn't be of much help. He needed higher grade 5th grade resources or direct methods to elevate the bloodline quality. After handing over the last batch of yin-yang pills to Li Qingshan, Fang Ze sat quietly in the tea room for a long time. Outside the window, the sky transitioned from bright to dusk and from dusk to dark. The tea kettle had boiled dry multiple times. He did not rise to refill the water. 2 months for a cultivator was merely a brief meditation. Yet the spirit stones that flowed in and out of the Bai Bo Pavilion over these 2 months were enough for many small sects in the Lioli Sea to save for 10 years. Fang Ze sat under the old locust tree in the backyard. In front of him lay a stack of account books on the stone table. Beside it was an open storage bag. After flipping through the last page, he closed the account book. He reached for the storage bag. As he pulled, the drawstring strands of fine spiritual light spilled out. He gently shook the bag upside down. Spirit stones poured out like flowing water. Green, white, and pale golden. They collided and stacked on the stone table, ringing melodiously. Soon the table was covered. The spirit stones spilled over the edge and fell to the ground. They accumulated in a shiny circle at his feet. He did not bother picking up those on the ground. His divine sense acted like an invisible ruler, measuring the spirit stones layer by layer. The spiritual energy in each spirit stone was quantified into precise numbers. Thousands upon thousands of numbers accumulated in his mind. They formed a total amount. 64 million. In addition to the batch that had not been stored in the storage ring yet. A total of over 68 million. To reach 100 million, he was still 3 million short. He retrieved the spirit stones one by one into the storage bag. The movements were very slow. While collecting, his mind calculated another account. The tribulation platform. 5th grade tribulation. The tribulation faced by magical beasts and the tribulation faced by humans in the nascent soul stage are two different matters. Humans have 3 layers of protection: treasures, talismans, and formations. Magical beasts can only rely on their physical bodies to endure. If they withstand it, they can be reborn. If not, they will be completely obliterated. However, if there are enough spirit stones to build a tribulation platform, then at the moment lightning strikes the magical beast, a portion of the thunder's power can be diverted to the platform. This reduces the pressure the magical beast endures from 10 to 7. The 3% difference is the distance between life and death. Building such a platform requires at least 100 million spirit stones. This is not the cost but the consumption. After all, the spiritual energy within the space is only 4th grade elite and insufficient for 5th grade tribulation. With each strike of the thunder tribulation, a batch of spirit stones within the platform would shatter. 9 strikes of 5th tier thunder tribulation. Each strike is at least 30% stronger than the previous one. After a single session, at least 60% of the inserted spirit stones would be destroyed. At most, all could be turned to powder. 100 million spirit stones might leave around 30 to 40 million after one use. But this calculation is manageable. The combat power of a 5th tier demon beast is equivalent to at least 2 initial stage transformation gods. 100 million spirit stones in exchange for 2 transformation god powerhouses. No one would feel it was a loss. The question is who will undergo the tribulation. Fang Ze stuffed the last spirit stone back into his storage bag, tightening the drawstring. His fingers paused on the knot for a moment. The ice girl. The 3-eyed ice toad with a 5th tier bloodline. Mastery of the frost domain. The ice beam can freeze the protective spiritual light of cultivators of the same level. Yet she herself had stated that she was 1 layer away from the 5th tier. Cannot be forcibly broken through with resources. After consuming a blood essence strengthening pill, her bones were strengthened by 10%. The awakening of her bloodline remained motionless. The golden boy. The treasure light golden toad with a 5th tier bloodline. The talent to turn stones into gold cannot be utilized in combat. What can truly fight is the golden light condensed from gold attribute spiritual energy. The awakening level of his bloodline is slightly inferior to that of the ice girl. The threshold that the ice girl cannot cross, he cannot cross either. The blue feather. Fang Ze tapped his fingers twice on his knee. A mutated phoenix. The South Ming Li fire combined with ice flame. 2 fire types that should conflict merged into something entirely new within it. The crimson gold flames carried an icy blue chill. While burning, it also freezes. When the opponent's protective spiritual power is scorched, the cold air flows back along the spiritual power. It can freeze meridians. It can defend against fire but not against freezing. It can defend against freezing but not against fire. The blue feather is currently at the 4th tier perfection. It is only 1 rebirth away from the 5th tier. The phoenix's rebirth requires the ultimate resources of fire attributes. Cannot be achieved merely by piling spirit stones. Rather, it is the innate fire essence contained within rare materials from heaven and earth. Fang Ze flipped his palm, revealing a jade box. The jade box was carved from 500-year-old cold jade. The lid of the box was etched with a 3-layered sealing array. Upon opening the lid, 5 fruits lay neatly on the velvet cloth. Each fruit resembled a solidified flame. The fruit skin is semi-transparent orange-red. The flesh inside flows slowly, resembling lava that has yet to cool. At the top of each fruit is a ring of small protrusions forming the shape of a lotus seed. In the center is a small pit. A drop of golden red liquid is condensed within. The first fruit of the Li Fire Divine Tree. 5 pieces. 3 days ago, Fang Ze discovered that these 5 fruits had matured. The seedling of the Li Fire Divine Tree in the space was planted in the deepest part of the spirit field, since he returned from the ruins of the Li Fire Palace. The thumb-sized seedling, nourished by the alternating spiritual energy of the space and South Ming Li Fire, grew at a rate far exceeding the records of the pill formulas. Normally, the Li Fire Divine Tree would take 5,000 years to bear fruit. Under the accelerated time of the space and the irrigation of South Ming Li Fire, it went from sprouting to bearing its first fruit in less than 50 years of the outside world. Normally, 5th-tier spirit plants cannot continue to grow in space, but Fang Ze obtained the formations for gathering spirit and veins from many spirit plant masters' secret techniques which can meet the growth needs of 5th-tier spirit herbs, but the quantity cannot be too large. The cost is the massive consumption of spirit stones. That little seedling is like a bottomless pit. The spiritual energy consumed each day can be converted into spirit stones. Enough for a foundation establishment cultivator to advance from the initial stage to golden core. but the fruits it bears are worth the price. The fire fruit, a 5th-tier fire attribute spiritual fruit. Just one can enhance the cultivation of a transformation god. Consuming all 5 at once combined with the rebirth talent of the Phoenix bloodline is likely to help it break through the bottleneck. Fang Ze closed the jade box and retrieved his storage ring. The preparation for Blue Feather's tribulation still requires 30 million spirit stones and a complete tribulation platform formation. The formation is not a problem, although his current formation skills are only mid-tier 4th level. But building a tribulation platform that consumes spirit stones relies on the quantity and arrangement of spirit stones. The requirements for the precision of the array patterns are not too high. The problem is the spirit stones. 32 million. Based on the income rate of the Bai Bo Pavilion over the past 2 months, it may still need more. His thoughts were interrupted. A subtle fluctuation of spiritual power pierced through his divine sense perception range like a needle. The source of the fluctuation is in the front hall of the Bai Bo Pavilion. The frequency is stable and the amplitude is very small. It felt like someone was intentionally suppressing their aura but not completely concealing it. This level is not achievable by an initial stage nascent soul. An initial stage nascent soul can either completely disappear or leave obvious fluctuations. This fluctuation was very skillfully concealed. It was like a flowing body of water pressed beneath a very thin membrane, the thickness of the membrane just enough to obscure the existence of the water. Yet the movement of the water caused the membrane to tremble slightly. Fang Ze withdrew his storage bag into his embrace and stood up. In the front hall, Li Qingshan was checking out a Foundation Establishment loose cultivator. The abacus beads clicked. Lin Weiner was at the other end of the counter polishing a sample jade bottle. 3 attendants from the Wanjun sect were each busy with their own tasks. 2 people walked into the store. The first wore a moon-white unadorned robe with silver hair fastened in a bun. His face was expressionless. His features seemed frozen. Each part was perfectly in place but revealed no interpretable information. Latestage nascent soul. As Fang Ze's divine sense brushed against this person's 3 feet, it encountered resistance. It was the naturally formed spiritual power field of a high-level cultivator. This strength and density can only be possessed by cultivators above the late stage of nascent soul. The latter was a woman. Her silver-white hair hung down to her waist. She wore the same color robe. Her features were so exquisite that they did not resemble a living person. Not because of beauty but because of proportions. The distances between her brows and eyes, the height of her nose bridge, and the thickness of her lips were all measured to a degree that felt unreal. Her eyes were ice blue. The pupils were vertical, like a blade-cut slit. When Fang Ze's gaze met hers, the vertical slit in her ice-blue pupils narrowed slightly for a moment. 4th-tier perfection. A demon beast. Illusion type. Fang Ze walked out from the backyard, his footsteps no different from usual. He arrived at the counter and waved at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan immediately put down the abacus and pulled the unfinished loose cultivator aside. Fang Ze stood behind the counter, resting a hand on the rosewood surface. Please come inside, both of you. Hua Yunxiao did not move. His gaze shifted from Fang Ze's face to that hand, then moved to his shoulder. Finally, it returned to his face. The process took about 2 breaths. No need. Hua Yunxiao spoke. His voice was not loud and his speech was not hurried. The intervals between his words were uniformly spaced as if measured by a ruler. Just a few words, say them and leave. Fang Ze did not respond, nor did he withdraw his hand. 3 breaths of silence. On the 4th breath, Fang Ze sensed something unusual. It was neither a fluctuation of spiritual power, nor an attack of divine sense. It was his perception itself that had changed. The 2 people across the counter, Li Qingshan, and the attendants in the hall, the medicine bottles on the shelves, and the pedestrians outside the door. All things that were once clearly perceived became instantly blurred. It was not that he could not see. It was that their positions had changed. Li Qingshan was clearly 3 steps to the left of the counter, yet perception told him he was to the right. The street outside, which originally ran east to west, had become north to south in his perception. Sense of direction, sense of space, was being silently twisted by something. Fang Ze's gaze fell upon the silver-haired woman. Her lips did not move, her eyes did not blink. The vertical slit in her pupils remained unchanged. Yet deep within her pupils, amidst the icy blue, a faint silver light slowly rotated. Illusionary art. It does not directly attack the divine sense. Instead, it permeates the underlying perceptions, fundamentally distorting the sense of space and direction. This illusion does not directly tell you there is a mountain over there. Rather, it makes you feel that there should be a mountain over there. The former imposes an illusion that a powerful soul can easily see through. The latter induces perception to build erroneous judgments on its own. By the time one realizes something is amiss, they have already acted based on the incorrect judgment. Fang Ze's fingers resting on the counter tightened slightly. The south bright fire quietly accelerated within his meridians. It was not an explosion nor a shock. It was merely a bit faster than usual. The surge of spiritual power brought about by this acceleration reverberated from the dantian to the meridians, from the meridians to the limbs and bones, finally converging into the divine sense. It was like a basin of clear water poured over his head. His vague perceptions instantly regained clarity. Li Qingshan was on the left. The street outside ran east-west. The pill bottles on the shelves were neatly arranged by grade and type. Everything was in its rightful place. The time taken to break free from the illusion was less than a single breath. The vertical slit in the silver-haired woman's pupil slightly opened. Deep within the icy blue, the rotating silver light came to a halt. Hua Yunxiao raised his right hand. His movements were not fast, even quite slow. The right hand lifted from his side, the moon-white sleeve slipped down, revealing a segment of his forearm. His fingers were brought together, fingertips pointing forward, resembling an unsheathed sword. The palm was pushed toward Fang Ze's chest, the center of his palm directly facing the heart. There was no sound in the air as this palm was thrust out. The fluctuations of spiritual power were compressed to the extreme, all contained within the palm, not a shred leaking out. The surrounding air did not even ripple. Li Qingshan's clothing did not move, the account book on the counter remained unturned, and the wind chimes at the door did not ring. Fang Ze did not evade. It was not that he couldn't. He simply wanted to test it. When Hua Yunxiao's palm edge touched the fabric of Fang Ze's chest, the cloth silently dented into the shape of a palm print. The palm force penetrated the fabric through the skin, directly affecting the sternum. Fang Ze's body swayed backward slightly. It was merely a sway. His feet did not move, his knees did not bend, and the hand resting on the counter did not change position. The sway transmitted from his chest to his shoulder before stopping. It was like a fist striking an old tree deeply rooted. The trunk shook slightly, but the roots remained motionless. Hua Yunxiao retracted his palm. The speed of his retraction was 3 times faster than his thrust. He looked at Fang Ze's chest. The fabric still bore the imprint of the palm, slowly returning to its original shape. His gaze moved from the restored fabric to Fang Ze's face, his lips slightly parted, then quickly closed again. "You have practiced the sect's body refining technique." Hua Yunxiao spoke. His tone remained steady, but the spacing between his words was no longer even. "The dragon bone body refining technique. Not just the first 3 layers." He paused for a breath. His gaze moved down from Fang Ze's face, sweeping over his shoulders, arms, and chest. It was as if he was reassessing an item that had previously been mispriced. "The 4th layer. The physical strength is comparable to a low-grade spirit treasure." Fang Ze did not respond. The hand resting on the counter lifted, fingers straightening in sequence, and then the palm gently pressed downward. A wave of spiritual power surged from him. It was not a pressure that could cover the sky or change the weather. Fang Ze had never liked that kind of wasteful use of spiritual power. His wave of spiritual power was like a giant stone sinking into water. It did not splash nor make a sound. Yet the undercurrents beneath the water surface spread out from where the stone had submerged. Wherever it passed, all floating objects were silently pushed aside. The air in the front hall became dense. Li Qingshan's breath momentarily halted. It was not from pressure. Rather, the density of spiritual power in the air he inhaled suddenly increased several times. His body did not know how to handle the sudden influx of so much spiritual energy. Several attendants simultaneously stopped their actions. It was not that they sensed something. It was their body's instinctive reaction, like animals becoming restless before an earthquake. Hua Yunxiao's moon-white robe fluttered backward. The hem raised slightly less than half an inch. But once it fluttered, it did not fall back down. It was as if an invisible force was holding up the fabric. In the icy blue pupils of the silver-haired woman, the vertical slit fully opened. Deep within the slit, the silver light began to rotate again at a speed twice as fast as before. "Midstage nascent soul." Hua Yunxiao's voice shifted from steady to a deliberately suppressed low tone. "Not early stage. You've broken through long ago. The physical body is comparable to a low-grade spirit treasure, the strength of the divine sense." He paused for a moment, a vein twitching at his temple. "Latestage nascent soul." He quickly shifted his gaze from Fang Ze to the silver-haired woman behind him, then back to Fang Ze's face. This glance was extremely quick, so much so that unless one was deliberately staring at his eyes, they would hardly notice. The silver-haired woman gave no response. Her gaze remained fixed on Fang Ze. The silver light in her icy blue pupils spun faster and faster. Just then, a dull humming sound came from above the roof of the Bai Bo Pavilion. The humming did not emanate from a single point, but pressed down from the entire sky simultaneously. On the street outside, pedestrians looked up, their faces changing drastically as they ran toward the shops on either side. Vendors did not even bother to gather their stalls, grabbing valuable items and diving under the eaves. Within a few breaths, the once bustling street was completely empty. The protective formation of the Liuli Immortal City was in operation. In the sky, countless formation patterns emerged from the void, resembling a spider web that had been ignited. It extended from the central tower of the immortal city to all directions. The color of the formation patterns changed from light gold to bright gold, then from bright gold to blazing white. At the nodes where the patterns intersected, spiritual energy gathered at a terrifying speed, condensing into fist-sized spheres of light. The surfaces of the spheres crackled with tiny arcs of electricity, making popping sounds. At least a dozen spheres of light directed their energy toward the Bai Bo Pavilion. A figure rushed in from the direction of the center of the immortal city. The speed was extremely fast. From the moment of appearance to landing in front of the Bai Bo Pavilion, it took no more than 3 breaths. The newcomer wore a lilac-colored robe embroidered with the emblem of the Lioli sect, a lotus made of lioli. His cultivation was at the early stage of nascent soul. When he landed, the hem of his long robe was still rustling from the high-speed flight. Who dares to act against the Lioli immortal city? The booming voice, wrapped in spiritual power, caused the sign of the Bai Bo Pavilion to shake. His right hand pressed against his storage bag. His left hand held a formation control token that originated from the protective formation. He first looked at Hua Yunxiao. The moon-white robe, the latest stage nascent soul cultivation, and the unfamiliar aura of techniques not from the Lioli Sea made this Lioli sect nascent soul frown. Then he looked at the silver-haired woman, a fully transformed 4th-tier demon beast illusionary type. His frown deepened. Finally, he turned his gaze to Fang Ze. Fang Ze stood behind the counter dressed in a green Taoist robe. The cuffs were slightly yellowed. There was no sect insignia. His spiritual power was retracted, appearing as an ordinary shopkeeper. Yet when the Lioli sect nascent soul saw Fang Ze's face, his expression changed significantly in a very short time. His brows relaxed. The corners of his mouth lifted. The vigilance in his eyes turned to warmth. Master Fang Dan. He nodded at Fang Ze, his tone becoming familiar and friendly. I see a situation has arisen here. Turning to Hua Yunxiao and the others, his smile had completely vanished. His expression was once again cold and stern, with deeper wrinkles between his brows. Gentlemen, the rules of Lioli Immortal City need not be repeated. Engaging in conflict within the city, regardless of the reason, will first lead to detention, and then the matter will be discussed. He raised his token and a luminous sphere appeared in the air. Please follow me. According to the law, any nascent soul cultivator engaging in conflict within the city will face a fine starting from 200,000 spirit stones. For any property damage, compensation will be threefold. Hua Yunxiao fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. The smile appeared quickly and vanished just as fast, all within a breath. Misunderstanding. Hua Yunxiao's tone regained its steadiness. Taoist Fang and I are old acquaintances. It was merely a friendly spar, nothing more. The nascent soul from the Lioli sect looked towards Fang Ze. Fang Ze stepped out from behind the counter and stood before Hua Yunxiao. He glanced down at the cracks on the ground. A small misunderstanding. Fang Ze spoke. Shortly, this Taoist Hua will deliver the compensation to your residence. The Lioli sect's nascent soul's gaze shifted between the two before nodding. He retracted his token and revealed a courteous smile to Fang Ze. Since it's a misunderstanding, then it's easily resolved. Master Fang is a distinguished guest of our Lioli Immortal City, and Senior Sister Qin specifically instructed that the matter regarding Bibo Pavilion is indeed the concern of the Lioli sect. He emphasized the words Senior Sister Qin. Then I shall not disturb you further. The compensation can be delivered to the City Affairs Hall. With that, he turned and left. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Hua Yunxiao. His gaze was unmistakable. He remembered this face. After the Lioli sect's nascent soul departed, the street regained its liveliness. The light of the city defense formation gradually dimmed and the array patterns faded into the void. Fang Ze turned and walked back to the courtyard. He did not look back, nor did he say please. But his steps were neither hurried nor slow. Hua Yunxiao remained silent for 3 breaths before stepping forward. The silver-haired woman followed silently behind him. In the tea room, Fang Ze sat down in his usual spot. The kettle on the red clay stove was cold. He did not start a fire. 2 teacups sat on the table and he did not pour tea. Hua Yunxiao sat down across from him. The silver-haired woman stood half a step behind him. Her ice-blue eyes quietly regarded the landscape painting on the wall. The silence lasted about 5 breaths. Taoist Fang. Hua Yunxiao spoke, his tone deliberately casual. I came to congratulate you on achieving the nascent soul. Fang Ze looked at him for 2 breaths. His gaze shifted to the empty teacup. He did not respond. Hua Yunxiao's lips twitched slightly. With a new nascent soul ancestor in the Beastmaster sect, the Moonlight sect should come here to congratulate you. Fang Ze lightly tapped his fingers on the edge of the tea table. Taoist Hua, how many days did it take you to fly from the mountain gate to the Lioli Sea? Hua Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. 7 days. 7 days. Fang Ze repeated. You flew for 7 days, entered my store, and before finishing a sentence you engaged in conflict. You call this a congratulation? Hua Yunxiao's smile faded a layer. Master Fang is joking. It was merely a spar. It is entirely normal for brothers in the same sect to spar. Brothers in the same sect. Fang Ze mulled over these 3 words, nodding. Very well. I accept Taoist Hua's spar. Is there anything else? As he uttered the words Taoist Hua Yunxiao's right middle finger involuntarily curled slightly. Fang Ze noticed it. Master Fang. Hua Yunxiao's deliberately casual tone vanished, completely becoming flat and tense. You opened Bibbo Pavilion in the South Sea. How much support did the Beast Master sect give you? The Moonlight sect can offer you more. The channels of the Myriad Array sect can also be provided by the Moonlight sect. The Spirit Stone veins controlled by the Moonlight sect yield an annual output 10 times that of your Bibbo Pavilion's income. He leaned slightly forward. Master Fang is an intelligent person. An intelligent person should stand on the side of the winner. Fang Ze turned the empty teacup upside down, the opening facing up. His finger slowly rotated the base of the cup in a circle. Taoist Hua, do you know why I came to the South Sea? Hua Yunxiao did not answer. Because the sect leader sent me here. Fang Ze leveled the teacup. At that time I was still a golden core. The Moonlight sect within the sect wanted to investigate my background and target me. The sect leader said you should go to the South Sea. The Moonlight sect cannot reach there. So I came. The sect leader belongs to the Beast Master sect. I owe her a path. Hua Yunxiao fell silent. The tea room was quiet enough to hear the sound of sparrows outside breaking twigs. The silver-haired woman withdrew her gaze from the landscape painting. The silver light in her ice-blue pupils stilled. Hua Yunxiao stood up. His movements were not hurried but carried a stiffness that suggested he was forcefully suppressing something. His fingers straightened one by one at his side. Since that's the case, then I shall not disturb Master Fang any longer. He turned and walked towards the door. The silver-haired woman followed. As the two reached the entrance of the tea room, Fang Ze's voice came from behind. Wait a moment. Hua Yunxiao halted and turned his head. Fang Ze did not look at him. His gaze fell on the silver-haired woman. When she last looked at the landscape painting, it depicted a mountain stream. On a stone by the stream sat a fox. Fang Ze flipped his palm, revealing 2 fruits in his hand. They were the size of an infant's fist with a half-transparent ice-blue skin. The inner flesh resembled frozen snowflakes. A thin layer of white frost coated the surface, emitting a faint glow. Blue frost fruit. A 4th-tier ice attribute spirit fruit. The silver-haired woman stopped. Her feet halted first, her body swaying slightly. The silver-white strands of hair swayed in front of her chest. She turned around. The vertical slit in her ice-blue pupils opened. The silver light began to swirl again, faster than before, a reflexive response. Her gaze landed on the 2 blue frost fruits. Fang Ze placed the 2 fruits onto the tea table. They made a light sound as they landed, like pieces being placed on a board. The silver-haired woman stared for 3 breaths before raising her eyes. You took out a 4th-tier spirit fruit. What do you wish to exchange for it? Her voice was cold like well water on a winter morning, inherently chilly. Fang Ze did not answer. He pushed one of the fruits towards her. The silver-haired woman did not look at the fruit. Her gaze remained fixed on Fang Ze's face. The silver light in her pupils began to spin faster. I am the Moonlight Snowfox, a guardian beast of the Juqian Lanue sect at the 4th-tier perfected level. I have resided in the secret realm for over 1,000 years. You present 2 4th-tier spirit fruits. Do you think I have never seen a 4th-tier spirit fruit? Fang Ze pushed the 2nd fruit forward as well. He then took out 3 jade bottles from his storage ring, placing them alongside the blue frost fruits. The first jade bottle contained 3 yen-yang pills, 4th-tier low-grade with excellent quality. The crimson pills emitted warmth and light with smooth pill patterns. The second jade bottle contained 1 jade dew true pill, 4th-tier middle grade of average quality. The milky white pill was semi-transparent, resembling condensed moonlight. The third jade bottle contained 2 blood marrow strengthening pills, 4th-tier middle grade of excellent quality. The dark red pills were adorned with swirling patterns, their blood scent mixing with the fragrance of medicine. 6 pills and 2 spirit fruits. 8 items lined up in a row. The silver-haired woman's gaze swept across the table. It stopped beside the last blood marrow strengthening pill. Her own hand unknowingly rose, her fingertips pointing towards the pill. It seemed she had not even realized it. Only when her gaze fell on her hand did she retract it. The speed of retraction was 3 times faster than when it had extended. 4th-tier pills. 4th-tier middle grade. Excellent quality. You refined them yourself. It was not a question. Fang Ze nodded. The silver-haired woman fell silent for a moment. The silver light in her pupils spun from fast to slow, and then from slow to fast, repeating twice. Her tone resembled that of a merchant confirming a transaction price. There was no anger, no embarrassment, no excess emotion. Fang Ze pushed the pills on the tea table half an inch towards her. Moonlight Snowfox. Complete 4th stage. Illusion talent. You have stayed in the secret realm of the Jiutianlanyu sect for 1,000 years, relying on the 3rd stage demon beasts fed to you by the sect every 10 years, and the provided demon pills to survive. 1,000 years and you are still at the complete 4th stage. He paused for a breath. Follow me and you will have unlimited access to 4th stage pills. Once I break through to the transformation stage, you will have unlimited access to 5th stage ones as well. The silver light in the woman's pupils ceased its rotation. After about 3 breaths, the silver light began to spin again, this time in the opposite direction clockwise. Kid. Her voice turned colder, almost icy. Do not try to tempt me. The things you have brought out, 4th stage spiritual fruits 4th stage pills, are indeed of good quality. But to me they are merely items to maintain the status quo. What I want is not 4th stage resources. She looked down at her open palm. Her palm was pure white with delicate and clear fingerprints. What I want is the resources to break through to the 5th stage. You should not have any. Fang Ze did not deny it. He indeed had no resources to challenge the 5th stage demon beasts. The fire fruit was fire attribute, which would harm the moonlight snowfox instead. None of the other 4th stage spiritual herbs in the space could aid an ice attribute fox in breaking through to the 5th stage. He collected the pills and spiritual fruits on the tea table back into his storage ring one by one. When he retrieved the last blood essence strengthening pill, the silver-haired woman's gaze lingered on that dark red pill for a moment. She then shifted her gaze away. Since my friend has no such intention, please do as you wish. Fang Ze stored the last jade bottle into his storage ring. He raised his head to meet the silver-haired woman's gaze for a moment. The silver-haired woman turned and left. The silvery ends of her hair brushed against the wooden door, making a soft rustling sound. Hua Yunxiao had been waiting outside the door, having heard every word in the tea room. As the silver-haired woman passed by, he glanced at her face. The silver light in her ice-blue pupils was completely still. The two entered the street where the crowd bustled, the sounds of vendors and the cries of spirit beasts mingling together. Hua Yunxiao stopped. That fox. He began to speak but halted. The silver-haired woman stood 2 steps behind him, her gaze fixed on the glazed orb atop the City Affairs Hall tower. The orb refracted a spectrum of colors. He is very dangerous. The silver-haired woman spoke, her voice still cold but now with an added weight. Mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, latest stage nascent soul divine sense, and his physical body is no less than a low-grade spiritual treasure. This is not the most dangerous part. She paused. The light spots from the orb shattered in her pupils. The most dangerous part is the look in his eyes when he takes the pills. It is neither to show off nor to buy. He is calculating how many pills I am worth. Once he finishes calculating, he decides if what he offers is enough. If not, he simply takes it back. There is no increase in price, no entanglement. When he takes it back, his hands and gaze are equally steady. Hua Yunxiao remained silent for a long time. Let's go. He only uttered a single word. Fang Ze watched the figures of the two fade away through the tea room window. He did not immediately rise, sitting beside the tea table for a while longer. His fingers tapped slowly on the edge of the table. Moonlight Snowfox. Complete 4th stage. Illusion talent. Ice attribute. Such a demon beast he indeed desired. But he had no resources to help her break through to the 5th stage. Without resources, wanting to lure away the sect-guarding demon beast that had lived in the secret realm of the Jiutianlanyu sect for 1,000 years with just a few 4th stage pills and 2 blue frost fruits. He had been too simplistic in his thinking. But it did not matter. Just because it did not work this time did not mean it would not work next time. She had already remembered how he held the pills. Fang Ze walked to the front hall. Li Qingshan was squatting on the ground, picking up the account books that had fallen due to the shock of spiritual energy. Lin Weiner stood at the door, gazing at the end of the street, hesitant to speak. Qingshan. Fang Ze stopped. Go investigate Hua Yunxiao's whereabouts in the South Sea, where he stayed, who he met, and for how long. Use the channels of the Beastmaster faction, and do not let the Moonlight faction notice. Li Qingshan responded and stuffed the account books back into the drawer, turning to leave. Lin Weiner walked back and hesitated, saying, Master, is that person from the Moonlight faction? Did he come to find you? It's nothing. Fang Ze waved his hand. Go classify and register the newly arrived spiritual herbs from the warehouse. We will use them for refining tomorrow. Lin Weiner looked at him for 2 breaths, nodded, and walked towards the warehouse. As she reached the door, Fang Ze's voice came. Weiner, do not go out alone in the next few days. Lin Weiner paused her steps, did not turn back, nodded slightly, and pushed the door in. Fang Ze had not left the Bai Bo Pavilion for 3 days. He continued refining pills. He continued receiving guests. He continued to sit in the backyard in the evening, reviewing the account books. The spiritual field harvested 1 batch, and Lin Weiner, along with the workbugs, planted a new batch. The blue feather rested on the blue frost fruit tree. dozing off, its crimson gold tail feathers swaying gently with the spiritual energy breeze. The golden boy squatted by the water's edge, scraping the ore with golden shards floating on the water's surface. The ice girl sat cross-legged at the bottom of the water, the vertical mark between her brows deepening slightly. On the evening of the fourth day, Li Qingshan returned. He walked into the backyard, standing in front of the stone table, not sitting down. He took out a jade slip from his bosom and placed it on the table. Hua Yunxiao has stayed in the glazed fairy city for 3 days. At the East City Immortal Guest in room No. 3. During this time he met a local loose cultivator from the South Sea who specializes in running errands and gathering information for foreign cultivators. The information he was inquiring about includes the operating revenue of the Bai Bo Pavilion, the cooperation details between the Wanzhen sect and the Bai Bo Pavilion, as well as your cultivation level and background pavilion master. Fang Ze picked up the jade slip and sent his divine sense inside. The information was more detailed than what was verbally relayed. It included the loose cultivator's name and address, the times Hua Yunxiao entered and exited, and a shopping list. Several types of special spiritual herbs from the South Sea, not in large quantities, seemed like casual purchases. When did he leave? This morning. He checked out and flew eastward. The direction is Bai Bo Island. Fang Ze lightly tapped the jade slip with his fingers. Bai Bo Island is the place where the ancient Moon True Monarch is stationed, the core stronghold of the sect in the South Sea. Hua Yunxiao going there, his intentions are self-evident. Keep monitoring him. Write down all his movements before he leaves the South Sea. Li Qingshan responded and left. Fang Ze sat for a moment before getting up and entering the space. The spiritual energy was like mist, and in the spiritual field the red sungrass sprouted faint red flower spikes. He walked to the blue frost fruit tree. The blue feather opened its eyes from the branch, its crimson gold pupils reflecting his silhouette. Father! Fang Ze sat cross-legged under the tree, taking out the jade box containing the fire fruits. He opened the box lid and 5 flame-shaped fruits lay quietly on the velvet cloth. The blue feather's gaze fell on them and its pupils constricted suddenly. It jumped down from the branch and landed on Fang Ze's knee. Stretching its neck forward, its nose was less than an inch away from the fruit. The crimson gold and ice blue feathers slightly opened and closed with each breath. Each time they opened, a faint glow of fire seeped from the seams of the feathers. This, the blue feather's voice carried a tremor it seemed not to notice, is for me. It was not a question. Fang Ze reached out to stroke the feathers on its head. The temperature of the feathers was slightly higher than usual. The pads of his fingers could feel warmth seeping from the feather roots, as if something had been awakened by the aura of the fire fruits. 5 fruits. All for you. But not to be used now. He closed the jade box and put it away. Wait until the tribulation platform is built and until you are in your best condition. Then consume these 5 fire fruits and ignite the true fire of nirvana. In Lan Yes' pupils, crimson gold and ice blue light simultaneously ignited. They intertwined and collided, merging into a radiance never before seen in its eyes. Father, after my nirvana will I be able to protect you? Fang Ze's fingers paused atop Lan Yes' head. Yes. On the 7th day after Hua Yunxiao left the Liuli Immortal City, Li Qingshan sent the last message. He had stayed on Bibo Island for 4 days meeting with Master Gu Yu. Afterward, he left the South Sea flying toward the mountain gate of the Jutian Lan Yu sect. At the time Fang Ze received the news, he was in the alchemy room refining the yin-yang pill. He placed 3 newly created pills into a jade bottle and sealed it. He extinguished the southern Ming fire. That evening Fang Ze walked out from the side door of the back courtyard of the Bibo Pavilion. He changed into a dark cyan short robe. The cuffs tightened and the hem reached only to his knees, starkly different from his usual shopkeeper's attire. Besides the commonly used pills and magical tools in his storage ring, there was an additional sound transmission jade talisman, left by Master Gu Yu several years ago. Since it was handed to him, it had never been activated. When he exited the city gate of the Liuli Immortal City, the sky was already mostly dark. The western sea still retained the last trace of orange-red twilight, dyeing the water a deep copper color. Fang Ze stopped under a withered tree, outside the city gate, glancing back at the city wall. The Liuli bricks glimmered with a faint light in the twilight, resembling countless half-opened eyes. He turned around and the fire escape light beneath his feet ignited. The pale golden flames flashed in the dusk and he had already streaked several miles away. Bibo Island was about 4 days' journey from the Liuli Immortal City. Fang Ze flew for 2 days and nights, resting for 1 night on a deserted island along the way. On the 3rd morning he saw the outline of Bibo Island. Bibo Island was small with a low mountain in the center. Several stone halls were built on the mountainside, resembling those of the Jutian Lan Yu sect. The stone walls were covered in green moss. Fang Ze landed on the beach, releasing the spiritual energy fluctuations of the mid-nascent soul stage. In less than 10 breaths, a figure flew out from the stone hall. Master Gu Yu, dressed in a gray-blue robe, had grass clippings clinging to the hem. His appearance was unchanged from 10 years ago with ordinary features and no outstanding characteristics. He stood 3 zhang away from Fang Ze, sizing him up from head to toe. Mid-nascent soul now, Master Guyu spoke. Faster than I was. Master Guyue, Fang Ze. Master Guyu turned and walked toward the center of the island, moving slower than when he arrived. Fang Ze followed behind him. The two crossed the beach and stepped onto a small path of gravel. On either side, there were low shrubs with white furry undersides. Sounds of spiritual beasts rustling through the bushes could be heard. In the main hall of the stone hall, there was a long table and stone chairs. On the wall hung a map of the marine terrain and the distribution of demon beasts. Master Guyu sat down at one end of the long table, gesturing for Fang Ze to sit opposite him. Fang Ze did not engage in pleasantries. Hua Yunxiao came to find you. Master Guyu lightly traced his finger over the table. He did. 4 days ago. He sat in your current position, had a cup of tea, and spoke for half an hour. What did he say? He said our Beastmaster faction has gained another nascent soul ancestor, and the Yuehua faction came to congratulate us. He said the two factions share the same roots and should be connected. He mentioned that he sparred with Ancestor Fang in the Liuli Immortal City and praised Ancestor Fang's profound cultivation. He paused, tracing the table with his finger once more. Then he said that the Yuehua faction could offer more to the Beastmaster faction. The division of spirit stone mines could be renegotiated. The rights to use the sect's secret realm could be increased. The Beastmaster faction could gain 1 more seat in the sect's main hall. Master Guyu raised his eyes to look at Fang Ze. There is only one condition. Ancestor Fang must stand with the Yuehua faction, or at least do not stand too firmly with the Beastmaster faction. Fang Ze remained silent. The sound of the sea tide filtered through the walls, deep and prolonged. I replied with 2 words. Master Guyu said, "Dream on." Fang Ze's lips twitched, caught between a smile and a frown. Master Guyue, I came this time to ask you something. Fang Ze rested his elbows on the stone table, leaning slightly forward. A few years ago when I left the sect for the South Sea, you mentioned that the reason the sect leader was secretly harmed by the Yuehua faction and injured her foundation was because the two factions were competing for something. I asked you what that was, and you said to wait until I reached the nascent soul stage to talk about it. Now. He looked into Master Guyu's eyes. I have reached nascent soul. Master Guyu fell silent for about 20 breaths. The sound of the waves crashing against the reef outside the stone hall was dull one after another. He stood up and walked to the animal skin map on the wall, lifting the one in the center. Behind the map was a stone grid on the wall, within which was a wooden box. Master Guyu took out the wooden box and placed it on the long table. The box was a deep purple-black with fine wood grains resembling strands of hair, and it was not locked. He opened it directly. Inside the box was a jade slip nearly dark green in color. This was a sign of having been stored for too long, causing the spiritual energy to naturally diminish. The answer you seek is inside here. Master Guyu pushed the jade slip towards Fang Ze. This jade slip has been sealed by the sect leader. Forcibly reading it with a divine sense weaker than the nascent soul stage will harm the soul. You can look at it now. Fang Ze picked up the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. The seal dissipated the moment it touched his divine sense. What was inside the jade slip was not text but an image. A valley shrouded in thick fog, surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides. Glowing moss grew on the walls, bathing the valley floor in a moonlit glow. In the center of the valley was a spring. The water did not gush from underground but flowed from a stone suspended in midair. The stone was the size of a human head, completely black and covered in honeycomb-like holes. The spring water seeped through the holes, dropping one by one into the spring pool on the stone platform below. In the pool grew a plant. The roots soaked in the water, the stem was long and translucent like an ice column. At the top was a flower bud, shaped like a closed hand with 5 petals tightly wrapped. The edges of the petals were milky white, deepening in color towards the center. In the deepest part, a rich, nearly liquid gold color was present. The image ended here. The last remnants of a message left by the sect leader in the jade slip were, 5th grade spiritual plant Yuehua condensation grass. Every 300 years a drop of Yuehua condensation forms. Yuehua condensation can assist nascent soul-perfected cultivators in breaking through to the transformation stage. It can also aid perfected 4th grade demon beasts in breaking through to the 5th grade. Fang Ze placed the jade slip back into the wooden box. This is what the Yuehua faction and the Beastmaster faction are fighting over. Master Guyu nodded. Yuehua condensation grass grows in the core secret realm of the sect. The secret realm opens once every 300 years, and each time it opens a drop of Yuehua condensation will condense. The last time the secret realm opened, that drop of Yuehua condensation was divided between the two factions. He paused, tracing the edge of the wooden box with his finger twice. The sect leader obtained a diluted drop of Yuehua condensation, and then began to enter seclusion, preparing to break through to the nascent soul. At that time she was still at the golden core perfected stage. If all went well, it should have been the sect's best chance at forming a nascent soul in nearly 100 years. Fang Ze's gaze lifted from the wooden box. It should have been. Master Gu Yu's finger came to a halt. He stared at the deeply colored jade slip in the box, remaining silent for several breaths. Before entering seclusion, the sect leader took a drop of the birth pill from the sect. That birth pill was refined by someone from the Yuehua faction. Fang Ze lightly tapped his fingers on the table. The Dan has been tampered with. Guyu Xinjuan neither nodded nor shook his head. When the master was refining the Jiebing Dan to its final stages, the Dan poison erupted. It was not ordinary Dan poison. The Jiebing Dan inherently contains Dan poison, as do all medicinal pills. However, the Dan poison in that Jiebing Dan had been deliberately intensified, and the method of enhancement was very subtle, achieved by adding an extra herb to the auxiliary materials. That herb poses no harm when used alone, or in fact, it can even enhance the success rate of pill formation. But when mixed with the main ingredient of the Jiebing Dan, it would produce a mutated Dan poison at the very last moment of Dan condensation. This Dan poison does not usually manifest. It only activates at that critical moment when a cultivator is refining a pill and pushing the medicinal power to its limits. The master was caught in that moment. Guyu Xinjuan spread his hand on the table, slowly gathering his 10 fingers to form a fist. The Dan poison erupted within her meridians. A typical golden core cultivator would have died from that, but the master did not. She forcefully suppressed the Dan poison using her cultivated method, completing the final step of Jiebing despite the damage to her meridians. Fang Ze fell silent. He had seen the formula for the Jiebing Dan and knew how immense the pressure on the meridians was during the Jiebing process. The entire meridian system would become extremely fragile under the repeated washing of spiritual power. A slight misstep could lead to meridian rupture and the loss of cultivation. In such a state, she still had to allocate some spiritual power to suppress the Dan poison that had erupted within her. She succeeded in Jiebing. Gu Yu Zhenjin's voice turned dry. But the Dan poison has already seeped into her foundation. The spiritual root, the Dantian, and the nascent soul, all three are damaged. She succeeded in Jiebing. Gu Yu Zhenjin's voice turned dry. But the Dan poison has already seeped into her foundation. Moreover, her lifespan. He paused. A cultivator at the early stage of nascent soul should have at least 1 to 2,000 years of lifespan. The master's current body, if she can last 500 to 600 years, that would already be the limit. Fang Ze closed the lid of the wooden box, producing a soft clicking sound. The Yuehua faction knows she succeeded. They know, but they dare not act openly. After all, the master is still the leader of the Juqianlanyue sect by name. They can only gradually encroach, embedding their people in sect affairs, choking the beast taming faction on resource allocations, pushing the members of the beast taming faction out of the sect's core one by one. Why was I sent to guard Bibo Island in the South Sea? Because if I stayed in the sect, the Yuehua faction has 100 ways to make it impossible for me to remain. When the master sent me to the South Sea, she said one thing to me. She said, "Gu Yue, it's better for you to live well outside than to stay in the sect and be ground down by them alongside me." As long as there is one member of the beast taming faction outside the Yuehua faction does not dare to truly do anything to the master. They fear we will form a force outside fear, we will break through fear, we will one day return to take revenge. Fang Ze lightly tapped twice on the lid of the wooden box. Senior brother Gu Yue, tell me about the current power dynamics between the two factions in the sect. Guyu Xinjuan extended one hand, first raising 3 fingers. Yuehua faction. 3 nascent soul cultivators. Hua Yunxiao, who has just broken through to the late stage of nascent soul, is currently the highest cultivator in the sect. Yuhan Xinjuan, early stage of nascent soul. Yuehua Xinjuan, early stage of nascent soul. Then he raised 3 more fingers. Beast taming faction. Also 3 nascent soul cultivators. The master, early stage of nascent soul. I, early stage of nascent soul. Tianing, junior brother, early stage of nascent soul. He placed both hands side by side on the table with 6 fingers standing upright, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. It looks like 3 against 3, but Hua Yunxiao alone is worth at least 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. So in reality it's 3 against 4 or even 3 against 5. The master's foundation is damaged, greatly affecting her combat power. Tianing only achieved Jiebing 10 years ago, and his realm is still not fully stabilized. As for me, he lowered his gaze at his hands, spreading and then closing his fingers. I have been stuck at the early stage of nascent soul for nearly 50 years. If nothing unexpected happens this lifetime, will probably only see me reach the mid to late stage of nascent soul. Fang Ze looked at those 6 fingers. His gaze moved from the left 3 to the right 3, then back to the left, including me. Guyu Xinjuan made a fist with his right hand and placed it next to the 3 fingers representing the beast taming faction. Including you, the beast taming faction has 4 nascent soul cultivators. Your individual combat power. He paused, gesturing in the air as if searching for a suitable description but ultimately found none. He placed his hand down on his knee. He remained silent for about 5 breaths. Fang Ze, I will be honest with you. Even with you included, I do not have high hopes for the Secret Realm contest 2 years from now. Fang Ze's eyebrows twitched slightly. Hua Yunxiao is at the late stage of nascent soul. Guyu Zhenjin's voice was not loud, but each word was pronounced clearly. You took one of his strikes, I know. Your physical strength is impressive, I know. But the gap between the late stage and mid-stage of nascent soul cannot be bridged simply by physical strength. Hua Yunxiao practices the Yuehua factions, Taiyin Lanyueju, a low-grade heavenly tier technique. After entering the late stage of nascent soul, the quality of Yuehua spiritual power has approached 3 times that of ordinary nascent soul spiritual power. His innate magic weapon, the Yuehua wheel, is of high-grade 4th tier. When fully activated with Yuehua spiritual power, its power is no less than that of a quasi-5th tier. He raised his gaze to look at Fang Ze. Moreover, the Yuehua faction has been operating within the sect for over a century. They are more familiar with the terrain restrictions and traps within the secret realm than we are. When the secret realm opens, they will spare no effort. It won't just be 3 nascent soul cultivators, all their golden core cultivators will also be sent in. The golden core cultivators of the beast taming faction barely amount to half of those of the Yuehua faction. Guyu Zhenjin lightly patted his knee, as if summarizing what he had just said. A 20% chance, at most a 20% chance. The stone hall fell silent for a moment. Fang Ze stood up from the stone chair. He walked to the window, turning his back to Guyu Zhenjin, his gaze resting on the surface of the sea outside. The midday sun cast a dazzling silver-white sheen across the sea, with waves rolling up onto the beach in layers, then retreating back in layers. In the distance, a few seabirds circled low over the water, their wings glinting white in the sunlight. He looked for a long time. Then he turned around. Senior brother Guyue, what do you think I relied on to advance from golden core to midstage nascent soul over the decades? Guyu Zhenjin was taken aback. Fang Ze walked back to the long table and sat down again. His elbows rested on the table and he leaned slightly forward. Senior brother Guyue, everything I have done in these decades was accomplished when others believed the odds were less than 20%. Odds are calculated for those who are unwilling to fight for it. He stood up from the stone chair. 2 years from now, I will arrive at the sect on time. On the day the secret realm opens, I will confront the Yuehua faction. Hua Yunxiao, the Yuehua will the Taiyin Lanyueju. I want to see exactly how formidable they are. The ancient moon true monarch lifted his head to look at Fang Ze. In the backlight, his silhouette was gilded with a thin layer of golden edge, while the expression on his face fell into shadow, making it unclear. But the light in those eyes was bright. The ancient moon true monarch suddenly recalled a phrase the sect master had said to him many years ago. Guyue, do you know what kind of person is the most terrifying? It is not one with high cultivation, nor one with a deep background, nor one who is ruthless. It is the person who has crawled up from the bottom with every step, relying solely on themselves. Such people have a certain light in their eyes. If you look closely, you can see it. He had asked the sect master back then what light. The sect master replied that kind of light is like calculating accounts. The ancient moon true monarch looked into Fang Ze's eyes. He saw that kind of light. Fang Ze turned and walked toward the entrance of the stone hall. When he reached the doorway, his steps paused for a moment and he turned his head. Senior brother Guyu, please convey a message to the sect master for me. Regarding the matter of the Jebing pill, the foundation that the Yuehua faction owes her, I will go demand it on her behalf in 2 years. The ancient moon true monarch tightened his fingers. He watched Fang Ze's back as he walked along the gravel path toward the beach, his steps neither fast nor slow, making a rustling sound on the stones. The flame of the leaving fire escape lit up on the beach. The pale golden firelight was not conspicuous in the midday sun, but at the moment the light flared up, the sand grains beneath Fang Ze's feet were roasted into a glass-like crystal. He soared into the sky, flying toward the direction of the Lioli immortal city. The ancient moon true monarch stood at the entrance of the stone hall, watching as the pale golden escape light grew fainter and smaller, eventually disappearing on the horizon. He stood there for a long time. The sea breeze pressed his gray-blue Taoist robe tightly against his body, tousling his graying hair. He reached out to smooth the strands blown onto his face, and when his fingers brushed the corner of his eye, he realized the skin there was more wrinkled than he remembered. Indeed, this child went from golden core to mid-nascent soul in just a few decades. Every step he took was like dancing on the edge of a knife. How many times did his odds exceed 20%? Yet he survived, and each time he emerged stronger than before. Why had he been stuck in the early nascent soul stage for 50 years? It was not due to insufficient talent or resources. It was out of fear. Fear to stake everything like Fang Ze did when the odds were only 20%. Fear to take that step forward when he could not see through his opponent. The ancient moon true monarch lowered his head, looking at his own hands. His palms were covered with calluses and small scars, marks left from years of raising spirit beasts. He slowly clenched his palm into a fist. 2 years. He loosened his fist, turned, and walked back into the stone hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beast tamer left the Bai Bo Pavilion and did not linger in the Liuli Immortal City. He walked along the East Street for about a quarter of an hour, passing through 3 alleys, and stopped in front of an inconspicuous stone house. A thin layer of green moss grew on the doorstep of the stone house, and a plaque hanging above the door read Tianjin Pavilion, its lacquer surface so worn that the original color was unrecognizable. He did not knock, but directly pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door and walked inside. The interior of the stone house was as unremarkable as the outside. A worn wooden table sat in the center of the room, with an unfinished array drawing spread out on it, the array lines dense, and the ink still fresh. At the table sat a middle-aged man dressed in a faded blue Taoist robe, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing 2 thin arms. He pressed his left hand against the edge of the array drawing, while his right hand held an array pen, the tip hovering half an inch above the drawing yet not descending. The beast tamer sat down across from him. The array master did not raise his head, his gaze still fixed on the array drawing. The pen tip hovered in the air for about 10 breaths before finally touching the paper, drawing a very fine arc. As he finished the arc, he placed the array pen on the pen rest and rubbed his right wrist. "Is it settled?" The beast tamer pulled out 2 wine cups and a wine flask from his storage bag, the flask decorated with a warmth-preserving talisman. He uncorked the flask and filled the cup in front of him first, then poured himself a cup. "Settled. On September 15th. We will meet at the city gate." The beast tamer took a sip from the cup, holding it in his mouth for a while before swallowing. 5 portions of materials, the 4th-grade blood marrow strengthening pill. He has refined it. The array master's action of raising his wine cup paused for a moment. "What is the success rate?" "It should be quite high." The array master placed the cup back on the table without drinking. "How many furnaces have the first 3 alchemists you sought refined in total?" 9 furnaces. All waste pills. The array master did not respond. He picked up the array pen again and wrote a few words in the blank space on the paper. Fang Ze, 4th grade, mid-tier alchemist, upper-tier success rate. The handwriting was very small and the strokes were light, as if fearing someone would see it from the back of the paper. "How much did you mention to him?" "Regarding the ruins. The ancient beast taming sect. The blood marrow strengthening pill was obtained from the outskirts. The core area is sealed and needs to be broken through. The letter mentioned ways to enhance the bloodline grade of the demon beasts under my command." The beast tamer drained the remaining wine in his cup. He asked several questions, all very precise. Location of the ruins, time of activation, number of companions, and how the spoils would be divided. I answered according to our previous agreement. "He didn't suspect anything." "He did." The beast tamer's fingers moved unconsciously across the table. "He was on guard the whole time. When I gave him the pill, he looked at me several times, that kind of gaze. It was as if he was estimating how much spiritual stone an unfamiliar demon beast was worth." The array master's facial muscles twitched slightly. "That's why I chose him. That's why I chose him," the beast tamer repeated. He picked up the wine flask again and poured himself another cup, the liquid making small gurgling sounds as it filled the cup. "How many demon beasts have you seen with him?" The array master placed the array pen back on the pen rest, leaning his body back against the chair's backrest. "There are no demon beasts in the Bai Bo Pavilion. He does not exude the aura of demon beasts either. He hides them well." The beast tamer paused, his fingertips scraping back and forth on the rim of the cup. "But last time in the tea room, when he accepted the formula for the blood marrow strengthening pill, I noticed a detail. He said something roughly that this pill is useful for the demon beasts under me. He used the term under me, not I have raised a few. Moreover, when he said this, his tone was very casual, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Do you know what kind of person would casually say my demon beasts?" The array master did not respond. "Those who command many beasts become accustomed to it as a matter of course." The beast master answered himself, squeezing the sides of the cup with his thumb and index finger. "That's why I increased the stake. For 5 portions of materials, only 2 pills are required, the rules are set, and he does not suffer any loss. I even deliberately mentioned before leaving that I would grant a fellow Taoist an opportunity, intentionally adopting a strange tone to make him feel that I was not very articulate, unlike someone seasoned in schemes." The array master's gaze returned to the formation diagram on the table. At the center of the diagram was an extremely complex nested structure, with 3 layers of array patterns interlocking each node, densely marked with numbers. After observing for a while, he extended his index finger and tapped a blank area at the edge of the diagram. September 15th. Full moon, misty sea area. After entering the ruins, lead him to the first restriction. That restriction requires activation with the beast commanding technique, which he cannot perform, so he can only stand behind you and watch. While activating the restriction, the soul's tendrils of that person will extend from behind the restriction. You have his restriction on you, so you will not be attacked. He is different. The array master moved his finger from the edge of the diagram to the center, pressing it into the exact center of the three-layer nested structure. If that person's soul tendrils fail to subdue him at once. After all, he is at the mid-nascent soul stage and his divine sense is no weak matter. Then this trapping formation will be needed. I have prepared the array foundation on the stone wall at the entrance of the ruins with the array flags inserted at the corner of the second layer corridor. Once the trapping formation is activated, the spiritual power within 30 zhang will become stagnant and the penetration distance of divine sense will be compressed to within 3 zhang. In such an environment, even someone at the late nascent soul stage would not be able to fly. And what about after trapping him? The Beast Master asked. That person will take action by himself. We won't have to do anything. The array master lightly tapped twice on the nested structure at the center of the diagram. A 5th grade dragon soul, even if it is just a remnant soul, is more than enough to devour the divine sense of someone at the mid-nascent soul stage. After devouring, the things it promises to give us will naturally be fulfilled. Your last 3 layers of beast commanding technique and my array Dao True Understanding's last volume. What if he brings too many beasts? The Beast Master said as he drained the remaining wine in his cup, his throat rolling slightly. You just mentioned that his success rate in forming pills is so high, so he likely won't be short of beasts under his command. What if he doesn't just come alone when he enters the ruins but brings a bunch of 4th grade beasts? Can that person handle it? The array master's hand resting on the diagram halted. The ink at the tip of the pen had dried. He pondered for about 10 breaths. In those 10 breaths, his index finger scraped the edge of the table 7 times. How much can your trapping formation handle at its upper limit? The Beast Master pressed on, leaning forward, slightly causing the front legs of the chair to lift off the ground with a creak. 4th grade perfected. No problem with 3 or fewer. If it exceeds 3, the array foundation won't be able to bear the backlash of spiritual power, it will explode. The array master's voice was dry. What if he brings 5? The array master fell silent for a breath. Then we can only rely on that person. A 5th grade remnant soul fighting a group of 4th grade beasts plus a mid-nascent soul. The Beast Master's words were cut short as he lightly bit his lower lip. He leaned back against the chair, the front legs settling back down with another creak. The array master picked up the array pattern brush again, dipping the tip into the inkstone. His movements were slow enough that each joint's bend was clearly visible. The brush tip saturated with ink, he drew a circle on the blank area of the diagram, writing the character, Fang, inside the circle. Then beside the circle, he drew 2 small figures, one representing himself, and the other representing the Beast Master. Between the 3 shapes, he connected them with dotted lines to form a triangle. There's also an additional layer of insurance. The array master pointed at the small figure representing himself. If that person feels unsatisfied after devouring him and wants to swallow us. The Beast Master's wine cup paused at his lips. I buried a one-way teleportation array in the array foundation at the entrance of the ruins. Once activated, it can teleport us both out of the ruins, landing on the reef 30 miles west of the Misty Sea area. The activation condition of the teleportation array is set to be triggered by divine sense. As long as the soul fluctuations of that person exceed a certain intensity, the teleportation array will activate automatically. I adjusted this intensity 3 times, precisely setting it at the peak spiritual power value right after it devours a mid-nascent soul. Once it finishes devouring, the fluctuations will be at their maximum and the teleportation array will send us away at that moment. The Beast Master remained silent for a moment. Are you sure it won't trigger prematurely? I've tested it 3 times. The array master's tone was flat. The first 2 times were with small beasts 3rd grade, and their soul fluctuations didn't reach the threshold. The 3rd time was with the 4th grade early stage iron scale python that you brought in. At the moment that person devoured it, the soul fluctuation just barely reached half of the threshold. This time, being at mid-nascent soul, the fluctuation will be at least 20 times greater than the iron scale python. It will be enough. The Beast Master set the wine cup down on the table. No sound was made between the bottom of the cup and the table. All right. In 5 months we meet at the city gate. He stood up, sweeping his sleeve across the table. The array master did not stand up. His brush tip returned to the diagram, adding an extremely thin arc to the 3 nested trapping array patterns. The arc's direction was tricky, as if it was deliberately avoiding something. The Beast Master glanced back at the formation diagram as he reached the door. The character Fang, encircled in the circle, had already been layered over with the array patterns. The Beast Master pushed open the wooden door and walked out. The sunlight was intense on the street outside. He squinted, following the path he had come from towards East Street, walking at a steady pace just like all the wandering cultivators hurrying along the street. In the distance, the sign of the Bai Bo Pavilion glimmered under the sunlight. Meanwhile, Fang Ze was sitting at a stone table in the backyard of Bai Bo Pavilion, taking out the last batch of yen-yang pills from the alchemy furnace. 47 pills. Along with those he had previously accumulated, there were a total of 124th grade lower grade yen-yang pills, all of the highest quality. He set aside 20 pills as display and sample items at the Bai Bo Pavilion counter, while the remaining 100 were given to Li Qingshan to distribute gradually through the channels of the Wanzhun sect. One cannot release too many at once. If 100 4th-grade pills flood the market simultaneously, the price could drop by at least 20%. Li Qingshan understood this principle, only releasing 10 pills at a time with a new batch every 7 days, like throwing stones into water creating ripples before casting the next batch. The output of 3rd-grade pills has also been steadily rising. The Jin Yuan pill, Qi Yang pill, and Yuan Ling pill, 3 types of cultivation pills, are produced steadily at 200 bottles each month. Healing pills and detoxification pills, 50 bottles each. The 2 branches of the Wanzhun sect in the Liuli Sea area have become fixed distribution channels for Bai Bo Pavilion, taking a commission of half for each bottle sold, to the satisfaction of both sides. Lin Weiner stood behind the counter from dawn till dusk, collecting spirit stones, recording materials, and updating the accounts with the speed of a seasoned shopkeeper. Her cultivation was still stuck at the foundation establishment completion stage, but Fang Ze had observed her spiritual energy fluctuations. That threshold had already loosened. It was just a step away from being kicked open. He planned to gather enough spirit stones from this batch to refine a golden core for her, assisting her in forming her core. In addition to pills, he also began selling spirit treasures. The 4th-grade inferior spirit treasures, he crafted using Nanmingli fire and fire refining techniques, had a stable quality consistently reaching the premium level. Weapons like swords and blades sold the best, as nascent soul practitioners had a demand for one each. Defensive treasures sold slightly less well, but there was still no shortage of buyers. A 4th-grade inferior superior artifact had a market price of around 2 million spirit stones, with profits lower than those from pills, but the materials were cheaper. Defensive treasures sold slightly less well, but there was still no shortage of buyers. A 4th-grade inferior superior artifact had a market price of around 2 million spirit stones, with profits lower than those. With the income from artifacts, pills, and 3rd-grade spiritual herbs, combined Bibbo Pavilion's profit stabilized at nearly 30 million spirit stones each month. 5 months later, 100 million spirit stones were gathered. When Fang Ze poured the last bag of spirit stones into the core of the spatial array, the entire space trembled slightly. The densely packed grooves for spirit stones on the array core lit up with azure and emerald light spreading from the core along the array patterns in all directions. 100 million spirit stones. With an annual consumption of 8 million under normal circumstances, it would be sufficient for the space to operate for over 12 years. However, if used to build a tribulation platform, a single 5th-grade lightning tribulation could consume half of that. And the thing reserves fear the most is dying with unspent resources. He had seen too many nascent soul practitioner storage bags found in the relics of Li Fire Palace, dug up from, and the thing reserves fear the most is dying with unspent resources. He had seen too many nascent soul practitioner storage bags found in the relics of Li Fire Palace, dug up from the depths of the sea rift or scavenged from Guyan's corpse. Every deceased practitioner's storage bag contained piles of spirit stones and materials saved over many years, frugally collected, but after death they belonged to others. He did not intend to be that kind of person. The location for constructing the tribulation platform was chosen in a rocky area between the spiritual field and water zone, in the space which had originally been the activity zone for the gold-eating insects. Fang Ze had relocated the insect swarm to the east side of the spiritual field, clearing the entire rocky area. He spent 3 full days inscribing a thunder-inducing array with a diameter of 30 zhang on the ground. The orientation of the array patterns referenced the array inheritance from the Nanmingli Fire Classic, with the core being a concentric circle structure, composed of 3,600 spirit stone grooves, each groove corresponding to a strike of thunder from the tribulation. The outermost grooves were the largest, corresponding to the first strike of thunder, while the grooves became denser as they moved inward, corresponding to the final and strongest strike. When the thunder strikes, the spirit stones in the grooves would first bear part of the impact, reducing the power of the tribulation from 10 to 7 parts, with the remaining 3 parts to be endured by the tribulation's demonic beasts. 3,600 grooves, each slot containing at least 10,000 spirit stones, along with the piece of Qi Yen crystal essence used to stabilize the base at the array I, a piece of 5th grade ore. The total cost of constructing the tribulation platform was approximately 40 million spirit stones. The remaining 60 million would be consumed during the lightning tribulation. 6 strikes of lightning would consume at least 60 million. If there were more than 6 strikes, each additional strike would consume another 10 million. Fang Ze embedded the spirit stones into the grooves one by one. This action was repeated 3,600 times from sunrise to sunset and from sunset to sunrise. Each spirit stone emitted a faint clicking sound as it was embedded. After 3,600 clicks, the array patterns of the tribulation platform suddenly illuminated and a beam of light shot up from the array I, piercing into the mist at the apex of the space. On the second day after completing the platform, Fang Ze did not immediately allow Lan Yu to undergo the tribulation. He still had 2 more tasks to complete. The first task was the 5 Flames Li Fire Mirror. He had obtained the complete refining method for the 5 Flames Li Fire Mirror in the ruins of the Li Fire Palace. The refining method for this innate spirit treasure was quite special. It was not about refining one mirror, and then the next, but rather refining 5 mirrors separately, each incorporating the essence of a different fire attribute demonic beast. Only when the 5 mirrors were combined could they reach true spirit treasure level power. He had already refined the first 3 mirrors, which were at the 4th grade upper class. The 4th and 5th mirrors had been stuck on materials. The last 2 required not ordinary fire attribute ores, but 5th grade materials. Fang Ze initially only had 1 piece of 5th grade Qi Yen crystal essence, and 1 Li Fire crystal core, both of which had been used up when refining the first 3 mirrors. It wasn't until Jin Tong broke through to the 4th grade completion stage that his talent for turning stone into gold leveled up. Originally only able to turn 3rd grade ores into 4th grade metals, he could now turn 4th grade ores into 5th grade ones. Jin Tong squatted by the water, turning 1 piece after another, and finally produced 2 pieces of 5th grade material. 1 piece of 5th grade Yen Sui crystal and 1 piece of 5th grade meteor fire iron. When Fang Ze obtained these 2 pieces of 5th grade, or Jin Tong squatted on a bluestone, eyes filled with tears, mumbling, "Master, I'm tired, I'm really tired." Fang Ze tossed it a bag of spirit stones, and Jin Tong immediately perked up, clutching the spirit stone bag, with both claws, its eyes squinting into a narrow slit, as its tail splashed loudly on the water surface. The 4th mirror took a full 3 days to refine. The 5th grade Yen Sui crystal only melted into a liquid state under the continuous forging of Nanming Li Fire, with the temperature during the refining process exceeding any 4th grade material Fang Ze had ever forged. At the moment the mirror was completed, a beast silhouette appeared on its surface. The spirit of a 4th grade fire attribute demonic beast, the Yenjing beast, was sealed within the mirror, with the silhouette slowly swimming across the surface, leaving behind red trails. The 5th mirror took 5 days to refine. Meteor fire iron is a metal extracted from fallen stars, renowned for its extraordinary hardness. Fang Ze had to repeatedly hammer the entire piece of meteor fire iron, using Nanming Li Fire in conjunction with the Li Fire spiritual power within him, striking it over 10,000 times to forge it into a mirror blank. After this mirror was completed, its surface exhibited a dark somber sheen unlike the previous, for that glimmered brightly, instead absorbing all light. The 5 mirrors were aligned in front of Fang Ze. 4 were 4th grade premium and 1 was 4th grade upper class. The 5th mirror had slightly lower quality due to the special nature of the meteor fire iron, but it still reached the peak of 4th grade upper class. He activated the 5 mirrors simultaneously, according to the combination method recorded in the Nanming Li Fire Classic. 5 flames surged forth from the mirror surfaces. The 5 flames intertwined, collided, and fused above Fang Ze's head. The colors of the flames continuously changed during the fusion, shifting from 5 colors to 3, and then from 3 to a rich, nearly liquid golden red hue. At the center of the golden red flames, the 5 mirrors began to draw closer together, the gaps between the mirror surfaces shrinking, and the array patterns on the frames began to move, as if alive, firmly locking the 5 mirrors together. The fusion of the mirrors lasted an entire day and night. At the moment when the 5 mirrors completely melded into one, the flames above Fang Ze's head suddenly retracted, all drawn back into the mirror's surface. Only 1 mirror remained suspended in midair. The mirror's diameter was about a foot, perfectly circular, with the frame engraved with patterns of 5 types of flames forming a closed ring. The 5 flames leaving fire mirror, a top-tier artifact of the 4th rank. Fang Ze reached out and grasped the mirror in his hand. The frame felt warm to the touch. He activated the southern bright, leaving fire in his palm, and a golden red flame surged forth from the mirror, its temperature not fully released yet, merely leaking a trace from the mirror's surface, causing the stone wall of the alchemy room in front of him to crackle. He withdrew the mirror into his body. The 5 flames leaving fire mirror transformed into a golden red stream of light that entered his chest and quietly hovered in his dantian. The nascent soul sat cross-legged in the center of the dantian, extending a tiny hand to press against the mirror's surface, which emitted a soft humming sound as if in response. This trump card is something Lan Yu currently cannot handle. A top-tier artifact of the 4th rank, driven by the southern bright, leaving fire at its core. When fully activated, the 5 flames merge into one, wielding power that rivals that of 5th rank abilities. This is his strongest trump card among all his means, more powerful than the self-detonation of the golden devouring insects, stronger than the siege of a perfected 4th rank demonic beast, and even more formidable than his own southern bright, leaving fire. Lan Yu stood on the branch of an old locust tree at the edge of the spirit field, tilting its head to watch Fang Ze retrieve the mirror into his body. In its crimson gold pupils, the last moment of the golden red light disappearing was reflected. The feathers on its neck fluttered slightly before folding back. "Father, that mirror is very hot," Lan Yu said, a hint of unease in its voice that it seemed unaware of. "Hotter than the true fire of the phoenix within you." Lan Yu pondered, its tail feathers gently swaying behind it. It's different. My fire is alive. Its fire is compressed tightly together. It's like stacking many flames into a blade. Fang Ze nodded. Lan Yu's perception of fire has always been precise. If it said that the fire of the 5 flames leaving fire mirror was compressed into a blade, then it truly was. The second matter is the leaving fire divine tree. Under the nurturing of spatial spiritual energy, and the irrigation of Fang Ze's southern bright leaving fire, its growth rate far exceeded the normal cycle. From the height of a thumb to 3 feet tall, and then from 3 feet to 10 feet. The trunk was as thick as an adult's arm with dark red bark. However, after reaching 10 feet it stopped growing. No longer gaining height, sprouting new branches, or producing new leaves. The crown had only 9 leaves, each the size of an adult's palm, flame-shaped with golden veins gently swaying in the breeze of spiritual energy. It needed to break through to the 5th rank. The leaving fire divine tree is a 5th rank spiritual plant. In the natural world, it requires 5,000 years to bear its first fruit. Although the spiritual energy concentration in Fang Ze's space reached the level of a top-tier 4th rank, it was still insufficient for a 5th rank spiritual plant to complete its full growth cycle from seedling to maturity. The space itself is of 4th rank, meaning 5th rank spiritual plants cannot be cultivated. This is also why the leaving fire divine tree halted its growth after reaching 10 feet. It has encountered the ceiling of the spatial rank. However, Fang Ze found a record in the appendix of the Southern Bright leaving fire scripture. The maturity of some 5th rank spiritual plants relies more on the concentration of spiritual energy. If a local environment with a sufficiently high concentration of spiritual energy can be created around the spiritual plant high enough to temporarily break through the limitations of the 4th rank space, the plant can complete its final maturation in a short time. This short time is calculated based on the spiritual plant's own timescale. The normal maturation cycle for the leaving fire divine tree is 5,000 years shortened by 100 times, equating to 50 years. The flow of time in Fang Ze's space is 100 times that of the outside world. 1 year outside equals 100 years in the space. The leaving fire divine tree needs to remain in the space for at least 50 more years to mature naturally. He cannot wait 50 years. The core of the Tribulation platform's formation is embedded with 3,600 spirit stones, which besides attracting lightning, also serve an additional function of gathering spiritual energy. When the platform is in a dormant state, the formation's core automatically attracts the surrounding spiritual energy, forming an area of extremely high spiritual energy density at the formation's eye. Fang Ze moved the leaving fire divine tree next to the formation's eye of the Tribulation platform. Then he activated the platform's spiritual energy gathering function. The formation patterns on the Tribulation platform lit up, not all, but only the spiritual energy gathering circuits were activated. All 3,600 spirit stones began to release spiritual energy simultaneously, which flowed along the formation patterns toward the formation's eye, coalescing into a visible, milky white vortex. The vortex's diameter was about 3 feet, and the concentration of spiritual energy at its center soared to an extremely terrifying level in a short time. It far exceeded the level of a top-tier 4th rank, reaching the threshold of the 5th rank. The leaving fire divine tree was planted right in the center of the vortex. Its roots began to frantically absorb the energy washed over by the spiritual energy vortex. Numerous fine golden patterns emerged on the dark red bark, spreading from the roots to the trunk, from the trunk to the branches, and from the branches to the leaves. The 9 flame-shaped leaves lit up simultaneously, the golden light in the veins growing brighter, and tiny sparks began to emit from the edges of the leaves. Those sparks floated in midair, swirling in the spiritual energy vortex. The spirit stones were depleting. The spiritual force from the 3,600 spirit stones was being drawn out by the leaving fire divine tree, as if it were drawing water. The consumption rate was even faster than Fang Ze had anticipated. In just a few years, the spirit stones in the outermost trough were all reduced to gray-white powder. 20 million spirit stones. Fang Ze did not hesitate. He had prepared 50 million spirit stones as reserve specifically for the leaving fire divine tree. He squatted beside the platform, filling the trough with bags of spirit stones, breaking each bag after it was filled and refilling it again. The powder from the spirit stones piled up into a small gray-white mountain at his feet, his fingers stained white with the spirit stone powder, and his sleeves covered in fine powder, even a layer resting on his eyelashes. When he burned through over 40 million spirit stones, the leaving fire divine tree finally began to bear fruit. At the very center of the crown, the shortest branches tip gradually swelled into a small bud. Through the bud scales, one could see something inside slowly growing, expanding, and taking shape. The process of the bud opening lasted about half an hour. The bud scales unfolded one by one, revealing the fruit inside. At the top of the fruit was a ring of small protrusions forming a lotus seat shape with a small depression in the center of the lotus seat, where a drop of golden red liquid was condensed. The first leaving fire fruit, then the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. 5 leaving fire fruits hung from the branches. Fang Ze plucked 5 fruits and placed them into the already prepared cold jade box. At the moment he picked the last fruit, the body of the fire god tree trembled gently, and 9 flame-shaped leaves simultaneously fell, turning to ashes in the air. The golden patterns on the trunk dimmed, and the entire tree seemed to age by several thousand years in an instant. Its bark became rough and cracked, and its branches drooped as it entered a long period of dormancy. For the next fruiting, who knows how many years it will take. But that is a matter for the future. Fang Ze held the cold jade box in front of Lan Yu and opened the lid. The 5 fire fruits lay side by side on the velvet cloth, their golden red glow illuminating Lan Yu's crimson gold pupils. Are you ready? Lan Yu lowered its head and gently touched the skin of a fire fruit with the tip of its beak. At the moment the beak touched the fruit skin, a thin spark shot out from the contact point, drawing a bright arc in the air before landing and burning a small charred pit in the ground. Lan Yu lifted its neck and emitted a low chirp. Father, I am ready. Lan Yu lowered its head. Then it tilted its neck back, picking up the 5 fruits one by one with its beak and swallowing them whole. At the moment the medicinal power exploded within its body. Lan Yu's feathers stood on end. Crimson gold flames surged from the base of each feather, enveloping the whole bird in a blazing fire. The ice blue ice flames followed closely, spreading from the tips of its feathers, in reverse colliding with the crimson gold flames in midair. Where the 2 flames met, a dazzling white light erupted mixed with countless tiny electric arcs that struck the formation on the tribulation platform, activating the outermost spirit stones in advance. Then thunder rumbled in the sky. After a muffled sound, the entire space's dome suddenly darkened, the originally soft daylight replaced by heavy dark clouds that rapidly gathered above Lan Yu, forming a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, the thunder light was gathering. When the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended, it was a crimson-red thunder as thick as a water barrel, striking directly at Lan Yu. Lan Yu did not evade, nor did it summon any defenses. It tilted its head to receive the thunder as crimson gold flames erupted from its mouth, colliding with the lightning. The flames and thunder held each other in a standoff for about 2 breaths. Then the thunder was forcefully burned through by the flames, shattering into countless tiny electric serpents that scattered around the tribulation platform. The outermost spirit stones shattered into powder. The moment the electric serpents touched them, nearly 600 out of 3,600 spirit stones, turning to gray-white simultaneously. A first crack appeared on Lan Yu's feathers. The crack spread from its chest to the base of its wings, faintly visible amidst the crimson gold flames. The second bolt of tribulation lightning, tinged with a hint of pale gold, fell. The speed of this lightning was nearly twice as fast as the first, and Lan Yu did not have time to retaliate with fire, or the thunder struck directly on its back. The blazing white lightning completely engulfed Lan Yu, lasting for a full 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the lightning dissipated and Lan Yu still stood at the center of the tribulation platform, but the feathers on its back were charred black, and ice blue flames desperately surged from the charred gaps, working layer by layer to repair the damaged feathers. The singed feathers regained their smoothness under the influence of the ice flames, the ice blue color spreading from the base to the tips. The third bolt of tribulation lightning was pure golden. Lan Yu spread its wings, and both the southern bright flames and the ice flames surged from its left and right wings, converging above its head into a massive taiji pattern. One half of the flames was crimson gold, while the other half was ice blue, the 2 colors slowly rotating in the taiji pattern, chasing and penetrating each other. The golden thunder struck the taiji pattern, causing it to tremble violently before it began to decompose the power of the thunder into countless tiny light points, scattering them into the surrounding air. Another batch of spirit stones on the platform shattered. The 4th bolt of tribulation lightning was golden red. Lan Yu's physical body was beginning to succumb. When the thunder struck it, one of its wings bent backward, the bones emitting a clear cracking sound. Lan Yu made no sound, merely using one wing to prop itself against the ground, forcibly straightening the bent wing. The bones rejoined within its body, and the southern bright flames surged from the depths of its marrow, enveloping, melting, and reforging the broken bone fragments. It was tempering its bones with the tribulation. The 5th bolt of tribulation lightning was purple gold. The moment the thunder fell, all of Lan Yu's feathers exploded simultaneously, releasing crimson gold and ice blue flames without reservation. With no taiji pattern and no defenses, it directly faced the lightning with its physical body. Its body was gradually torn apart, charred, and crushed by the purple gold lightning. Feathers turned to ashes, skin split with countless wounds, and bones creaked under the impact of the thunder. Its body grew smaller and more blurred in the lightning, ultimately disappearing completely within the purple gold lightning. The tribulation platform fell silent. There was no sign of Lan Yu. Only a ground of charred traces and lingering purple electric arcs remained. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. Fang Ze stood at the edge of the tribulation platform, unmoving. His fingers curled into his palm, the nails digging into his flesh, leaving for white imprints. He understood what the Phoenix Nirvana was. He knew what it was. But at the moment he saw Lan Yu engulfed by the lightning, the southern bright flames within him stirred, uncontrollably surging along his meridians from the dantian to his fingertips, where a wisp of golden flame flickered. The sixth bolt of tribulation lightning, the last one, had yet to fall. At the center of the dark cloud vortex, the thunderlight was accumulating, brewing and waiting. The fifth grade tribulation requires at least 6 bolts and up to 9. 6 is the minimum standard, but the power does not diminish because of fewer bolts. On the contrary, the 6th bolt of a 6-bolt tribulation often surpasses the 9th bolt of a 9-bolt tribulation in power, because the laws of heaven and earth must complete all the tests within a shorter time. Then the thickest, brightest, and heaviest bolt of tribulation lightning fell. It was dark golden. The entire space was illuminated in dark gold. The thunder struck precisely at the location where Lan Yu had disappeared. The ground was blasted into a deep pit with shattered stones and charred feather fragments flying everywhere. The thunderlight lingered in the pit for nearly 10 breaths, during which the spiritual energy of the entire space frantically poured into that pit, as if something was desperately sucking it in. The remaining spirit stones on the tribulation platform turned to ashes within a few breaths. Even a portion of the reserve spirit stones in the core of the spatial formation were drained with spiritual energy, surging towards the tribulation platform like a tide along the formation patterns. After 10 breaths, the lightning dissipated. At the bottom of the deep pit, there was a small ball of fire about the size of a fist. The crimson, gold, and ice blue colors swirled slowly within the fireball, not in a chase or clash as before, but in a complete fusion. The boundaries of the two flames were no longer discernible. Crimson gold contained ice blue and ice blue contained crimson gold, both permeating each other at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately transforming into a brand new color. A pale cyan color situated between gold and blue. The fireball began to expand, growing from the size of a fist to that of a human head, and then to the size of a water vat. The flames blazed higher, the pale cyan radiance illuminating the entire tribulation platform. At the center of the fire, something was taking shape. First, a bone appeared, milky white and flowing with pale cyan flames on its surface. Then came the second, the third, and countless bones grew, joined and assembled within the flames. The bones formed a skeleton. Next were the meridians, pale golden veins, spreading along the bones, entwining like vines around withered branches. Then came the flesh, layer by layer, filling the gaps in the skeleton. Then came the skin, which revealed patterns resembling the beginnings of feathers. Finally, the feathers emerged, not one by one, but all at once. The flames suddenly contracted, all being absorbed into the body of the large bird. Standing at the bottom of the deep pit was a bird nearly 3 zhang in wingspan, its entire body covered in pale cyan feathers. Its tail feathers transitioned from pale cyan to golden red, then from golden red to ice blue, and finally at the very tip became pure silver. Its eyes were amber with 2 clusters of pale cyan flames burning deep within its pupils. It spread its wings and raised its head, letting out a phoenix cry. In response to the cry, the entire space resonated. The spiritual herbs in the spiritual field grew wildly, flower buds bloomed, seeds sprouted, and vines climbed. The surface of the water rippled in layers. The golden boy and the ice maiden surfaced simultaneously from the depths, their bloodlines faintly warming under the resonance of the phoenix cry. The 63 4th-tier gold devouring insects. 5 months ago there were only 61, and 2 more recently broke through. They emitted a low resonant buzzing from their burrow, as if responding to a call from deep within their bloodlines. 5th tier. The Tai Su Phoenix. The blue-feathered bird emerged from the deep pit. As it stepped out, its claws pressed against the ground, melting and solidifying the charred fragments of stone with the residual power of its lightning tribulation. Its aura could not be contained. With each step, a pale cyan trail remained in the air, lingering for several breaths before slowly dissipating. It stopped before Fang Ze, its amber eyes meeting his gaze. It was now as tall as Fang Ze. Then its body began to shrink. The outline of the bird was reshaped under a layer of pale cyan light. Wings turned into arms, claws into feet, tail feathers retracted into its body, and the feathers covering it transformed into a pale cyan robe. The entire process lasted less than 3 breaths. Standing before Fang Ze was a girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her hair was pale cyan reaching her waist, with the ends displaying a gradient of golden red and ice blue. At the center of her forehead was a pale cyan flame-shaped mark, the mark of the phoenix's true fire, clearer than 10 times before when her transformation was imperfect. She looked down at her hands, spreading her fingers wide before bringing them together, then spreading them wide again. Her fingers were slender and long with distinct joints, and a pale cyan glow emanated from beneath her skin. Perfect transformation. Previously Lan Yu could also take human form, but it was imperfect. Her wings would not hide properly, tail feathers would occasionally poke out from behind her clothes, and the color of her pupils would uncontrollably change with her emotions. But now it was perfect. From her hair to her fingertips, from her bones to her skin, every detail was indistinguishable from that of a human cultivator. If there was any difference, it was the terrifying true fire of the phoenix within her. Even if it was suppressed by 99%, the air around her still subtly distorted. "Father," Lan Yu spoke. Her voice was slightly deeper than before her transformation, yet still retained the clear tone characteristic of a young girl. She looked at Fang Ze, a smile appearing on her face. It was not the silly grin of comfort from being patted on the head, but a smile that naturally radiated from knowing her own strength. Fang Ze reached out and placed his hand on Lan Yu's head. As his palm touched her hair, a warm sensation surged through his hand. Lan Yu's hair was softer than he had imagined, softer than that of a fifth-tier beast that had just survived 6 tribulations. "Father." Lan Yu called out again. This time, her voice carried a hint of the past. Like when she was young, it carried a slightly spoiled inflection. She slightly lowered her head, rubbing it against his palm, then raised her head, her amber eyes staring directly at him. "I have inherited the memories." "What inheritance?" "The Tai Su Phoenix." Lan Yu's voice became serious, not an ordinary phoenix. The bloodline of the Tai Su Phoenix originates from the first phoenix, when chaos was first opened, inherently mastering the dual fires of yin and yang. Yang fire burns the heavens, yin fire seals and freezes. I am now at the 5th tier. My yin and yang fires are not yet fully matured. The yang fire is a tier stronger than your father's south bright fire, while the yin fire can freeze a cultivator's spiritual energy circulation. Fang Ze withdrew his hand from her head. "You mean to say your yang fire is a tier stronger than your father's south bright fire?" "Yes." Lan Yu nodded lightly. She opened her right hand and a pale cyan flame emerged in her palm. The flame quietly burned in her palm, silent and without any fluctuation, so still it did not seem like a flame at all. She pressed her palm against a nearby stone, not making contact, just getting close from midair. From 2 feet away, the stones silently melted in the pale sigh and glow, vaporizing completely without even a wisp of smoke. Fang Ze fell silent for a breath. A 4th-tier supreme quality life treasure, the 5 flames separation fire mirror. The strongest trump card he had forged himself. Even at full power, the flame temperature it generated was probably comparable to this pale cyan flame. Yet Lan Yu's yin and yang fires had not fully matured. "What about the 6th tier?" Fang Ze asked. Lan Yu withdrew her hand, the pale cyan flame retracting back into her palm and disappearing beneath her skin. "At the 6th tier, the yin and yang fires will fully fuse, giving birth to a spatial attribute. The Tai Su in Tai Su Phoenix refers to space. At that time, I can tear apart the void, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. I can also create a small independent space. Unlike this space of fathers, it will be a true, completely independent little world." Fang Ze looked at Lan Yu. The term to transverse came to his mind, and he did not find it exaggerated. A 5th-tier beast corresponds to the transformation god stage. Lan Yu's current combat power could easily overpower a cultivator at the early transformation god stage. Yet how many transformation god cultivators existed in the current Liulici region, or even the entire continent? If calculated generously, it would not exceed the number of fingers on one hand. While it might not be entirely accurate, at least during his long time managing the Bibo Pavilion, he had never seen a single transformation god cultivator. The strongest he had encountered was someone like Hua Yunxiao, a late nascent soul stage cultivator. He instructed Lan Yu to sit cross-legged beside the tribulation platform. "Just broken through, your aura is unstable. First spend a day in the outside world, while 100 days pass in this space to thoroughly stabilize your cultivation. Use the Phoenix True Fire to refine all the residual power of the lightning tribulation in your body, leaving not a single trace. After refining, your yin and yang fires will rise to another tier." Lan Yu nodded once and sat cross-legged upon the broken stones. She closed her eyes, palms opened on her knees facing upward. 2 tongues of flame welled forth simultaneously from the hollows of her hands. Her left hand burned a molten gold, her right a crystalline ice blue. The twin flames crept along her arms and spread over her body, wrapping her in a pale cyan aura of firelight. Her breathing was even and sustained. With each rise and fall of her chest, the surrounding flames pulsed in time. Fang Ze stood by for a while. Only after confirming her breath had steadied did he turn and step beyond the bounds of the tribulation platform. He made his way to the water's edge. Jin Tong was crouched on a blue stone, eyes bulging oblivious, even as or tumbled from its mouth and struck its own foot. "Ma, master." Jin Tong's voice quivered. "That girl Lan Yu, that flame just now. Stronger than you." Fang Ze finished the sentence for it. Jin Tong's mouth opened and closed again and again like a fish hauled up onto the shore. It cast its gaze down at the pile of or stashed behind it, then looked up at Lan Yu still meditating in the distance. Its tail drooped, its ears sank, it curled itself into a small golden ball. Bing Nu rose from the water, a thin sheet of ice forming beneath her feet to bear her to the shore. The vertical mark at her brow parting and closing slightly as she turned her gaze toward Lan Yu. "I can feel her flames even across the water. They are scorching. Not scorching in mere temperature, but..." She paused, searching for the precise word. "Bloodline suppression." Bing Nu finally spoke those 4 words. The mark on her brow opened fully, an ice-blue light slowly revolving within. The Taishu Phoenix's bloodline ranks above mine. Above Jin Tong's as well. It may even surpass some 6th-rank bloodlines. Fang Ze inclined his head. According to the inheritance memories Lan, you possessed the Taishu Phoenix's lineage traces back to a phoenix born at the first dawn of chaos. Its roots rest on a 6th-rank foundation and may reach even loftier heights. Do not overthink it for now. You will all break through to the 5th rank in time. After issuing those instructions, he returned to the alchemy chamber. During Lanya's tribulation, the flames consumed every spirit stone on the platform. The formation core's reserve stones were partially drawn as well. Roughly reckoned, the tribulation burned through nearly 80 million spirit stones worth of spiritual energy. He did not grieve the loss. To trade 80 million spirit stones for a 5th-rank Taishu Phoenix was a bargain unmatched across the entire continent. Spirit stones could be earned again if 5th-rank Taishu Phoenix missed now would not reappear a second time. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Bo-Guess' income over those 6 months was steady, as if measured by a ruler, roughly 30 million spirit stones each month, totaling about 180 million in half a year. Fang Ze placed 10 million into the space's daily operations reserve, 10 million, as Bai Bo-Guess' working capital, and converted the remainder into cultivation requisites and emergency pills. September 15th. Fang Ze opened his eyes in the quiet room at the rear courtyard of Bai Bo-Go. Dawn had not yet broken. The sky outside held that deep ink-blue hue unique to the hour before daybreak. The streets were silent, even the early morning vendors had not yet taken their posts. He changed into a dark teal battle outfit, sleeves cinched tight, and the hem falling to mid-thigh, and stepped into a pair of short boots tanned from 4th-rank beast hide. Inside the storage ring, besides pills and spirit stones, 63 4th-rank voracious gold larvae stood ready, and of the 8 shape-shifting demon beasts, he kept by name 2, Mo Yuan and Bing Li, brought with him, the rest remained within the space. He sat alone in the tea room for half an hour. He neither kindled a fire nor drank tea. He merely sat in silence, running every possible outcome through his mind. He recalled the gaze the beast tamer had left on the doorframe 6 months earlier, the ambiguous word about a fated opportunity, and the demon beast materia system on the pill formula that had never appeared in any market. All these clues were repeatedly arranged and rearranged in his thoughts like a jigsaw. Some pieces had yet to fall into place, but a blurred silhouette was already discernible. Then he rose, pushed open Bai Bo-Guess' door, and walked toward the city gate. Day was just beginning to lighten. A thin band of fishbelly white showed on the eastern horizon over the sea. The sea breeze carried a briny tang as it swept inland, setting the glass lanterns at the gate to gentle rocking. 2 figures were already waiting. The beast tamer wore a practical ink-green short garb that favored movement, his cuffs and trouser hems were bound tight, and a bulging spirit beast pouch hung at his waist. Beside him stood another man, middle-aged and clad in a dark gray Dao robe. He was lean, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes that fixed on people with an unflinching steadiness. His hands were folded before him, his 10 fingers were clean and neatly trimmed. The pads bore the thin calluses left by years of holding an array-pattern brush. The beast tamer saw Fang Ze approaching and cupped his fists in greeting. Fellow Taoist Fang. This is fellow Taoist Zhou, a high-grade 4th-rank array master. The work of unraveling the ruins' core formation will rely chiefly on him. Arraymaster Zhou inclined himself slightly in return. His gaze lingered on Fang Ze for 2 breaths, sweeping from the cuff of his sleeve to his waist and then down to his boots. It was not the sort of look that measured a person so much as that of someone studying an array diagram, focused, analytical, without extraneous feeling. Fellow Taoist Fang. He spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice. Long have I heard of your alchemical reputation. Fang Ze inclined his head. His spiritual sense lightly scanned the array master in return. Both the array master and the beast tamer were at the early nascent soul stage. Their spiritual fluctuations were steady and bore no obvious anomalies. The beast tamer's chi, however, felt somewhat richer, roughly at the crest of the early nascent soul stage. Neither man disclosed more information. The beast tamer released a flying avian demon from the spirit. It was a 4th-rank early-stage ironfeather raptor, its wingspan nearly 5 zhang, with a bespoke saddle affixed to its back capable of seating 3 to 4 people abreast. The 3 of them took their places upon the raptor in turn. The beast tamer sat in front, the array master in the middle, and Fang Ze at the rear. The raptor's great wings beat down with sudden force, a powerful gust rustling the bluestone at the gate as its enormous body sprang aloft, heading eastward toward the Lioli Sea. It flew with tremendous speed. 4th-rank avians already outranked their peers in swiftness, and with the beast tamer continuously reinforcing it with control incantations, its velocity rose by nearly 30% over the norm. Below, the sea shifted from pale blue to deep blue and finally to an inky navy. The water's color deepened in layered gradations with the increasing depth. Occasionally a fish-shaped sea beast would leap from the waves, carving a silver-white arc in the newborn light of the sun, before plunging back beneath the surface. After flying for about an hour, the beast master turned his head. His gaze passed over the shoulder of the array master and landed on Fang Ze. Fang Daoyu, I heard you not only refine pills at by Bo Pavilion but also raise quite a number of monsters. Fang Ze sat on the back of the carved eagle, the sea breeze blowing his hair back. He did not turn his head, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Just a few. What kind of few? The Beastmaster's tone was casual, as if they were chatting about daily life. Fang Ze lightly tapped his knee with his fingers. A shadow of a dark green dragon emerged from behind him with only half of its body visible, its dragon head resting on his shoulder. Mo Yuan opened its mouth and yawned, a puff of toxic mist spewing forth, corroding a nearby cloud into it. A dragon. 4th rank. Fang Ze's tone remained as flat as before. The Beastmaster's gaze lingered on Mo Yuan for a moment. A dragon. 4th rank perfection. The color of its scales, the concentration of the toxic mist, the vertical slit in its pupils. It was a true 4th rank perfected Mo Jiao. The array master also turned his head, his deep-set eyes scanning Mo Yuan. His lips moved slightly, then he turned his head back, his hands still crossed in front of him, 10 fingers resting quietly on his knees. Are there any more? The Beastmaster asked again, this time with a slightly less casual tone. Fang Ze withdrew Mo Yuan into his body. There are a few more. You will see them when we arrive at the ruins. The Beastmaster did not inquire further. He turned his head and continued to guide the iron-feathered eagle. The sea breeze howled past their ears. The iron-feathered eagle's wings rhythmically beat against the air, each flap generating a thrust that pressed the 3 of them firmly into the saddle. Fang Ze sat at the back, his gaze crossing over the shoulders of the 2 in front, resting on the increasingly close expanse of gray-white mist ahead. The misty sea area was almost upon them. The iron-feathered eagle flew through the last patch of clear sky. A thin mist began to rise on the surface of the sea, initially just a white vapor an inch high, dancing along the tips of the waves. The further east they flew, the thicker the mist became, rising from ankle height to waist level, then over their heads. Once the iron-feathered eagle plunged into the mist, visibility dropped to less than 5 zhang. Even the figure of the Beastmaster sitting at the front became blurred. Fang Ze did not look at the mist. He lowered his head to look outside the ship's railing, his right hand reaching into his waist storage bag, grabbing something, then relaxing his fingers. Thousands of 3rd-rank golden devouring bugs slipped through his fingers, their wings folding, their bodies curling into metal-sized spheres, silently plummeting into the mist. They spread out in midair, flying away in a fan shape. This was a scattering formation he had trained in advance, with each bug spaced 3 li apart, the reconnaissance net they formed covering the entire eastern route of the Misty Sea area. He grabbed another handful. This time it was 4 4th-rank golden devouring bugs, their dark golden shells nearly invisible in the mist. The 4 4th-rank bugs did not fly far, but instead landed on 4 rocks beneath the flight path of the iron-feathered eagle, retreating into the crevices of the rocks, their antennae slightly raised, their sensing ranges overlapping, perfectly covering an area of 50 li around the entrance of the ruins. He performed all these actions right under the noses of the Beastmaster and the Array Master. The angle at which the Beastmaster turned his head was very small, his gaze barely able to catch the fleeting shadow of Fang Ze relaxing his fingers. The Array Master did not turn his head, but his hands crossed over his knees, and his thumb gently pressed down on the back of his other hand. Fang Ze patted the residual husks of the bugs on his fingers, offering no explanation. His actions of releasing the bugs were natural, neither concealing nor flaunting. If they wanted to watch, let them watch. They were just bugs, nothing to discern. But if he truly found himself trapped within the ruins, these bugs would serve as his crowbar to pry open a gap to the outside world. The iron-feathered eagle continued to fly for about a cup of tea's worth of time. The mist had transformed from gray-white to a nearly milky white thick slurry, where one could see their own fingers when reaching out, but anything beyond an inch would be completely invisible. The Beastmaster took out a compass inlaid with a dark purple crystal from his bosom, the crystal emitting a glow in the mist. Each time it flickered, the needle on the compass would jump a notch. "We have arrived," the Beastmaster spoke in a low voice. The iron-feathered eagle folded its wings and dove straight down. The mist tore through the air with a sharp whistle by the ears of the 3, the temperature dropping suddenly, and the white breath they exhaled condensed into frost flowers before their mouths. The dive lasted for about 20 breaths, then the iron-feathered eagle suddenly spread its wings. The immense air resistance pressed down hard on the 3 of them in the saddle, and the eagle's claws landed on a patch of hard rock. Fang Ze jumped down from the eagle's back. Outside the ruins, the mist here was slightly thinner, with visibility around a dozen zhang. Fang Ze looked around. He was standing on a vast stone slab platform. At the edge of the platform, he could vaguely see several toppled stone pillars. Most of the patterns had become indistinct, but Fang Ze recognized one of the patterns carved on a stone pillar. A spiraling dragon, its head held high dragon claws, stepping on clouds, its body entwined with some flowering vine. He walked towards the nearest toppled stone pillar, crouched down, and brushed away the moss on the pillar's surface with his fingers. Beneath the moss, the chisel marks of the relief were still visible, each cut deep, and even with no hesitation at the corners. The content of the relief changed from the dragon to another type of monster. A group of clawing monkeys holding rough stone clubs danced around a campfire. The flames of the campfire were carved into a spiral shape with a dim spirit stone embedded at the center. The spiritual energy within it long since dissipated, leaving only a gray-white stone shell. The ancient spirit beast sect. The voice of the array master came from behind him, hoarse with a hint of dryness. Each stone pillar represents a type of clan guardian beast. The dragon pillar is at the front, the tortoise pillar is at the back. According to the sect's records, walking from the dragon pillar to the tortoise pillar completes the lineage of all the guardian beasts during the peak period of the spirit beast sect. There are countless pillars, but he counted them and found 17. 17 stone pillars represent the lineage of 17 types of 5th rank and above monsters. The number of these monster lineages still existing in the Tianyuan continent is probably less than half. The three continued their journey forward. As they passed through the stone pillar platform, a downward staircase emerged before them. The staircase was also carved from dark red rock, with each step's edge polished into a rounded shape, making it comfortable to tread upon. The staircase was long, and the three of them descended for nearly a quarter of an hour, during which signs of artificial excavation began to appear on the rock walls on either side. The air was thick with a pungent, sweet, and fishy odor. This scent was familiar to Fang Ze. He had encountered a similar smell at the ruins of the Li Hua Palace, the remnants of countless beast blood that had evaporated in a sealed space over thousands of years. This odor indicated two things: many beasts had perished here, and those beasts had their blood deliberately drained when they died. They were not slain in battle, but were murdered. When the Yuling sect was destroyed, those who killed them employed some method to extract their blood and refine their souls. After walking for about the duration of half a tea break, the staircase finally came to an end. Before them stood a massive stone door approximately 10 zhang high with a complete relief sculpture carved on it. A 5-clawed dragon and a giant turtle marked with a bagua pattern faced off against each other, with a pearl surrounded by mist in between them. A spiritual light emanated from the crack of the stone door, shifting slowly between a bluish-white and a deep blue, as if something was breathing behind the door. This is the place. The beast master walked up to the stone door, placing his palm on the location of the pearl in the relief. His spiritual power flowed from his palm into the stone carving, causing the patterns on the pearl to illuminate with the misty designs lighting up one by one, spreading outward. I have sensed it with the beast master technique. The restriction is still there but quite weak. Fang Daoyo, please wait behind me for a moment while I activate the restriction and the door will open. His tone was steady. However, the phrasing of behind me emphasized the positioning deliberately. Fang Ze did not respond positively or negatively. He stood in place about 3 steps away from the beast master. This distance was neither too far nor too close, not overly cautious, yet not entirely satisfying the request to stand behind. The array master stood slightly behind Fang Ze with his hands overlapped in front of him, fingers quietly resting. However, Fang Ze noticed that the index and middle fingers of his right hand had somehow slipped out of his sleeve, dusted with a layer of silver powder, the residue of the array master's ink used to draw formation symbols. The beast master began to activate the beast master technique. Azure spiritual energy surged from his palm, spreading along the patterns on the stone door. The stone door, which had not opened in over a decade, emitted a deep rumbling sound, and the spiritual light from the crack suddenly brightened. Following that, something extended from the crack, not the door opening but something pushing out from it. A tentacle glowing with a bluish light emerged. The end of the tentacle had no eyes, but the moment it slipped through the crack it accurately turned towards Fang Ze's direction. The beast master's body was not touched by the tentacle. The tentacle slid past him around his shoulder and directly lunged at Fang Ze. The moment the tentacle made contact with Fang Ze's spiritual defense, it emitted a sharp hissing sound. An indescribable heaviness erupted from the spot where the tentacle made contact with his spiritual sense, traveling along his meridians and rushing straight to his dantian. It was at the 5th level. Moreover, it was a dragon. This sensation was identical to when he had subdued the frog in the Lan Yu secret realm. A higher life form exerts a natural suppression over lower-level cultivators, a soul-level hierarchy. As before, the whale pendant that had hung around his neck for many years began to tremble. Fang Ze pressed his right hand against his chest. The tremors of the pendant spread throughout his body like something shifting deep within it. The last time in the Lan Yu secret realm, the pendant trembled before autonomously devouring that 5th-level frog. Now the same wave of disturbance occurred once more. The pendant was guiding him. It was telling him that there was a soul here that could be devoured. Clearly, the conditions for the pendant to actively absorb a soul were very specific. It had to be a soul of a high realm, at least above the 5th level. Moreover, the soul must be detached first. Without the 5th-level beast having left its body, it could not be devoured. The 5th-level frog from years ago had been actively absorbed by the pendant. This time, the tremors of the pendant were even more intense, more urgent. He raised his gaze. The translucent bluish tentacle was repeatedly piercing through his spiritual defense. With each penetration, the luster of the tentacle dimmed, yet new tentacles squeezed out from the crack. Not one but three. The three tentacles simultaneously lunged towards his sea of consciousness from three directions, attacking fiercely and leaving no room for escape. This was the remnant soul of a fifth-level dragon that had lived for countless millennia. Even as just a remnant, its battle instincts were etched into its bones. "Zhou Daoyou now!" The beast master shouted sharply. The array master moved. He simultaneously extended the hands that had been hidden behind him, his 10 fingers covered in silver array ink. As he formed hand seals, each seal sent forth a silver array pattern from his fingertips, targeting the stone walls surrounding the entrance of the ruins. On the walls, the deep green patterns that Fang Ze had previously thought were moss suddenly lit up. They were not moss but pre-carved array bases that just needed to be activated. 36 array bases illuminated simultaneously, and the array patterns surged forth from the bases, intertwining in midair to form a massive silver web. The confinement array descended, locking all spiritual energy within a radius of 30 zhang. The air suddenly became thick, the circulation of spiritual power nearly halted, and the distance that his spiritual sense could penetrate was compressed to less than 3 zhang. Fang Ze stood still. He did not move. Not even a finger was raised. The tentacles of the dragon's remnant soul pierced through his outer layer of spiritual defense. The 3 tentacles breached the first layer of defense. They pressed directly toward the core of his sea of consciousness. The bluish light gathered at the ends of the tentacles, transforming into sharp drill-like shapes. The drill began to spin, faster and faster. At the same time, the silver array patterns descended from above. The patterns landed on the protective spiritual energy surrounding him. They emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. The patterns pressed the protective spiritual energy inward. From 3 zhang to 2 zhang, from 2 zhang to 1 zhang. With the dragon's remnant soul piercing the sea of consciousness in front, and the residual array sealing his spiritual power behind, the beast master stood next to the stone door. The beast master technique had already ceased. He no longer needed to maintain the activating spiritual energy. The dragon's remnant soul stretched out more than half of its body from the crack. It was a dragon composed of bluish light. Its head was flattened, its horns bent backward, and its body coiled within the crack. Only the front half of its body had emerged, the back half remained trapped within the restrictions of the door. Its eyes were 2 pools of deep blue light, fixated intently on the hand that Fang Ze pressed against his chest. The tremors of the whale pendant had spread throughout Fang Ze's body. The fabric made faint rustling sounds in response to the tremors. Silver light seeped out from the pendant. The movements of the remnants of the dragon's soul suddenly ceased. 3 tentacles aimed at the sea of consciousness halted in midair less than 3 feet from his brow. The drill at the end of the tentacle continued to spin, but its speed drastically decreased. The dragon head tilted slightly, a posture uncharacteristic of a 5th-tier dragon that had lived for over 10,000 years. It resembled more an animal instinctively displaying confusion and alertness upon encountering a predator. Fang Ze's hand pressed against his chest, fingers splayed open, as he unleashed the vibrations of the pendant without reservation. The whale pendant flew out from his collar, hovering in midair. It restored to its original size, the palm-sized whale coming to life amidst the silvery glow. The whale swished its tail in the air, swimming silently towards the direction of the dragon soul remnants, its movements leisurely. The dragon soul remnants began to retreat. The 3 tentacles retracted simultaneously. The dragon body that was squeezed through the doorframe also began to pull back, but its rear half was stuck in the restriction. The speed of retraction was far from fast enough. The whale caught up to it. The whale opened its mouth, making no sound, lacking any earth-shattering might. It merely opened its mouth, and the entire half-body of the dragon soul began to slide into the whale's mouth, being dragged in, as if an invisible force was gripping its soul. It was being pulled inch by inch into the whale's mouth. The dragon soul struggled, desperately clawing at the air with its dragon claws, and whipping the stone door frame with its tail. Each strike reverberated loudly, shaking the entire stone door. Stone dust fell from the door frame, yet its struggles lasted less than 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, its entire body was swallowed by the whale, including the rear half stuck in the restriction. The whale bit through the restriction as well. It devoured the 5th-tier dragon soul that had lingered behind the stone door for countless years, along with the remnants of the soul power tentacles trapped in the restriction. The whale pendant closed its mouth, slowly turning in midair and swimming back in front of Fang Ze. As it turned, the dragon soul that had been swallowed was undergoing drastic changes. The dark blue soul power was being repeatedly compressed by a force of a higher order, refined again and again, reshaped. The dragon body twisted like a tightly twisted rope. It was being kneaded into a clump. The remnants of flesh and soul fragments intertwined, enveloping layer by layer, stacking, solidifying. Inside the pendant, the essence of the 5th-tier dragon soul and body was being refined simultaneously. It was not just the soul being consumed, its body was drawn in as well. including the flesh and blood being swallowed. The silvery glow suddenly contracted, all the light retracting into the pendant, which began to transform. Its size began to shrink from the size of a palm to that of a pigeon egg. Its shape morphed from a whale into a perfect sphere, ultimately converging at the top into the shape of a dragon's head. Dragon horns, whiskers, and eyes, every detail was vividly apparent, albeit reduced to the size of a fingernail. It was a bloodline pearl, the second bloodline pearl. Fang Ze reached out to catch the bloodline pearl in his palm. The pearl felt icy to the touch, yet he could sense the power sealed within it. The entirety of the essence of a fifth-tier early-stage dragon's soul, along with the source of its body. What did the bloodline pearl of a fifth-tier dragon signify? As long as he found a suitable dragon or serpent-like beast to consume it, the bloodline could awaken, allowing a direct breakthrough to the fifth tier. And he just happened to have two dragons at hand, Bingli and Mo Yuan. Bingli was an ice dragon, and after consuming the fifth-tier dragon bloodline pearl of the same tier, the probability of breaking through to the fifth tier was at least 80%. Even if the attributes were not a perfect match, it was not a problem. The method of beast bloodline evolution of the beast tamer sect had fallen into his hands. Adjusting the conflicting attributes was only a matter of time. He stored the bloodline pearl in his storage ring and then raised his eyes. The confinement formation was still active, with silver runes still flickering in midair. But it was beginning to fade. The formation master Dao Yu had his 10 fingers interlaced in front of him, and between his right index and middle fingers an unknown crack had appeared. Blood was seeping out. That was the backlash suffered by the array master when the core formation base of the confinement array was forcibly torn apart. Fang Ze's gaze passed over the formation master. It passed over the beast tamer and finally landed on the stone door that had lost its protective restrictions. The core area behind the door was as quiet as an empty grave. Those legacies sealed by the ruins were waiting for someone to walk in alone. Next, only the two extraneous individuals outside the door remained to be dealt with. Fang Ze did not retract the hand pressed against his chest. His divine sense transmitted an extremely brief command to the outside world through the Insect King. This command spread along the unique mental connection between the Insect King and all gold-devouring insects in the outside world, relaying from the Insect King to every fourth-tier gold-devouring insect. Then it was passed from the fourth-tier insects to the third-tier insects. In the Misty Sea area, about 20 miles from the entrance of the ruins, a fourth-tier gold-devouring insect's tentacle suddenly stood upright. The instructions it received were very clear: keep an eye on the two individuals. If they attempted to flee, intercept them immediately. Meanwhile, the third-tier gold-devouring insects in the stone crevice of the seabed received the same command. They were not responsible for attacking, only for monitoring. They were to lock onto the spiritual energy fluctuations of the two individuals. Once they left Fang Ze's perception range, they would transmit their location back through the sensing network among the swarm. And the real intercepting force was in the space. Fang Ze moved his hand away from his chest, turning his palm over and gently lifting it towards the air. A faint blue light shot out from the spatial entrance, spreading out in midair and transforming into a pair of wings nearly 3 yards wide. The blue-feathered creature steadied itself in the air, its amber pupils piercing through layers of mist, locking onto the two figures stealthily retreating below. The fluctuations of fifth-tier beast spiritual energy were released. She looked down at the two individuals and asked, "Father, should we leave them alive or take their lives?" Fang Ze brushed off the stone dust on his clothes, his voice low. "Alive. I still have questions to ask." Blue Feather nodded. With a gentle flap of her wings behind her, the faint blue figure vanished from the air. The first innate ability awakened after reaching fifth tier for the Void Phoenix was spatial displacement. The distance she displaced was not too far, only about 100 yards. But combined with her terrifying speed, it was sufficient to chase two early-stage nascent soul cultivators. The Beast Tamer and the Formation Master both surged into full speed, their figures separating to flee left and right. The Beast Tamer charged towards the iron-feathered eagle he had arrived on. The Formation Master dashed straight for the nearby protruding reef cluster, where he had set up a backup formation beforehand. As long as he touched the formation base, he could activate the teleportation array to leave this cursed sea area. The Formation Master collided with something first. It was not a reef nor a formation, but a faint blue flame that appeared out of thin air in front of him. The flame was only the size of a fist hovering in midair. The Formation Master's pupils constricted sharply. He did not break, nor did he have time to break. He could only forcefully tilt his body to attempt to bypass the flame. However, the moment he turned, the flame suddenly expanded, transforming into a faint blue wall of fire that barred his way. The wall of fire emitted no fluctuations, no crackling sounds of burning, and no scorching waves of heat. It simply stood there quietly,